I used to be the young master of the Goo family, but now I have become the target of public criticism, accused of treason, patricide and murder of my own clan. In the hall of the Goo family, the elders coldly announced that they would strip me of my identity, abolish my cultivation, cut off my meridians, and expel me from the family. I was locked on the rack, unable to move, with blood all over my face, but I stared at them intently. My eyes seemed to be burning with raging flames, vowing to burn all the enemies in front of me to ashes. At this moment, a scream broke the silence, and a girl holding a tattered black sword rushed in. It was Asha, the girl who had always been loyal to me. She was slapped to the ground by the guard, and her cheek swelled instantly, but she did not retreat, and stood up again and rushed towards me. Looking at her persistent figure, a warm current rose in my heart, but more of it was endless anger and resentment. Guhan, the new young master of the Goo family, who stood in a high position, ridiculed me and said that I was just a bastard who was picked up. Why should I enjoy the resources and loyalty of the Goo family? He sneered and said that even if I was abandoned, I would still be inferior to him. But I sneered back without fear, "You are jealous of me. No matter how despicable your means are, you can't really surpass me." Guhan stared at me gloomily, threatening that after Asha and I were expelled from the family, we would not be able to survive the monsters outside the city for long. But I remained unshaken and replied coldly, "I will come back. I know that one day, I will come back and settle these hatreds with my own hands." After being dragged out of Goo's house, I was abandoned on the dark street, with only Asha by my side. She was still young, and she carried me, a wounded invalid, with difficulty, but she refused to give up. Her feet were already bloody, and every step left bloody footprints on the bluestone ground. We stumbled towards the city lord's mansion, trying to find the last glimmer of hope for life. 3 days later, in Tianwu City, the sun was rising, and Asha was still carrying me slowly forward. Although she was ridiculed and insulted along the way, and even called a beast, she never backed down. Her perseverance touched me deeply, and the flame of revenge ignited in my heart. Those people in the Goo family who betrayed me and destroyed everything I had, I must make them pay with blood. Destiny showed its last rays of light before me. I clenched the golden seal in my hand, determined to take this opportunity to rise again. No matter how dangerous the road ahead is, I will face it head on. For Asha, for my adoptive father, and for myself, I must become stronger. Goo family, Guhan, you wait. I, Gohan, will make a comeback, use my sword light to clear all obstacles, and take back everything that belongs to me. Now there is the adopted son of the Goo family, Guhan. He is a traitor, a disobedient person, and a lunatic. He is killing his own people and intends to kill his father. A tall young man stared at the boy with cruelty and satisfaction in his eyes, and said slowly, "The elders of the great clan have ordered that he be deposed from the position of young master, his cultivation be abolished, his meridians be cut off, he be expelled from the clan, and banished outside the city to serve as a warning to others." Below. Guhan couldn't move, didn't say a word, his face was covered in blood, only his eyes were staring at everyone, his eyes seemed to be burning with raging flames, as if everything in front of him was burned to ashes. "Master." Also at this time. A cry of surprise suddenly came from outside, and it came from a girl about 13 or 14 years old, with bright eyes and white teeth, holding a tattered black sword. Bang. A crisp slapping sound was heard, and the girl was slapped in the face by the guard. She staggered and fell to the ground. Her fair cheek was visibly swollen and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She seemed unaware and stood up with difficulty, still trying to break into the hall, but was knocked to the ground by the guard again. "Rare. You've fallen to this point, and this idiot still sticks with you." Glancing at the outside, the young man sneered and said, "How can a bastard like you be the young master of my Goo family? How can you enjoy the resources of my Goo family? How can someone be so loyal to you? Do you deserve it? You're jealous of me." The fire in Guhan's eyes grew even stronger. Although his voice was weak, it was still full of mockery. "Even if you use this despicable method to cripple me and kill me, you are still not as good as me." The young man moved his fingers, and fear and murderous intent flashed across his eyes. "Guhan." He suddenly squatted down and said seriously, "I have been waiting for this day for 17 years. How long do you think you and she can survive in the mouth of the monster outside the city in your current state? 1 day? Half a day? Or, shorter. I will be back. Guhan's eyelids drooped slightly, hiding the hatred and fire in his eyes. Okay. The young man slowly stood up and said condescendingly, I'm waiting for you to come back, waiting for your revenge, waiting for you to kill me. That's enough. The first person in the hall, an old man with a hawk nose and hawk eyes, waved his hand and said calmly, throw it out. It was the patriarch of the Goo family, Guchang. Yes. Someone responded immediately and dragged Guhan out. The swaying figure caused the lights to flicker, making Guchang's face appear bright and dark, and his already deep expression became even more ruthless and vicious. Just like a dog. Seeing Guhan being dragged out, the young man let out his anger and said happily, a dog that has lost its home. From today on. Chief Goo pointed at the young man, looked around at everyone, and said in a deep voice, my grandson, Guyang, is the new young master of the Goo family. Greetings, young master. Everyone was very excited and immediately bowed their heads in admiration. Everyone, please excuse me. Guyang laughed out loud and was in a very good mood. Outside the hall. It was a dark night, and the boy and girl were dragged arbitrarily, and were completely immersed in darkness accompanied by the biting cold wind and the girls sobbing. In the hall. The servants added more lights, which were as bright as day, and everyone was enthusiastic. The compliments and celebrations were like the scorching summer sun, which heated up Guyang's heart. 3 days later. Inside Tianwu City. The rising sun gave this small border town a bit of life. In the city, on the long street. A girl of 13 or 14 years old, with a weak body, clenched her teeth and walked slowly forward with difficulty while carrying a young boy on her back. The boy was about 17 or 18 years old, with a handful of black rags tied on his back with a coarse cloth strip. The sword was covered in blood, and the energy was like a gossamer. He had been unconscious for a long time. It was Guhan. The girl's appearance was not much better than his. The original color of her dress was no longer visible. Her originally fair and delicate face was now covered with dust. A few red palm prints were extremely obvious. Sweat kept falling down and flowed through the wounds, causing her to frown from time to time. I don't know how far she walked. His shoes had long been worn out and his feet were covered in blood. Every step he took would leave a faint bloody footprint on the blue stone ground. Bah! Bastard! You flatter him, he is worse than an animal. Yes, Patriarch Goo raised him for 17 years, yet he actually did something as immoral as killing his father. He is simply insane. Saw two people. Everyone's eyes were filled with sarcasm and disdain, and they all started cursing. During these 3 days. With Guchang's deliberate publicity, the news of Guhan's patricide spread almost throughout Tianwu City, and he went from being the glorious young master of the Goo family 3 days ago to the dying man despised by everyone today. The words of the crowd. The girl seemed not to hear it, but also seemed to have heard it, and she no longer had the strength to refute. Staggering. She took a laborious step, her slightly confused eyes full of determination, and continued to move forward, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. Direction. It was the city lord's mansion. At the same time. In the main hall of the Goo family, Guchang and Guyang, a grandfather and grandson, were having a secret conversation. Grandfather. Guyang was puzzled and asked, why didn't you just kill Guhan that day? Wouldn't that be the end of it? Kill him. Guchang glanced at him. We secretly surrounded and killed Gu Tian and took back the power of the Goo family. This is the first thing. We threw the blame on Guhan and now we have completely abolished him. This is the second thing. Gu Tian. He is the patriarch of the Goo family. He is also Guhan's adoptive father. Besides, Guchang continued, he is seriously injured now, and his meridians have been completely shattered by me. He will definitely not survive for more than 3 days. Why should I do it myself? Besides, the longer he lingers, the better it is for us. I understand. Guyang suddenly realized, Grandpa wants to use this incident to build momentum for us. Good. Guchang nodded with satisfaction. The more miserable his end is, the more it will shock others and show the kindness of our Goo family. It will even be of great benefit to you when you go to Daki Martial Academy in the future. Besides, the monsters outside the city appear frequently. I'm afraid that by now, he has already become a delicacy in the monster's stomach. Dachi Martial Academy. Located in the capital of Dachi, it is the gathering place of the young elites of Dachi dynasty. It is also the place where countless young talents are scrambling to get in. If they perform well enough, they may even be noticed by the upper-level sects and accepted as disciples, thus soaring to the sky. It's just that the martial arts academy has strict admission requirements. For a small place like Tianwu City, there is only one vacancy every 5 years, which causes endless scramble among various families. That's all. Let's not talk about him. He changed the subject and warned, remember, in a month, there will be a battle for the Martial Academy quota. You must not slack off or miss this God-given opportunity. Don't worry, Grandpa. Hearing the word, Martial Academy, Guhan smiled complacently. Without Guhan, the other few people are not worth worrying about at all. This battle is destined to be the beginning of my road to rise. There is no end to the practice of cultivation. Condensing chi, opening meridians, opening orifices, gathering essence, spiritual mystery, and communicating with the gods. Among the various realms, each level can be divided into 9 small realms. He is only 19 years old now, but he has already reached the 5th level of opening his meridians. Although it is slightly inferior to Guhan's 7th level, he is definitely better than the rest of the younger generation in Tianwu City. It's just a pity. There was a flash of regret in his eyes. If we can get the golden seal in Gu Tian's hand, this matter will be perfect. You can't force it. Gu Chang waved his hand. Being able to control the Gu family in our hands and destroy that little bastard is already the best outcome. As for the golden seal. Speaking of this. There was a glimmer of fear in his eyes. I thought it was some amazing divine object before, but you also saw it later. Gu Tian became crazy because of it and didn't recognize his relatives. It's hard to say what the big risk is. Even if you get this kind of thing, you may not be able to control it. Grandpa, did you say Gu Tian really died? He won't survive. Gu Chang narrowed his eyes, looking very confident. I personally stabbed the sword into his heart. Not to mention him, even if it was the city lord, there would be no way he would survive. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came out from outside. Big clan elder, big young master. Kindness. Gu Yan looked at the breathless servant, a cold light flashed in his eyes. What did you call me? Young master. The servant was so frightened that he trembled and quickly changed his words. Master, Guhan is back. What did you say? Instantly, Gu Yang's face darkened. Where is he? It seems, he went to the city lord's mansion. In front of the city lord's mansion. Bold. A guard looked at the girl coldly. My lady is of such status. How could she be friends with this man who killed her father? If you dare to speak nonsense and slander my lady's reputation again, don't blame me for killing you. But. The girl was a little at a loss, and murmured, Isn't Miss Lu the young master's friend? Please, let me in, the young master, he is dying. Asha. Suddenly, a weak voice was heard, but it was the noise that woke up the unconscious Guhan. Why, are you here? Master, I want to ask Miss Lu to save you. It's useless, let's go. But. Listen to me, let's go. City Lord's mansion. In the back garden. A woman in a light blue silk dress, with skin whiter than snow and a slim figure, stood there quietly, with a cool, elegant and refined temperament. But she is the daughter of the city lord. Willow Warbler. Mississippi. Behind him, the maid's eyes were full of confusion. He's dying soon, won't you help him? Why should I help? But he and you are. That was 3 days ago. Miss, do you also believe that Guhan killed his father? I think, he is not that kind of person. Patricide. The Willow Warbler turned around, revealing a face that overshadowed all the fragrance in the garden. Whether I believe it or not is not important anymore. There was indifference and alienation in his voice. How can a swan be in the company of a sparrow? How can the bright moon be on the same level as a firefly? He used to be so high-minded and brilliant, the #1 genius in Tianwu City. But now, he is a useless man who will soon die, and I am still myself. Count it up. She changed the subject and said, that distinguished guest should arrive in Tianwu City today. Come with me to greet him. Yes. The maid responded and hurriedly followed. A quiet street corner. Asha still carried Guhan on her back. Even though her strength was almost exhausted, she still refused to let go. Behind. The bloody footprints are long gone. The flesh and blood have long been worn away, so where does the blood come from? Every step I take is excruciatingly painful. Suddenly, her body tilted and she could no longer hold on. She fell to the ground in an instant, and Guhan on her body rolled to the side. Ahem. Due to his injury, Guhan spat out another mouthful of blood. Medicine. Seeing this, Asha's dull little brain seemed to finally wake up. Master, wait for me. I'll go find some medicine. I won't let you die. While talking, she was already staggering away into the distance. Return. Guhan wanted to stop him, but how could he stop him? Captain Goo. Guyang. Thinking of his own and his adoptive father's experiences, a surge of anger and hatred surged in his heart. He raised his arms with difficulty and groped in his arms. A moment later, the blood-stained palm opened tremblingly. A thumb-sized, square-shaped gold seal covered with dense inscriptions lies quietly in the palm of the hand. I can't die. His eyes were bloodshot, and a flash of madness flashed across them. If I die, I won't be able to avenge my adoptive father. If I die, Asha will die too. No, her fate will be more horrible than death. She is very important to me, very important. I can't let anything happen to her. Godfather. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you. Puff. The words fell. He mustered up his last bit of strength and spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the golden seal. In an instant, the golden seal shines brightly. The inscriptions on Yin's body seem to come alive, flowing down slowly and transforming into extremely mysterious runes, pouring into his brows. Countless runes gathered together and turned into a golden book several feet tall in his mind. The divine light is shining. Mysterious and inexplicable. On the book cover, 6 large characters shine brightly. The Great Freedom Demon Sutra. At the same time, a voice full of emotion suddenly came from the golden seal. Guhan. The physical body is just okay, the talent is just okay, but the appearance, TSK, it's not okay at all, it's a world away from me, never mind, when I'm in trouble, how can I be picky, it's you. Inside the golden seal, there are great opportunities, but also great dangers. If your cultivation is not good enough, you must not rush into enlightenment, otherwise it will bring about a catastrophic disaster. Only. At this moment, Guhan was in a desperate situation and naturally had to activate the golden seal. As the voice from the golden seal fell, a pitch-black, strange and inexplicable aura suddenly flashed out from inside and instantly penetrated into Guhan's brows. A moment later, Guhan's dazed eyes suddenly regained their spirits. Only. He is now a completely different person than before. He had an evil temperament and cold eyes, with a hint of murderous intent. Wisps of black energy rolled around his body, making him look like an alien. Kindness. After examining his own condition, he frowned slightly. The injury is not light. It seems that it will take some more effort. Well, since I have inherited your body, I will naturally take on the consequences of your actions. I will make those who harmed you suffer a fate worse than death, and I will avenge you. While talking, he looked at the golden seal in his hand with a hateful tone. How dare you 2 bastards betray me? You never thought that I could use this golden seal to protect a remnant soul and escape by luck. Just wait. When I have fully recovered, I will return to the 9th devil realm and make you pay for your blood debt with blood. After saying that, as soon as he thought about it, the golden seal in his hand disappeared instantly. Now, after doing this, he glanced around. We should find a place to heal our wounds first, huh? It was at this time. But he noticed the broken sword that fell to the ground. In fact, calling it a broken sword is a bit of an exaggeration. The whole sword is black, and no one knows what material it is made of. The sword is full of pits and holes, and the blade is full of gaps. Even a part of the tip of the sword is missing. It looks terrible. This guy is too shabby to use such shabby stuff. Huh? No, that's not right. He had extraordinary eyesight and suddenly noticed something unusual. This sword. Holding the sword in his hand, he looked at it carefully and his brows frowned instantly. There's something strange. The words fell. The long sword suddenly flashed a faint light. Damn it. He was stunned for a moment, then burst into curses. What the hell is this? Ah. A scream. The dim light has already penetrated into his brow. Bang. The long sword fell to the ground, still in its tattered state, seemingly unchanged. In the space of consciousness, Guhan naturally had no idea what was happening outside, nor did he know what was hidden inside the golden seal. His mind. I have been completely attracted by the golden book in front of me. The Great Freedom Demonic Sutra. With his mind lost, he couldn't help but slowly move towards the golden book. In the dark, there seemed to be a tempting voice urging him on. Open it up. Open it now. After opening it, you will gain an opportunity and fortune that ordinary people can hardly imagine. The desperate situation before us is no longer a desperate situation. The threat from the Goo family is no longer a threat. As long as you can comprehend the true meaning of the Golden Book, you will be able to break free from all shackles and constraints, and gain eternal freedom and ease. Before you know it, he has come before the Golden Book. At this moment, his eyes were full of confusion and obsession, and there was nothing else in his heart except the desire for the Golden Book. Extend your right hand. I was about to touch the cover of the Golden Book. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Brush. A faint light suddenly flashed and instantly landed on the Golden Book. A layer of transparent ripples spread out, directly pulling Guhan's mind back from the edge of being lost. This. Looking at the huge Golden Book, Guhan felt a little scared. No wonder. My foster father said that I must not rashly comprehend this golden seal until my cultivation is sufficient. Only. He stared at the dim light that was struggling with the Golden Book. What is this? Boom. The words were not finished. The dim light suddenly exploded. A vast, powerful sword intent descended, tearing the Golden Book into countless pieces. It then transformed into mysterious runes that flashed for a moment before disappearing completely. Guhan's mind went blank. This sword intent. It was already so powerful that he couldn't even comprehend it. The world. Is there really anyone who can strike with such a sword? Buzz. At this moment, the remaining sword intent trembled slightly and turned into a complex and obscure scripture. Look closely. Every word and every stroke in the scripture was actually composed of tiny sword intentions. Dian Sword Sutra. These four big characters carry endless sword intent and dominance. The general outline at the beginning attracted Guhan even more. There are thousands of magical powers and tens of thousands of Taoist methods in the world, but only by understanding their meaning can you grasp their essence. And the word, sword, is the purest. If you practice this sword scripture and condense the sword body of the ultimate way, you can cut through mountains and rivers, and the strongest in the world. If you achieve a minor success, you can cut through thousands of stars, gods, and demons in the heavens. If you achieve a major success, you can cut through the 9 netherworlds, all causes and effects. The ultimate realm, the great way of reincarnation, the long river of time, one sword creates, one sword destroys. Overbearing. Confidence. See here. Guhan was deeply shocked. Anyone who can say such words is either an arrogant person, or he has the confidence to do so. Judging from the might of the sword just now, it's obvious. He is the latter. Recovering his mind, he continued reading. In addition to introducing this sword manual, the general outline also records another magical sword skill. Dian Sword Energy, Guided by the spiritual power in the body and following specific formulas, through polishing and training, 49 Dian sword energies were condensed. Indestructible. Nothing is unbreakable. Except for a few exceptions, most of the magical powers in the world are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black and yellow, with heaven being the top and yellow being the bottom. And each level. It can also be divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Although the best magical skills are those that perfectly suit oneself, leaving these factors aside, naturally the higher the grade, the greater the power. The Goo family naturally also has a set of skills. Fiery burning technique. It is ranked as the top grade of yellow rank and is extremely famous in Tianwu City. It is also the foundation of the Goo family. However, compared with the Dian sword energy, it seems like inferior garbage. So strong. Guhan's eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed. Not only has his cultivation been completely wasted, but even the meridians in his body are broken. He cannot carry any spiritual energy at all. Where does he get the spiritual power to practice supernatural powers and temper his sword energy? It seemed as if he sensed Guhan's intention. An unparalleled sword intent suddenly floated out from the sword scripture, exploded in an instant, and scattered in all directions. This. His eyes widened instantly. The meridians in the body that were originally broken were actually growing again under the nourishment of this sword intent. Just a moment. The meridians have been recast. Not only that, the injuries that almost took his life were also recovered by more than 80% under the nourishment of the sword intent. Not only are the newly formed meridians several times wider than the original ones, they are also dotted with endless silver light. They are much tougher than before and extremely difficult to destroy. It's just the general outline, but it's so powerful. Then behind. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued watching. Only. No matter how he looked at it, apart from the general outline, the text behind the sword manual was blurry and he could not see any content at all. Perhaps. He understood instantly. My current strength is too weak, and I am not qualified to see the following content. Well. Just when he was about to return his consciousness to his body, a sigh full of fatigue and old age suddenly came from the sword scripture. We can only help you so much. Walk faster. It is about to wake up. Who? Guhan's heart shuddered. Who is speaking? Also, who's going to wake up? No one answered. The sword scripture was still floating there quietly, mysterious and majestic, without the slightest change, as if the voice just now was just an illusion. Oh no. Suddenly. He seemed to have heard something and his expression changed drastically. Ah, silly. In a hurry. He didn't realize that in the deepest part of his consciousness, in a sword prison made of pure sword intent, a black shadow rushed left and right, cursing non-stop. You want pills? In a medicine shop, the fat shopkeeper looked at Asha, who had an anxious face, and sneered. Sure, buy it with Yuan Jing. I have as many as you want. Yuan Jing. It is formed by the concentration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can not only be used for cultivation, but is also the most basic currency in the cultivation world. Asha shook his head sadly. I don't have any crystals. Then get out of here and don't delay my business. But I have this. Asha seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his little hand and took out 3 or 4 thumb-sized, irregularly shaped transparent crystals. Master said this thing can be exchanged for Yuan Jing. Beast core. The fat shopkeeper's eyes lit up and a hint of greed flashed across his face, but he didn't show any of it. It's just a first-level beast core, it's not worth much. Beast core. It is where the essence of the monster's body is condensed. It is an indispensable precious material whether it is used for refining medicine or refining weapons. Although the first-level beast core is the lowest level, it can still be worth a lot of money. The reason why Guhan suffered even more injuries was that he encountered several first-level monsters outside the city. Then what shall we do? Asha was at a loss. That's all I have. Forget it. The fat shopkeeper snatched the beast core from Asha's hand and threw out a bottle of pills. I am a kind person, and I feel sorry for you, so I will take the loss, just take it. Thank you. Thank you. Asha was overjoyed. He took the pill as if it were a treasure and, regardless of the pain in his body, hurriedly left the shop. Pooh. The onlookers saw that the fat shopkeeper looked like he had gotten a great bargain and cursed him inwardly. What a piece of shit. Even fools are deceived. Those beast cores could be exchanged for at least 10 bottles of high-quality healing pills, but they only gave them a bottle of the lowest-grade pill. How cruel. The fat shopkeeper ignored them. He glanced at the beast core in his hand, then glanced at the direction where Asha left, greed flashing in his eyes. After running for a distance panting, Asha saw Guhan again. Master. She raised her little hands and kept shouting. I found the medicine. At this moment, one foot stretched out sideways. Oh. Asha lost his balance, screamed, and fell to the ground in an instant. The jade bottle fell to the ground and broke into pieces. A black pill rolled out, covered in dust. Huh. A weird voice came over. Isn't this Asha? TSK TSK TSK. Another voice was heard. You little bastard, why don't you walk more carefully? Why do you feel so sorry for that loser? They were two men, one tall and one short, dressed as servants. Medicine. Asha seemed unaware and, ignoring the pain and wounds on her body, she stretched out her little hand and grabbed the pill tightly in her hand, along with the broken porcelain. I'm talking to you. The tall man's face turned cold. Are you deaf? As he spoke, he walked over and stepped on the girl's hand. In an instant, the sharp broken porcelain pierced the palm of the hand, and blood kept flowing out from the little hand. Medicine. The girl was crying in pain, but she still held the pill tightly, refusing to let go. Master's medicine. Pooh. The tall man had a look of sarcasm on his face. He is indeed a fool. Although he's stupid, he still looks good. Let's deal with that idiot first, and then. Ha ha ha. That makes sense. The young master has given us a good job. While talking, the two men had lustful looks on their faces as they walked towards Asha, who had a desperate look on his face and empty eyes. Put your dog legs. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice filled with murderous intent came from not far away. Take it away. Kindness. The tall man shuddered secretly, quickly retracted his foot, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Guhan. TSK TSK, he survived such a serious injury, he's really lucky. The person coming was Guhan. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. A notorious, seriously injured useless person, still thinks he is the former young master of the Goo family. Ah, silly. Guhan ignored the two of them and quickly walked up to Asha with a look of pity on his face. Are you okay? Nourished by the mysterious sword intent, not only were his meridians reshaped, but even his cultivation was partially restored. Although he was still far from the peak, he had reached the 4th or 5th level of the chi condensation stage. Master. A bloody little hand reached out. I found the medicine. You don't have to die. Silly girl. Seeing Asha's miserable appearance, Guhan felt a pain in his heart and carefully put the pill away. No matter how important my life is, it's not as important as yours. He could naturally see that the quality of the pill was extremely low and it would not have any effect on his current injuries at all. He also didn't know where Asha found it from. Zhangfu, Li Lu. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as they fell on the two of them. You two bastards, Guyang sent you here, didn't he? The two were Guyang's servants, so he naturally recognized them at a glance. Bold. Qian Fu laughed grimly. Young master's name is also what you can. The words were not finished. A flash of sword light passed by, and then a piercing pain came. Ah. A howl. His body tilted and he fell to the ground in an instant. He looked at the thigh that was separated from his body, his eyes full of horror. Puff. The cold light flashes again. A trace of blood spurted out from his neck, he made two ho sounds, his head tilted, and there was no sound at all. Guhan subconsciously glanced at the sword. This sword seems to be much sharper than before, and also much heavier. Only now is not the time to delve into it. Now. He swung his sword and instantly pointed it at Li Lu. Now you. Seeing that Guhan was so fierce and no longer had the arrogance he had just now, Li Lu was already trembling with fear, as if his soul had left his body. You are obviously useless, how could you possibly? If you bully Asha, you must die. Guhan. No. Young master, please forgive me. Puff. The sword flashed again. Heads fell. Swish. He didn't even look at the bodies of the two. Guhan tore off his collar and carefully bandaged Asha's wound. Master. Only then did she react. Are you okay? Kindness. Guhan touched her little head and said softly, you won't die for the time being. Very good. She threw herself into Guhan's arms. Master, you don't have to die. Yes. Guhan gently carried her on his back. I'm not dead. Give me some time, or they will be the ones to die. With the mysterious sword scripture in his hand, his injuries had mostly recovered, so he naturally had endless confidence. As long as he spent a little more time, his cultivation would definitely be greatly improved. At that time. This is the day when blood debt will be repaid with blood. After taking a deep look in the direction of the Goo family, he carried Asha on his back and strode out of the city. Family-oriented. Martial arts arena. Guhan. Seeing the two bodies brought back, Guyang was furious. Naturally, he sent the two men to humiliate Guhan, but they failed to humiliate him and ended up losing their own lives. I will make you die. Commander Goo. Taking a deep breath, he looked at someone behind him. What do you think? Not simple. Commander Goo took only one look and made a judgment. Both of them have the cultivation base of the third level of chi condensation, but judging from their wounds, they were killed without any resistance. With Guhan's current seriously injured and dying body, it is impossible for him to have such strength. Gold seal. Guyang's heart skipped a beat. But he subconsciously recalled Gu Tian's situation that day. Could it be that gold seal is in Guhan's hand? He suddenly felt uneasy. Go. Hurry up and take people to catch up with him. I want him dead. This. Commander Goo was a little hesitant. But the elder of the clan said. The situation has changed. I will go back and discuss it with Grandpa. Guhan will definitely be a nuisance if he stays here. The battle for the qualification to the Martial Arts Academy will begin in a month. During this period, I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. Do you understand? Yes. I'll go right away. Guhan. Guyang's expression twisted slightly. This time, let me see how you escape. Outside Tianwu City. Guhan kept walking and hurried on his way. As for Asha, he could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep on his back. There are few people outside the city, and it is close to the wild forest, where monsters appear from time to time. But for Guhan, it is still much safer outside the city than inside. No matter how scary the monster is, it's not as good as human heart. If he stayed in the city, the people of the Goo family would definitely not let him go once they knew that his injuries had recovered. After this incident, his mind became more mature. Kindness. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and his steps paused. Far away, a man and a woman walked together. Among them, the woman had a beautiful appearance and an elegant temperament. She chatted and laughed with the men beside her, just like a perfect couple. It was the Willow Warbler. Willow Warbler also saw him. Eyes met. Guhan looked indifferent, while Lu Ying frowned slightly, seeming a little surprised. Once. One is the #1 genius in Tianwu City. One is the most beautiful woman in Tianwu City. Everyone thought they were a couple, even the city lord Lu Yuan wanted to bring them together. And with her deliberate approach, she developed a close friendship with Guhan. Certainly. These all happened before Guhan was deposed. Kindness. Her expression was caught by the man next to her. Why, do you know him? Not very familiar. Luing shook her head, as if she didn't want to talk about Guhan anymore. But you, the seventh prince, are of noble status, but I didn't expect you to come to this small Tianwu city. Ahem. The seventh prince coughed lightly a few times. Although Tianwu city is small, the savage forest stretches for thousands of miles, and there are countless spiritual materials and precious medicines. It just so happens that Elder Shui came here to look for medicine. Ahem, I just followed him to join in the fun. Mr. Shui. Could it be that divine Dr. Shui? It was difficult for Lu Ying to keep calm anymore. Dr. Shui was a man of profound cultivation and extraordinary medical skills. He was also humble and kind-hearted, and had a great reputation in the Great Qi dynasty. Good. The seventh prince coughed a few more times, his face turning sickly pale. It's the old man. While talking, he looked towards the direction of the savage forest with a dim gaze. Hope. I hope Mr. Shui can find a solution this time. I can no longer delay the recovery of the cold poison in my body. It's getting dark. As Guhan continued to move forward, he was also carefully sensing the changes in his body. Although his cultivation level was only at the 4th level of Qi condensation, it seemed that because his new meridians were too magical, the spiritual power in his body was much purer and more condensed than before. Natural. The power of his attack at this time was far higher than that of the 4th level of Qi condensation. Roar. Suddenly, a roar sounded not far away. Guhan paused. Monster. Brush. The next moment, a demonic wolf over 3 feet long appeared in front of him. His eyes were full of bloodthirstiness and cruelty, saliva kept dripping from his fangs, and he stared at Guhan. First level monster. Same as human race. There are naturally different grades among monsters. Level 1, Level 2, corresponding to the various realms of human cultivators. According to rumors, if a demon beast evolves to a high level, it can transform into a human form and call itself a demon. In addition to the innate magical powers in its own blood, it can also practice all kinds of secret techniques of the human race, becoming extremely powerful. Guhan naturally had never seen it. The highest level of monsters he had seen in the savage forest was level 3, which corresponded exactly to the Tongqiao realm of the human race. Roar. The demon wolf roared again, leaving a trail of afterimage, and pounced towards Guhan. Ah. Asha was awakened instantly and became very anxious. Master, be careful. Fine. Guhan said in a deep voice, hold on tight. Brush. As he spoke, he raised the sword in his hand and slashed towards the wolf demon. On the blade, a barely visible light flashed by. Puff. A soft sound. The demon wolf didn't even make a sound before being cut in half by the sword. The cut is incredibly smooth. Just like a mirror. Guhan raised his sword and looked at the blade full of gaps, seeming to be thinking about something. This broken sword. It was what Gu Tian found beside him when he picked him up. It was the only clue to his life experience, so he always regarded the sword as a treasure and never left it over the years. And just now, the spiritual power in his body actually resonated faintly with the sword. The matter couldn't be clearer. Dian Sword Sutra. It has been hidden in this sword all along. And that golden seal. Master. On his back, Asha's little face was full of surprise. You were so awesome just now. Is that so? Guhan withdrew his thoughts, touched her little head and smiled gently. Are you hungry? Master will give it to you. Okay. He was about to clean up the wolf's body when his expression suddenly changed. Putting Asha gently down, he looked into the distant twilight with a cold face. Come out. Tisk, TSK, TSK. A teasing voice came over. It seems that my pill has helped young Master Goo recover a lot from his injuries. I wonder what young Master Goo will give me to thank me. While talking, a fat figure walked out from the shadows. It turned out to be the fat owner of the medicine shop during the day. Huh. Asha naturally recognized him. Is that you? Asha, do you know him? Yes. Asha was somewhat happy. Master, he is a good man. He gave me the elixir. She was innocent and thought that others had helped her even though she was clearly cheated. She happily recounted what had happened during the day. Is that so? Guhan narrowed his eyes. You even lied to Asha. It seems that you are really a scumbag. Hee hee. The fat shopkeeper didn't care. Based on what Master Goo has done, I'm afraid he has no right to criticize me. I didn't expect that Master Goo, who is already disabled, still has such a valuable thing as a beast core on him. If you are smart, quickly hand over all the remaining beast cores on you, and I can consider letting you go. If you don't cooperate, Master Goo. While talking, he approached slowly. The aura radiating from his body showed that he had reached the 8th level of chi condensation. Now everyone in the city knows that Guhan is a useless man. He thinks he has Guhan in his hands, so he naturally appears fearless. You want a beast core? There was murderous intent in Guhan's eyes. Then exchange your life for it. Go Father Goo Tian. The maid Asha. They are the only two relatives in his life, and also his Achilles heel. Once his reverse scale is revealed, he will naturally be greeted with endless anger and murderous intent. Court death. The fat shopkeeper sneered and rushed towards Guhan at a speed that was extremely inconsistent with his body. Then I'll grant your wish. Opposite. The little spiritual power in Guhan's meridians has been running to the extreme, and a faint light suddenly appears on the black sword body. In a flash, the two figures passed each other. Puff. A slight sound. You. The fat shopkeeper's body froze, a line of blood quickly spread across his neck, and he fell forward. Behind him, Guhan's figure swayed. His cultivation level has not yet recovered, and there are 4 small realms between him and his opponent. To kill his opponent with one strike, he naturally had to go all out and consumed a lot of energy. Master. Asha's face was full of worry. Are you okay? Walk. Guhan did not dare to delay for a moment. He found the wolf demon's core and looted the fat shopkeeper's body. Then he carried Asha on his back and headed towards the savage forest. He naturally understood. Now, it's not just the fat shopkeeper who is targeting him. It's late at night. It has been a long time since Guhan left. The fat shopkeeper's corpse naturally attracted many vultures that love to eat carrion, and they came to eat it. Hulala. Suddenly, the vultures flew away in all directions in an instant. In the darkness of night, dozens of figures approached quickly. Commander Goo. After one of them checked the bodies of the fat shopkeeper and the wolf demon, he looked behind him. The wound is smooth, just like how Qian Fu and the others died. It's him. Commander Goo's gaze fell on the wild forest in the distance. He must be hiding in there, chase him. Commander, the savage forest is so huge, and there are monsters everywhere. With just the people we have to chase after that too. Commander Goo took a deep breath. Have you forgotten the young master's instructions? Catch him and kill him without mercy. Yes. The wild forest is vast and boundless. Just the outer area is covered with jungles and surrounded by mountains. There are countless monsters and poisonous insects. Every year, a large number of monks die there. And the deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. As for the innermost part, no one knows what's inside. Maybe someone has been there, but no one has ever come out alive. Certainly. It is precisely because of this unique environment. The wild forest is home to countless spiritual materials, precious medicines, and valuable minerals. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it is, many casual cultivators still choose to come here to try their luck. Moreover, even if they cannot find any elixirs, the beast cores from the monsters are still of great value. Puff. In a remote dense forest, Guhan casually killed a first-level monster, occupied its nest, and then carefully put Asha down. Master. Asha pulled the wound and cried in pain. It hurts so much. Silly girl. Guhan felt both amused and distressed. She carried me for such a long distance without saying a word. I didn't expect that now that she was temporarily safe, her originally weak character was exposed. Wait a minute. He soothed softly. I'll treat your injuries right away. Okay. Suddenly, his expression tightened. Master, what's wrong? Someone is talking. I didn't hear it. There is someone. As a cultivator, Guhan's hearing was naturally far superior to that of an ordinary person, and he sensed it carefully. It seems like he is cursing. Broken. As if he had noticed the source of the sound, his expression instantly darkened. That curse sound. It came from his mind. Damn it. Why is my hand so rude? Why touch that broken sword? Deep in the space of consciousness. Inside a sword prison about 10 feet in radius. A black shadow whose face could not be seen stared blankly at the prison cell in front of it, its tone full of despair and regret. That's great. I don't know how long it will take for me to escape from this damn place. It's not like he hasn't tried to attack the sword prison before. Only. Although this sword prison seemed ordinary, every time he tried to rush out, a pure sword intent would fall down and cut off part of his soul power. Previously. Just a few collisions. The soul power of this remnant soul was reduced by 1/3, so he naturally didn't dare to try it again. Well. He was filled with remorse. The moment he saw the sword intent, he understood. Not to mention that he only had a remnant soul left, even if his original body was here and his cultivation was at the peak, he would definitely not be able to block the sword that could almost cut off the avenue. Too greedy. If I had known this earlier, I would have chosen the one called Guhan. Although his aptitude is extremely poor and his body is not compatible with mine, but it is still much better than being trapped in this hellhole. Could it be? After a long time, he sighed dejectedly, slowly opened his big hands, and a magical golden seal lay quietly in his palm. Is this thing really not meant for me? It's all that little bastard's fault. See the gold seal. He thought of Guhan. Damn it. He has such a heaven-defying sword tradition by his side, but he was beaten into that state. He is such a loser. Not to mention that he is a loser himself, he also caused me to be beaten as well. While cursing. He felt a little regretful again. What a pity. His body is a perfect match for me. What you have in your hand. Caught off guard. A cold voice sounded from behind him. What is it? Who? The black shadow's heart trembled, and he quickly turned around, only to see a young man with a stern expression and eyes full of fear and vigilance standing outside the sword prison. If it's not Guhan, then who else could it be? It's you. See Guhan. The black shadow's eyes turned red and he was so angry that he almost cursed. Little bastard. You betrayed me, yet you still dare to appear in front of me. This gentleman. Forget it, just endure it. He was naturally aware of his situation. Although he had not seen the Dayan Sword Sutra with his own eyes, just from looking at this sword prison one could tell how terrifying the inheritance that Guhan had obtained was. No matter how powerful and fierce he was outside, here, he was just a piece of fish for Guhan to slaughter. Young people. He had his hands behind his back and spoke in a calm tone, looking unfathomable. You're finally here. Guhan looked at him coldly without saying anything. How? The shadow just pretended not to notice his expression. Are you satisfied with the inheritance I gave you? You. Guhan finally spoke. What on earth is that thing? The black shadow trembled and almost burst into a curse. He is the lord of the 9th layer demon realm, with 72 demon generals under his command, and he controls trillions of creatures. He is the supreme demon king who can shake the starry sky with just a stomp of his feet. How could he be humiliated by a tiny ant? Young people. He suppressed his anger and spoke in a bad tone. Be polite to your benefactor. Benefactor. Good. The shadow snorted softly. I am the lord of the 9-layered demon realm, the supreme demon lord. However, I was ambushed and came to this continent unexpectedly. When I saw you seriously injured and dying, I showed up specially to give you a great fortune and inheritance. Isn't this your benefactor? That great evolution sword scripture, is it yours? What a big, ahem, yes, it was created by me. The golden seal on your hand. This is a supreme divine object, and a wisp of my soul is placed in it. I see. Guhan nodded. So, you want to take over my body? With a click. The shadow's heart skipped a beat. Young people. He flew into a rage. How can you confuse right and wrong like this? I am. No need to pretend. Guhan spoke in a bad tone. Just now, from beginning to end, I heard every word you said clearly. Gutian, golden seal, flesh body. He is not a fool. After hearing these words, how could he not understand what happened? There are people with great supernatural powers in the world. Not only are they extremely powerful, but they can also be reborn with a drop of blood. Even if their physical body is completely destroyed, they can entrust a wisp of their remaining soul to various magical objects. Once they find a suitable body, they can be reborn through the body and live another life. Commonly known as taking over someone else's body. The shadow was speechless. He wanted to slap himself twice. Nasty hands. You have a mean mouth. Why, nothing to say. Boy. The black shadow became angry out of shame. Don't say such harsh words. You were about to die, and your body just happened to be compatible with my soul. I made use of it. What's wrong with that? Waste utilization. Guhanchi smiled. Even though he is trapped, he is still so arrogant and domineering. He is definitely not a good person. In heart. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. Buzz. As if sensing his intention, the sword cage trembled slightly, and a tiny sword intent suddenly fell and instantly sank into the black shadow's body. Ah! A scream. A transparent hole as thick as a thumb suddenly appeared on his body. Kindness. Guhan was stunned for a moment. It turns out that I can control this sword prison. The mind changes. Puff. Another sword intent fell. Puff puff puff. Immediately afterwards, sword intent surged out from the sword prison one after another, almost stabbing the black shadow into a sieve. Boy. The black shadow immediately realized something was wrong. You, what are you doing? Stop it now. Puff. There was no way Guhan would listen to him, and another sword intent fell. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Puff. Boy. Don't be so ungrateful. If you make me angry, don't blame me for being ruthless. Puff. You bastard. I'm going to kill you, ah. Puff. Gradually. The shadow's voice became weaker and weaker, and its shape became more and more transparent. But the opposite. However, Guhan felt that he was becoming more and more energetic, his spiritual perception was becoming sharper and sharper, and even his control over his cultivation and body was far better than before. Of course he didn't notice. The part of the black shadow that was cut off, after being condensed and extracted by the sword intent, turned into strands of extremely pure soul power, which continuously penetrated into his body. In the cultivation world, there is a theorem. It is easy to cultivate magical powers and secret techniques, but improving soul power is the most difficult. Apart from a few secret techniques in the world, ordinary cultivators can only use hard work to constantly use their bodies and cultivation to replenish their souls in order to get a little improvement. Even if it's just a remnant soul. But the Black Shadow's original body's cultivation was extremely high, and his soul was naturally extremely powerful. Even just a trace of soul power would be of great benefit to Guhan. Now, the strength of Guhan's soul power is almost more than twice that of ordinary cultivators. He had a vague feeling. Although his cultivation base has not improved at all, his control over his cultivation base has reached perfection, to the point of being accurate to the millimeter. If I face that fat shopkeeper again, in an instant, he can be killed without any injury. Outer room. not far from the cave where Guhan was resting. Look. A Goo family guard pointed at the monster corpse on the ground. Another one. Look at the wound, it must have been done by Guhan. The guard who was traveling with him had a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Besides, the monster died not long ago, he must be nearby. Go inform Commander Goo. I will follow him closely and leave marks along the way. This time, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Good. In the space of consciousness, Guhan naturally didn't know what was happening outside. At this time, his soul power continued to increase, and he gradually became immersed in it. Puff. Puff. However, all the sword intent that should have fallen was not missed. Wait. After a long time, the black shadow finally couldn't hold on any longer and gave in. At this moment, his figure was transparent, his voice was weak, and he had long lost his previous arrogance. Small. Hey, young man, stop it first. I want to have a negotiation with you. How about that? Puff. Another sword intent fell. Guhan slowly opened his eyes, but he had no intention of forgiving him at all. Aren't you going to take my body? This is just a misunderstanding. The Great Freedom Demonic Sutra in the Golden Seal not only harmed my adoptive father, but also almost harmed me. The Black Shadow was speechless. Even when I was at the peak of my cultivation, I would not dare to practice the Great Freedom Demonic Scripture. You and your foster father are just mere ants, ahem. You are not strong enough in cultivation and concentration, but you insist on forcing yourself to comprehend. How can you blame me for this? Are you giving in? The shadow stopped talking. The dignified demon lord. He naturally didn't want to be soft to an ant like Guhan, and he didn't want to live without dignity. Only. In the face of such great hatred, he doesn't want anything. If he doesn't take revenge, he will die with regret. Are you convinced? I'm convinced. Want to live? Want to live? Why aren't you crazy anymore? Guhan sneered. Actually, I still like your previous rebellious look. Recover from it. The Black Shadow finally broke through the defense completely and started cursing non-stop. You bastard. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. I have been gifted since childhood. I have fought in battles all my life and never lost a battle. I have even cultivated to the 6 supreme realms and my name is known all over the stars. Which of the 72 demon generals under my command is not famous and has frightened countless strong men? Now I am in a desperate situation and I am being humiliated by a tiny ant like you. You, just kill me. After saying. He didn't move, but he didn't speak again. Unexpected. The imagined sword intent did not fall on him. Just. Guhan frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. What exactly is this extreme state you are talking about? Are you sure it's him? From the wound, it looks exactly the same as before. It must be him. Good. Commander Goo nodded. Well done. He was able to kill a first-level monster so cleanly and neatly. I think his strength has recovered a lot. You were right not to act rashly. Next, I will deal with him myself. Yes. The so-called extreme state. In the space of consciousness, the Black Shadow regained his previous calm and confident appearance and spoke to Guhan with ease. It is a special realm hidden outside the ordinary realm. How can a weak cultivator like you who has just started practicing and is as weak as an ant know about it? Moreover, even if those who know about the extreme realm want to cultivate it, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Back then, Get to the point. The Black Shadow choked and said unhappily, in short, it is extremely difficult. Not every realm has it. And to cultivate to this realm, in addition to spending a long time and energy, luck is also a huge factor. Just now, he reached an agreement with Guhan. He told Guhan the method of cultivation to the ultimate state, in exchange for Guhan letting him go. Therefore, even though I feel aggrieved, he still told the truth. Condensing chi, opening the acupoints, and communicating with the spirit, these realms seem to end at the 9th level, but in fact, the 10th level is the end. This is what I just said about the ultimate realm. To surpass the 9th level is to break the shackles of the Great Way. You can imagine how difficult it is. Back then. What about the back? Guhan interrupted him rudely. You. The shadow was furious. Didn't you just say that you are only at the chi condensation stage? What's the point of knowing so much? Young people should not aim too high, and being down to earth is the right thing to do. Okay then. Guhan didn't ask any more questions. First tell me how to achieve the ultimate state of chi condensation. He naturally knew what the other person was thinking. I purposely didn't tell him the whole story, so that he wouldn't act rashly due to his curiosity and desire to become stronger. In fact, Guhan had intended to keep his promise. With Jianlao there, the Black Shadow couldn't do anything. Besides, his origin was extraordinary, so keeping him alive would be more useful than killing him. The ultimate state of chi condensation is not difficult. Seeing that Guhan stopped asking questions, the Black Shadow secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The usual method of cultivation is to draw the chi into the body. When the spiritual energy fills the main meridians of the whole body, it is the 9th level. After that, you can open the meridians and enter the next level. And the ultimate state is to not open the meridians, but continue to draw chi into the body. When the spiritual energy in the meridians is compressed to the extreme and transformed from spiritual energy into spiritual liquid, it will be considered a success. Think about it. His tone was full of temptation. You are fighting against someone of the same realm. Your spiritual power concentration is several times higher than that of the other person. How can he fight you? Haha, let alone someone of the same realm, even an ordinary Kaimai realm person may not have as much spiritual power stored in his body as you. Putting aside the magical powers and secret techniques, you can kill him with spiritual power alone. Several times. Guhan was somewhat fascinated. If you can really cultivate it, not only will you be able to lay a solid foundation for your future cultivation, but your combat power will also be greatly enhanced. Then what? He calmed down and asked again. No more. No more. Is it that simple? Hee, it's that simple. You don't have to be suspicious. I am such a lowly person, how could I deceive a lowly person like you? Ahem, just focus on your cultivation. If you have any problems, just come to me. Good. Guhan nodded. I'll trust you just once. The life and death of the Black Shadow depends on his decision, so he is not afraid of the other party's tricks. Seeing that the matter was settled, he did not stay any longer. He was still a little worried about leaving Asha alone outside. Hee. See Guhan leave. The Black Shadow suddenly sneered. Sure enough, he is still young. Of course the method is correct, and it is indeed the easiest state to achieve. But if you have not used various spiritual medicines to strengthen and expand your meridians since childhood, and if you have not had a master carefully protect you so that your meridians can carry a large amount of spiritual energy, who among ordinary people would dare to do this? Boy, wait for your body to explode and die. When you die, I will be able to escape from this predicament completely. Inside the cave, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. Asha had exhausted too much energy and had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her beautiful eyelashes trembled from time to time, as if she was worried about Guhan's safety even in her dream. Didn't bother her. Guhan took out the fat shopkeeper's storage bag. Just about to open. Kindness. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Someone. Right nearby. Before, he naturally did not have such clear insight, but after being nourished by the Black Shadow's soul power, his spiritual perception was greatly enhanced, and all movements around the cave could not escape his perception. He could even clearly hear the sound of the grass swaying in the wind. Glanced at the sleeping Asha. He quietly walked out of the cave. Under a giant tree with gnarled roots that are about 10 feet thick. The Goo family guard carefully left a secret mark on the ground and then quietly hid himself. It's confirmed. Guhan is right in front. As long as Commander Goo arrives in time, I will have done a great job. Strangeness. He was still somewhat confused. His cultivation has clearly been destroyed by the clan elders, and even his meridians are gone. How is it possible that? Suddenly, a piece of sword blade gently pressed against his back. Who? He turned around suddenly, only to meet Guhan's eyes that were full of grimness and murderous intent. Guhan. Sure enough, I knew you guys wouldn't give up. Guhan's sword moved forward about an inch. How long have you been here? Guhan, I advise you to surrender. Commander Goo will soon, The sword flashed. An arm fell to the ground instantly. I asked you, how long have you been here? Not long, not long. How many people are here? 10, a dozen. Good. Guhan nodded. Go down and wait for them first. Puff. The sword flashed with light again, and the head and body were separated. He knew this guard, who was only at the 5th level of chi condensation, so it was effortless for him to kill him. Commander Goo. He let out a breath, feeling a little scared. If his spiritual perception had not greatly increased at this moment, he would never have been able to find the trace of this guard. And Commander Goo is a master at the 8th level of Kai Mai. If I wait for him to arrive, with my current level of cultivation, I will definitely not be his opponent. By then, everything will be over. Time. With time, there will be cultivation. Think of this. He did not delay any longer, simply packed up and immediately returned to the cave. With the dazed Asha on his back, he moved his body rapidly and rushed towards the depths of the wild forest. Most of them are 2nd-level monsters. At the same time, it is also the place where many wandering cultivators linger. Not long after Guhan left, Commander Goo also followed the marks left by the guard and tracked him to this place. He just died. It was indeed he who did it. After checking the body of the guard, he left a secret mark and carefully searched for any clues left by Guhan, and chased forward. As we go deeper and deeper, the jungle became increasingly dense, even blocking most of the light from above, making the already dim jungle look even more eerie and terrifying. Along the way, Guhan naturally met a lot of people. Some were alone, some were in groups of 3 or 5. Most of them were at the Kai Mai realm or above, and they were the many independent cultivators from the vicinity of Tianwu City. Guhan has a keen sense of perception. Naturally, he could feel the dangerous gaze in everyone's eyes. But no one acted rashly. To kill people and steal treasures, you must first understand the opponent's strength. Someone like Guhan, who dares to wander around in the wild forest with a little girl on his back, must be very difficult to deal with. I don't know how much time passed. Gradually, I could no longer see anyone around me. The dark green vegetation on the ground also changed its monotonous color and was mixed with a hint of fiery red. The further forward you go, the darker the fire red. At the same time, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted from the front. Master. Asha woke up in a daze. So warm, so fragrant. Guhan had naturally noticed it long ago. Although he had often come to the savage forest before, this was the first time he had seen such a strange sight. But even a fool would understand this situation. Front. There is a magic medicine. And judging from the situation, this elixir is definitely extremely precious. At this moment, he was eager to improve his cultivation. Apart from a dozen yuan crystals obtained from the fat shopkeeper and the guards, he had nothing else on him. When he came across such a treasure, he naturally would not let it go easily. Slow down. He approached the front cautiously. This place is not secret. He doesn't believe that those wandering cultivators are blind and cannot find out what is wrong here. The only reason. It is very dangerous here, so dangerous that no one dares to come here. As if to verify his guess, after walking forward for a distance, the hairs on his body suddenly stood up and a warning sign arose in his spiritual sense. Danger. Run away. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Master. Sensing Guhan's abnormality, Asha also became nervous. What's wrong? Fine. Guhan glanced around and found no trace of monsters, then he gently put her down. You take a rest first, I'll go take a look ahead. He naturally understood. If you want to survive, you have to fight hard. Now that Commander Goo was chasing him closely, he had no time at all to pick those ordinary spiritual herbs. Besides, with so many people gathered here, those spiritual herbs would have probably been looted long ago, so how could he have a share? Master. Seeing the solemn expression on Guhan's face, Asha's heart tightened. Ahead. Guhan slowly walked forward for a distance. The fragrance became stronger and stronger, and the warning sign in his spiritual sense became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Guhan stopped instantly. 100 feet away. On a 2-foot-tall tree that is completely dark, strangely shaped, and bare without any leaves, a bright red fruit the size of a baby's fist sways gently in the wind, spreading its warmth and fragrance to the surroundings. Just took a breath. Guhan felt a surge of heat entering his body, and even his own spiritual power became active. Baby. It is definitely a rare treasure. Only. But he did not act rashly, and even his breathing became lighter. It was because on the branch of the small tree, there was a small snake that was as thick as a thumb, about 1 foot long, and completely fiery red. And the warning signs within the spiritual perception. It comes from it. Although this little snake looked inconspicuous, its power surpassed that of any third-level monster he had seen before. Level 4. This little snake is definitely a 4th-level monster. Even higher. Guhan made a judgment instantly. No wonder. Not only does no one dare to come here, even the monsters have disappeared. It's all because of the intimidation of this little snake. It was also at this time. She seemed to have noticed his gaze. On the branch, the little snake suddenly opened its eyes, and its pair of cold vertical pupils locked onto him. Hiss. Guhan's action seemed to anger it. It spit out its bright red tongue, which turned directly into a red light and bit towards Guhan at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Guhan. The snow-white fangs were extremely sinister, and a fishy and strong smell rushed towards me. Can't run away. Let's do it. In a flash. Guhan only had time to come up with this thought. At this moment, his spiritual perception that was far superior to that of an ordinary person once again helped him a lot. Although the little snake was too fast, he could barely capture its flight trajectory. Brush. Without any hesitation. He drew out his sword, and the little spiritual power in his body surged out wildly, and he slashed at the little snake's neck. There. It's actually its Achilles heel. Hiss. A hint of human-like fear appeared in the little snake's blood-red vertical pupils. It twisted its body slightly and avoided the vital points in an instant. Clang. The sound of golden bells colliding was heard. Sparks flew from the scales of the little snake, and a deep white mark appeared in an instant. Besides, no more damage. As for Guhan, his entire right arm had lost all feeling, it was trembling non-stop, and he was even a little unsteady in holding the long sword. Hiss. Under the pain of eating. The little snake became ferocious, twisted its body again, and instantly bit Guhan's mouth. Pain. Hot. In an instant, the toxin was injected into his body, and an unbearable heat that almost ignited him spread along the wound to his arm, and that arm also turned red in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the poison of fire spreads throughout the body. Flesh, bones, internal organs. Consciousness gradually blurred. But Guhan gritted his teeth to keep the last trace of clarity in his mind. He held the sword in his left hand and kept slashing at the little snake's body. Clang. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere, the little snake was in unbearable pain, and a fierce light flashed in its eyes. More fire poison was injected into Guhan's body. Very quickly. The fire poison spread to the meridians. It was also at this time. A sudden change occurs. Not only were the newly formed meridians not corroded, but the silver dots dotted on them suddenly lit up and transformed into tiny, barely visible whirlpools, which actually continued to attract the fire poison in the body. Under the filtration of the vortex, There was not a drop of toxin left in the fire poison, only extremely pure spiritual power remained, constantly flowing in the meridians. In an instant, Guhan's cultivation level improved at an incredible speed. The 5th level of chi condensation. The 6th level. The 7th level. Soon, he arrived at the 9th level and was about to break through the meridian barriers and enter the meridian opening realm. Can't break through. The burning sensation in his body gradually dissipated, and Guhan's eyes became clearer and clearer. When he sensed something unusual in his body, he made a decision instantly. Such an opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. The extreme. Right now. He did not even bother to think about the cause of this sudden change. His mind was tense and he tightly sealed the gates of his meridians, locking more and more spiritual energy in the meridians. The little snake's grade was too high, far surpassing Guhan's. The fire poison is the condensation of its essence, and the spiritual energy it transforms into is naturally massive. Soon, waves of mild distending pain kept coming from the meridians. If it were an ordinary person, he would not be able to hold on until this moment, and would be destroyed by the violent spiritual energy that broke through his meridians, causing his body to explode and die. However, Guhan's reshaped meridians were extremely tough, and several times wider than those of ordinary people. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, it was far from his limit. I don't know how much time passed. After the little snake had spit out all the fire poison, it had already fallen to the ground, motionless and extremely weak. It no longer had its previous ferocity and brutality. The swelling and pain in Guhan's meridians also suddenly weakened. The vast amount of misty spiritual energy now turned into a trickle, flowing quietly through the meridians. Liquid spiritual power. The 10th level of chi condensation. Call. Guhan exhaled lightly, slowly stood up, and carefully sensed the changes in his body. Is this the ultimate realm? Although the liquid spiritual power is only 1/5 the thickness of a thumb, if converted into total amount, it is almost 5 times that of a cultivator at the same level, and even much more than the ordinary 5th or 6th level of meridian opening. Not to mention, the purity of his spiritual power is now far greater than before. Sure enough, it's very strong. Although I am still only at the chi condensation stage, those who have reached the 5th or 6th level of meridian opening are definitely no match for me. That guy didn't lie to me. This extreme state is not that difficult. Only. After taking a look at the little red snake on the ground, he felt secretly scared. Next time, you must not be so reckless. After thinking about it carefully, he understood the cause and effect. Although this little red snake is of high grade, its main means of attack is the fire poison. If it is used against ordinary people, even a master in the Tongqiao realm would not dare to confront it head-on. But facing Guhan's magical meridians, it was born to meet its nemesis. It could not exert even 10% of its full strength. How could it not be defeated? Only if it were any other monster. I'm afraid he would have been torn into pieces by now, and it would be impossible for him to turn a disaster into a blessing and get this great opportunity. Hiss. Just as Guhan was feeling emotional, the little red snake seemed to have recovered some strength. It spit out its tongue, and its blood-red eyes were full of resentment. As fast as lightning, it pounced towards Guhan's face. Its target was Guhan's eyes. Only. It underestimated Guhan's spiritual perception. The moment it stood up, Guhan had already reacted. Brush. A swing of the long sword. The liquid spiritual power in his body suddenly surged out, circulated in a mysterious trajectory, and completely sank into the sword. And the speed at which he drew his sword. It is also more than twice as fast as before. This time he aimed at the little snake's weak spot. The little snake was seriously injured, while Guhan's cultivation level improved greatly. As the two sides gained strength, their speeds became almost equal. Buzz. With the blessing of endless spiritual power, a 3-inch sword light actually emerged from the missing tip of the long sword. Laugh. A slight sound. Just when the little snake was still half a foot away from Guhan's face, the long sword instantly cut its vital point. The defense here was much weaker than the rest of its body, so it was easily cut by the long sword. A stream of hot blood spurted out, and its slender body was instantly cut into 2 pieces. It fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Just. Guhan looked at the sword in his hand. Is that the Great Evolution Sword Chi? As his mind turned, the spiritual power in his body began to circulate again according to the records in the Dian Sword Sutra. In an instant, the 3-inch-long sword light reappeared, replacing the missing tip of the sword. As his spiritual power continued to surge out, the sword light became longer and longer, until it was half a foot long. At this moment, the spiritual power in his body was reduced by 1/5. Brush. With a swing of the long sword, the sword light instantly shot out, turning into a sword energy, and slashed towards a blue-gray boulder not far away. Without any hindrance, the sword energy flashed past and directly penetrated into the distant mountain wall, leaving behind an unfathomable tiny hole. A moment later, the huge rock suddenly split into 2 pieces and rolled to the side. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Indestructible. Nothing is unbreakable. Guhan took a deep breath and tightly gripped the sword in his hand. This Great Evolution Sword scripture is indeed powerful. With my 10th level Chi condensation, I can only cultivate 1 sword energy. I don't know what it will be like if I cultivate 49 sword energy. Retract your thoughts. He put the snake's body into his storage bag and walked towards the small tree. With the spiritual fruit, your own cultivation will definitely be greatly improved. And every time you improve your cultivation, you are closer to the moment of revenge. The closer we are. Master, run, whoa. Suddenly, a scream came from a distance. Oh no. Guhan could naturally tell that it was Asha's voice. He did not even bother to pick the spiritual fruits. The spiritual power in his body surged out, and his footsteps were as fast as the wind as he kept rushing towards the source of the sound. In a moment, he rushed into the dense forest. There stood a middle-aged man, covering Asha's mouth tightly with his big hands, preventing her from speaking. It was Commander Goo who had been chasing us all the way. Gu Tao. When he saw Commander Goo, Guhan's eyes instantly turned red. Let her go. Guhan. Commander Goo loosened his hand, stared at Guhan up and down, frowning slightly. Your injuries have really recovered, I said. Guhan pressed forward step by step. You let her go. Good. Commander Goo suddenly laughed. Guhan, still the same Guhan. If you capture this girl, it's like you're capturing your life. While talking, he placed his big hand gently on Asha's neck. The meaning is self-evident. You. Guhan suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and stopped. What do you want? Naturally it's your life. Commander Goo said slowly. The young master said that he will go to Daki Martial Academy in a month. During this time, he does not want to be bothered by you, the men who killed his father. Do you understand? Patricide. A trace of sadness flashed across Guhan's eyes. You believe this? You were promoted by my adoptive father and are his trusted brother. I have always treated you as an elder since I was a child. Do you think I would be so crazy as to kill my adoptive father? Guhan. Commander Goo shook his head. You are still the same as before, so naive. While talking, he waved his hand and took out a spear from the storage ring. The spear body was red and engraved with countless runes. It looked much better than the sword in Guhan's hand. Fire Cloud Spear. Guhan was shocked. Why is my foster father's Fire Cloud Spear in your hands? No merit, no reward. Commander Goo had a blank expression on his face. This gun is naturally the reward I deserve. Turn out to be. Guhan knew exactly what he meant, and he spoke each word with a voice as heavy as tears of blood. You also had a hand in harming my adoptive father. People always have to move up, right? I have followed Gu Tian diligently for so many years, and what I want is, not just a small position of commander. You ungrateful bastard, I'm going to kill you. Stop. Commander Goo exerted a little force with his hands. If you come here, she will die. Although he had reached the 8th level of Kaimai cultivation at this time, Guhan opposite him always gave him a sense of extreme danger. He is a cautious person. Naturally, they would not let go of Asha, this important bargaining chip. Master. Asha burst into tears. Whoa. Leave me alone, you, just run away. In her simple mind, Guhan had just recovered from a serious injury and was naturally no match for Commander Goo. Go ahead. Guhan suddenly calmed down. What do you want? Of course I want you to die. Commander Goo sneered. Put down the sword first, then, Suddenly. He cried out in pain. But it was Asha who bit his hand with all his strength. Fool. He flew into a rage. I'll kill you. The big hand exerted a little force, and Asha's little face turned red instantly, but she was determined to die, so she didn't let go at all, but bit even harder than before. She hates. Hate my own uselessness. I hate Commander Goo's meanness even more. All the grievances and sadness accumulated over these days burst out at this moment. A pair of large eyes with distinct black and white stared at Commander Goo, but they were less confused and dazed, and more profound and weird. Suddenly he met her gaze. Commander Goo suddenly looked dazed for a moment. Right at this moment. Gu Tao. A cold voice sounded from the other side, like the icy ground from the abyss. How dare you? As the voice fell, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the dark forest. Commander Goo also woke up instantly. Only. That light is too fast. It was so fast that he had no time to react. He just caught a glimpse of the light out of the corner of his eye and it was already in front of him. Dian sword energy. In a flash, the sword energy instantly swept across his left shoulder, then sank into the depths of the dense forest, disappearing without a trace. This. He was completely stunned. What on earth is this? Before he could finish his words, blood gushed out, and his left shoulder and left arm were completely separated from his body. At this point. He then felt a sharp pain, his body tilted and he half knelt on the ground. And Guhan. He also stepped forward and gently held Asha in his arms. Master. Asha's voice was a little weak. I'm sorry, Asha, I have caused you trouble. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left you here alone. Master, Asha is so tired. Then get some sleep. Guhan gently touched her head. When you wake up, I'll make you something delicious. Good. The words were not finished. She had fallen into a deep sleep. Gently putting her down, Guhan slowly walked in front of Commander Goo, who had a pale face. You deserve to die. Guhan, Are you worthy enough to take my foster father's gun? Puff. With a flash of sword light, the spear and Commander Goo's right arm fell to the ground instantly. Guhan. He endured the piercing pain and raised his head with difficulty, his pale face covered with cold sweat. I know I was wrong. I also know I deserve to die. But, we have been friends for so many years. When you were little, you rode on my neck every day. You haven't forgotten it, right? So. Guhan had no expression on his face. You want me to let you go? Okay. If you lend me something, I'll agree to it. What? Commander Goo's face lit up with joy. Okay. I can give you anything you want. Fire Cloud Spear. Just take it. I am not worthy of using it. Wrong. Guhan shook his head. I want to borrow your head to commemorate my adoptive father. Puff. The words fell. A flash of sword energy passed by, and Commander Goo's head fell to the ground instantly, with a hint of joy still remaining in his eyes. Godfather. Guhan bowed deeply to the spear. This is the first one. None of those who harmed you will be able to escape. Want to go to Daki Martial Academy? He glanced into the distance with a grim look on his face. In 1 month, you will all pay for my foster father's life. Waste. Asshole. In the main hall of the Goo family. Guyan was furious when he saw Commander Goo's corpse lying in front of him. If you can't even deal with Guhan, what's the point of keeping you around? Below. Several guards were trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. That's enough. Above. Gu Chang gave Gu Yang a cold look. When faced with a major event, stay calm. Don't forget the principles I taught you. Yes, Grandpa. I ask you. Gu Chang's gaze turned and fell on several guards. Did you see Guhan kill Gu Tao with your own eyes? This. I didn't see it, but Commander Goo's wound. Father. Beside Gu Yang. A middle-aged man suddenly spoke. There's something strange. Guhan was a useless person yesterday, but today he has the strength to kill Gu Tao, so. He is Gu Yang's biological father, Gu Cheng. Back off. Gu Cheng waved his hand and ordered the guards to leave. If it was really him who did it, he was able to recover his strength in just one day and even had the strength to kill Commander Goo. It must be because of the golden seal. But. Gu Cheng frowned. We all saw it that day. Gu Tian was so mad that he didn't recognize his relatives. How could he possibly give the golden seal to Guhan? I was careless. Gu Chang's eyes were dim. We only saw him going crazy, but we don't know to what extent he went crazy. Maybe, he still had some last moments of clarity. We were all deceived by him. Dad. If the golden seal is really in Guhan's hands, will he go crazy like Gu Tian? It's possible. Gu Chang's eyes were dim. Of course, crazy or not, this scourge must be eliminated. I made a mistake once, and I must not make it a second time. Immediately issue a bounty to the independent cultivators in the savage forest. Guhan disobeyed his father and killed his clansmen indiscriminately, and he has no remorse. Anyone who captures him, regardless of life or death, will be rewarded with 2,000 yuan crystals and a top-grade spiritual weapon. Grandfather. Gu Yang felt a little distressed. So much. 2,000 yuan crystals were close to his resource quota for half a year. The magic weapons in the world are naturally divided into different grades. Magical weapons, spiritual weapons, treasure weapons, mysterious weapons, are also divided into low, medium, high and top quality. As for top-grade spiritual weapons, even if one searches the entire Goo family, one would not be able to find many. It's nothing. Gu Chang waved his hand. The savage forest is too big. The Goo family is far from enough with just the manpower. Besides, if you can successfully go to the Daki Martial Academy, this expenditure can be compensated 10-fold or 100-fold. Don't worry, Grandpa. Speaking of Dachi Martial Academy, Gu Yang regained his confidence. My cultivation will have a breakthrough in the near future, and I will also soon practice the family's fiery flame burning technique to the level of both physical and spiritual perfection. This spot must belong to me. Good. Finally, there was a smile on Gu Chang's face. You are worthy of being my Goo family's Qilin child. The future of my Goo family depends on you alone. Savage Forest. As always, the deeper you go, the darker it gets. In the heavy shadows. Two figures, one in front and one behind, moved forward slowly. One person in front. He has white hair but a youthful face, is energetic and has kind eyes. Standing half a body length away from him was an old man with a feminine temperament, a pale face, no beard, and a hunched back. Manager Lee, your injury is okay, right? Ahem. Thank you, Elder Shui, for your concern. I was careless. I didn't expect that the fire toad would evolve to the 6th level. Thanks a lot. Mr. Shui, what are you talking about? We are here to protect you. The 7th Prince's cold poison is getting worse and worse. I will have to trouble you, Mr. Shui. Well. The man in front sighed. My method can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. If my mentor were here, nothing would be a problem. The old ghost doctor's whereabouts are erratic and he has not appeared for decades. The eastern wasteland is so big, where can we find him? Sigh. Why is the 7th Prince so miserable? Fortunately. Dr. Shui felt somewhat relieved. We found a lot of spiritual medicines this time. After we go back, What's wrong, Mr. Shui? This fragrance seems to be the fiery sun fruit. Scorching sun fruit? Manager Li looked delighted. Isn't that the magic medicine we need? Exactly. Okay, Mr. Shui, wait a moment. I'll go check out the front first. Be careful. Where the fiery sun fruit was born, there must be a red flame snake. Once it grows up, it will be a 6th level monster. Its fire poison should not be underestimated. Don't worry, Mr. Shui, we know what to do. While talking, Manager Li moved his body rapidly and disappeared in an instant. Along the way, he followed the fragrance and soon found the strange-looking little tree. This was the place where Guhan had fought with the little snake. Kindness. The smile on his face froze. No more. The small tree in front of me is bare, with only a hint of fragrance left, but where is the trace of the fiery sun fruit? Hateful. He cursed inwardly, and his eyes swept across the place, instantly landing on a newly opened cave not far away. Someone inside. Get out of our house. The voice was sharp and harsh, and it could be heard from far away in an instant. A moment later, a young man, holding a tattered sword, walked out with a wary look on his face. It's Guhan. Boy. Seeing that Guhan didn't say anything, Manager Li became a little impatient. I'm asking you a question. Where is the fiery sun fruit? Fiery sun fruit? Is that the name of the fruit? I have no idea. Guhan naturally would not admit it. I have never seen the fiery sun fruit you mentioned. Sly boy. Manager Li raised his eyebrows. How dare you lie to me? I've never seen it before. Where does the scent of the fiery sun fruit come from? Tell me the truth. Guhan was speechless. Is this guy born in the year of the dog? Can you smell this? Hand over the fruit obediently. I'll be in a good mood and give you something to enjoy. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll let you have a taste of my power. While talking, a cold breath came pressing down. You're late. Seeing him so aggressive, Guhan naturally understood that today's matter would not be resolved peacefully, so he simply stopped hiding it and told the truth. The fruit is gone. What's the meaning? I ate it. What did you say? Manager Li screamed. Eat it. Boy, there must be a limit to your arrogance. The efficacy of the fiery sun fruit is so strong that even those at the Juyuan realm must be careful when refining it. With your mere meridian opening cultivation, can you withstand the violent firepower? Whether you believe it or not, you've eaten it. Okay. Manager Li sneered. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. If you're stubborn, don't blame me for bullying you. I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, the cold aura instantly became several times stronger. Guhan was facing a formidable enemy. He gritted his teeth and instantly activated his internal cultivation at full power, with the Dian sword energy ready to be unleashed. Stop. Suddenly, an angry shout came from a distance and stopped Manager Li in time. It was Dr. Shui. Butler Li. He came closer, his face slightly gloomy. What are you doing? Mr. Shui, you don't know something. Manager Li glared at Guhan fiercely and told him what had happened. This kid has a bad temper. We are helpless. Opposite. Guhan looked at him coldly. Do I have a bad temper? Don't you even look at what kind of person you are? All right. Dr. Shui frowned when he heard this. You were reckless in this matter. He was the first to arrive, so the fiery sun fruit should be his. He was unwilling to give it to you, but you wanted to take it away by force. This is wrong, very wrong. Yes. Manager Li quickly apologized with a smile. What Elder Shui is teaching us is that our family was worried about the safety of the 7th prince, and we were a little thoughtless in our actions. But I don't agree with it in my heart. This Dr. Shui is good in every way except that he is too soft-hearted and a pushover. My friend. Dr. Shui pondered for a moment and looked at Guhan. Although the fiery sun fruit is precious, it is known for its fire power. Not only is its medicinal power overbearing and powerful, but its effect on improving cultivation is not as great as imagined. Moreover, considering your cultivation level, this thing is just a chicken rib for you. Good at firepower? Guhan suddenly realized. No wonder the improvement brought by this fruit was far lower than expected. This turned out to be the reason. My friend, Dr. Shui continued, this fiery sun fruit is of great use to me. Why don't you give it to me? Don't worry, I will not let you suffer any loss. I am willing to exchange it with something of equal value for cultivation. In fact, Guhan already felt a little regretful. Eat early. If he had kept the fruit until now, the cultivation resources he had obtained in exchange would probably have been able to push his cultivation to the 3rd level of opening his meridians, or even the 4th level. Senior. Dr. Shui has a kind attitude and does not use his power to bully others, so Guhan naturally will not speak coldly to him. It's not that I didn't want to. I ate that fruit. Boy. Manager Lee screamed again. You. That's all. Dr. Shui looked at him unhappily and shook his head. Since you are unwilling, I will not force you. Stewardly, let's go. Oh, okay. Manager Lee felt somewhat unwilling and glared at Guhan fiercely again. Boy, don't let us meet you again. Guhan had no expression on his face. Threaten? Of course he is not afraid. Although he had vaguely guessed the identity of Li Zongguan from the tone and address, he had little feeling for the royal family of Dachi. Since childhood. Gu Tian then taught him a truth. A real man stands between heaven and earth. Just respect, don't be afraid. Master. At this moment, a soft and weak voice came from behind, and it was Asha who staggered out. She still looked sleepy, as if 2 days and 2 nights of rest could not make up for her consumed energy. Asha. Guhan's face lit up with joy and he quickly supported her. Are you awake? Don't move, your foot is still injured. Master, I'm so hungry. She had no cultivation and was just a mortal body. After not eating or drinking for such a long time, she naturally couldn't hold on any longer. Hungry? Okay, my friend. At this moment, the voice of Dr. Shui was heard again, but he came back and walked in front of Gu Lihan. Senior. Guhan's heart tightened and he quickly protected Asha behind him. I really ate that fruit. That's not it. Dr. Shui smiled and took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. I think this little girl is seriously injured. This is the medicine I prepared in my spare time. I will give it to you. Thank you, Senior. Guhan breathed a sigh of relief and took the jade bottle without any pretense. Just by looking at the exquisiteness of the jade bottle, one could tell how precious the medicinal powder inside was. It was far beyond the reach of the ordinary pills he had obtained from Commander Goo. Far away. Manager Lee had a dark face and wanted to get angry but didn't dare to. Pooh. This guy got a bargain. He was lucky to have met Dr. Shui, a famous goody-goody in the Qi dynasty. Thank you, Grandpa. Asha poked his head out from behind Guhan and said thank you weakly. Okay. Hearing the word Grandpa, Dr. Shui didn't know what he was thinking about, and his expression was dazed for a moment. Little girl. As he collected his thoughts, the gentleness in his eyes became even stronger. You are a man of good manners. This medicine powder of mine is not in vain, huh? Half the story. His brows suddenly frowned. Wrong. Senior, what's wrong? Guhan's heart skipped a beat. Like. Dr. Shui looked at Asha carefully and pondered for a moment. Girl, come here and let me take a look. Ah. Asha looked at Guhan timidly. Master. Go ahead. Guhan smiled and said, this senior has no ill intentions. He was naturally aware that both the divine Dr. Shui and the manager Li in front of him had unfathomable abilities, far superior to his. If they wanted to harm him, they could just do it directly, there was no need to resort to all these tricks. Dr. Shui slowly placed his big hand on Asha's forehead. A faint milky white halo kept flowing. After a while. Well. Dr. Shui withdrew his hand and looked at Asha with more heartache in his eyes. Poor girl. Senior. Guhan's heart tightened. Asha, what happened to her? If I am not mistaken, this girl should be suffering from the legendary soul-deficient disease. Soul deficiency. What is that? Soul is the foundation of a person. Regardless of whether they are cultivators or mortals, their souls are tightly locked in their spirit platforms, without any leakage. People without souls are confused, dull and stupid. In serious cases, they may even become stupid. The more Guhan listened, the colder he felt. That's right. All correct. Ever since he picked up Asha 10 years ago, she has always been in a state of confusion. 10 years. After listening to Guhan's story, Dr. Shui frowned even more. According to the records in the classics, people who suffer from soul deficiency will have their soul power constantly draining away, and they won't live more than 3 years. But this girl. Aside. Asha looked at him tenderly, seeming to understand what he said. Senior. Guhan became very anxious after hearing this. This soul deficiency disease, can you cure it? I am not very good at my craft. Guhan's eyes dimmed. My heart sank to the bottom in an instant. But Dr. Shui's next words rekindled his hope. My mentor is known as the Ghost Doctor, and his attainments in medical theory and alchemy are unparalleled. I am a little ashamed to say that although I am respected as a miracle doctor, my knowledge is not even a fraction of what my mentor has. I am just a little bit famous in this corner of the great Qi dynasty. If he were here, maybe he would have some ideas. Ghost Doctor. Guhan was delighted. Where is he? Speaking of which. Dr. Shui smiled bitterly. I haven't heard from him for decades. Decades. Guhan's heart cooled again. I can wait, but can Asha wait? Master. Asha finally understood what the two people meant and felt a little sad. Is Asha going to die? Asha is not afraid of death, but she is reluctant to leave the young master. Rest assured. Guhan felt a pain in his heart and hugged her tightly. I won't let you die. I will definitely find a way to save you. This is my promise to you. You know I never lie to you. Well. Dr. Shui didn't know what he was thinking about, and he sighed again. What a beautiful and smart girl. What a pity. Hesitated for a moment. He took out another small bottle, which was made of pure gold and had countless exquisite patterns engraved on the bottle. It was much more precious than the jade bottle just now. This is a spirit-nourishing pill. It was left to me by my master before he left. It was originally intended for me to use in breaking through the divine realm. However, I had some other adventures and was unable to use it. The elixir he refined is naturally extraordinary in effect. Now. I'll give it to you. It may be of some use temporarily. Mr. Shui. Manager Li was so anxious that he kept jumping up and down. That's the elixir made by the Ghost Doctor himself, you. How? Dr. Shui's face darkened. I don't need your permission to give my things to anyone. He has a good nature. To be able to say such words means that one is really angry. I dare not, I dare not. Manager Li quickly apologized with a smile. It's because our family has no rules. Please don't blame me, Mr. Shui. He was also very puzzled. Although Dr. Shui is a pushover, he has never been so generous. He even took out the elixir made by the Ghost Doctor himself, just for a little girl he has never met. The seventh prince didn't even have such treatment. Thank you, Senior. Guhan bowed respectfully. The younger generation will always remember this. At this moment, his heart, which had been frozen for a long time because of the Goo family's betrayal, felt a little warmer. Thank you, Grandpa. Asha followed suit. Grandpa is such a good man. Ha ha ha. Seeing Asha's innocent look, Dr. Shui was very happy. Okay, this elixir from me is worth it. Manager Li curled his lips. If you give the elixir to our family, we will call you Grandpa. No, Great-Grandpa is fine. Guhan took the vial solemnly and opened it gently. At the bottom of the bottle, 3 thumb-sized, yellow pills lay quietly. In an instant, a very soft and refreshing fragrance, different from the fragrance of the fiery sun fruit, wafted out. Just took a sip. Guhan felt that his spiritual perception had become a little sharper. Master. Asha's saliva was almost flowing out. It smells so good. Come on, eat one first. It's really delicious. After taking the pill, Asha became a little dizzy. His body tilted and he instantly fell limp into Guhan's arms. Senior, she. It's okay. It seems to be effective. However, she has no cultivation base. It will take some time for her to absorb the medicinal power of the elixir. Thank you, Senior. Dr. Shui looked at Asha again and sighed slightly in his heart. What happens next? It depends on your luck. All right. He put his thoughts aside and no longer had any intention of staying any longer. This old man will. Senior. Guhan suddenly called him. I don't know, what exactly do you want to do with the fiery sun fruit, Senior? That's not necessary. Dr. Shui was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. I gave you the elixir only because of this little girl. If you think I'm asking for the fiery sun fruit out of kindness, then you're underestimating me. Senior, you misunderstood. Guhan thought about it. I did eat the fiery sun fruit, but I don't know if I can use something else to replace it. Something else. That's it. Guhan gently put Asha down and took out the little red snake. Red flame snake. Managerly exclaimed and hurried over. No wonder, Elder Shui said that the place where the fiery sun fruit was born must have a red flame snake. I was wondering why I didn't see it. It turns out it's in your hands. Boy, why didn't you take it out just now? Guhan simply ignored him. Senior, can this thing be used? Of course it's useful. Dr. Shui nodded with satisfaction. This red flame snake is a different species. Although it is not yet an adult, it is also a 4th-level beast. Its beast core is just as effective as the fiery sun fruit, and may even be better. After taking a look at the smooth wound on the snake's body and the broken sword in Guhan's hand, he seemed to understand something. It seems that I underestimated you. Thank you for your praise, Senior. It was just luck. Guhan naturally didn't want to reveal his secret. Dr. Shui didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has secrets, including himself, so he naturally has no interest in getting to the bottom of them. Only. At this moment, he believed what Guhan had said before. If one can kill the red flame snake with the cultivation level of Kaimai realm, then swallowing the fiery sun fruit alive is naturally not a big deal. Only Manager Li. I kept sneering in my heart. Dr. Shui wouldn't really think that the red flame snake was killed, right? How is that possible? Most likely he was just lucky and found it by chance. Boy. The more I look at Guhan, the more he disliked it. You still understand the principle of repaying kindness, so give it to me. You want? Nonsense. Exchange it with Yuan Jing. What did you say? I'm giving this scarlet flame snake to you, Senior, and I don't expect anything in return. But you have to exchange it for Yuan Jing. After choking Manager Li, Guhan gave the red flame snake to Dr. Shui. Even though he was in urgent need of resources for cultivation, he still did not take a single yuan crystal from Dr. Shui. Saved Asha. It's like saving him. Since he was a child, Gu Tian taught him a truth. Well, I will repay you tenfold. Revenge will naturally be repaid tenfold. Before leaving, Manager Li was still not happy and uttered a harsh remark. Boy, don't let us see you again. Guhan just thought he farted. At the same time, the bounty offered by the Goo family also reached the ears of most of the independent cultivators in the area within just 2 days. 2,000 yuan crystals, a top-grade spiritual weapon. What a big deal. Who is this Guhan that makes them spend so much money? I heard that he is a rebellious son who killed his father. No wonder the Goo family put a bounty on him. How about it, do you want to do it? Nonsense, of course we will do it. If we can really kill him, the rewards will be enough for us to live happily for several years. Everyone was discussing it heatedly. Those who had met Guhan and Asha were now regretting so much that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Such a huge fortune. Missed it in vain. For a while, the scattered cultivators put aside the matters of collecting elixirs and killing monsters, and frantically searched for Guhan's trace based on the clues provided by the Goo family. Guhan naturally didn't know this. Inside the cave, Asha was still sleeping soundly, but his expression was less painful and more calm and peaceful. Aside, Guhan carefully applied the medicine powder on the soles of her feet. The medicinal powder given by Dr. Shui was naturally very effective. As soon as it was applied, the blood that was still oozing out of the wound stopped immediately. Suddenly, Asha turned over gently, but started to mutter incoherently. Master, Asha is hungry. Asha wants to eat chicken legs. Drumstick. Hear these two words. Guhan looked dazed, and his memory seemed to have gone back to 10 years ago. In the snow and ice, a little girl of 3 or 4 years old fainted in front of the Goo family's door due to hunger and cold, and was met by him. A chicken drumstick, a pot of hot charcoal, pulled her back from the brink of death. From then on, he simply kept her in the Goo family and she became his personal maid. Over the past 10 years, the two have felt sorry for each other, spent every day together, and have long regarded each other as their only one. Asha. Looking at the fair little face in front of him, Guhan took a deep breath. I will never let you die. My foster father is gone, you must never leave me again. Soul deficiency syndrome. Ghost doctor. Pills. His thoughts gradually became distracted. Kindness. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. That's right. That guy might have a solution. Consciousness space. Inside the sword prison. Damn it. The black shadow who was sitting cross-legged suddenly jumped up and started cursing again. What kind of life am I living? I can neither die nor live. Am I going to be trapped here forever? How am I going to avenge myself? Well, cursed for a long time. He sat down dejectedly. Forget it. We have come this far over the years. We don't need to waste a little more time. Let's wait for that kid to reach the 10th level of chi condensation. What are you mumbling about? Suddenly, an all too familiar voice came from behind him. Ahem. The black shadow froze and turned around quickly. Why are you here again? Come and see you. Since this concerned Asha's safety, Guhan's tone slowed down a little. Look at me. The shadow was a little suspicious. Would you be so kind? Well, I have a question for you. Question. The shadow suddenly realized. No wonder he was so polite, it turns out he wanted to ask a favor of someone. Boy. He put his hands behind his back and said proudly, are you having difficulties in your cultivation? You are only at the chi condensation stage, a realm even lower than that of an ant, and you still have problems. Just listen to me honestly, don't aim too high, just focus on your cultivation. It's not a practice. Guhan shook his head. Besides, I have opened my pulse. Open the pulse. The shadow sneered. Opening the meridians, huh? What did you say? He was instantly defeated and flew into a rage. You, who told you to open my pulse? Who allowed you to open my pulse? I told you not to be too ambitious, but you ignored me. How? Guhan's face darkened. When can I open the pulse? Do I need your permission? In an instant, the sword cage trembled slightly, and several sword intentions were ready to be launched. Only then did the black shadow realize his own gaffe. Ahem, that's not the case. The 10th stage of chi condensation, although the easiest stage, can lay a solid foundation for you. If you can achieve it, it will be of great benefit to your future path of cultivation. How could you give up so easily? It's not just stupid, it's simply stupid. He looked heartbroken, as if he was really concerned about Guhan's future. Guhan looked suspicious. This guy, has he changed his personality? Why do you care about yourself so much? In fact, I have already achieved the 10th level of chi condensation. What? The black shadow stared at Guhan closely. You did it. It's done. Then, ahem, do you have any special feelings? Feelings? Guhan thought about it. Except for some swelling in the meridians, there is nothing else. You were right before. It is indeed not difficult to cultivate to the ultimate state of the chi condensation stage. I see. I misunderstood you. That's right, that's right. The shadow looked approving on the surface. But I was cursing in my heart. Damn it. How come this little bastard is so lucky that he didn't die even after being tricked like this? How could he know the miraculous power of Guhan's newly formed meridians? His original intention was to harm Guhan, but unexpectedly, by accident, he helped Guhan achieve the 10th level of chi condensation. Naturally, he was furious. I'm asking you. Guhan was worried about Asha and ignored the Black Shadow's strange attitude. Have you ever heard of soul deficiency? Soul missing. The shadow said weakly, isn't it just that the soul is damaged and the soul power is lost? Why are you asking this? There was silence for a moment. Guhan spoke slowly. I have a friend who... Huh. The shadow showed some interest. You, little maid, have a very special identity. Why do you say that? The soul is the foundation of a cultivator. If it is damaged, unless she reaches the immortal state like me, she will not live for more than 3 years. But you, a little maid, have lived peacefully for so many years without any cultivation. Someone must have sealed her soul with heaven-defying means to prevent the loss of soul power. For someone with such strength, even if his cultivation is not as good as mine, it is not much different. Guhan frowned. Naturally, he asked about Asha's background. But Asha couldn't even remember clearly about the past 2 years, so how could he remember these things? In her simple mind, there is only Guhan, chicken legs, and half of Gutian. Since there is a seal, why? Is there any need to ask? The seal must have been broken. Didn't you say he was always complaining about being sleepy these past 2 days? That's a sign of losing his soul power. What should we do then? It's very simple. The Black Shadow suddenly kept the secret. But there is a condition. Explain. Let me go. Guhan was silent for a moment. Puff. The next moment, a stern sword intent instantly pierced through the Black Shadow. Little bastard. He was furious. You promised not to attack me again. I regret it. You. Will you tell me? In her situation, either she needs to use the elixir that nourishes the soul to prolong her life, or wait for me to recover and seal her soul again. There is no other way. He could see that. If he continues to threaten him, Guhan will really fall out with him and destroy him completely. Admitting defeat is such a thing. There is only 0 and infinite times. So, this time he chose to give up immediately. No other solution. Guhan was a little unwilling to give up. Don't you call yourself the Demon Lord? You're just an ant when you open your mouth and an ant when you close your mouth. Is that all you can do? Boy. The shadow was angry. Do you really think I can do anything? Besides, do you know what a Demon Lord is? To put it bluntly, it is a person from the devil's way who only knows how to kill people and doesn't know how to save people. Covering the sky with one hand, suppressing all spirits, those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. This is what I want to do. Have you ever seen a demon who is devoted to studying ways to save people? A few words. Guhan was speechless. It seems, what he said makes some sense. Only. Let him go. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention how long it will take for him to recover. I'm afraid if I let him out, he will attack me first. Kindness. I sensed that Asha outside seemed to be waking up. He did not stay any longer, nor did he pay any attention to the Black Shadow, and immediately left the consciousness space. Damn it. See Guhan leave. The shadow cursed. This little bastard. He's so young, but his heart is so dark and his methods are so cruel. If he continues like this, I'll be killed by him sooner or later. No, we have to kill him. Wait, there is a long way to go, let's wait and see. Outer room. Guhan opened his eyes. Facing me were Asha's big, bright eyes. Compared with before. A little less dull. A little more agile. If it was a stagnant pool of water before, it is now a clear pool. Combined with her already extremely beautiful little face, it actually has a hint of alluring beauty. Master. Being stared at by Guhan like this. Asha's pretty face turned red. What are you looking at? Kindness. Guhan reacted instantly. Asha, you have become smarter. The former Asha was muddle-headed and lacked many emotions. Apart from Guhan and chicken legs, she did not have the reaction that an ordinary person would have when Commander Goo and several others died in front of her. But now, after taking the elixir, her emotions seemed to have become much richer. Yes. Asha also reacted. I also feel like I've become smarter. Humph, from now on, no one except the young master can call me Asha anymore. Good. Guhan smiled gently. From now on, if anyone calls you an idiot, I will beat him up. Master. Kindness. I just had a dream. What? I dreamed that someone took me away and I would never see the young master again. Silly girl. Guhan smiled. Don't worry, the young master is here, no one can take you away. Kindness. Asha nodded obediently. Roar. Suddenly. A faint roar reached the ears of the two. Monster. Master. Asha was a little nervous. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Roar. The roar sounded again, becoming clearer. Guhan's face darkened. It wasn't because of the monster, but because of his powerful spiritual perception that allowed him to instantly detect that several people were approaching him. Ah, silly. He remained calm. Stay here and don't move. I'll go out and take a look. Good. Outer room. Several wandering cultivators fled forward in panic. Unconsciously. They were approaching the cave where Guhan was. Brother, we can't go forward. Yes, second brother, the monsters there seem to be more terrifying. It's too late. A man in his 30s looked back. If it catches up with us, we'll die. We might as well give it a try. Maybe there's still a chance of survival. Roar. While talking. The huge monster behind me was getting closer. It was more than 10 feet long, with sharp fangs in its mouth and black hair that looked like steel needles. A silver-white hair as wide as a palm started from the center of its eyebrows and spread to its lower back. Second-level monster. Silver ironback bear. In an instant. Several people came to a place not far from the cave. Brother, there are people here. It seems the monsters here have disappeared too. Oh no. It's chasing us. Roar. Behind them, the silver ironback bear seemed to have lost its mind. It didn't care about the remaining red-flamed snake aura here at all. It chased in directly, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards the few people. Finished. Several people looked desperate. Brush. Right at this moment. A ray of light suddenly flashed and sank into the giant bear's brow. With a plop. The giant bear didn't even make a sound, its body fell in front of the people and split into two pieces in an instant. Several people looked at each other in a daze. Guhan walked out slowly from the shadows without even looking at them. He calmly took out the beast core and put the bear corpse into the storage bag. This. Only then did they react. This silver ironback bear not only has thick skin and tough flesh, but its strength is also enough to match that of a cultivator at the 5th level of Kaimai. It is brutal by nature and will take revenge for any slight. It chased several people and made them flee in panic, but they did not expect that it would be easily dealt with by Guhan. Little brother. The man came over with his fist clasped. Thanks for saving, Getting closer. He immediately saw Guhan's appearance clearly. What's wrong? Guhan frowned. Nothing, nothing, thank you for saving my life, little brother. Don't thank me. Guhan had no expression on his face. I just don't want to miss the beast core. If everything is okay, you can go. After saying that, he ignored them and walked straight into the cave. After surviving the disaster, several people saw that Guhan was so indifferent, so naturally they didn't want to stay any longer. On the road, the man's face was full of excitement. Huh. A female cultivator was a little surprised. Second brother, what's wrong with you? That boy, I know him. No. The female cultivator curled her lips. What's so good about this guy? He relies on his strength to put on airs. If Big Brother were here, would it be his turn to take action? What a pity for the beast core. No. The man shook his head. You don't understand what a beast core is. He seems to be Guhan. Guhan. The Guhan wanted by the Goo family. Good. Second brother means. Haha, I didn't expect that this would be a blessing in disguise. We're going to make a lot of money now. Only. The other person was a little worried. He was able to kill the silver-lined iron-backed bear so easily. His cultivation must be at least at the 8th level of Kaimai. Moreover, I didn't even see how he did it. With just a few of us among them. The one with the highest level of cultivation is the 3rd level of Kaimai, that is, the men called the second brother. Looking for Big Brother. The men sneered. He is a master of the Tongqiao realm, and he is more than capable of dealing with this man. Yeah, how could I forget about my big brother? Let's go, otherwise we'll be late and the guy will be discovered by others, and will suffer a great loss. In conversation, the few of them seemed to have completely forgotten that Guhan had just saved their lives. It's delicious. Inside the cave. In front of the campfire. Asha was holding a golden and fragrant roasted bear paw and gnawing on it with great pleasure, revealing his nature as a foodie. Aside. Guhan was also trying his best to deal with the other bear paw. It's not that he was hungry. Having reached the Kaimai realm, he could go without food and water for half a month. But this giant bear was a second-level monster after all. There was sufficient essence in its flesh and blood, which could also bring a slight improvement to his cultivation. Although very little. But he is penniless now, so he will naturally not miss any opportunity to improve himself. Burp. I'm so full. It seems that he finally enjoyed his meal. Asha put down the bear paw that she had eaten most of, which was as big as 4 or 5 of her heads, and burped in satisfaction. Are you full? Guhan wiped the oil stains from her mouth. Then let's go. He was in urgent need of finding elixirs to improve his cultivation, so naturally he would not stay any longer. Moreover, the red flame snake has been dead for several days, and the remaining breath here is getting weaker and weaker. It is no longer a safe place. Otherwise, no matter how ferocious the silver iron-back bear was, it would never dare to set foot here. Yeah, okay. Asha didn't ask any more questions. Wherever Guhan goes, she goes. Over the past 10 years, a tacit understanding has been formed between the two. Master. Lying on Guhan's back, Asha suddenly spoke. I want to practice, too. Practice? Well, I want to help the master. Good. Guhan smiled. I'll teach you. It's not like he had not taught Asha how to practice cultivation before, but her mind was in a daze at that time, and she couldn't even sense the spiritual energy, let alone draw the energy into her body. As time went by, the matter naturally came to nothing. At this time, these are naturally no longer obstacles. Guhan had just left not long ago. A group of people also rushed to the cave. They were exactly the people who had been rescued by Guhan before. Oh no. Seeing the situation inside the cave, the man's face darkened. Brother, he ran away. No problem. A middle-aged man with a hideous scar on his face glanced at the fire. It's still warm. He hasn't gone far. Chase him. This reward must not fall into the hands of others. Mr. Shui. Outside the savage forest, Manager Li could no longer suppress his doubts. I can't figure it out. The medicinal powder is fine, but the elixir made by the old ghost doctor is so precious. You gave it to a little girl you've never met before, isn't this a bit, ahem? He really wanted to say it was a waste of resources. I was just worried that Dr. Shui would get angry, so I didn't dare say it out loud. What kind of person is the ghost doctor? Not to mention the seventh prince, even the royal family of Dachi has to look up to him. The pills he refined were naturally extraordinary. Not to mention one pill costing 10,000 gold, even if it was 100,000 gold or 1 million gold, there would still be a lot of people scrambling to buy them. No problem. Dr. Shui shook his head. That elixir is of no use to me except as a decoration. If it can help that little girl live a little longer, then it will be a good use of it. While talking, he glanced at the storage ring on his hand, his eyes dimmed. Mr. Shui. Manager Li was a little surprised. You. Butler Li. Dr. Shui seemed reluctant to talk about it, and changed the subject. Just now I heard those casual cultivators talking about someone in the city offering a reward to capture someone. Have you heard anything about it? Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Manager Li naturally did not ask any more questions and sneered again. Haha, the temple is small but the demons are powerful. A small Tianwu city has come up with a lot of tricks. That's all. Dr. Shui looked towards Tianwu city and said, let's go back. We can't delay any longer with the seventh prince. Savage forest. Guhan carried Asha on his back, his body rising and falling constantly, moving back and forth in the dense forest. Period. He encountered several second-level monsters again. With his current cultivation level of the second stage of Kaimai, coupled with the powerful sword energy of Dian, those monsters can hardly pose any threat to him at all, and can only give up their lives and beast cores in vain. Only. Until now, he has not encountered any magical medicine. No wonder. This place is only a little deeper than the outermost part of the savage forest, so naturally there are many people coming here. After years of searching, all the spiritual herbs and fruits of a certain age have long been picked up, so it is not so easy to find them. Just as Guhan was secretly wondering whether he should go deeper, Asha on his back suddenly exclaimed. Master, there is something glowing over there. Thing. Guhan paused and looked in the direction Asha pointed. Apart from an extremely thick ancient tree and some messy vines, what is there? Asha, did you see it wrong? No. Asha looked very confident. It's right under the tree roots. I can see it clearly. Wow, it looks like a fat baby. Fat baby. Guhan walked over. Gently pushing aside a foot deep of rotten leaves, he was half believing and half doubting. Is it here? Yes, it's right here, master, hurry up and dig. Guhan didn't think that Asha would lie to him for no reason, so he could only helplessly turn himself into a coolie and continue digging under Asha's command. Deeper. It's almost there, it's almost there. Not long. A 3-foot deep pit appeared in front of Guhan. Ah, silly. The cave in front of him was empty, so he thrust his sword in. I think it's still, At this moment, a rich spiritual energy suddenly gushed out from the cave. There really is something. Guhan's expression brightened, and he swung his sword. The soil flew up, and a spiritual medicine about half a foot long, white and tender, with roots all over its body appeared in front of him. All around. The spiritual energy became more intense. Scrophularia. Guhan happened to know him. Although this plant of Scrophularia ningpoensis is not as rare as those extremely rare spiritual medicines, it is still rare. Moreover, it likes dark and humid environments and mostly grows underground. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to find it except by special means, so its value is also quite high. Then, when he broke through the meridians, Gu Tian had spent a lot of money to find a plant for him, but no matter in size or quality, it was far inferior to the one in front of him. Ah, silly. Scrofularia in hand. The rich spiritual energy made all the pores on his body dilate. How did you do that? Ah. Asha scratched his head. I don't know either. I just took a look. Just take a look. Guhan stared into her eyes. The black and white are distinct, and there is a hint of playfulness in the agility. Apart from that, there is nothing unusual. The silly guy from before. There is absolutely no such ability. Could it be that? Is the emergence of this ability related to the soul deficiency disease, or to the pill made by the ghost doctor? Master. Aside. Asha looked like he was waiting for praise. Am I amazing? That's amazing. Very good. Asha was so happy that he almost jumped up. I can finally help the young master. Silly girl, huh? Suddenly, Guhan seemed to sense a slight movement and subconsciously pulled Asha behind him, looking into the distance where there was no one deep in the dense forest. He has a keen sense of perception. I never let my guard down, so I naturally discovered something unusual. Snap. Snap. The sound of dead branches breaking came from far away. Footsteps. And it's a human. Who? A cold light flashed in Guhan's eyes, and he immediately raised the sword in his hand. Brother, this kid has such sharp ears that he actually discovered us. It doesn't matter. Even if he is discovered, he won't be able to escape this time. Haha, when Big Brother takes action, it's easy to catch him. In the sound of conversation, the owner of the footsteps finally showed up. It was the group led by the man with the scar. It's you. Guhan naturally recognized the person behind him. Brother. The female cultivator looked at Guhan's left hand, and a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. Look at what he has in his hand. Scrofularia. The scarred man looked delighted. What a great thing. I didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward this time. The scrofularia in Guhan's hand is worth at least hundreds of crystals, which is naturally a considerable fortune for them. This figwort is mine. Guhan naturally didn't know that he was wanted, and thought that those people were here to seize the xiantian. You're among several people. The man in his 30s sneered. You can't even save your life, and you still want this genus. Yesterday. Guhan suddenly felt angry. I just saved your lives. Haha, you also said that you took action for the beast core, and it has nothing to do with us. Now you want to flatter yourself. That's enough. The scarred man waved his hand. Don't waste time, surround them. Don't let the 2,000 yuan crystals get away. 2,000 yuan crystal. Guhan was stunned for a moment. Boy. The scarred man slowly approached, his aura rising, his cultivation level of the second level of Tongqiao was fully exposed. There was evil energy surrounding his fists, which was a lower-grade yellow-level martial art that he had practiced for many years, the Seven Evils technique. You're lucky to have met me. Brush. The words were not finished. A flash of sword light suddenly appeared. Oh no. The scarred man's pupils shrank as he sensed a sense of death crisis. Critical moment. He twisted his body forcefully and narrowly avoided the sword light. Puff. A soft sound. The smug woman behind him froze in an instant. The next moment. The head and body are separated. That was a close call. The scarred man looked at the long bloody line on his body and felt terrified. If he had not been reminded yesterday that Guhan had a powerful weapon in his hand, and his own cultivation was one major realm higher than Guhan, he would probably be the one dead now. What are you standing there for? He became angry out of humiliation. Everyone, get started. Catch that little girl first. The man knew Guhan's strength very well, so he naturally didn't dare to confront him head-on. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he changed his attack and suddenly fell towards Asha. You. The pent-up anger in Guhan's heart suddenly exploded. Court death. Brush. In anger. The spiritual power in his body surged out like crazy as if it was free of charge. With a wave of his sword, another wave of Dian sword energy flew out and headed towards the men. Ah! A scream rang out. He was only at the 3rd level of Kaimai, so there was no way he could escape, and he was cut in half in an instant. At this time, the other two were only 1 foot away from Asha. But she seemed to be frightened and frozen, not moving an inch, and in her eyes, 2 faint lights appeared again. Die. At the critical moment, Guhan's figure suddenly blocked in front of her, and the sword energy on the long sword condensed but did not release, and pierced straight into the center of a person's eyebrows. Without any hesitation, the long sword turned and chopped down, chopping off the other man's head. Kid, die. Suddenly, a roar was heard. But the scarred man took advantage of Guhan's distraction and approached him. With a pair of bare hands filled with murderous aura, he slapped Guhan on the body. It's you who's going to die. At this moment, Guhan's eyes were bloodshot, murderous intent was boiling in his heart, and the spiritual power in his body was continuously surging. He turned around and slashed with a sword. Puff! Under the astonished eyes of the scarred man, his arms flew out instantly. You! He only had time to say 1 word before his head flew off. There was still a trace of horror in his eyes. It seems that he doesn't understand why Guhan, who is only at the Kaimai realm, has such strong combat power. In just a few moments, of the 5 attackers, except for the man who was still howling miserably, the other 4 were all killed. Oh! Kill me, please kill me. The man howled miserably. He had his cultivation behind him, so he wouldn't die in a short time, but the immense pain almost completely destroyed his mind. Please. Yen saw Guhan coming over. He stretched out his hand with difficulty. Kill me. Just. There was a cold look in Guhan's eyes. What do you mean by 2,000 yuan crystals? It's the Goo family, it's them. In a disjointed manner, the man told everything he knew. Wanted. Guhan suddenly laughed, but there was no warmth in his smile. Well, you are worthy of being the Goo family. I hope you can afford the price. He ignored the man's pleading. He collected all the spoils in the field before coming to Asha. Asha, let's go. Asha didn't move. Asha. He immediately realized something was wrong. How did you? Subconsciously looking into Asha's eyes, his body suddenly stiffened and his mind went blank. That look. So weird and scary. It seemed as if his body, mind, and even consciousness, were being eaten away bit by bit. Asha. Guhan bit his tongue and stretched out his trembling arm, placing it on Asha's shoulder. What's wrong with you? Master. Being touched by Guhan. The 2 faint lights in Asha's eyes disappeared instantly. However, her eyes became dull and blank once again, as if her previous agility and liveliness had also disappeared along with the dim light. Master. A look of fatigue appeared on her face, and she lay directly in Guhan's arms. Asha is so tired. Oh no. Hearing her address to herself, Guhan's heart sank suddenly. The words were not finished. Asha fell into a deep sleep again, just like before. Kill me, please. Aside. The man was still begging, but his voice was getting weaker and weaker. Guhan was furious. If it weren't for you, how could Asha become like this again? Want to die quickly? Impossible. After giving him a cold look, he picked up Asha and walked away in an instant. Roar. A moment later, several roars were heard. However, the monsters nearby smelled the smell of blood and came here one after another. His end. It goes without saying. What did you say? In the space of consciousness. After listening to Guhan's story, the Black Shadow was extremely excited. He stood up suddenly and rubbed his hands together. Okay. I didn't expect to encounter such a heaven-defying bloodline in this remote corner. Ha ha ha. This is my good fortune, my good fortune. Bloodline. Guhan frowned. What bloodline? Boy, you don't understand. The shadow was still excited. Do you think that everyone in the world is like you, with a mortal body that is extremely useless? Haha, to tell you the truth, there are countless geniuses in the world, some of whom will awaken special physiques or bloodlines in their youth, and these people are called geniuses among geniuses. As long as they can grow up smoothly and cultivate their physique or bloodline to perfection, they can at least become the overlord of a region. And that little girl. He was a little envious. What has awakened is the eye of illusion-breaking bloodline. TSK. It is one of the top 10 most powerful bloodlines and physiques recognized by the public. As for what you said about her being able to see where spiritual herbs grow, it is only the most basic use. Rumor has it that if the eye of illusion breaking is cultivated to perfection, it can see through the past and the future, and when fighting against others, it is naturally invincible. It's you instead. He looked at Guhan, his tone full of disdain. A mere mortal has actually married a maid with the eyes that can see through delusion. TSK, what kind of shitty luck is this? And you? Guhan looked at him coldly. What's your physical constitution and bloodline? I am born with an immortal demon body. Although I am not as good as the Eye of Delusion Breaker, I can still be ranked in the top 50. Boy, you can't envy me. Really? Guhan sneered. What about your demonic body? How come only this remnant soul is left? The Black Shadow was speechless. This little bastard may not be good at other things, but he is an expert at hurting people's hearts. Ahem. He didn't dare to anger Guhan too much, so he immediately changed the subject. You said earlier that her soul was defective, and that's the reason. The Great Tao is the most fair. This Eye of Delusion Breaking is so heaven-defying that if it is fully developed, it will be almost invincible, but it has a fatal flaw. That is, every time it is used, it consumes soul power. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the consumption. In ancient times, there was a master of the Eye of Delusion Breaking that was invincible and almost shattered most of the heaven and earth. However, it mysteriously disappeared in the end. I think it was because its soul power was exhausted. Guhan understood instantly. Asha fell asleep twice. It was because of worrying about him that she subconsciously used the Eye of Truth, which led to the loss of soul power. Boy. The Black Shadow said a lot, but finally revealed his purpose. How about this? I will take that little girl as my apprentice. Don't worry, if you become my apprentice. No. Guhan refused without even thinking about it. How about this? I'll trade you the gold seal, how about that? Don't want. Don't be ungrateful. This golden seal is, ahem, let's put it this way. This time, I really swear by the Great Tao. As long as you let me go and let her become my disciple, I will definitely do my best to cultivate her. As for the problem of her soul power loss, I will naturally find a way to solve it. How do you think? So the oath you made last time was false? Guhan looked unhappy. As expected, you are not a good person. I cannot believe a single word you say. This is not important. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Do you know how many people have cried and begged to become my disciple? Goodbye. Guhan didn't bother to pay attention to him and just turned and left. Just you wait. Seeing Guhan disappear in an instant, the Black Shadow was so angry that he started cursing. I'll kill you sooner or later. I have decided to accept this disciple as my disciple. In a hidden cave. Guhan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Asha, who was sleeping soundly after taking another pill. He collected his thoughts and took out the spoils of war. Several animal cores. More than 300 yuan crystals. In addition, there is a bottle of spirit-gathering pill for improving cultivation and a bottle of blood-enriching pill for healing injuries. They are all low-level elixirs. Only. From the storage bag of the Scarred Man, Guhan discovered 2 magical herbs. Although they were much inferior to the Scrofularia, they were still a small surprise. In fact, most of the independent cultivators are poor and often have to face various crises and disputes. When they get resources, they will use them to enhance their cultivation first. Naturally, there is not much profit to be made. Pour the bottle of spirit-gathering pill directly into your mouth. He grabbed a few more yuan crystals and tried his best to absorb the spiritual energy in them. If others see it, naturally, they would laugh at Guhan for being ignorant of the consequences. There is erysipelas in the elixir. There is impurity gas in the yuan crystal. Therefore, ordinary people practice cultivation very carefully and refine slowly. If they are like Guhan, who absorbs everything without caring about anything, although their cultivation level can be temporarily improved, in the long run their foundation will be corroded by impurities and elixir poison, and it will be difficult to make any progress. This truth Guhan naturally understood. But the last time he absorbed the fiery sun fruit, he already understood the wonder of his new meridians. Miscellaneous air? Erysipelas? Whatever it is. After being washed by those small whirlpools, all the energy will be excluded, and finally only the purest spiritual energy will enter his meridians. Within the meridians, strands of pure spiritual energy continue to fall, turning into part of the spiritual liquid and flowing along the meridians. The so-called opening of the meridians. The purpose is to completely open up all the meridians in the body. There are 12 main meridians in the human body, with 360 branches, which coincides with the number of the celestial circulation. Therefore, although the human body is weak, it is born with the gift of the great Tao, and it is the easiest physique to practice. Whether it is a monster or an alien species, no matter what kind of species it is, in the end most of them choose to transform into a human body, and this is the reason. As the branches were opened one by one, the yuan crystals on the ground were also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 89. 90. Suddenly, Guhan's aura trembled, and he instantly entered the third level of opening his meridians. All those yuan crystals and the 2 spiritual medicines were consumed completely. Call. He exhaled a breath of foul air, then took out the Scrofularia ningpoensis. Without thinking, he stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it into his stomach. In an instant, a spiritual energy that is much stronger than before fills the meridians. The spiritual power provided by this gentian directly exceeds all previous ones. After a while, he opened his eyes again. His cultivation had already reached the 4th level of opening meridians. But he didn't show any sign of joy. The widening of meridians and the liquefaction of spiritual energy naturally brought about extremely powerful combat power, but the consumption that came with it was also dozens of times more than that of ordinary people, and the further it went, the more terrifying this consumption would become. It was also at this time Asha seemed to have finally gotten enough sleep and sat up, rubbing his eyes. Master. Asha. Guhan was delighted and no longer worried about resources. How are you? I slept so comfortably. Although Asha's eyes had regained their lively look, his interest was still a little low. But I was dreaming again. Dream. Kindness. Asha stared at Guhan. I dreamed that I was taken away again, but I couldn't bear to leave the young master. Ah, silly. Seeing that she finally returned to normal, Guhan didn't think much about it, but instead looked serious. Tell me, what did you feel when you saw those people before? They are all bad guys. Asha angrily said, just like Commander Goo, they all want to kill the young master. I have no skills, so I can't help the young master fight. I can only stare at them. Master. Speaking of this, she was a little excited. I think it's still useful. Ah, silly. Guhan's expression suddenly became serious. Remember, never do this again, got it? Why? No reason. Guhan's tone became increasingly severe. Listen to me, don't do it. Those people can't hurt me, let alone kill me. All you have to do is stand aside and watch me kill them. Do you understand? Kindness. Seeing that Guhan got angry at him for the first time, Asha nodded subconsciously. I understand, Master. You've helped me a lot. Seeing that she agreed, Guhan breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone became soft again. The Scrofulariaceae you helped me find has been a great help to me. Without it, my cultivation would not have improved so quickly. Master. Asha's eyes lit up again. Then can I continue to help you find elixirs in the future? That's fine. Great, shall we go now? Go now. Guhan stood up slowly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. By the way, kill people too. Kill. My foster father once said, those who kill others will be killed. Now in this wild forest, many people want to kill me. So I decided to take their lives first. Somewhere in the savage forest. Dozens of people gathered together, their cultivation levels varied, the lowest was at the 1st level, and the highest was at the 6th level. They are a group of independent cultivators who spontaneously come together to cooperate in order to earn the bounty. What bad luck. I couldn't even find a ghost. He wouldn't have heard the news and gone into hiding, right? This area is so large, where can we find him? Alas. I told you that these 2,000 yuan crystals are not that easy to earn. You have to look for it even if you can't find it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone kept discussing. Suddenly, a cold voice came from not far away. I heard you were looking for me. The words haven't finished yet. A young man, carrying a cute little girl on his back and holding a broken sword in his hand, slowly came in front of the crowd. It was Guhan and Asha. Who? Everyone was startled and turned around instantly, with a look of alert on their faces. But when they saw Guhan, the wariness on their faces was gradually replaced by excitement and greed. He seems to be that Guhan. That's right, he is 90% similar to the description on the bounty, it must be him. TSK. I was worried that I couldn't find this guy, but I didn't expect him to show up on his own. He is not a fool, is he? How dare he reveal his identity? As they were talking, everyone was slowly approaching Guhan. Bad guy. On Guhan's back, Asha spoke angrily. The young master doesn't even know you guys, why do you want to kill him? Because he killed his father. In the crowd, the man with the highest level of cultivation had a righteous look on his face. If we kill him, we will remove a scourge from the world. Since we can get rid of this scourge and earn some spirit crystals, why not do it? That's right. In my opinion, we have helped the Goo family so much, 2,000 yuan crystals is still too little. Everyone was talking at once, and Asha was so angry that he burst into tears. You. Ah, silly. Guhan had a blank expression on his face and slowly raised his sword. No need to waste time talking to them. It doesn't matter whether I killed my father or not. What matters is that my life is now worth 2,000 yuan crystals. Remember. To reason with an unreasonable person is the stupidest thing in the world. Master. Asha wiped away his tears. What shall we do? It's very simple. Guhan glanced at the crowd and uttered a word softly. Kill. Brush. As soon as the words fell, a sword energy about a foot long and extremely sharp suddenly flew out, split into two in the middle, and landed in the crowd. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of opening meridians. He has successfully condensed the 2nd Great Evolution Sword Chi. Ah. Save. The sword energy was so fast that even cultivators at the Tongqiao realm would find it difficult to dodge it, let alone them. Screams were heard one after another. In just a blink of an eye, several people fell to the ground howling in pain. Superior. The one with the highest cultivation level felt his heart sink and he shouted, "This kid is not simple. Attack him together. Anyone who dares not to contribute will not even think about getting a single yuan crystal." Brush. The words were not finished. The sword flashed again. I got it. He felt a chill on his neck and relied on his remaining instinct to utter the last 2 words. Then he felt dizzy and his vision went black. He lost all consciousness. Until now. Everyone finally realized how terrifying Guhan was. However, it's too late. Accompanied by screams and wails, in just a moment, this place has turned into a Shura field. The slightly black soil is mixed with a large amount of blood, and the fishy smell is so strong that it makes people feel nauseous. From beginning to end, the battle was one-sided. The prey became the hunter. And the hunter has become a lamb with no power to resist. On the back. Asha's body trembled slightly. As her soul power was partially replenished, she naturally recovered many of the emotions that a normal person should have. Moreover, she had been living in a daze for the past 10 years, with a blank mind. When she suddenly saw this bloody scene, she was naturally a little overwhelmed. Asha, are you scared? A little bit. It's okay, you'll get used to it. Kindness. Since he had decided to teach Asha how to practice, Guhan naturally hardened his heart and instilled in her some principles of the practice world. The strong prey on the weak. Survival of the fittest. It is particularly obvious and cruel in the world of cultivation. If he had enough strength before, how could Gu Tian be surrounded and killed by his clansmen? How could he be charged with the crime of patricide and exiled out of the city, and almost die? Everything. Just because it's not strong enough. Since it's not strong, then become stronger. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, he didn't stay for long and left again. In the blink of an eye. More than half a month had passed. During this period of time, Guhan often shows up, using himself as bait to lure people to attack him. As for the result, it is naturally self-evident. A casual cultivator who came here. The Tongqiao realm is already the limit. As for the Juyuan realm, one can barely be considered a strongman in the Great Qi dynasty. Either one can occupy a place and live freely, or one can become a guest of honor in various families. If there is nothing particularly urgent, who would take the risk and come to this wild forest? After some time, everyone was so frightened by his killing that no one dared to mention the reward anymore. On a small hill, several people gathered here, talking non-stop. Have you heard? Yesterday, someone was determined to kill Guhan again, but he killed him instead. Of course I know. There's someone I know there who has reached the 9th level of Kaimai. I didn't expect that. I'm not even his match. This Guhan. One person's face was full of fear. How strong is it? Who knows? Anyway, those masters in the Tongqiao realm don't dare to attack him easily. We should give up this idea. Yuan Jing is good, but you have to be alive to get it. Haha, this damn Gu family has offered a bounty but didn't mention Guhan's ability. It's obvious that they are trying to trick us. Bah, I told you it wouldn't be that easy. Quick. Suddenly, a monk hurried over from the hillside with a look of horror on his face. I just seem to see Guhan coming towards us. What? Why is this killer here? Hurry, hurry up. No one dared to stay any longer. In the blink of an eye, they fled to all directions and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, Guhan's figure appeared on the hill. Master. Asha beside him looked around. It looks like they've run away again. Yes. Guhan's face was full of sarcasm. Everyone is afraid of death, and they are no exception. Since being surrounded and attacked again yesterday, he never met another wandering cultivator again. Even if he happened to see one from afar, the cultivator would act as if he had seen a ghost and run as far away as possible, not daring to approach him at all. Master, are we still going to look for them? No. Guhan took a deep breath. The time is almost up. Nowadays, everyone fears him like a tiger, and there is no point in hunting down those independent cultivators. Besides, there are still several days before the Martial Academy qualifying tournament, and he needs to convert all the resources he has obtained during this period into cultivation. Then, go settle accounts with the Gu family. Master. Asha's eyes were a little dim. Are we going to avenge Uncle Gu? Although Gu Tian did not treat her as his own daughter like Guhan did, he was still quite good to her. She was naturally very sad about Gu Tian's death. Right. There was hatred in Guhan's eyes. Blood debts must be paid with blood. Now, if there were someone else here, they would definitely be able to notice the deep hostility in Guhan. Very quickly, various news about the savage forest also reached the Gu family. Father. The main hall of the Gu family. Gu Qing looked at Gu Chang, who was sitting at the top, with a worried look on his face. What should we do now? These independent cultivators are completely useless. Not only are the other families in the city laughing at us, but rumors are also spreading, saying. Say what? Gu Chang's face was as gloomy as water. Say. Gu Tian was actually harmed by us, and Guhan is just a scapegoat. Let them talk. Gu Chang sneered. It's nothing more than those families doing. When Guyan comes out of confinement and gets the qualification to go to the martial arts academy, they will shut up. Humph, by then, the truth will no longer matter. My Gu family will completely jump out of Tianwu City and become an existence that they can't even reach. Dad, what you said makes sense, but Guhan. Gu Cheng hesitated to speak. When he's around, he's always a nuisance. This child cannot be kept. Gu Chang narrowed his eyes. I thought I valued him enough, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated him. Take 2 people with you, go to the warehouse to get 5,000 yuan crystals, and go to the savage forest. With a huge reward, there will definitely be brave men. Use this to bribe a few Tongqiao realm cultivators and surround and kill him with all your strength. This. Since we underestimated him before, we must not take it lightly this time. Yes. Guhan naturally didn't know how much Gu Chang had spent to deal with him. Now. Inside a hidden cave. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, surrounded by yuan crystals, and tried his best to improve his cultivation. During this period of time. Naturally, he gained a lot. There are more than 1,000 yuan crystals, 4 ordinary spiritual medicines, more than 10 bottles of gathering spirit pills, more than 100 first-level beast cores, and more than 20 second-level beast cores. Also, the most precious. But the most valuable ones were the 2 rare elixirs that Asha found for him. A bright red fruit. A magical herb that even Guhan couldn't name. None of them are inferior to that scrofularia. Suddenly, Guhan's aura fluctuated for a moment, and he broke into the 6th level of Kai Mai. And at this time, the resources obtained from those independent cultivators are almost gone. Same as before. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the red fruit and the elixir and stuffed them directly into his mouth. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual energy once again poured into the meridians, replenishing the spiritual power that had been lacking in strength. With the momentum boosted, it continued to spread towards the remaining branches. At the same time, in the savage forest, the bounty offered by the Gu family was once again leaked. This time, however, the purpose was not to capture Guhan, but to offer a reward for his location. It didn't need to be too specific, just a rough range was enough, and one could get 100 yuan crystals. This time, the scattered cultivators are getting restless again. Although 100 spirit crystals are far less than 2,000, there is no need to take any risk at all. It is like picking them up for free. Some casual cultivators who were lucky enough to see Guhan's trace naturally couldn't wait to run over to claim the reward. Very quickly. After paying hundreds of spirit crystals, Gu Chang has already learned the exact location of Guhan. Immediately following, he brought 3 independent cultivators who had been secretly searching for him, as well as 2 elders of the family, and surrounded Guhan's position with murderous intent. Inside the cave, Guhan's aura was fluctuating, but he was at the critical moment of breaking through. Aside. After eating and drinking, Asha did not disturb Guhan. He supported his little head with his hands and stared at Guhan with his big eyes, his eyes full of affection. Suddenly, a faint sound of discussion could be heard. Is this the place? Don't let those people fool you. Humph, in Tianwu City, no one has ever dared to cheat my Gu family. All right, just search carefully. Look. There is a cave on the cliff. It looks like it was newly dug. Inside the cave, Guhan opened his eyes in a flash. Master. Asha's expression tensed. Them. It's him. Hearing that all too familiar voice, Guhan felt a surge of hatred in his heart. Gu Cheng. Intertwined with hatred. The scene of being framed that day came to my mind again. On that day, he was ambushed and fell into a coma. When he woke up, he found that Gutian had gone mad and was rushing towards him, with a sword stuck in his heart. His sword. At that time, he was just about to approach Gutian. However, he was hit on the shoulder by Gutian, who was seriously injured and dying and unconscious. When he regained consciousness again, there was no trace of Gutian except the blood-stained sword on the ground. There was also a golden seal inside his lapel, and Gutian's words could still be heard in his ears, telling him not to rashly comprehend the golden seal. Immediately following, he was accused of patricide by Guchang and his men who came over. Abolish basic cultivation. Expelled from the Goo family. He was naturally aware that from the beginning to the end, the instigators of this incident were Guchang and his group. However, with his cultivation level at that time, facing several Tongqiao realm masters, he had no ability to resist at all. Godfather. Thinking of everything Gutian had done for him over the past 17 years, his eyes instantly turned blood red. Murderer. Right in front of you. Master. Even Asha felt that Guhan was a little scary at this moment. Ah, silly. Guhan turned around, trying hard to maintain the last bit of rationality in his heart. Don't go out, wait until I come back. Master. Asha felt like crying. You should not die. They are the ones who are dead. Guhan slowly stood up and gently touched a storage bag around his waist. It contains the fire cloud spear. Boom. With his emotions surging, the spiritual power in his body surged like a raging sea, instantly breaking through the last barrier and pushing him into the 7th level of opening his meridians. It was exactly the state he was in before he was abandoned. Those who hurt you. The sword energy on the long sword has been condensed to the extreme, and it is contained but not released. I will make them pay. The words fell. Leaving a blurry afterimage on the spot, Guhan's figure suddenly rushed out. Far away. Gucheng and the other 5 people approached with confidence. Don't forget. A casual cultivator. A young man seemed a little worried and looked at Gucheng. After you kill him, you will get the Yuan crystal and spirit weapon you promised me. Before. It's not that he didn't want to earn the 2,000 spirit crystals, but Guhan's record was too dazzling. He thought he was not sure of winning, and he didn't want to cooperate with others to split the reward. After thinking it over again and again, he chose not to take action. Not just him. The other 2 had the same idea. Only. This time, Gucheng took out 5,000 spirit crystals, plus the top-grade spiritual weapon. Even if they were divided equally, it would still be a considerable fortune, and they couldn't help but be tempted. And among the 6 people, he and Guchang have reached the 4th level of Tongqiao realm, and the remaining 4 have reached the 3rd level of Tongqiao realm. This power. Unless they seek death by going deeper. Otherwise, in this area, it is synonymous with invincibility. Rest assured. Gucheng sneered. In Tianwu City, the reputation of my Goo family is number 1. As long as you kill him, the Yuan crystal and the spiritual weapon will be yours. Similarly, you must go all out. The last word has not yet been uttered. A beast-like roar suddenly sounded. Gucheng. The voice hasn't fallen yet. A cold sword energy was only a few feet away from him. So fast. His pupils shrank, and a barely visible red light instantly lit up on his body. He turned his body to the side and narrowly dodged the sword energy. Bang. Bang. Behind. Several ancient trees were hit by the sword energy and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Guhan. Gucheng's face looked extremely ugly. Powerful. So strong. Guhan at this moment was like a new life, much stronger than before he was disabled. If Guhan had not been very far away from him when he attacked, even with his cultivation level of the 4th level of Tongqiao, he would not have had the slightest chance of avoiding that sword energy. Aside. The 3 wandering cultivators were also frightened and broke out in cold sweats. Fortunately, I was cautious enough and did not choose to take action. Otherwise, facing this inexplicable sword energy alone would be absolutely dangerous. Gucheng. Guhan ignored the others and pointed his sword directly at Gucheng. Today, you have to pay for my foster father's life. Life for a life. The young man was stunned for a moment and looked at Gucheng. Didn't you say that this guy killed his father? Why does he want you to pay with your life? It's none of your business. Gucheng's face was grim. If you still want Yuan Jing, stop asking about these nonsense. The young man shut up immediately. Compared to Yuan Jing, the truth of this matter is not important at all. Little evildoer. Gucheng stared at Guhan coldly. The thing is in your hand, right? Hand it over. If I am in a better mood, maybe I can leave you with an intact body. Fuck you. What did you say? I said. Guhan slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with hatred. Fuck you. Okay, okay. Gucheng was shaking with anger. Little bastard, when Gu Tian picked you up, I knew you had a rebellious mind and would be a nuisance, and now it's true. If you are not from my clan, your heart must be different. You are just a bastard after all. Gu Yang is the direct descendant of my Gu family, and the future of my Gu family. It's because of your appearance that you took away what belonged to him. Beside. The two elders also looked indifferent. Guhan. The thorn in the hearts of everyone in the Gu family. It would be fine if he was mediocre, but he was too outstanding, so outstanding that everyone in the Gu family felt ashamed in front of him. And the better he is. The thorn in the Gu family's hearts is getting deeper. The same goes for Gu Tian. Gucheng continued to provoke Guhan. As a member of the Gu family, you don't consider Gu Yang, who is from the same clan, and you actually side with a bastard like you in everything. It's ridiculous that he was about to die that day, but you still tried to use the thing to negotiate with my father, asking him to send you out of Tianwu City safely. Ha ha. What a deep love between father and son, it's really disgusting. Godfather. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down. It directly washed away the last bit of Guhan's sanity. I'll let them all die. The word death had just come out. His figure had already left the original place, and the sword with a sharp sword energy stabbed straight towards Gucheng. Superior. Gucheng sneered. My Gu family's Yuan Jing is not so easy to get. Brush. He hadn't finished his words. The young man seemed to have practiced a martial art that specialized in speed, and his speed was much faster than Guhan. As his body swayed, he left a trail of afterimages and instantly blocked in front of him. At the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The attacks from the other 2 wandering cultivators also followed. The young man had a good idea. Faced with such an attack, the best way for Guhan is naturally to choose to retreat. Then he can use his flexible body movements and cooperate with the other 2 to exhaust Guhan to death. Only he was wrong. Guhan was so furious at this moment that he just wanted to kill Gucheng, but he did not dodge and took 2 heavy blows. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just due to the influence of this force, he became 3 points faster. Puff. A slight sound. A cold sword energy suddenly flashed and penetrated into the young man's brow. Until his death, there was still a trace of doubt in the young man's eyes. He seemed to not understand why Guhan would choose this kind of fighting method in which both sides would die. And at this time, the distance between Guhan and Gucheng was only 10 feet. Little bastard. Gucheng grinned grimly and took out a long knife in an instant. Fire swirled around his body and instantly spread across the blade. Fiery burning technique. Today I will get rid of you, the scourge for the Gu family. Call. While talking, the long sword made a whistling sound and, with a burning sensation, chopped directly towards Guhan. Clang. A golden sound. The long sword and the long knife collided in an instant. Under Gucheng's astonished eyes, Guhan's tattered sword actually cut off all of his long sword. The remaining force of the sword suddenly swept across his body, cutting off his right arm at the elbow. Ah! A cry of pain. Kill. Kill this little beast for me. That moment just now. He actually sensed a hint of death crisis. A moment. He suddenly felt timid. Ah! Suddenly, another scream was heard. When he looked up, he saw that Guhan was covered in blood and filled with hatred. And one of the remaining 2 cultivators had died again. Gu Cheng. Guhan ignored the others and rushed towards him regardless. Die. Oh no. Gu Cheng's heart skipped a beat and he lost all his courage. I have seriously underestimated his strength. If I stay here any longer, I might really end up in trouble. Run. Without the slightest hesitation. He used all his strength to activate his cultivation and fled into the distance. Here. The curses, roars, and screams gradually became inaudible. After a while, he glanced behind him, and when he saw no one was chasing him, he slowed down and took a deep breath. So strong. He simply couldn't understand. Why is Guhan so powerful now? 6 levels of enlightenment. No. I'm afraid the number of people will have to at least double before there's any hope of winning. Little bastard. Being frightened into this state by the person he hated the most, he was filled with shame and anger, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. Just wait. I must. Gu Cheng. Suddenly, a voice as if from hell sounded from behind him. It's Guhan. Oh no. Gu Cheng's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't even dare to look at it and was about to run away again. Puff. Suddenly, a flash of sword light passed by. He just felt pain in his legs and plunged into the dark and smelly mud. No need to worry about manners. He raised his head with great effort, only to see Guhan looking down at him. His entire body was already soaked in blood, some of it his own, but more of it was from others. Those eyes. It also looks like it's been stained with blood. Guhan. At this moment, Gu Cheng's mind raced, trying desperately to think about how to escape from Guhan's hands. But Guhan didn't give him any chance to speak. Puff. The sword flashed and the head fell to the ground. Godfather. This is the second one. Inside the cave. Asha hugged his legs and huddled in a corner, listening to the faint sounds of fighting coming from below, with a look of helplessness and worry on his face. Master. You must not die. If you die, I won't listen to you anymore. Muttering to himself. The light at the cave entrance was suddenly blocked. Master. Asha looked up subconsciously, and saw Guhan, who looked like he had walked out of hell. Are you okay, Master? Whoa. Why doesn't the young master want my help? I know I can help you. Stop crying. There was a hint of fatigue in Guhan's voice. This is just a minor injury, I won't die. It's about time, let's go. Walk. Asha wiped away his tears. Where are you going? Go back. Guhan gently held her little hand, his voice very soft. Revenge. A big deal, a big deal. 5,000 yuan crystals, 6 Tongqiao realm masters, TSK, the Goo family is really bleeding a lot this time. What a pity, there's no share for us. What are you thinking about? Let's just watch the fun. In my opinion, Guhan is in big trouble this time. That's it. A casual cultivator sneered. The 6 great Tongqiao realm masters can already walk around here with their heads held high. Can Guhan, no matter how strong he is, really turn the tables? Haha, he's dead. You. Suddenly. The other one looked horrified. Look. What are you looking at? Could it be that Guhan is here again? Well, it seems. The fear on that person's face grew stronger and stronger. It's him. What? Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and their faces changed drastically. Far away. A young man covered in blood and filled with murderous intent, holding the hand of a little girl, was slowly walking towards the outskirts of the savage forest. The features are so obvious. If it's not Guhan, then who else could it be? A moment later. Guhan and Asha's figures gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Call. Before you know it. Everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Gurgle. The casual cultivator who predicted that Guhan would die swallowed lightly. He is still alive. Nonsense, didn't you see it? He's alive and well. He's alive, then. With a click. Thinking of this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. No way. It's impossible. Could it be that the 6 Tongqiao realm masters who surrounded and killed him were all killed by him alone? What is he going to do? Looking at the direction, it seems, we are heading to Tianwu City. What are you going there for? Nonsense, if you were surrounded and attacked like this, would you be able to swallow your anger and not seek revenge? Walk. A monk suddenly spoke. Go and have a look. For these low-level independent cultivators, they often walk on the edge of danger, with no tomorrow in sight. Naturally, they don't want to miss out on such a grand event that doesn't happen for several years. Look, but don't get too close to him. What you said is unnecessary. He is a killer. Who would think his life is too long? For a while. Everyone called their friends and followed Guhan in groups from a distance. Family-oriented. In the main hall. Unlike the deserted place on ordinary days, it was full of people at this moment. Them. Naturally, they are all the core members of the Goo family. Grandfather. Below. Gu Yang bowed to Gu Chang and glanced at all the clansmen with a look of high spirits. My grandson is leaving the city today. It's not too late, right? It's not too late. Gu Chang stroked his beard, and a hint of smile appeared on his originally gloomy face. Perfect timing. He could naturally see that Gu Yang's cultivation had already broken into the 6th level of opening meridians. Today. He stood up slowly. It's the Dachi Martial Academy qualifying tournament. And after today, Gu Yang will be the new head of our Goo family. Do you have any objections? No, no. Young master has amazing talent and is the most suitable candidate. That's right. The young master is the direct descendant of our Goo family, so it is only natural for him to become the head of the family. Haha, unlike some people who are too selfish and actually want to hand the Goo family over to a wolf cub who can't be tamed. All the tribesmen spoke up and flattered him. By the way. He also belittled Guhan and Gu Tianming and secretly. All right. Gu Chang was quite satisfied with everyone's answers and waved his hand. Everyone step back and wait, we will set off later. Yes. Grandfather. Seeing everyone leaving, Gu Yang asked, where's my father? Is there any news yet? Rest assured. Gu Chang sat down again. He has been gone for several days. I think he has already finished his work. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be back today or tomorrow. Great, Guhan is dead this time. This shouldn't be what you're concerned about right now. Changing the subject, Gu Chang's face became solemn. You have to go all out in this competition, got it? Why? Gu Yang was stunned. Just based on those guys, they are not worthy of me using my full strength. The royal capital. Gu Chang's eyes were dim. A distinguished guest has arrived. Distinguished guest? Yes, that distinguished guest is from the royal family. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both you and the Goo family. You must win beautifully this time. If you can catch the eye of that distinguished guest, your future achievements will be limitless. Even if it was not deliberately publicized. But the news that the 7th prince had arrived in Tianwu City had already been discovered by all the families. Don't worry, Grandpa. Gu Yang's expression brightened. This time, I will let them see who is the best person in Tianwu City. Good. Gu Chang nodded. You are the hope and future of our Goo family. Whether the Goo family can soar to the sky depends on your performance this time. Inside Tianwu City. It's still that long street. But compared to before, it seems a little deserted. The battle for the qualification to enter the Dachi Martial Academy is a major event that only happens once every few years. Except for some people who really cannot leave, everyone else naturally rushes to watch. I really want to go and see it. At the city gate, inside a shop. One of the guys had a look of regret on his face. If you miss this time, you'll have to wait 5 years for the next one. Nothing to see. Aside. The shopkeeper glanced at him. I heard that young Master Guhan has been in seclusion for a month and has already broken through to the 6th level of Kai Mai. He is the only one who is qualified to join the Martial Arts Academy. TSK, it seems that we underestimated him before. That's true, eh? The guy glanced outside out of boredom and suddenly froze. Guhan. Isn't he wanted? Why is he back? Outer room. Under the surprised gaze of the waiter, Guhan slowly walked into the city. Everything. It seems to be exactly the same as a month ago. Only. Last time it was Asha who carried him on his back, this time it was he who carried Asha on his back. He ignored everyone's gaze. He gently put Asha down. Master. Kindness. Isn't this martial arts school qualification yours? Kindness. Those people are so despicable. Not only did they harm you, but they also stole all your things. Walk. Guhan held her little hand. Let's go see my godfather first. Compared with before. At this moment, both his expression and tone were extremely calm, so calm that it was almost abnormal. This guy. Looking at Guhan's back, the shopkeeper was amazed. Life is really great. If it were someone else, 8 deaths would be enough, but he. Call. Suddenly. A large group of people suddenly poured in from the city gate, and the shopkeeper was stunned. This brother. After a moment, he grabbed a casual cultivator. What are you doing? Nonsense, just watch the fun. Lively. You don't know yet, right? Have you seen that Guhan? In the wilderness forest, 6 Tongqiao realm masters surrounded and killed him. What do you think the result was? How about it? He killed them all by himself. What? The shopkeeper was completely shocked. The 6 great Tongqiao realms were killed by Guhan alone. You watch here. He could no longer suppress his curiosity, so he hurriedly told the waiter and quickly caught up with the crowd. Martial Academy Qualifying Tournament. Once every 5 years is not too unusual. But this kind of revenge drama might only happen once in a lifetime in this small Tianwu city, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. Family-oriented. Main entrance. Half an hour ago, Guchang took most of the elite tribesmen away, leaving only a few guards to look after the house. Bang. Suddenly. A loud bang. The door, which was so magnificently carved, suddenly cracked and turned into a pile of pieces. Who? Bold. Who dares to trespass into the Goo family? He is seeking death. Hear a noise. Several guards and clansmen gathered around, their faces filled with indignation. In the smoke. Guhan brought Asha and slowly appeared in front of everyone. Guhan. Everyone was shocked. It's you. How dare you come back? Quick, take down this patricidal villain. In an instant. Several guards rushed up. Roll. Guhan spoke calmly. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the spiritual power that had been dormant in the body for a long time suddenly became extremely violent, and an invisible aura spread out, instantly shocking several guards to the point of vomiting blood and flying backwards. From beginning to end. Guhan didn't even look at them, but just took a shot to the backyard. There. It was the Goo family ancestral hall. Stop. Suddenly. A gray-haired member of the Goo family stood in front of Guhan. This is the Goo family ancestral hall. You are an outsider and have no right to come in. Get out of the way. Guhan slowly raised the sword in his hand. Otherwise, die. You are indeed a wolf cub that can never be tamed. Gu Tian must have been blind to pick you up. Even though you are such a scourge, he still wanted to hand over the Goo family to you. Bang. The words were not finished. He was already vomiting blood and flew far away. No one dared to speak again. Asha, wait for me. Kindness. Clang. Guhan casually inserted the sword into the blue stone ground. The meaning is self-evident. Anyone who dares to come near will die. Pushing open the door of the ancestral hall, one is greeted by a long altar, on which the spirit tablets of the ancestors of the Goo family are neatly arranged according to their seniority. And in the corner, a spirit tablet covered in dust was thrown casually on the ground. On the spirit tablet, a footprint is clearly visible. Guhan's body trembled and his eyes turned red instantly. That spirit tablet. It's Goo Tion's. Thump. Guhan fell heavily to his knees. Godfather. Quick, go inform the clan elders. What does this bastard want to do? Is he trying to tear down the ancestral hall? He is indeed a wolf cub. He is repaying kindness with enmity. Nonsense. Asha couldn't bear it any longer and started arguing with everyone. The young master has not let the Goo family down, it is the Goo family that has let the young master down. Only. Her voice was quickly drowned out. The worst thing Goo Tion did was to bring him back. Don't mention him. Humph, he always sided with Guhan. He is not worthy of being the head of the family. He died at the hands of this bastard, and it was his own fault. You. Asha was so angry that his eyes were filled with tears. You are talking nonsense. Inside the ancestral hall. Godfather. Guhan carefully wiped the dust off the spirit tablet, muttering to himself. You heard it. We have fought for the Goo family for so long, raising them step by step to their current status, but they are blind and can't see. Godfather, the Goo family is rotten. While talking, he slowly closed his eyes. Then, there is no need for it to exist. In the space of consciousness. Huh. The black shadow's expression brightened when he saw Guhan again. Boy, you're here again. How is it, have you figured it out? I told you long ago that the one who will be my disciple is that little girl, huh? Half the story. He suddenly noticed something strange about Guhan. Tisk, tsk, such a strong sense of hostility. Before. Even though Guhan was aggressive in his words and deeds, it was nowhere near 1/10 of what he is today. I never thought. The shadow looked surprised. You are a natural-born demon cultivator. How about considering becoming my registered disciple? I want revenge. Guhan went straight to the point. Do me a favor. Help you. Why? I owe you a favor. What a joke. Your favor is useless. I don't need it, cough cough. Looking at the dozens of sword intentions hovering around him. His face turned serious. I gave up instantly. Well, tell me what I can help you with. Although I am a demon cultivator, I am also a kind-hearted person. My godfather. Guhan spoke in a low voice. He was murdered. He was murdered by those tribesmen he trusted the most. So. Listen to his story. The black shadow fell silent for the first time. Before, he had been sleeping most of the time, and he only knew that the golden seal suddenly fell into Guhan's hands. He didn't know much about what happened to Goo Tion. I see. After a while. He suddenly sighed. Being betrayed by the person you trust the most. I understand this feeling. Well, I will help you with this today. Tianwu City. In the heart of the inner city. There stood a training ground with a radius of 10 feet and built of bluestone. Now. The martial arts arena was surrounded by 3 layers of walls, making it impossible to get in or out. Ahead. A middle-aged man with a dignified look and wearing a brocade robe sat in the center. He was the lord of Tianwu City, Lu Yuan. On both sides of him. But it was filled with the heads of various families in the city. However, except for Gu Chang, the other family heads looked somewhat ugly. They naturally understand. This competition was just a formality. With Gu Yang's current strength, it would be easy for him to win the championship. Lu Yuan naturally didn't care. As the city lord, he only needs to maintain the stability of Tianwu City. As for the various families, the more intense the fight, the better. Report to the city lord. Just then, a guard stepped forward. The time has come. Kindness. Lu Yuan nodded, somewhat absent-mindedly. Then let's get started. After saying. He subconsciously glanced at the quiet room behind him. Sitting in there. It's the seventh prince. Soul-stealing. In the space of consciousness. The Black Shadow explained to Guhan, strictly speaking, it is not a magical power, but a technique for using soul power. Your soul power is strong, far better than others. Speaking of this. His heart was bleeding. These soul powers are all mine. This little bastard, nothing good has happened to me since I met him. Good. Guhan nodded. I see. This soul-stealing technique was naturally carefully selected by Black Shadow, and it is absolutely suitable for dealing with the current situation. That's right. Before leaving. Guhan suddenly turned around. That favor is still valid. Pooh. The Dark Shadow cursed inwardly. I don't want those damn favors. But. He seemed to be thinking about something. This kid is really a man of integrity. No. Half the story. He suddenly shook his head. Don't be soft-hearted. We still have to find a way to kill him. Outer room. The Goo family members cursed more and more vigorously. Suddenly. The door of the ancestral hall was opened again, and Guhan slowly walked out holding Gu Tian's spirit tablet. A moment. Complete silence. Ah, silly. Guhan ignored everyone and drew his sword. Let's go. Kindness. Asha wiped away her tears and glared at everyone fiercely. Master, these people are so evil, I never want to come back again. Then I won't come back. Behind. Everyone looked at Guhan's back and wished they could eat him. That's right. Guhan suddenly stopped. One more thing. Buzz. The long sword trembled slightly, and two sharp sword auras suddenly flew out. Boom. Under the desperate and resentful gaze of the Goo family, the magnificent ancestral hall instantly turned into a pile of ruins. Inside the martial arts arena. Bang. A red color flashed through the spear in Gu Yang's hand and instantly hit the opponent. The men spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly outside the ring. Come. Gu Yang didn't even look at him and swung his spear. Next. Young Master Gu Yang is so amazing. Who dares to come up? No one can match him. TSK, it looks like there's no suspense about the qualification for the Martial Arts Academy. Around the ring. Everyone was talking about it, which satisfied Gu Yang's vanity to the extreme. On the contrary. In the seats in the front, the faces of all the family heads looked extremely ugly. First, Guhan appeared. Now there is another Gu Yang. What good fortune has the Goo family had? Good. Lu Yuan nodded and looked at Gu Chang beside him. Some potential. Thank you for your praise, City Lord. Even though he was scheming, Gu Chang still couldn't hide the smile on his face. If Gu Yang can go to the Martial Arts Academy, it will be a blessing for our Tianwu city and even for the City Lord. That's the truth. Lu Yuan naturally would not refuse his kindness. I have some old friends at the Martial Academy. Before Gu Yang leaves, ask him to come to the City Lord's mansion. Thank you, City Lord. The smile on Gu Chang's face could no longer be suppressed. Lu Yuan also graduated from a martial arts academy. With his recommendation, even if he cannot be appreciated by the seventh prince, his future is still bright. Hee hee. Suddenly. A weird voice came. Although Gu Yang is excellent, he is still a little behind Guhan. It's not just a little bit, it's a lot. Two people talking. They are the heads of the Zhang and Wang families in the city, and they are also the only two large families that can barely compete with the Goo family. What do you mean? Gu Chang's face darkened. This kind of patricidal sinner should be executed. No matter how talented he is. But your Goo family offered such a huge reward, and he didn't get hurt at all. Haha, you Goo family, you better be careful. Naturally, the two of them were not speaking up for Guhan. It was just that I was simply angry and wanted to disgust Gu Chang. Snort. Gu Chang sneered. Don't worry about that. That evil creature will be dead in half a day at the latest. On the stage, Gu Yang was calm and composed, and his eyes occasionally glanced at the quiet room behind Lu Yuan. That nobleman. Shouldn't you see your potential? In a quiet room. Ahem. The seventh prince coughed violently twice, and his face looked even paler. Your Highness. Behind. Manager Li stepped forward quickly and injected spiritual power into his body as if it were free. Okay. The seventh prince waved his hand. Save your energy, it's useless. Your Highness. Manager Li was extremely distressed. What's so interesting about this martial arts academy qualification competition? You are so weak, you might as well stay with Master Shui and see if he can come up with a solution. Hee hee. The seventh prince smiled. If I could think of it, I would have figured it out long ago. Alas, it has been difficult for Elder Shui over the years. While I can still move. He looked outside. I should see more of the beautiful scenery in this world. Besides, this person looks young, but his strength is quite good. I never thought that such a small Tianwu city would have such a talent. Manager Li sneered. Can such a person be considered a talent? Speaking of people with real potential, Elder Shui and I did meet one in the savage forest. Thinking of Guhan. His face darkened. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Your Highness, let's go back to Elder Shui's place. The competition is almost over and there's nothing to see anymore. Oh, that's fine. The seventh prince slowly stood up. This time, I have to trouble him again. Outer room. How? Seeing that no one came up on stage for a long time, Gu Yang smiled proudly. No one left. Haha, they are really just a bunch of useless things. Below. Being humiliated by him like this, the disciples of various tribes clenched their hands tightly and their faces turned red. However, due to Gu Yang's strength, no one dared to go up to the stage again. City Lord. Ignoring the ugly expressions of the other family heads, Gu Chang smiled complacently. In my opinion, there is no need to continue this competition. It's not necessary. Lu Yuan stood up slowly. In that case, then what are the qualifications of this martial arts academy? Etc. Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice came from a distance. Who is speaking? Everyone looked at each other, but there were too many people here and it was difficult to find the owner of the voice in a short time. Kindness. It's Lu Yuan. With his cultivation level of the third level of Ju Yuan, he could easily find the source of the sound. Guhan. It's him. Those who discovered it a little later were naturally Gu Chang and the heads of various families. Guhan. Which Guhan? Nonsense, who else could it be? What does it mean that he is back now? Does he still want the qualification to join the martial arts academy? What the hell? Can the city lord tolerate a man who killed his father? There was a lot of discussion. The crowd, however, separated themselves into a corridor. Guhan held Gu Tian's spirit tablet in his left hand and held Asha's hand with his right hand. Amidst all kinds of gazes, he slowly walked to the edge of the ring with an expressionless face. Guhan. On the ring. Gu Yang's face suddenly darkened. Qualifications for the martial academy. Guhan looked at him calmly. It's mine. If you want it, you have to ask me first. Butler Li. Ah. It seems like there's some excitement again. Seeing Guhan's figure, Manager Li's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot and he felt even more uncomfortable. What a narrow road the enemies meet. How come I met him again? Butler Li. Seeing his strange expression, the seventh prince asked curiously, why, you know him too? Well. Your Highness also. I have seen him once from a distance. Previously. Thinking of Guhan's attitude before, Manager Li frowned and talked about what happened in the savage forest. Asshole. Outer room. Gu Chang shouted angrily. You are a man who killed his father and has committed a grave sin. How dare you speak so arrogantly here? TSK, you really know how to put a hat on me. That's right. You didn't even let me finish my words. Do you really think that the surname of this Tianwu city is Goo? Aside. The heads of the Zhang and Wang families mocked again. City Lord. Gu Chang ignored them both. This boy is a disgrace to my Gu family and also a disgrace to Tianwu city. It is better to capture him as soon as possible. He cursed in his heart. What does Gu Qing do for a living? He was surrounded and tried to kill by 6 people of Tongqiao realm, but he managed to escape. Guhan. Lu Yuan's face looked a little gloomy. Back off. I want fairness. Guhan looked straight into his eyes. You dare to say it again? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. In the past, he admired Guhan to some extent and even thought of betrothing Lu Ying to Guhan. However, later on, Guhan was infamous for killing his father and his cultivation was completely destroyed, so he naturally no longer cared about Guhan. Besides, now the 7th prince is in Tianwu city. He asked Lu Ying to please him in every way, so naturally he looked down on Guhan even more. I want fairness. Guhan took a deep breath. I hope the city lord can give me a chance. Bold. Lu Yuan shouted angrily, come here, take him. Half the story. His expression suddenly changed. Good. He sat down again, but his attitude had changed drastically. I'll give you this chance. City Lord. Director Gu was a little anxious. You. No need to say more, just watch. In a quiet room. Your Highness. Manager Li looked reluctant. This kid has a bad temper. What's there to see? Just now, it was the 7th prince who asked him to convey a message to Lu Yuan, asking him to let the competition continue. You are biased. The 7th prince glanced at him with a half-smile. No matter what, he was the one who gave me the Scarlet Flame Snake's beast core. Just for this reason, I have to give him a chance to return the favor. Manager Li's face darkened again. That was exchanged for the elixir made by the ghost doctor himself. That guy made a fortune. Gu Yang. Seeing that Lu Yuan agreed, Guhan looked at Gu Yang again. Fight with me. You dare. At this moment, not only was his entire body soaked in blood, but several hideous wounds were clearly visible on his body. Although he looked extremely miserable, he was far superior to Gu Yang in terms of momentum. It was at this time. A member of the Gu family who had hurried over ran to Gu Chang and whispered something. Snap. A murderous intent flashed across Gu Chang's eyes, and he crushed the hard armrest of the seat directly. You little evil creature, you're looking for death. On the stage. Gu Yang is in a difficult situation. Good. He glanced at Guhan. Today, I will clean up the mess for the Gu family and get rid of you, the scourge, completely. If Guhan was intact. Naturally, he didn't dare to agree easily. Just looking at Guhan's appearance at this moment, he thought that his cultivation and supernatural powers had improved greatly, and naturally he had the confidence he never had before. Today. Guhan handed the spirit tablet to Asha and slowly walked onto the stage. We must avenge our adoptive father. Revenge. Everyone was stunned. He just said he wanted to avenge Patriarch Gu. It seems so. Didn't he kill the head of the Gu family? What kind of revenge is he seeking? It's hard to say, you'll know once you see it. While discussing, their eyes were fixed on the stage, afraid of missing anything. Call. On the ring. Gu Yang swung his spear, and his cultivation instantly reached its peak. A layer of faint red light spread down like running water, enveloping his entire body, even his spear. Is this the Gu family's fiery flame burning technique? Awesome, it's really awesome. Young Master Gu Yang's cultivation is not low either. Hee hee. A member of the Gu family smiled smugly. My young master is extremely gifted. Not to mention his cultivation, he has already cultivated the fiery flame burning technique to the state of both physical and spiritual perfection. He is a rare talent in my Gu family. Isn't it easy for him to deal with Guhan? Puff. Suddenly, a casual cultivator who had been following along in the crowd started laughing. Why are you laughing? I laugh at your young master for overestimating his own abilities. I'm afraid he'll be chopped to pieces by Guhan soon. Bullshit. The gun in my young master's hand is a top-grade spiritual weapon. With the broken sword in Guhan's hand, and he's injured, there's no way he can be a match for the young master. Hee hee. The casual cultivator didn't bother to pay attention to him. You are not blind, see for yourself. These casual cultivators. Everyone had witnessed how powerful Guhan was, so they naturally understood how powerful the broken sword in Guhan's hand was. Guhan. On the stage. Guyan stared at Guhan. Today, I will use your life to clear my name. Defeat Guhan head-on. Naturally, this was a long-cherished wish that had been buried deep in his heart. Call. While talking. But he launched the attack first. Like an arrow shot from a bow, his body swayed, the gun shook, and the sharp tip of the gun pointed directly at Guhan's eyebrows. Guhan didn't move. Die. Guyang's speed increased by 3 points, and the red light on his body became brighter and brighter. Just when the spear was half a foot away from Guhan. Guhan moved. Brush. He swung the sword casually and slashed lightly. Clang. A crisp sound. The field suddenly fell silent. On the ring. Guyang dared not move. The tip of Guhan's sword was only half an inch away from his forehead. As for the top-grade spiritual spear in his hand, it had been broken into 2 pieces, its light dimmed, and became a useless weapon. Tsk tisk. The casual cultivator was full of sarcasm. Both form and spirit. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Haha. No. The Goo family member looked pale. Impossible, how could the young master lose? Everyone was stunned. Guyang, who was so high-spirited and invincible among the younger generation of Tianwu City just a moment ago, could actually not even block Guhan's sword. Guyang. Far away. Gu Chang stood up instantly. This. Guyang's face was grim and full of disbelief. You are obviously injured, and my cultivation has obviously improved. There is no way I can lose. Guhan ignored him. The long sword pressed down 3 points. In an instant. A stream of blood flowed from Guyang's forehead. In desperation. He had no choice but to lower his body. The long sword continued to press down, and Guyang's body became lower and lower. Hiss. Everyone suddenly understood Guhan's intention. Guyang must kneel down. Little bastard. Gu Chang's face looked ferocious. Let him go. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces. Explain. Guhan remained unmoved. How did you harm my foster father? While talking. 2 faint lights suddenly flashed in his eyes, and seemed to illuminate Guyang's heart. Soul-stealing technique. Thump. Guyang's eyes went blank and he instantly fell to his knees. Gu Tian's cultivation is too high, my grandfather is no match for him, so we bribed Commander Goo to secretly put drugs in Gu Tian's food. Shut up. Gu Chang was furious. Shut up. While talking. He is about to take action against Guhan. Speak, let him speak. That's right, let everyone know that you Goo family are all a bunch of hypocrites. The family heads all looked unhappy and stopped Gu Chang. The opportunity to overthrow the Goo family is right before their eyes, and they naturally will not allow anyone to ruin it. After the drug takes effect. Guyang continued talking in a daze. My grandfather secretly got your sword, and together with my father and 2 elders, he surrounded and killed Gu Tian. Unexpectedly, he fought back before his death, and he almost escaped. Why? Guhan's body trembled slightly. My adoptive father has spent half his life working hard for the Goo family. Because he has selfish motives. There was suddenly a hint of resentment in Guyang's tone. I think of you in everything and give you all the benefits. Why? You are just a bastard that I picked up. I am the direct descendant of the Goo family. I should be the young master. No, I should be the head of the family. Every word. It fell clearly into everyone's ears. There was a moment of silence. How vicious. The dignified Goo family is also a bunch of hypocritical people. Alas, I didn't expect Guhan to be wronged. The Goo family's actions are really despicable. The largest clan in Tianwu City. Ugh. There was a lot of discussion going on. Except for the Goo family members, the limelight was one-sided, and the rest of the people stood on Guhan's side. Hee hee, how did this first place come about? Who among us doesn't know that it's all because of Patriarch Goo's hard work? You still have the nerve to call Guhan a bastard. Didn't he conquer the Red Maple Valley's mineral veins? And didn't he win back those medicinal fields and spiritual veins outside the city from other families? The Goo family hands over so many beast cores every year, and every time, wasn't Guhan the first to go to the savage forest and kill the monsters? Most of the Goo family's foundation was built by the father and son. If it weren't for them, where would you, Guyan, get the crystals to buy this top-grade spiritual weapon? That's right. A bunch of losers who only know how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, and you still have the nerve to accuse them of being selfish. Everyone started cursing. Among these people. Of course, there were people who truly felt guilty and spoke up for Guhan, but more of them were just a few other families fanning the flames. The effect is naturally good. Starting today. The Goo family's reputation is completely ruined and it's completely over. In the crowd. The Goo family was scolded so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads. When this fig leaf was torn off, they felt almost ashamed and angry, but they did not feel any remorse in their hearts. Instead, they hated Guhan even more. In the final analysis, they have never recognized Guhan. And Guhan at this time. I don't need their approval anymore. He gently took Gu Tian's spirit tablet and placed it in front of Gu Yang. A wipe of the hand. Clang. A fiery red spear instantly pierced into the blue stone ground. Fire cloud gun. Godfather. Those who harmed you will be buried with you. While talking, he took out 4 heads and placed them neatly in front of Gu Tian's spirit tablet. The first one. It was led by Commander Goo. The remaining 2 are the 2 elders of the Goo family. The last one. It was Gu Cheng. Bang. After doing this, he slapped Gu Yang on the shoulder with a sword. A cold sword energy instantly penetrated into his body, cutting his meridians into pieces. Ah. Great pain. It made Gu Yang wake up instantly. You, what did you do? My cultivation, my meridians. Dad. How could it be? Seeing Gu Cheng's head, his face twisted. Just like a dog. Guhan stared at him and said in a cold voice, a stray dog. Gu Yang's face turned pale. This sentence. This was exactly what he gave to Guhan that day. Now that the situations of both parties were reversed, this sentence was returned to him by the other party intactly. You dare to insult me. His eyes were red as he stared at Guhan. You dare to kill my father. He killed my adoptive father, so he must pay with his life. Little bastard. Not far away. Gu Cheng's face was gloomy. You dare to kill my son and destroy my grandson. I will not let you off today. Brush. While talking, a layer of red flames suddenly ignited on his body and he rushed towards Guhan. This time, no one stopped him. The goal has been achieved, and now it's time to watch the show. Looking at Gu Chang, who was almost going crazy, Guhan's eyes also turned red. Godfather. This is the last one. Asshole. Lu Yuan's face turned pale. Stop it. On weekdays. No matter how these families quarreled or fought in private, he was too lazy to care, and sometimes he would even secretly add fuel to the fire. But today is different. In full view of the public. In front of him, and at such an important moment as the Dachi Martial Academy qualifying battle. If Guhan is really allowed to continue to stir up the situation. As the Lord of Tianwu City, he had completely lost face. Only. Guhan and Guchang were already furious and wanted to kill each other as soon as possible, so how could they listen to him? In a flash, the two figures are about to collide. What a courage! A cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, and his aura instantly rose, revealing his cultivation level of the third level of Ju Yuan. A slight shake. He instantly came to the two people who were about to collide with each other, and all the spiritual power in his body burst out, shaking the two people away. Little bastard! Gu Chang roared angrily. The thing I regret most is that I didn't kill you myself that day. Old dog. Guhan stared at him. Today, you have to pay for my foster father's life. The words haven't finished yet. A 3-inch sword light gathered on the tip of the sword, and it was about to rush towards Guchang again. The hatred in his heart. Much more than Guchang. Furious. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and swung out with all his strength. Bang. There was a big gap in the cultivation level between the two sides, and Guhan had suffered serious injuries before, so naturally he could not resist. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He kept retreating. City Lord. At this time, Guchang also regained some of his sanity and quickly saluted Lu Yuan. Thank you, City Lord. No need. Lu Yuan gave him a cold look. I'm not trying to help you. Yes, yes. Guchang saluted again. From today on, I will personally go to the City Lord's mansion to plead guilty and leave it to the City Lord to decide my fate. I will never dare to complain. Old fox. The faces of the heads of various families changed, and they secretly cursed Guchang for his cunningness. After today, the Gu family no longer has a foothold in Tianwu City and will certainly be boycotted by everyone. This huge family business will inevitably be lost. It is better to give up most of the benefits and completely surrender to Lu Yuan. In this way, if any family wants to take action against the Gu family again, they will have to think carefully. Okay. Lu Yuan naturally understood what he meant and softened his tone. Before you come, you need to deal with this mess. Yes. Gu Chang breathed a sigh of relief, took a look at Gu Cheng's head and Gu Yang who was completely disabled, and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Even if it costs everything. Guhan must also be eliminated completely. Well. Under the ring. Everyone looked at Guhan, who was keeping his head down and silent, and sighed secretly. Protected by the City Lord. This hatred. I'm afraid I can't report it. In contrast to them, those members of the Gu family had expressions of having survived a disaster, and secretly praised Chief Gu for his resourcefulness. Master. Asha ran over crying. We. At this moment, she was the only one who could best understand Guhan's feelings. Hatred. Guhan muttered to himself. It must be reported. What? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Guhan has gone crazy? With the City Lord here, how can you take revenge? What can you do? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's face darkened again. City Lord. Gu Chang was delighted and took the opportunity to say, this boy is unruly and doesn't take you seriously at all. If you keep him, it will be a disaster. Brush. The words were not finished. A ray of light suddenly lit up. The light was too fast, so fast that even with Lu Yuan's cultivation level, he couldn't intercept it in time. Puff. A soft sound. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on Gu Chang's heart. Far away. Guhan gently put down his sword. With the speed of Dian sword energy, the arena is only 10 feet away, so it will naturally arrive in an instant. How can Gu Chang hide? Good. In a quiet room. When the 7th prince saw the sword, he was so excited that his face turned red and he stood up immediately. It feels so good. It feels so good. Ahem. The words were not finished. He started coughing violently. Your Highness. Manager Li felt very distressed. Didn't Mr. Shui tell you not to have such big ups and downs in your emotions? Sigh, why didn't you listen? Ahem, he's great. What's good? Manager Li was very angry. He is only capable for a short time, and is just a reckless man. A reckless man. The seventh prince shook his head. The murderer of my father is right in front of me. If I can't kill him with my own hands, I don't know how much pain I will have to endure. Sigh. He sighed, looking a little lonely. If I could have half his courage, then. Your Highness. As if he was thinking of something, Manager Lee's eyes suddenly turned red. It's the old slave who is useless. I don't blame you. The seventh prince laughed at himself. Forget it. I am a person who is struggling to survive. I am lucky to be alive today. Why should I think so much? I just feel a little emotional when I see him. Speaking of which, he and I have some fate. Your Highness, you. Keep watching. Outer room. The birds were silent. Everyone was completely stunned. Guhan. Did he really do it? Did he really dare to do it? And he was clearly at the Kaimai realm, so why could he kill Guchang who was at the Tongqiao realm? Besides, what on earth was that light that I just saw? On the stage. Looking at the fist-sized bloody hole on his heart, Guchang was on the verge of collapse. Now. He seemed to understand why the 6 Tongqiao realm masters surrounded Guhan but were killed by him instead. Only. Too late. The strength and vitality in his body quickly drained away. He stared at Guhan with an unwilling look on his face. He staggered forward a few steps, but finally couldn't hold on any longer. He fell to his knees, without another sound. He knelt in front. That's where Gu Tian's spirit tablet is. Grandfather. Gu Yang's face was filled with fear and despair. Why, impossible. Godfather. Your revenge has been taken. Guhan exhaled lightly and shook his body twice. The fatigue and running around over the past few days, coupled with the injuries left by the previous series of battles, all manifested themselves at the same time. Even though he had a strong foundation, he could hardly hold on. Master. Asha quickly supported him. Are you okay? Guhan. Suddenly. A roar full of anger was heard. You are so bold. Lu Yuan stared at Guhan with a dark face. How dare you disobey my orders? Gu Chang is dead. And he was killed right under his nose. Not only will he not get any benefits from the Gu family, but from now on, his prestige as the city lord will also be greatly reduced. Here we come. Everyone was startled. In Tianwu City, Lu Yuan is the king, and no one has ever dared to disobey his words. Guhan is the first. Not far away. The heads of each family were already smiling from ear to ear. They could see that Lu Yuan was determined to kill. Now, it is no longer a question of whether Guhan can keep his qualification for the martial arts academy, but whether he can survive. From everything that happened today, they are the biggest winners. You're not fair. Unexpected. Before Guhan could speak, Asha stood up first. What did you say? You're not fair. Asha repeated the sentence again. Those people framed me and wanted to kill me. Why can't I kill them? It's unfair that you protect those bad guys. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Be good. Is this still the same stupid Asha who was not very smart? How come he suddenly became smart? Fair. Lu Yuan smiled grimly. I am the lord of Tianwu City. My words are the rules. You have violated the rules, and you still dare to talk to me about fairness. City Lord. On the ring. Gu Yang suddenly spoke, his eyes full of resentment. Please kill Guhan and avenge my father and grandfather. I am willing to give you everything in the Gu family. Puff. The words were not finished. A long sword pierced through the chest. Okay, okay. Extremely angry. Lu Yuan calmed down instead. Guhan, you have committed crimes again and again in front of me. It seems, you really don't take me, the city lord, seriously. While talking, dozens of city guards instantly passed through the crowd and surrounded the entire arena. Asha is right. Guhan gently held Asha's hand. You are unfair, so I don't have to respect you, listen to you, or follow your rules. Speaking of. He slowly retreated, and the somewhat weakened spiritual power in his body was circulated with all his strength. But we have already made preparations to break through. Take him. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Get it? Well. Everyone felt somewhat complicated. The Goo family is finished. But Guhan himself is also finished. Is it worth it to sacrifice yourself for revenge? TSK. Just as Guhan was preparing to break out with all his strength, a sharp and harsh voice suddenly rang out. City Lord Lu, you are so majestic. We don't want to follow your rules. Are you going to take us down as well? The sound is so awful. Lu Yuan's expression changed. The heads of each family could no longer sit still. Others may not know, but they know that there is a distinguished person sitting in the quiet room behind them. They didn't expect that he would want to interfere in this matter. Butler Li. Lu Yuan saluted quickly. How did you get startled? See what Manager Li looks like. Look at Lu Yuan's respectful expression again. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Oh dear, this person can't be. Ah. Others are cautious. Only Asha waved his hand happily. It's you, we meet again. With a click. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she knows Manager Li? Little girl. Manager Li had a fake smile on his face. We don't know you well, don't try to get close to you. Oh. Asha felt a little lost. Butler Li. Seeing this, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder what that person wants to tell me. He naturally understood. Steward Li must have come forward with the 7th Prince's instructions. City Lord Lu. Manager Li glanced at him. Let me ask you, is the Martial Academy qualifying tournament over? It's over. Who's winning? It's him. Lu Yuan pointed at Guhan reluctantly. Oh. Manager Li didn't even look at Guhan. That's all right. That's all for now. It couldn't be clearer. Guhan's qualification for the Martial Arts Academy was retained. Butler Li. Lu Yuan was somewhat unwilling. But he has been committing crimes repeatedly, disregarding the rules of Tianwu City. Our family said so. Manager Li emphasized his tone. This is the end of the matter. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Pooh. After taking a look at Guhan, Manager Li's face darkened again. Bastard. He's out of luck again. Etc. Seeing that he was about to leave, Guhan suddenly spoke. Do what? Manager Li looked impatient. Where is Senior Shui? I want to visit him. Now. Guhan's revenge has been achieved, so naturally he has to find a way to cure Asha's soul deficiency. Naturally, someone like Dr. Shui, who is proficient in alchemy and pharmacology, is the best choice. He impatiently told me an address. Manager Li turned and left. The more he looked at Guhan, the worse his mood became. Your Highness. Back in the quiet room, Manager Li was still somewhat indignant. Your orders have been fulfilled. Cough cough. The 7th Prince shook his head and was about to tease him when he suddenly started coughing violently. At the same time, a visible chill continued to emanate from his body, and soon a thin layer of frost formed on his body. Your Highness. Manager Li quickly stepped forward and used his spiritual power to protect his life. Hold on. I will take you to see Master Shui right away. Outer room. Lu Yuan was in a very bad mood at the moment. The 7th Prince's words were definitely not something that a mayor of a small border town like him could disobey. Even if he hated Guhan in his heart, he could not take any action. Unless he wants to die. Snort. With a cold snort, he was about to leave with the city guards without even looking at anyone. Etc. Guhan suddenly spoke. My martial arts school qualifications. Just wait. Lu Yuan looked at him deeply. Someone will bring it to you. As soon as he left, the scene was in an uproar again. That person just now, could it be? Nonsense, didn't you hear the city lord call him Li Zongguan? He must be from the capital. TSK, a big shot, a big shot. How many years has it been since we had such a big shot come to Tianwu City? Don't even think about it, you can't reach her. Everyone was discussing the matter heatedly. What happened today was so exciting, with all kinds of twists and turns, so many thrills that they were overwhelmed. In a small border town like this, such a big event would be enough for people to talk about for 10 or 8 years. In comparison, the Martial Arts Academy qualification competition seems not worth mentioning. Guhan ignored them. After putting away Gu Tian's spirit tablet and fire cloud spear, he exhaled deeply, and the hostility that had been pent up in his body also dissipated for the most part. Master. Asha asked softly, where are we going next? Go find Senior Shui. Guhan touched her head. Heal you. Master. Asha's eyes dimmed. My disease, is it incurable? Nonsense. Guhan's expression was gentle. I will definitely find a way to save you. All you have to do is stay by my side and help me find the treasure. Kindness. Hear about the treasure hunt. Asha's eyes lit up. After all, this was the only way she could help Guhan. Chatting. One master and one servant. Going further and further away. Looking at Guhan's back, everyone was envious. It's obvious. Regardless of his attitude, Manager Li showed up just to help Guhan. With such a big shot by his side, it goes without saying that Guhan will naturally soar to fame and have a bright future. Different from the enthusiasm of everyone else. The Goo family members, however, felt as if they had lost their parents, with faces full of despair and confusion. Not to mention the family's bad reputation. Even the person in charge died. Within a few days, the Goo family's huge assets will certainly be divided up completely by other families. By then, the fate of those members of the Goo family who had previously relied on their family power to show off their power in Tianwu City would be predictable. City Lord's Mansion. Asshole. In the main hall, Lu Yuan was so angry that his face turned blue. You bastard. Father. Such a big noise attracted the willow warbler. What happened? Guhan. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. This bastard is really hateful. Guhan. Lu Ying was stunned. Didn't he go to the savage forest and be wanted by the Goo family? Wanted. Lu Yuan sneered and recounted what happened today. It's because of him that I lost all my face today. Lu Ying was shocked. Naturally, she had known long ago that Guhan had had an adventure and had recovered his cultivation, but she had never expected that Guhan would become so powerful and destroy the Goo family by himself. Although the Goo family has their own reasons. But Guhan's fighting ability should never be underestimated. That's right. Lu Yuan seemed to have thought of something. How are you getting along with the seventh prince? Why didn't I see you go with him today? Willow Warbler looked a little unhappy. She had been with the seventh prince for a few days, and naturally won a lot of favor from him. However, after Butler Li returned, he treated her very badly. Not only was his attitude cold, but his words were also sarcastic. Today, she was unable to watch the Martial Arts Academy qualifying match, and naturally, she was angry because she was squeezed by Butler Li. Father. I don't know how. She felt a little uncomfortable thinking that Guhan had become the genius he was before. You just said that the seventh prince came to Guhan's rescue. Good. Lu Yuan frowned. It's just a little strange. Although I helped him out, Manager Li's attitude towards him was extremely cold. Indifferent. Lu Ying breathed a sigh of relief for no reason and immediately had a guess in her mind. Could it be that Guhan joined the seventh prince? Father. Thinking of this, she immediately came up with an idea. I'll go meet the seventh prince, maybe I can get some useful information. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded. You are about to go to the Martial Academy. Even though the seventh prince is not valued, he is still a member of the royal family. It is a good thing that you have gained his friendship. Although there is only one spot in the martial arts academy. But as the city lord, he naturally had other ways to send Lu Ying over there as well. South of Tianwu City. In a deep and quiet alley. Master. Asha raised his little face and asked, "Are we going to meet that Grandpa Shui?" Kindness. Guhan smiled. Senior Shui helped us so much last time. Come to think of it, I haven't thanked him properly yet, huh? The words were not finished. He was stunned for a moment. In the alley, 5 or 6 people were standing respectfully in front of the gate of a small courtyard, looking forward to it, as if they hoped that someone in the courtyard would see them. Look at the clothes. Guhan recognized them immediately. These people are all managers from various chambers of commerce in the royal capital. The savage forest is rich in resources. Every year, the Chamber of Commerce in the royal capital sends a large number of people to the borderland to collect spiritual medicines, beast cores and other cultivation resources from those casual cultivators. Tianwu City is naturally one of them. See Guhan. The last person in line was a little surprised. Little brother, are you here to see Divine Dr. Shui as well? Good. Speaking of. Guhan was about to walk forward and knock on the door. What are you doing? The person in front immediately stood in front of Guhan. Boy, do you understand the rules? Rule. Nonsense, Divine Dr. Shui didn't say he wanted to see you, but you knocked on the door rashly. If you make him unhappy, can you bear the consequences? You look so raggedy, you must be here empty-handed. Do you expect Divine Dr. Shui to see you? Even if you want to meet, you have to follow the principle of first come first served. Go and queue up at the back. Haha, a small place is a small place, they don't know any rules. Several of them came from the royal capital, so they naturally looked down on the people from Tianwu City and mocked Guhan without any explanation. Guhan's face turned ugly. Stop looking down on others. Asha angrily said, I know that grandfather. Hey! Do you know Dr. Shui? Little girl, you are boasting, don't be afraid of your tongue being blown away by the strong wind. That's right. Dr. Shui is such a high-ranking person. Even if he is the head of our Chamber of Commerce, he has to be respectful to him. How could he know a little girl like you from a small place? Several people spoke in a sarcastic tone, which made Asha so angry that he clenched his fists. You. A hint of coldness flashed across Guhan's eyes. Give me. Little brother. The last person in line quickly grabbed Guhan and whispered, be patient. They are from the capital, and they are all in the Tongqiao realm. You can't afford to offend them. Listen to my advice. Don't worry. As long as we wait patiently, we will eventually meet Divine Dr. Shui. TSK, Chen Ping, you are so kind. What kind of mess have you become? Why do you still want to meddle in other people's affairs? I heard that your contribution points in Jubao Pavilion have been at the bottom for 2 consecutive years, and you will be kicked out soon. No one would keep a useless person in their home. His true colors were exposed by several people. Chen Ping's face turned red. You. Guhan's anger was rising. At this moment. At the other end of the alley, a beautiful woman walked slowly towards them. She was wearing a light yellow long skirt with a veil covering her face. She had a slim figure and a cool temperament, just like a fairy. Willow Warbler. Guhan. The two spotted each other instantly. Eyes met. There is no tenderness, only coldness. Mr. Shui. Manager Li was so anxious that he was sweating all over and even his voice was trembling. Do you have any way to save His Highness? Disaster. Looking at the 7th prince sitting cross-legged opposite him with his eyes closed and a layer of fire surrounding his body, Dr. Shui shook his head and said, I can only suppress the cold poison temporarily, but I can't eradicate it. But you also know that the cold poison has already penetrated into his bones and merged with him. Every time I suppress it, it will cause a rebound. Now I can't do it anymore. Pause. He sighed. This time, I can still suppress it, but the next time it explodes. Sigh. Your Highness. Manager Lee naturally understood what he meant and couldn't help but shed tears. Poor imperial concubine, she only has Your Highness as her heir. If anything happens to Your Highness, our family will never be able to atone for our sin even if we die. Butler Lee. At this moment, a weak voice came. You don't have to be sad. I know my own situation very well. If you and Elder Shui hadn't been running around for me all these years, how could I have lived to this day? Even if my mother knew about this, she wouldn't blame you. It was the seventh prince who woke up slowly. Your Highness. Manager Lee couldn't bear to look at him any longer. Speaking of which, after escaping death and surviving a life, the seventh prince seemed to have let go of life and death. He sighed, today I met a very interesting person. What a coincidence, you, Mr. Shui, also know him. Outer room. Ah, Lu. Asha's face lit up with joy and she was about to say hello, but she suddenly remembered her attitude towards Guhan a month ago. Her face suddenly drooped and she turned away angrily. Guhan. The willow warbler's voice is as cold and clear as ever. I heard about your story. Really? You are well informed. What are you doing here? Haha, this is not something Miss Lu should be involved in. Willow Warbler frowned. She was already certain. Guhan appeared here by coincidence, he must have defected to the seventh prince. I'll give you some advice. Her tone was calm, but it carried a hint of condescension. The most important thing for a person is to do his duty and not overstep the line. Your previous misfortune was caused by your excessive attention. If you don't restrain yourself, even if you are lucky enough to escape this time, you won't be able to escape the next time. Pack. Guhan sneered. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. That's all I have to say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. After saying, she was about to go and knock on the door, etc. The people at the front were unhappy again. They didn't know Guhan, let alone Lu Ying, so how could they let them go so easily? Who are you? Are you here to see Dr. Shui too? My father is the city lord Lu Yuan. Lu Ying chuckled, I came here to see the seventh prince. He and I are friends. Speaking of. She glanced at Guhan indifferently. The difference between friends and subordinates couldn't be more obvious. The city lord's daughter. Friend. Several people's hearts skipped a beat. The former identity is okay, but the latter one is a bit scary. Even though the seventh prince was not well known and not taken seriously in the capital, he was of royal blood after all. How could petty stewards like them reach the level of being his equal? Excuse me, my dear. I was rude before, please forgive me, Miss Lu. The attitude of several people changed drastically from being arrogant at first to being respectful later. I hope Miss Lu can say a few good words for us when she gets in. Yes, we have been waiting here for so long, but we haven't even seen Dr. Shui. Lu Ying had an elegant temperament, good manners and good looks, and they naturally did not doubt what she said. Such a charming woman was rare even in the royal capital, so it was not surprising that she could be friends with the seventh prince. No problem. Lu Ying glanced at Guhan indifferently. I will ask the seventh prince for you when I see him later. Thank you, Miss Lu. Everyone was overjoyed. Master. Asha's face was full of injustice. We obviously know that grandfather, so why don't they believe us? Hee hee. Guhan sneered. It's just that the dog looks down on people. How dare you scold us? Boy, I think you are tired of living. People from small places don't have much experience, but they are very brave. Several people looked unhappy. Joke. Guhan sneered and naturally would not be intimidated by them. You said I couldn't go in, so I won't go in. But today, I want to go in. Let's go, Asha. Speaking of. He held Asha's hand and walked slowly forward. Well. Chen Ping sighed deeply. Little brother, why don't you listen to advice? These people pride themselves on being born in the royal capital and are used to bossing around those independent cultivators, but few of them really dare to take action. Huh. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from the courtyard. Little girl, why are you here? Come on, come in, let me see you. It's Dr. Shui. Several people subconsciously turned their eyes to Lu Ying. Could it be that? Is she also very familiar with Dr. Shui? Lu Ying was naturally very surprised, but she remained calm and bowed softly. Thank you very much. Squeak. At this moment, the small wooden door was opened. What are you arguing about? Manager Li was so angry that he had no place to vent it. When he saw everyone, he started cursing. A bunch of bastards. If you dare to disturb the seventh prince and Elder Shui's rest, I will slap you to death. Several people shrank back in fear, not daring to say another word. Little girl. Manager Li looked at Asha and his face darkened again. Come with us. Ah. Asha pointed at himself. Are you calling me? Nonsense. You're not familiar with me. Manager Li's face turned even darker. Mr. Shui wants to see you. Even though he was furious, he naturally had to listen to what Dr. Shui said. Pass by him. Guhan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He didn't know why, but every time he saw Manager Li being humiliated, he felt particularly happy. Everyone looked shocked and confused. Could it be that this little girl really knows Dr. Shui? Oh, that's right. Asha seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Chen Ping. Do you want to see Grandpa Shui too? Kindness. Chen Ping nodded subconsciously. I want to see you, I want to see you. Then come over here too. Asha waved. You just helped the young master, you are a good person. Thank you, girl. Thank you, girl. Chen Ping was overjoyed and hurriedly followed. He naturally didn't expect that just some subconscious acts of kindness would bring him rewards that he never dared to dream of. Manager Li's mouth twitched. But thinking of Dr. Shui's inexplicable attitude towards Asha, he resisted the urge to stop Chen Ping. That's all. Our family will not interfere in Mr. Shui's affairs. The remaining few people were so jealous that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. This. Just go in. Why is it him? Subconsciously, they cast their hopeful eyes on the willow warbler. Don't panic. There is still a chance. Butler Li. Feeling the gazes of several people, Lu Ying took a deep breath, showed a smile that she thought was flawless, and bowed softly forward. The seventh prince. He's too busy to see you. Manager Li replied to her coldly. As if feeling unsatisfied, he added another sentence. Why are you pretending? Puff. Guhan couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud. Boy. Manager Li almost couldn't help but take action. Why are you laughing? I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Guhan gave a thumbs up, and for the first time he felt that Manager Li was not that annoying. Bang. Manager Li flicked his sleeves and closed the gate. Come in with us. You, wait here. The person I am talking about is naturally Chen Ping. Hey, hey. Chen Ping saluted repeatedly and stayed where he was obediently. Being able to enter this hospital means that you can always see Dr. Shui, which is much better than those hopeless people outside. Outer room. Several of them were so jealous that they were almost going crazy, and there was something wrong in the way they looked at Lu Ying. The seventh prince's friend. Hee hee. Well said. How come I can't even get past Manager Li? Aside. Lu Ying's face turned red and white, and her towering chest rose and fell. Obviously she was angry. Just wait. He uttered a few weak and cruel words. She was so ashamed and angry that she didn't have the face to stay here anymore. She didn't even dare to look at the contemptuous looks of the few people, so she fled. In the wing room. Dr. Shui withdrew his hand. With the support of my master's elixir, although her soul power is still slightly lost, it will be fine in the short term. Thank you, Senior. Guhan breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, He will have time to continue looking for ways to save Asha. Of course. The prerequisite is that Asha no longer uses the power of the Eye of Delusion. Thank you, Grandpa Shui. Asha was delighted and bowed quickly. Okay. Dr. Shui touched her head and treated her much better than the other people in the room, including the seventh prince. I heard about you. He glanced at Guhan again. You did a good job. It's commendable that you can keep your original intention. Compared with before. At this moment, Guhan no longer had that feeling of deep bitterness and hatred, and the hostility between his brows had also been reduced by a lot. He had regained the state and mentality that a young man should have. Indeed. Aside. The seventh prince said with emotion, when I saw you earlier, I saw you taking revenge with pleasure, which made me very envious. Thank you, seventh prince, for rescuing me today. Guhan clasped his fists. Boy. Manager Li raised his eyebrows. This is my great cheese, seventh prince, please be polite when you speak. Guhan had no expression on his face. As if he farted. You. All right. The seventh prince laughed at himself. My identity as a prince can only scare those who don't know the truth. Don't you know the real situation? He looked at Guhan again. Come to think of it, you gave Elder Shui the red flame snake, which was a big help to me. You. Guhan frowned slightly. You're sick too. Hey. Boy, how can you talk like that? Good. The seventh prince nodded and sighed, I am indeed ill, and I am terminally ill. It turned out that when the seventh prince's mother was 10 months pregnant, she was attacked and the cold air entered her body, causing him to be born with deficiencies. His foundation was damaged before he was born. If it weren't for the careful treatment of Dr. Shui over the years, he would not have lived past the age of 2 and would have been killed by the cold air. Of course. The cold has been suppressing the area until today, and even Dr. Shui is helpless. You are so pathetic. Asha looked at the seventh prince with sympathy. No problem. The seventh prince smiled. Everyone has his own destiny, and it cannot be forced. I want to try it. Aside. Guhan frowned, as if he had finally made up his mind, and suddenly spoke. Previously, if the seventh prince had not rescued him, he would not even have been able to escape from Tianwu City, let alone qualify for the Martial Academy. Well, repay tenfold. Revenge will be repaid tenfold. This is what he has always believed. What did you say? Manager Li didn't hear it clearly. I said, I want to try it. You. Even Elder Shui is helpless. How can a kid like you who is at the Kaimai stage do anything? What if there is? Guhan retorted. The good impression that Manager Li had left on him just now was completely gone. Boy. Steward Li pointed at several beast cores around the seventh prince. Did you see it? If you can really come up with a solution, we'll eat these things in front of you. Real. Guhan's eyes lit up. Haha, our family always keeps their word and will never go back on their word. Okay, wait. The words fell. Guhan slowly closed his eyes. What are you doing? Take a nap, and when you wake up you will have a solution. Manager Li. Boy, are you here? Inside the sword prison. The black shadow appeared in front of Guhan from time to time, and he was no longer surprised. You are using my soul-stealing technique smoothly. Eh? Why is your hostility gone? He felt a little regretful. TSK, what a pity. With the help of those evil spirits, if you practice the magic skills, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. So, how do you think about it? Are you interested in becoming my disciple? No. Guhan refused decisively. He is not a registered disciple, but a direct disciple. That's not even there. You. The shadow's tone choked. Then what are you doing here? Are you just bored and trying to tease me? I came to thank you. Guhan's expression became more serious. If it weren't for the soul-stealing technique taught by the Black Shadow, it would not be as easy as it is now for him to restore his innocence and kill the enemy who killed his father. Thank me. The Black Shadow's expression perked up. Are you going to let me out? No. So how are you going to thank me? I haven't decided yet. The Dark Shadow was shaking with anger. This little bastard, is he so shameless? No, this is not just being thick-skinned, this is being shameless. By the way. Guhan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I have a question for you. Explain. I have another friend. Hearing this familiar tone, the Shadow's heart suddenly tightened. Really? As soon as Guhan finished speaking, he completely went berserk. Didn't I tell you this long ago? I am the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord. I only know how to kill people, not save them. I can't cure this bullshit extreme cold disease, so just let your friend die. Is there really no other way? The Black Shadow answered so straightforwardly that Guhan became somewhat suspicious. Think about it again. No. No. The Shadow roared. How many times do you want me to explain it to you before you understand? You. Half the story. He seemed to have thought of something, his tone changed, and his attitude suddenly softened. Well, there is a way. What is the solution? I have a request. If I'm going to let you go, then there's no point in talking about that. Guhan shook his head. This is his bottom line. He would never let the Shadow go without having enough strength to protect himself. Of course not. The Shadow also understood. There is no possibility of asking Guhan to let him go, so he might as well not mention it. What is that request? Guhan was a little curious. I haven't figured it out yet. The Black Shadow imitated Guhan. When I have thought it through, I will tell you naturally. Guhan was a little hesitant. Good. After a moment, he nodded. I promise you. Kindness. The Shadow was a little surprised. If Guhan agreed without thinking, he would naturally doubt Guhan's sincerity, but judging from Guhan's current reaction, as long as he agreed to this request, he would definitely not regret it. Is this friend important to you? It's the first time we meet. So you're helping him like this? He helped me. Guhan's expression became serious again. I don't like to owe favors to others. If he helps me, I will naturally help him. I helped you too. That's different. If you don't help me, I'll chop you to death. The Black Shadow was choked by him and almost went berserk again. After a while, he finally calmed down. The cold in his body has already invaded his bones. I am not good at medicine and can't think of a way to save him. However, in his condition, he doesn't need medical treatment at all. Unnecessary. Strictly speaking, he can be considered to have an extremely cold body. Although it is not very good, it is also a special body type. As long as he has the right skills, he can naturally turn the cold into a boost and save his life. Of course, this kind of body type, his future achievements will be mediocre. You have any skills? Of course. Aren't you a demon cultivator? Where did you get this technique? Grab it. The Shadow suddenly became interested. Back then, I conquered the world and looked down upon all directions. If I don't have resources, I'll rob them. If I don't have skills, I'll rob them. If I don't have women, boy, there are many benefits to practicing magic, you really don't consider it. Give me the technique. The Black Shadow's interest was interrupted. He glared at him fiercely and casually sketched out a set of exercises. Although this technique is ordinary, the idea is good. It takes an extreme approach and seems to be tailor-made for people with extremely cold bodies. I found it interesting and wrote it down. This technique. The more Guhan read, the more profound it seemed. What grade is it? According to what you call it here, it's the heavenly stage. The Black Shadow said nonchalantly. Heavenly level. Guhan's heart twitched. I'm afraid that in the entire Great Qi dynasty, there is absolutely no martial arts method above the Xian level. I didn't expect that the Black Shadow would casually throw out a martial arts method, which is the heaven level. That's it, isn't it up to standard? That. He took a deep breath. How does this technique compare to the Great Freedom Demonic Sutra? What a comparison! The Great Freedom Demonic Scripture, or even the supreme scripture that leads directly to the highest realm of the demonic path. Even I cannot comprehend it for the time being. You are insulting it by comparing it with this. What about this? Guhan pointed to the sword prison again. Of course I can't compare. A hint of fear flashed in the Black Shadow's eyes. This sword intent is so strong that I have never seen it before. The master of this sword intent has already surpassed my comprehension. Haha, no wonder you are not interested in being my disciple. With this kind of heaven-defying sword inheritance that is no less than the Great Freedom Demon Sutra, all other skills are naturally garbage to you. I never thought. Guhan was a little surprised. You will also be humble. I have never been an arrogant person. It's you, on the contrary. The world outside is so wonderful, but you never take the initiative to ask, where is your ambition? If my cultivation is sufficient, I will be able to see all the scenery in the world. If my cultivation is not sufficient, it will be useless no matter how much I know. You see clearly. The shadow waved his hand. All right, I've given you the technique, so stop being an eyesore here. You just said. Guhan didn't move. You have a lot of these heavenly level techniques. Not all of them are heaven grade. I only collect the best ones. I am too lazy to even take a look at the garbage techniques that are everywhere, even if they are above heaven grade. Why are you asking this? Guhan smiled. It was the joy of discovering a treasure. Outer room. Manager Lee paced back and forth anxiously, wanting to wake Guhan up, but thinking of the almost non-existent 1 in 10,000 chance of hope, he held back. Aside. Asha was a little bored and drowsy. Suddenly. Guhan opened his eyes. Master. Asha wiped his saliva and said with joy, You're awake. Boy. Manager Lee's voice was trembling. Have you thought of a solution? Not just him. Even Dr. Shui and the 7th Prince were staring at Guhan. Although they knew that the hope was slim, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous in their hearts. Got it. Guhan exhaled lightly, picked and chose, and repeated the Black Shadow's words. So, the cold energy in the 7th Prince's body does not need to be suppressed. There is no need to suppress it. As long as a suitable technique can be found, this cold energy will not only not kill him, but will become the greatest help in his cultivation. The words fell. There was silence in the field. Only Asha blinked his eyes, and it was unclear whether he understood or not. What's wrong with you? Guhan was a little puzzled. Little boy. Manager Lee was having trouble speaking. You said. His Highness. He has a special physique. Special physique. Extremely rare. Even though the Great Qi dynasty had been established for 100 years and had a large population, there had only been 3 people with special physiques. One was the founding emperor, one died early, and the other was now in the royal family. Strictly speaking, Guhan really wanted to say that it was not up to standard. But when he saw the hopeful look on the 7th Prince's face, he quickly changed his words. That's right. Imperial concubine. Manager Lee burst into tears. Did you see that? His Highness, he has a special physique. If you knew about this, you would be relieved. Master. Asha came over quietly. What is this special physique? Is it very powerful? This. Guhan touched his nose. Not awesome at all. Compared with your bloodline of the Eye of Truth, it is the worst of the worst. Excellent. Excellent. Aside. Dr. Shui was deeply moved. I have gone astray before. I only thought about how to suppress the cold poison, but never thought about this aspect. Alas, you are so young, but your knowledge and experience far exceed mine. It really makes me ashamed. Asha looked very happy. The young master is amazing. He can even think of ways to save people while sleeping. Guhan was ashamed. In fact, it is not surprising that Dr. Shui has little knowledge. After all, he is only good at medicine and naturally does not know much about other aspects. What's more, he is facing a dimensionality reduction attack from an unfathomable demon lord. Well. Suddenly, a sigh was heard. But it came from the seventh prince. It's too late. He looked bitter. If I had met Brother Goo earlier, I might have had some chance, but now. Elder Shui, how long can I live? A month. 2 months. I'm afraid that the next time the cold poison attacks, I will definitely die. With a click, Butler Li and Dr. Shui were startled. The joy that had just appeared on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. This kind of practice, which is suitable for people with extremely cold bodies, is not only extremely special, but also far more precious than ordinary practices. Not to mention the great Qi dynasty, it may not be found even in the entire eastern wilderness. Even if it is found by chance, how can the seventh prince wait until then? Aren't you a prince? Asha was a little strange. Your family should be very powerful, let them help you find it. It's useless. The seventh emperor smiled bitterly. They don't care whether I live or die. Your Highness. Li Zongguan said sternly, you must not give up easily. You are the only flesh and blood of the imperial concubine. Even if I have to sacrifice my life and travel all over the East Desert, I will definitely find this technique for you. Well. Dr. Shui sighed. It was obvious that Manager Li had lost his mind in excitement. Master. Asha's eyes dimmed as if he had thought of his own experience. He's so pitiful. Guhan was speechless. I haven't even finished my words yet and you guys are already acting like you're going to die. Is it that serious? That. He cleared his throat. I have the technique. What? Perhaps he couldn't believe it, or perhaps he didn't hear it clearly, but Manager Li suddenly started to stutter. I said, I have the technique. Guhan repeated it again. Jump up. The seventh prince stood up instantly, his body shaking with excitement. And you? At the side, Manager Li's face suddenly turned red. Can you give? Seeing his expression, Guhan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had won the bet. Although Manager Li's words were sarcastic and a bit bullying, he was not a bad person at heart, otherwise he would not have reacted like this. We understand. Seeing Guhan didn't say anything. Steward Li gritted his teeth, swept his sleeves, rolled up several beast cores around the seventh prince, and swallowed them directly. In an instant, his face turned pale. His martial arts tend to be more feminine, and the beast core is full of fire. If you swallow it rashly, it will naturally be a big burden on your body. Butler Li. The seventh prince sighed. You don't have to, alas. Your Highness, there is no need to say more. Steward Li looked at Guhan. Back then, my family was bullied like a dog. If it weren't for the imperial concubine's rescue, my family wouldn't be where they are today. The seventh prince is the imperial concubine's only flesh and blood. As long as you can save him, don't even think about swallowing the beast core. Even if you want me to kneel down or take my life, I won't say a word. Speaking of. His knees went weak and he was about to kneel down. Dr. Shui couldn't bear to watch any longer. However, the martial arts technique belonged to Guhan, and he thought he had no right to speak, so it was naturally difficult to persuade him. I actually wanted to say. Guhan had a headache and quickly stopped him. Even if you don't eat the beast core, I will still give you this technique. You. Manager Li's expression froze. Why didn't you say so earlier? Not in time. Thinking of my embarrassment just now. Manager Li wants to die. Ha ha ha. Aside. Asha saw how he was frustrated and laughed heartily. Whatever. Guhan was about to speak when he saw Dr. Shui standing up. That man outside is here to see me, right? We can't keep him waiting too long. Senior. Guhan hurriedly said, you don't have to. No problem. Dr. Shui waved his hand. If I can completely solve the problem of the seventh prince, I will have fulfilled one of my wishes. This technique is extremely precious. In order to avoid suspicion, he found an excuse to leave. Okay. Guhan shook his head helplessly and without hesitation, told the seventh prince the contents of the technique word for word. The 9 Nether Ice Soul Technique. Ranked in the middle level of heavenly grade. For a while, both the seventh prince and Chief Stewardly were mesmerized by what they heard. This. After a while. Only then did Manager Lee look at Guhan, his face filled with confusion. I have lived for so many years, but I have never seen such a miraculous skill, this. Of course you haven't. Guhan would not stop until his words were shocking. This is a heavenly level technique. Heavenly level. Hiss. Subconsciously, the two of them took a deep breath and froze on the spot. Not to mention the heavenly level. Throughout the Great Qi dynasty, the most precious martial arts technique was only of the upper grade Xian level, which was accidentally obtained by the Great Qi Emperor Taizu. It was treated as a treasure by the royal family and has been passed down to this day and has never been shown to others easily. As for the heavenly stage, let alone looking at it, they dare not even think about it. Now, Guhan's image in the eyes of the two suddenly became unfathomable. Brother Goo. The seventh prince suppressed his excitement. This technique is so precious, why do you? It's very simple. Guhan smiled. You helped me, so I will help you, right, Asha? Kindness. Asha's little face was full of seriousness. The young master said, good, I will repay you tenfold, revenge, I will also repay you tenfold. The seventh prince was silent. He naturally understood that Guhan's use of this technique not only exposed his own secrets, but also took a huge risk. If any information leaked out, it would definitely be a disaster. But Guhan still did not hesitate, just to repay the little bit of kindness he had shown before. Well, repay tenfold. Revenge will be repaid tenfold. After savoring these two sentences, the seventh prince suddenly bent down and bowed deeply. Thank you so much. Brother Goo, rest assured. You saved me, and I will never do anything worse than a pig or a dog, repaying kindness with enmity. I will not reveal even a single detail of what happened today. If you go against this, you will be punished by heaven and earth. 7. Just call me Jiang Feng. The seventh prince suddenly felt. His identity as a prince is nothing in front of Guhan. Brother Jiang. Guhan grabbed Asha and was about to leave. Thanks are unnecessary. I have given you the technique. The sooner you start practicing, the sooner you can get rid of the cold poison. Let's meet in the capital. Wait. Suddenly, Manager Lee called him over, gritted his teeth, and bowed deeply. Please don't take it to heart if you offend me before. You saved the seventh prince, so I owe you a life. If you need my help in the future, I will never say no. Butler Lee. Guhan felt a little emotional. Actually, apart from being sarcastic, mean, petty, and bullying, you don't have any flaws. Manager Lee's mouth twitched constantly. This is called no disadvantages. Aside. The seventh prince shook his head and laughed, then turned to carefully recall the contents of the technique. His heart was filled with endless waves again. From today onwards, the seventh prince who was in danger day and night is gone. His fate will be completely changed because of Guhan. Outer room. Chen Ping's honest character naturally attracted the favor of Dr. Shui. Thank you, Mr. Shui. Thank you, Mr. Shui. After receiving the elixir made by Dr. Shui himself, he expressed his gratitude profusely and bowed repeatedly before leaving happily. Dr. Shui was extremely famous in the Great Qi dynasty. The pills he refined were enough to raise Chen Ping's contribution ranking in Jubao Pavilion to the top 3. In the alley, several people looked at Chen Ping's departing back, the jealousy in their eyes almost bursting out. I didn't expect this guy to get the upper hand. Why didn't we think that the ragged boy really knew Mr. Shui? Bah. What a lousy city lord's daughter, so self-righteous. It's no use saying this. One person said bitterly, let's think about what to do first. We can't let him get such a great benefit for nothing. As good as. A cold light flashed in the other person's eyes. Let's give him 2. This, what if Jubao Pavilion investigates? Find more people and do it more secretly. This place is so far away from the capital, there's no way they can track us down. Okay, let's do it. But there are too many people here, let's wait until he leaves the city. In the small courtyard, Dr. Shui sent Qinping away and sat quietly on the stone bench, gently stroking a piece of ancient jade in his hand, his eyes dim. Senior. Seeing this scene, Guhan was a little surprised. You are. Kindness. Dr. Shui suddenly came to his senses and put away the broken jade. I was touched and recalled some past events. As for the 7th prince, it's all right now. That's good. Dr. Shui breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, I can leave with peace of mind. Grandpa Shui. Asha looked reluctant. Are you leaving? Good. Dr. Shui touched her head, his face full of reluctance and love. Back then, I fled to Dachi because of a disaster, and was saved by the 7th prince's mother and concubine, so I stayed. It happened that the 7th prince was suffering from cold poison, so I treated him. I didn't expect that I would stay for 20 years. Now that his extreme cold illness is no longer a threat, it's time for me to do what I want to do. Guhan hesitated to speak. Judging from the piece of broken jade just now, Dr. Shui also has some secrets, but he is unwilling to say more, so Guhan naturally doesn't want to ask too much. Girl. Dr. Shui thought for a moment, took off a storage ring, and gently put it into Asha's hand. Be careful and don't hurt yourself again. Kindness. Asha nodded obediently. I remember it. Seeing her expression, Dr. Shui felt a pain in his heart. If she hadn't died, he should be a few years older than this girl. After calming down a little, he looked at Guhan and asked, You want to go to the martial arts academy? Kindness. Guhan nodded. There is no end to the path of cultivation. Tianwu City is too small, so I want to go outside and have a look. Besides, it is relatively easy to find spiritual medicines that can replenish soul power in the capital. Okay. Dr. Shui smiled. Tianwu City is indeed too small for you. The relationships in the capital are complicated, and there are many factions in the martial arts academy. You need to be careful and cautious in your actions. Thank you, Senior. Guhan thanked him solemnly before leaving with Asha, who was reluctant to leave. The royal capital. Dr. Shui stared at Guhan's back. I'm afraid that the entire Dachi is still very small to you. In a blink of an eye. Several days passed. Period. Guhan randomly found an inn to stay in. After healing himself from his injuries, he left immediately and prepared to go to the royal capital. Along the way people looked at him changed completely. 1 month ago. He is the traitor of the Goo family who bears the infamy of patricide and is hated by everyone. 1 month later. He is the #1 genius in Tianwu City who is about to go to the martial academy and avenges his father. He has been appreciated by a noble in the royal capital. Guhan remained calm. Been through all kinds of things. His mind also grew at an extremely fast pace. At the city gate, Guhan happened to run into Lu Yuan, who was sending Lu Ying out and returning to the city with several guards. Only. The two of them didn't even look at each other. City Lord. Glancing at Guhan's back, the guard leader stepped forward quietly and said, This kid is too arrogant. Do you want me to be your subordinate? You want to die? Lu Yuan gave him a cold look. Do you really think that what Li Zongguan said that day was a joke? We are a small Tianwu city, we can't afford to offend him. A few days ago, after Lu Ying returned and told him about her experience, he became even more certain that the relationship between Guhan and the 7th prince was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Even if there is resentment in my heart. He didn't dare to attack Guhan. Yes. I spoke out of turn, please punish me, City Lord. No problem. Lu Yuan sneered. He thought that his future would be bright after he went to the martial arts academy. Haha, he couldn't imagine how dangerous the capital is. Master. Asha looked back at the blackened city wall. Aren't we coming back? Kindness. Guhan didn't look back. Now that Gu Tian is gone, there is no one left in Tianwu City worthy of his nostalgia. Let's go. After taking a look at the geographical map of Da Qi in his hand, he gently carried Asha on his back and strode forward. Not long. The city wall behind me could no longer be seen. Kindness. Suddenly, he stopped. Ahead. Several people were standing there and wandering around. When they saw Guhan, they quickly came up to him, as if they were waiting for him. Brother Goo, we've finally got you. Yes, we wanted to visit you before, but we had too many things to do and couldn't get away for the time being. I hope Brother Goo won't blame us. Several people talked at once, fearing that they would cause Guhan's dissatisfaction. Them. But they are the heads of every family in the city. What are you doing? Guhan became very alert. Brother Goo. The head of the Zhang family quickly bowed with a smile on his face. We are here with no ill intentions. Yes, Brother Goo, we know you are going to the Martial Academy, and we came here specially to see you off. Aside. The head of the Wang family quickly took out a storage bag. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope Brother Goo will accept it. Guhan took it suspiciously, glanced around, and was secretly surprised. The storage bag was neatly arranged with all yuan crystals. A rough look showed that there were more than 10,000 of them. These yuan crystals. Naturally, it was part of their share of the benefits gained from the Goo family. If Guhan had been captured by Lu Yuan before, they would naturally choose to keep him for themselves. But now that Guhan not only retained his qualification for the Martial Arts Academy, but was also involved with the 7th Prince, they could no longer turn a blind eye. After all, most of the Goo family's fortune was accumulated by Gu Tian and Guhan, father and son. Send Yuan Jing. In addition to fawning. It also gives me peace of mind. That's thoughtful. Naturally, Guhan would not sympathize with the Goo family and put away the storage bag. I accept this gift. He is currently lacking resources for cultivation, so naturally he would not refuse this benefit that comes to his doorstep. Ha ha ha, Brother Goo is a straightforward person. I wish Brother Goo a bright future and a great reputation in the capital. Amidst the compliments, Guhan set off on his journey again. See him leave. They were completely relieved and without further delay, they hurried back. The huge Goo family. Of course, the benefits are not limited to these. This time, each of them will make a lot of money. The night deepens. Guhan had been traveling for nearly a day. Although he did not feel tired, he still found a secluded place to rest and count the resources on him. 140 to 50 first-level beast cores. More than 50 second-level beast cores. More than 10 third-level beast cores. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Plus more than 17,000 spirit crystals. These are all of Guhan's current belongings, including the resources he seized after he killed Gu Chang that day. Well. He couldn't help but sigh. Master. Asha put down the delicious roasted animal meat. What's wrong? Asha, we are so poor. If outsiders heard it, he will definitely be scolded for being ungrateful. With so many resources, they are enough to rival all the assets of a small family in Tianwu City. Are you still crying poor? But Guhan understood it in his heart. With the rate at which he consumes resources while practicing, this amount of stuff will not last him very long, and by then, he will be completely reduced to a pauper. Although I went to the Martial Arts Academy, I can receive resources regularly. But for him, it was still a drop in the bucket and completely useless. If I had known. He smiled bitterly. Not so generous. Thinking about how he had casually given a heaven-level martial arts technique to the 7th Prince before, his heart suddenly ached. Master. Asha suddenly felt that the meat in his hand was no longer tasty, and his little face was full of seriousness. I want to help you make money. Good. Guhan touched her head. I trust you. Shaking his head, putting aside his worries for the time being, he picked up the map and started looking at it again. The terrain of the Great Qi dynasty is like a crescent moon, with its border bordering the savage forest. Tianwu City and the royal capital are located exactly on the two sharp corners of the crescent moon. If you go straight, it is necessary to pass through the wild forest. Although it is only the periphery, it adds a lot of variables and dangers. If you take a detour, although there are fewer dangers, the journey has more than tripled, and there are many passes and cities along the way, which also takes a long time. For a while, he fell into deep thought. Master. After finishing eating the meat, Asha's little head came over again. What are you looking at? Ah, silly. Guhan explained the situation to her. If it were you, which one would you choose? This one. Asha pointed directly to the route to the savage forest without any hesitation. Why? I can help you find some spiritual medicines. Didn't you say we are very poor? These spiritual medicines can be sold for a lot of money, right? Clever. Guhan laughed. Well, let's go this way. Asha's thoughts naturally coincided with his. After making the decision, he put away the map and used his cultivation to help Asha sort out some of her meridians again, guiding her to find the chi. After preparing for the next practice, he also began to practice. The next morning, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. After a night of practice, his number of yuan crystals decreased again by more than 1,000, and his cultivation level was still a long way from the 8th level of opening meridians. Now, his desire to earn yuan jing became more and more urgent. Carrying Asha on his back, it took him only half a day to reach the fork in the road and plunge into the wild forest. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. That's it. Seeing Guhan put a fist-sized green fruit into his pocket, Asha laughed happily. In her heart, there is nothing that makes me happier than being able to help Guhan. Chicken legs can't compare. Picked spiritual fruits. Guhan was naturally in a very good mood. This area is far away from the major cities and passes, and most of the creatures that inhabit it are level 3 monsters, so there are naturally fewer people. Over the past few days, he has only seen 2 groups of people from a distance. Relative. There are naturally a lot more spiritual medicines here. With the help of Asha's ability, including this green fruit, he has already harvested 5 spiritual medicines, and 2 of them are much more valuable than the Scrofularia ningpoensis just from their appearance. In addition to the beast cores obtained from killing monsters along the way, his harvest in the past few days is enough to match the hard search of an ordinary person for half a year. Certainly. While searching for spiritual fruits, he did not fall behind in his cultivation, and now he has successfully entered the 8th level of opening his meridians, and the amount of yuan crystals he consumed is more than 4,000. It's still very poor. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He continued to move forward. Asha also cheered up, his big watery eyes scanning around, afraid of missing any magical medicine. Half a day later. After concentrating for a long time, Asha, who was originally a little tired, suddenly brightened up his eyes. Master. In front. There is something in front. What a big ball of light. This must be very valuable. Where? Guhan also became excited and ran in the direction he pointed. Now. He believed in Asha's words without a doubt. Asha said it is very valuable, so it must be an incredible treasure. Here. A moment later, a vine as thick as an arm and covered with sharp thorns more than half an inch long appeared in front of the 2. Master. Asha pointed at the purple flower bud on the vine that was as big as a human head. It's right inside. Guhan breathed a sigh of relief, finally understanding why no one had discovered such a precious spiritual medicine. In the wild forest, there are many strange-looking but worthless flowers like these. No one would ever take a second look at them. And this vine looks very ordinary. Except for people with broad knowledge like Dr. Shui, how could ordinary cultivators see its abnormality? No hesitation. He gently put Asha down and reached out to pick the flower. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The vine seemed to sense the danger and came alive. The thick vine body rolled towards Guhan like a giant snake. Master, be careful. Asha couldn't help but exclaimed. Conscious. Guhan was delighted. This was the first time he had seen a spiritual medicine have such a reaction, which was enough to prove that the treasure inside the flower bud was much more valuable than he had imagined. Brush. A flash of sword. The vine broke into several pieces in an instant, fell to the ground and twisted continuously. At the same time, streams of dark purple liquid continuously flowed out from the fracture, turning into purple smoke and drifting out. Broken. Just took a sip. Guhan felt dizzy and even his spiritual energy became slow. Ah, silly. He didn't even bother to collect the elixirs, he immediately picked up Asha and hid far away. Call. When he got out of the range of the purple mist, he broke out in a cold sweat. He never thought that the thorns on the vines were just a cover. The real powerful thing was the highly poisonous purple liquid. With his level of cultivation, he could not resist it. If Asha inhaled a little bit of it, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. At the same time, it was as if a basin of ice water was poured over his heart, and he woke up instantly. Careless. The wild forest is full of dangers, and this is no joke. It's just a seemingly ordinary vine, but it's so strange. There must be more dangers hidden ahead. Ah, silly. Think of this. The excitement in his heart faded a lot. Wait for me here. As he spoke, without waiting for Asha to speak, he rose and fell, and once again immersed himself in the purple mist that had spread to a radius of several feet. Master. Asha's heart suddenly lifted. Just as he entered the mist, the dizziness hit him again. Guhan quickly held his breath, decisively swung his sword, and chopped down the flower-bone flower. In a trance, he seemed to hear a sharp neighing. The next moment, the concentration of the purple mist suddenly increased several times. Even though he held his breath, the purple mist continued to penetrate into the body from the pores all over the body, dispersed into the flesh and blood, and spread towards the meridians. Just when he was struggling and almost falling, the silver vortex on the meridians circulated again, attracting all the purple mist in the body. After the toxins were consumed, it turned into strands of essence spiritual energy, mixed into the spiritual power. Middle. Chance. Guhan's mind cleared, he took a step forward, and passed through the purple mist blockade in an instant. Master. Only then did Asha heave a long sigh of relief. Are you okay? Fine. At this moment, Guhan finally confirmed one thing. His newly formed meridians were so miraculous that, as a byproduct, he had a body that was immune to all poisons and was the envy of countless people. This thing. Calm down your mind. Only then did he have the opportunity to take a closer look at the ordinary flower bud in his hand. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past him. The figure was so fast that he had no time to react. Even his powerful spiritual sense did not give him the slightest warning. There is only one reason. The cultivation level of the person coming is far higher than his. Guhan broke out in a cold sweat again. Fortunately, I was just passing by. Otherwise. Brush. Who would have thought? Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the figure came back and appeared in front of him again. And Guhan also saw his appearance clearly. He was in his 20s, dressed in white, with a long sword on his back, and had an elegant appearance. Oh no. Guhan's heart trembled, and he quickly pulled Asha behind him. He instantly had a guess in his mind that this person must have come back for the elixir in his hand. After all, judging from the power of the purple mist, the value of this elixir was no less than that of the fiery sun fruit. Give. Still not giving. This little brother. Just as Guhan was struggling, the young man spoke. Unexpectedly, he didn't even look at the elixir in Guhan's hand. He suddenly clasped his fists, his expression full of shame, anger, and grief. Do me a favor. It's actually a woman. What? Guhan was a little slow to react. Help. How can I help you? With your level of cultivation, do you really need help from a cultivator in the Kaimai realm? Little brother, you must help me. The young man repeated it again, with a hint of pleading in his tone. If someone asks you about this, don't tell them you've seen me before. Don't ever tell anyone. My life's happiness is in your hands. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran away with a gust of wind. Happiness. Guhan was still a little confused. What happiness? Master. Asha quietly poked his little head out. Who is he? Doesn't he want our elixir? Never mind him. Guhan quickly put away the elixir. This person may be sick. What happiness or unhappiness has nothing to do with me. Of course. Complaints are complaints. He didn't dare to stay any longer. What if that person came back again and noticed the elixir in his hand? It would be a waste of time. Carry Asha on your back. He deliberately chose the opposite direction of the young man and ran all the way. About an hour. Call. Seeing that no one was chasing him, Guhan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't catch up. The long fight with the devil vine had consumed most of his energy. Now he was using all his strength to cultivate himself and travel such a long distance. Even someone as powerful as him felt a little tired. Master. Asha felt a little distressed and wiped the sweat off his face. Are we still running? I won't run away. Guhan shook his head. Let's find a place to rest for a while, and then. Roar. Suddenly. A roar suddenly came. Monster. And listen to the sound. The strength of this monster is definitely not weak. Guhan's heart tightened, and he instantly perked up. He swung his sword and concentrated on being alert. First, the magic vine. Then there is that mysterious man. Now he encountered another powerful and ferocious beast. Like. Feeling particularly unlucky today. I was thinking about it. Roar. Another roar. As several towering ancient trees fell one after another, the figure of the monster appeared in his sight. Looks like a wild boar. He is at least 2 feet long. There is a row of 3-foot-long bone spurs on the back, shining coldly. This monster. At least level 4. Guhan's heart sank. The 4th level is equivalent to a master in the Ju Yuan realm. Even if he is in perfect condition, he may not be able to win. What's more, his cultivation is now greatly consumed, so the chances of winning are even smaller. Master. Asha suddenly grabbed him tightly. Let me do it. She could naturally see Guhan's caution and understood that the strength of this monster was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, she had a vague feeling in her heart that if she used that inexplicable ability, it would be easy to deal with this monster. No. Guhan decisively refused. Have you forgotten what I said? You just watch from the side, I can do it myself. Call. The words were not finished. The monster didn't even look at the two of them and just flew straight forward. Guhan was stunned. Just. He seemed to see a hint of fear in the monster's eyes. Whoosh. Before he could think about it, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. A huge purple gold hammer that was 2 feet square fell from the sky and landed on the monster with incredible precision. Boom. A loud bang. Guhan only felt that the ground beneath his feet trembled twice. Looking carefully again, he saw a deep pit of several feet in radius not far away. Inside the pit, the monster had been smashed into a pile of meat paste by the purple gold hammer. This. Guhan's pupils shrank. Boom. Boom. Before he could react, the ground began to tremble again. Immediately afterwards, an extremely strong figure appeared in his sight again. Guhan was confused again. Even Asha was stunned. Bang. Bang. The figure waved his hand, and the purple gold hammer instantly flew back into his hand. He took 2 steps at a time and came directly in front of Guhan. Boy. A muffled voice was heard. Did you see someone passing by here, and he was running really fast? Guhan looked up subconsciously. He couldn't help but look up. This figure was not only 3 heads taller than an ordinary person but also had muscular body. Even the loose green shirt could not hide his sturdy and strong figure. Just standing there gave people a great sense of oppression. Looking up again, Guhan was completely dumbfounded. On that extremely strong body, there was actually a woman's head, which looked no different from that of an ordinary woman, even a little pretty. This. Is it a woman? What are you looking at? The female warrior seemed a little embarrassed. I'm asking you, have you ever seen this person? No. Remembering the man's pleading words, Guhan shook his head as if possessed by a ghost. Never seen it. And you? The female man looked at Asha. No, no. Asha was so scared that he quickly hid behind Guhan. I didn't see anything either. Snort. The female man ignored the two of them, lifted the purple gold hammer onto her shoulder, and said viciously, just wait for me. When I find you, I will skin you alive. Boom. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, she took high steps at a speed that was totally inconsistent with her size, and soon she disappeared. After a while, the earth slowly stopped shaking. Guhan was speechless. It is hard to say whether what happened on this day was lucky or unlucky. Master. Asha is still frightened. She. Walk. How could Guhan dare to stay? If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll meet a bunch of weird people. Late at night. Inside a monster cave. The fire made the cave as bright as day, and the owner of the cave was being roasted on the fire until he was sizzling. Call. Guhan exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. Not only did the fatigue in his body disappear completely, but his cultivation even improved a bit. However, the price was that he lost a lot of yuan crystals. Aside. Asha stared at the beast meat, with gleaming eyes at the corners of his mouth. Are you hungry? Guhan smiled and was about to take the meat. It smells so good. At this moment, a sudden voice was heard, and before Guhan could react, a figure appeared in the cave. Who? Guhan's heart trembled and he stood up instantly. Is that you? Someone come. It was the young man I met during the day. Take it easy. The young man waved his hand. I have no ill intentions, I just smelled something, ahem, I came here specially to thank you, little brother. While talking, he didn't hesitate to tear off a leg of the beast and started to eat it with relish. Alas, this beast meat tastes pretty good if you eat it once in a while. Asha glared at him. You. Seeing that he had no intention of taking action, Guhan felt slightly relieved, but he still did not let his guard down. Why are you back again? Hey hey. The young thief laughed. This is called making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. You all thought I went deeper, but in fact I didn't go far at all. Speaking of. He had finished eating the meat in his hand and stretched out his hand again. This is mine. Asha finally couldn't bear it anymore and jumped out to protect the food. Ahem. He withdrew his hand awkwardly. Little girl, why are you so stingy? There's so much meat, can you finish it all by yourself? Little brother is not simple. As if to hide his embarrassment, he turned to look at Guhan. The poisonous mist of the purple crystal vine would cause great harm to even someone at the Juyuan realm. I didn't expect you to be unscathed. TSK, no wonder you dared to wander around in this wild forest with a little girl. Amethyst vine. Guhan's heart sank. As expected, he saw it. Don't be nervous. I, Xian, can't do such a despicable thing as killing people for treasures. Guhan felt a little relieved. That one. He really wanted to talk about girl. But when I think of her muscular body, I can't say these two words. She is the one who is pursuing you. Yes. When mentioning the female warrior, Xian's face showed grief and anger. She is my junior sister. Guhan was speechless. Junior sister chasing senior brother. And you even threatened to skin him alive. How deep is this hatred, or are these two people mentally ill? Why is she chasing you? She. Xian glanced at Guhan dimly. Marry me. Puff. Aside. Asha, who was trying his best to destroy an animal's leg, suddenly couldn't help laughing. Right. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Her face turned red and she seemed a little embarrassed. Guhan almost couldn't help it. But his self-control was much stronger than Asha's, so he forced himself to hold it back. Opposite. Shen Xian looked resentful. At this time, Guhan's hostility towards him faded a little, and he even felt a little sympathetic towards him. Put yourself in his shoes. If there was a strong woman who insisted on marrying him, he would definitely run 10 times faster than Shen Xian. Thank you for your hardship. He didn't know how to comfort Shen Xian. Isn't it? Shen Xian looked aggrieved. I can't beat her, so I can only run away, alas. Speaking of. He seemed to have been depressed for too long and complained to Guhan. Little brother, please judge for yourself. Even if she and I are childhood sweethearts and we love each other, she can't force me to marry her. I am a man of 7 feet tall, how can I? Etc. Guhan felt a little dizzy. Childhood sweethearts. Mutual love. You like her. Of course, I fell in love with her from the first moment I saw her. Hee, actually, she feels the same way. Guhan really wanted to say that he was sick. Since you like each other and she wants you to marry her, just marry her. Why do you have to hide from her? Little brother. Shen Xian sighed. You may not understand. She is the one who wants to marry me, not me. She marries you. Guhan finally understood. Right. Shen Xian looked heavy. A man is born in this world, and if anyone wants to marry, I should marry her. There is no reason for me to go to her Murong family to be a son-in-law. Even if you kill me, I will not agree. Guhan confirmed. Shen Xian is really sick. And the illness is not mild. Boom. Boom. Suddenly. There was an earth-shaking movement. Shen Xian. The muffled voice came again. You bastard. You made me go through so much trouble, now get out of here. Oh no. Shen Xian's expression changed drastically. You found me so quickly. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the ground shook even more violently. Little brother. Shen Xian's face turned pale. I have to leave quickly. See you later. The word period has just been said. He has disappeared. Master. Asha came over. Why would he run away? That, sister, he doesn't look like a bad person. Guhan was speechless. These two people are just bored. Bang. Suddenly, a vibration far more violent than the previous one was heard. Amid the earthquake, the beast's cave could not withstand the force and collapsed directly. Madman. Guhan cursed inwardly and quickly pulled Asha out. Just came to the outer room. He was stunned. In front of him, in a deep pit of several feet, Shen Xian was lying at the bottom of the pit with a purple gold hammer pressing on his body. It was extremely difficult for him to even move. Not far away. The female warrior took bold steps and arrived in front of the pit in a few steps. Run. She sneered. Why don't you run away? Murong Yen. Shen Xian's face was filled with grief and indignation. Don't force me. I, Shen Xian, am also a person who cares about my reputation. I will never agree to marry into your family. Murong Yen. Guhan had a strange look on his face. Such a delicate and gentle name, it suits this female warrior perfectly. Hee. Murong Yen sneered. Today, either you go back with me, or you lie here forever. Even if you kill me, I won't go back. You're just like those people. You all think I'm ugly, right? It's nothing, don't make a fuss. Let's go. Seeing the two arguing endlessly, Guhan no longer had any intention of staying and prepared to leave with Asha. Boy. Suddenly. Murong Yan's voice came from behind. Do you also think that I am not worthy of him? Guhan turned back helplessly. No. I want you to speak your mind. Murong Yen seemed very dissatisfied with Guhan's answer. Guhan looked at her calmly. That's what's in my heart. Murong Yen was silent for a moment. She could feel that Guhan was not lying. I don't know why. Faced with such sincere words, her previous boldness seemed to disappear and she looked a little uncomfortable. You see, I don't look very good. Does your appearance have anything to do with whether he likes you or whether you are worthy of him? Kindness. Murong Yen was stunned. It was the first time she heard such remarks. Doesn't it matter? You like him and he likes you, so you deserve him. What outsiders think is their business, and their opinions are never important. Well said. Inside the pit, Shen Xian couldn't help but applaud. Guhan's words touched his heart. Murong Yen was silent again. Although she appears rough on the outside, she naturally has some inferiority complex deep down because of her appearance. The reason why she pesters Shen Xian to marry into her family's family is simply because she wants to cling to the last bit of self-esteem in her heart and prove to outsiders that she is not unloved. But Guhan's words suddenly made her understand. Do this. It actually doesn't make any sense at all. Ah, silly. Guhan seemed to understand her thoughts and turned to look at Asha. Has anyone ever called you stupid before? Kindness. Asha nodded. Lots and lots of them. Do you care? Not give a damn about. She hugged Guhan's arm. Because I have a young master. After a pause, she added, and chicken legs. Look. Guhan smiled. My Asha knows better than you do. Murong Yen could naturally see that Guhan's eyes were clear and what he said was from the bottom of his heart. May I have your name? Guhan. Guhan. Bang. Bang. Suddenly, Murong Yen took 2 steps at a time and came directly in front of Guhan. She raised her big hand high and placed it heavily on his shoulder. Brother Goo. Hiss. Half of Guhan's body felt numb, and he felt as if he was crushed by a huge rock. The Murong Yen in front of me. It's actually a head taller again. Look down. Both feet were deeply sunk into the ground. He was a little skeptical. Murong Yen is taking revenge on herself. What you said makes sense. Murong Yen seemed unaware and patted Guhan on the shoulder twice. Although her knot in her heart was not completely resolved because of Guhan's words, it was dissipated a lot. In her excitement, she naturally overdosed herself. Sister, sister. Asha was so anxious that he kept crying. Stop filming. Master. Master is almost as tall as me. Ah. Murong Yen finally reacted and quickly grabbed Guhan's shoulders and pulled him out of the mud like pulling a carrot. I'm sorry, Brother Goo. Actually, after listening to you talking just now, I suddenly figured it out. I was too excited at the moment, so. Guhan's face darkened. If it weren't for the strong spiritual power in his body, these slaps would have directly broken him apart. At the same time he was secretly surprised. Nothing else to say. Murong Yen's strength was the greatest he had ever seen, no doubt about it. No wonder. She could easily smash a 4th-level monster to death. Subconsciously, he glanced at the purple gold hammer that was holding Shen Xian down. It is definitely an incredible treasure. Brother. At this moment, Murong Yen waved her hand and took back the purple gold hammer. Come out now. I won't let you marry into my family. I know you really care about me. I used to care too much about what other people think, so I forced you like this. I won't do that again in the future. Junior sister. Shen Xian climbed out of the pit covered in dust and dirt, and was so excited that he wanted to cry. You finally figured it out. Brother Goo, thank you so much. For Guhan. He was naturally very grateful. With just a few words, Murong Yen's years of mental illness were cured a lot. It was really a surprise among surprises. If there weren't other people in the room. He almost knelt down to Guhan. It's a pity that we met too late. If he had appeared a while earlier, why would I have to hide and live in such fear? Hiss. Guhan rubbed his red and swollen shoulders. You too, if there's nothing else, I'll. Brother Goo, where are you going with this little girl? Da Chi Wu Yuan. Asha's face was full of pride. My young master is the most talented person in Tianwu City. Martial Academy. Shen Xian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Okay, isn't this a coincidence? But with Brother Goo's ability, a small martial arts academy can't keep you. Then, hee, we will meet again. Guhan glanced at his shoulder. The bones are about to break. Meet. Haha, sorry, it's best if we never see each other again. He bowed insincerely and walked away with Asha. Brother Goo, wait. Not far yet. Bang. Bang. Behind. Murong Yen chased after him again. Hiss. The corner of Guhan's mouth twitched and he quickly turned sideways. Shoot again. I really fell apart. Brother Goo, take it. Unexpected. Murong Yen handed over a palm-sized dark iron plate. Things like Yuan Jing pills are too tacky, so I won't give them to you. You can keep this token. When you get to the capital of Daki, this thing will come in handy for you. As long as it's a store opened by my Murong family, with this token, you will be a distinguished guest among distinguished guests. Guhan was speechless. Actually, Yuan Jing pills and the like are pretty good. But he didn't want to refuse the other party's kindness, so he had to accept it. Thank you very much, Miss Murong. You are too polite. The more Murong Yen looked at Guhan, the more she liked him. She pretended to be unhappy and said, it's too distant. Just call me sister. Yes. Guhan's face twitched again. Murong, sister. He shouted with gritted teeth, just wanting to stay away from this strange couple, and then hurried away with Asha. TSK. Seeing Guhan walking away, Shen Xian came over. It's not easy. What's not simple? Brother Goo, at such a young age, has a calmer mind than you and me, and he can even say such words. He must be the reincarnation of a powerful being, or he has gone through hardships that ordinary people can hardly imagine. No matter which one it is, he is a rare talent that only appears once in a century. That's right, those trash in the sect are no match for him, huh? Murong Yen reacted. Brother, do you want to? No hurry. Shen Xian smiled. Let him train in the martial arts academy first, and then when the sect reopens, you and I will bring him back together. That's a good idea. But having said that, junior sister, if you just gave the token away like this, Elder Murong would be furious if he knew about it. Snort. Murong Yen glared at him. The token is in my hand. I can give it to whoever I want. Besides, I trust this Brother Goo. All right. Shen Xian had a headache. Give it to whoever you want, I don't care, it's just. Speaking of this. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Junior sister, let's not talk about this matter of marrying into the wife's family. Ahem. After we go back, how about I ask Master to propose to Elder Murong? Although I can't marry into the wife's family, I can marry you. Besides, the two of them quarrel over our affairs all day long, which is really annoying for me. Senior brother. Murong Yan's eyes reddened. I will never hit you again. Under the emotion. She hugged Shen Xian tightly. Ahem. Shen Xian's face turned red from holding it in. Broken. Junior sister. The bone is broken. Let go. Under an ancient tree more than 10 feet tall. Asha carefully applied the medicine powder to Guhan with a look of heartache. Guhan took the rather heavy dark iron plate and looked at it over and over again. The workmanship is somewhat rough. The first character is, and the second character is. That's it. He curled his lips. Are you a distinguished guest? It's better to take out 18,000 yuan crystals. Master. After applying the medicine powder, Asha looked around. Shall we continue to look for the elixir? Magic medicine. Guhan was stunned. That's right. I was so busy thinking about Murongyen that I almost forgot about the amethyst vine in my hand. Judging from Shenxian's tone, this thing is indeed of extraordinary value. Kindness. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. Master, what's wrong? Someone. He had a keen sense of perception, so he naturally heard the faint footsteps in the distance. Anne. Not one yet. He slowly stood up, holding the sword in his hand, and gently protected Asha behind him. A moment later. Rustle. The footsteps are getting closer. It was also at this time. A staggering figure appeared in front of him, and it looked like he had suffered serious injuries. Is that you? Meet the person coming. Guhan was stunned. The injured person was none other than Chen Ping, whom he met in front of Dr. Shue's door that day. Little brother. Chen Ping was obviously stunned for a moment. Hurry up. As if he had thought of something, he urged hurriedly. They are catching up. After saying. It seemed like he did not want to implicate Guhan. He actually changed direction and plunged into the dense forest. Where are the people? Where did they go? Humph, he's so badly injured, he can't run far, search him. Be careful, don't let him get desperate and destroy the elixir given by Dr. Shue, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain. Accompanied by the sound of words. 4 or 5 figures chased over from not far away and bumped into Guhan face to face. Is that you? Several people recognized Guhan instantly. They were the other Chamber of Commerce managers who were guarding outside Dr. Shue's door that day. Master. Asha grabbed the corner of Guhan's clothes. It's those bad guys. Hee hee. The leader sneered. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. Guhan had no expression on his face. The truth of the matter. He had already guessed it roughly. It was nothing more than that Chen Ping got the elixir from Dr. Shue that day, and these people were jealous and had evil intentions, so they killed him halfway. Let's go. Opposite. One person urged, it's more important to find Chen Ping, don't worry about him. In spite of. The leader shook his head. Don't forget, he knows Divine Dr. Shue, and he must have a lot of pills given by Divine Dr. Shue. Moreover, if he saw what we did, we might leak the news, so we must not let him go. But, he also knows Manager Li. Humph, the savage forest is so big, and I don't know how many people die there every year. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, how could Manager Li know? Yes. The men next to him suddenly realized. That's right. Boy, since you have met me, you are unlucky. Bang. Right at this moment. A figure suddenly flew out from the dense forest, fell to the ground and coughed up blood. It's Chen Ping. Immediately following. 3 more figures slowly walked out of the forest and joined the 5 people. We have captured him as promised. Remember your promise. Rest assured. The leading man smiled smugly and pointed at Guhan. Don't worry, get this guy for me, and I'll add 50% to the price. These 3 people. But he was a casual cultivator they hired. Song Chao. Chen Ping looked at the leader with a face full of grief and anger. I didn't expect that you guys could be so despicable. If my Jubao Pavilion knew about this, I would definitely not let you go. Hee hee. Song Chao sneered. Every year, all the major chambers of commerce lose a few managers. Do you think, with your status, they will care whether you live or die? You. Dr. Shue's elixirs are good things, but you are definitely not qualified to take them. Chen Ping was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Guhan with an apologetic look on his face. Little brother, I'm sorry. You helped me, but I ended up getting you into trouble. Involving you. Guhan nodded. You really did cause me trouble. Remember. He touched Asha's head and calmed her nervous mood. You owe me a favor. Hee hee. On the opposite side, Song Chao had a look of sarcasm on his face. Why, you can't even save yourself, and you're still thinking about saving others. What a joke. After saying that, he is about to call on everyone to take action, etc. Suddenly, one of them stared at Guhan, his tone somewhat uncertain. Are you Guhan? Kindness. Guhan frowned slightly. Do you know me? The cultivator didn't say anything, but his back was already soaked with sweat. Really? It's really him. That killer. I give up this mission. He was born near Tianwu City. When Guhan was killing people in the savage forest that day, he happened to see it from afar. What did you say? Song Chao's face turned cold. If you leave, your things will be. I don't want it anymore. Amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the casual cultivator turned around and left without any hesitation. That day, he was able to kill 6 Tongqiao realm masters in one fell swoop. Now, 8 can naturally be killed. Stop. What I didn't expect was. Guhan suddenly called him. Wah, what is it? The casual cultivator paused. You hurt someone. Guhan pointed at Qinping. It's a bit unreasonable to leave so blatantly, isn't it? What? Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? Do you still want him to compensate you? What a joke. Only. Something happened that shocked them. In here. The casual cultivator took out a storage bag without any hesitation and threw it to Guhan. I have 1,000 yuan crystals and a few bottles of healing pills to compensate him. Is it enough? Good. Guhan nodded and looked at Qinping. I'll keep it for you first, is that okay with you? Speaking of. Without waiting for his answer, he then stuffed the storage bag into his arms. Qinping's mind was no longer working properly. Is this something I have any objection to? The person is about to die, what's the point of holding on to these material possessions? Seeing the casual cultivator leave, Guhan slowly raised his sword and walked towards the opposite side. Can you still move? Able. Qinping struggled to stand up. Today, I will fight them together with my little brother. No. Guhan shook his head. You don't have to fight to the death. Just protect Asha. Qinping looked puzzled, but still did as he was told. Snort. Opposite. Song Chao and his group finally reacted. Mystification. Guhan. Who has heard of it? You are just a nobody. You want to scare us with this method? You are dreaming. Although they didn't know why the casual cultivator was so afraid of Guhan, among the 7 of them, the highest cultivation level was at the 5th level of Tongqiao, and the lowest was at the 2nd level of Tongqiao. To deal with a person at the Kaimai level was like using a butcher knife to kill a fly. Superior. Seeing Guhan getting closer and closer, Song Chao smiled grimly. Kill this guy first, then deal with Qinping. As for that little girl, she's pretty, so she can be sold for a good price. Guhan suddenly stopped. What did you say? I said kill you first, then sell you. Brush. The words were not finished. A bright light suddenly flashed. Song Chao's expression froze in an instant, and a thin line of blood gradually spread between his eyebrows. What is that? The remaining few people's hearts skipped a beat, as if they vaguely understood why the casual cultivator was so afraid of Guhan. Although he is only at the Kaimai realm. But his fighting power is terrifyingly strong. Hurry, let's go together. If we don't kill him, we will be the ones in trouble. Whoever dares not to contribute, don't blame us for being rude. They naturally understand. Things have come to this point. If they don't kill Guhan and Qinping, endless troubles will be waiting for them. Suddenly. However, one person suddenly broke away from the encirclement and ran quickly towards the seriously injured Qinping and Asha. Qinping's heart tightened and he quickly stood in front of Asha. Die. In the blink of an eye. The man was only a few feet away from Qinping. Only. He is fast. Die and sword energy is faster. Puff. A ray of light suddenly penetrated into the back of his heart, bringing up a wisp of blood mist, and disappeared. The man felt a black screen before his eyes, and instantly fell to the ground without a sound. You. Guhan took a deep breath, and the murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Damn it. The words haven't finished yet. He has already rushed into the group of people. In an instant, various magic weapons and magical powers flashed one after another. Accompanying, there were screams, wails, and pleas for mercy. Not far away, Chen Ping's eyes widened as he watched. He originally thought that Guhan's move was like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, but unexpectedly, it was like a tiger walking into a flock of sheep. No matter how many sheep there are. How to fight a tiger? A moment later, everything returned to calm. Guhan stood proudly, like a killing god. Master. Asha ignored the strong smell of blood and trotted to Guhan. You are hurt. Looking at the wounds on Guhan's body, she felt heartbroken. Flesh wounds. Guhan curled his lips and didn't care at all. In order to end the battle quickly and prevent anyone from escaping, he naturally chose a head-on approach. Besides this little bit of injury, it was not as powerful as the slaps Murong Yen gave him. Chen Ping was still shocked. He seemed to understand a little bit why the casual cultivator was so frightened when he saw Guhan. Guhan. So strong that it is incomprehensible. Little brother. After calming himself down, he staggered to Guhan and bowed to him. Thank you for saving my life. That's all your strength. Guhan glanced at him and shook his head. You dare to enter the savage forest alone? A sentence. Chen Ping choked. After all, I am also in the Tongxiao realm, and you are only in the Kaimai realm. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? Just thinking of Guhan's strength. Little brother, you don't know. He smiled bitterly. I originally hired 2 independent cultivators to accompany me, but they were threatened by those people and they all ran away. If I hadn't met you, little brother, today. Soon. He couldn't continue. Not far away, Guhan shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed, cleaning up the battlefield. This method. So skillful. Chen Ping's heart suddenly shuddered. For you. Suddenly, a tender little hand stretched out, and on it lay a jade-white, fragrant pill. You look injured. Asha looked concerned. Thank you. Chen Ping felt warm in his heart. Naturally, he recognized it at a glance. This elixir was made by the great Dr. Shui and was not comparable to ordinary products. Just about to reach out to take it. How much are you going to give me? Ah. Chen Ping was stunned. And, collect money. I don't want to take your money either. Asha explained seriously, but my young master is very poor, I have to help him make money. This. The corners of Chen Ping's mouth twitched. He felt a little awkward watching such an innocent girl doing business seriously. The elixir refined by divine Dr. Shui is naturally worth a fortune. He really wanted to say it. As a small manager, he simply couldn't afford it. You are a good man. Asha tilted his head and thought about it. And you look very poor, so, how about I charge you 100 yuan crystals? 100. Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. This price really can't be any lower. Things to know. This time, he only asked Dr. Shui for 3 bottles of pills, but he had already spent most of the yuan crystals he brought with him, a total of tens of thousands of them. This shows how valuable are Dr. Shui's elixirs. 100 yuan crystals are naturally a lot. Asha had no cultivation and could not use the storage bag. The previous pills were taken out for him by Guhan in advance. He had no choice but to hold her in his arms. Just by looking at her eyes curved into crescents, you could tell how happy she was. Ah, silly. Guhan walked over and rubbed her head. So happy. A conversation between 2 people. Of course he heard it. I felt naturally amused and touched. Master. Asha held the spirit crystal in front of Guhan like he was presenting a treasure. I helped you make money. Good. Guhan also laughed. It's not just because of Asha's actions. And this time's harvest. The managers of these chambers of commerce are so rich. With emotion, Guhan looked at Qinping with a somewhat hot gaze. Little brother. Qinping felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. You are. Fine. Naturally, there was no way Guhan would attack him. After thinking about it, he took out a fist-sized, clear and transparent round bead with mist inside. What is this thing? Do you know it? Spiritual source. Qinping was a little surprised. Spiritual source. Guhan was stunned. What is that? It's normal that little brother doesn't know. Qinping explained patiently. When cultivators practice cultivation, with the aid of Yuan Jing pills, their efficiency will naturally be greatly increased. However, Yuan Jing is born in mineral veins, and is naturally contaminated with a lot of impurities in the earth veins when it is generated. If it is used in large quantities without restraint, it is necessary to carefully refine the impurities in the body every once in a while, otherwise it will cause a great burden on the meridians, and in severe cases it will even affect the foundation. And the spiritual source. It is to extract the spiritual energy in the Yuan crystal, refine the impurities, and retain only the most refined spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Naturally, there will be no problems when using it. But this thing is precious. Ordinary casual cultivators have never even heard of it, let alone used it. For example, the one in Guhan's hand. Although it is only the lowest level spiritual source, it still consumes more than 1,000 Yuan crystals to refine. If the cost of refining is added, the price will double. The price doubled. Guhan curled his lips. That would be a huge loss. In fact, his meridians are different and can naturally filter out all impurities. This thing is useless to him and he naturally doesn't think highly of it. However, for ordinary cultivators like Qinping, this thing can save them a lot of time in cultivation and is an extremely precious cultivation resource. Certainly. With Qinping's financial resources. In general, I just don't want to use it. But. Guhan glanced at Asha. Asha is just right for use. Under his instruction for many days, Asha has successfully acquired the sense of qi and is about to formally start practicing. Using spiritual energy to practice will naturally avoid all future troubles. Little brother. Qinping was a little curious. From the direction you're heading, it seems like you're heading to the capital. Good. Guhan didn't hide it from him either. I'm going to the martial arts academy. I see. Qinping was a little envious. I was confused. With your talent and cultivation, the small Tianwu city will naturally limit your development. My name is Qinping. I saved your life. When you arrive in the capital, if you have any instructions, you can come to Jubao Pavilion to find me. Treasure Pavilion. Guhan thought about it. You should collect the beast cores and elixirs, right? Ah. Qinping was stunned for a moment, then reacted. The 5 managers that Guhan killed in his counterattack each carried a large amount of resources. Combined with his own situation, a rough calculation shows that the total value is probably at least tens of thousands of crystals. This. But it is a huge fortune. Of course I will take it, but I don't have such multi-dimensional crystals. You can't buy on credit. Qinping choked again. I did not mean that. He quickly explained, when you get to the capital, you can come find me, little brother. I am willing to buy it at a price 20% higher than the market price. This price. Not only will he not make any profit, he will also lose some. It's just that he wanted to repay Guhan for saving his life. 20%. Guhan's eyes lit up and even his way of addressing her changed. Brother Chen, you are such a straightforward person. I didn't save your life in vain. Qinping smiled bitterly. This young man is good in everything except that he values money, a little too much. The effects of Dr. Shue's elixirs are naturally extraordinary. Only half a day later, Qinping's injuries were almost half healed, so he did not stay any longer and said goodbye to Guhan. Guhan did not try to persuade him to stay. Chenping had been following all the time, which naturally caused him great inconvenience, especially since Asha's ability was too eye-catching. The less people knew about it, the more their safety would be guaranteed. Time flies. Another half-month passed. During this period, apart from some ferocious beasts, Guhan did not meet anyone else. Thanks to Asha's ability, he found 7 or 8 spiritual medicines. Although they were far from comparable to the purple crystal vine, it was also a considerable gain. And Asha. Under his continuous instruction, he is about to draw the chi into his body and start practicing. Do you remember? Inside the cave. Guhan gently placed Ling Yuan in Asha's hand. Those spiritual energy circulation routes I mentioned. Yes. I remember it. Well, let's get started. Asha closed his eyes obediently and, as Guhan taught him, slowly drew the pure spiritual energy in the spiritual source into his body. It takes about half a day. Her eyelids trembled slightly, and a layer of spiritual light suddenly appeared on her body. This is the performance of the first level of chi condensation. So fast. Guhan was secretly shocked. Back then, it took him 3 full days to draw chi into his body and reach the first level of chi condensation. Even with this, he was hailed by Tianwu City as a genius rarely seen in decades. Then, isn't Asha a genius rarely seen in a century? As expected, he possesses the bloodline of the Eye of Illusion. Sighing. Seeing that Asha had entered the state, he smiled silently, sealed the cave entrance, and took out the resources on his body. The Martial Arts Academy is open. There is still a month left. He had already completed most of his journey, so he was naturally not in a hurry. Before arriving at the royal capital, first improve your cultivation to the Tongqiao realm. He slowly closed his eyes, and the mountains of yuan crystals beside him lit up for a moment. The spiritual energy mixed together and rushed into his body in a rather violent manner. Previously, he had already opened up more than 300 meridians in his body. Just one step away from the 9th level of opening the meridians. In vivo. With such abundant spiritual energy replenished, the spiritual fluid in the meridians continued to flow towards the remaining branches. 1. 2. 10. The 9th level of meridian opening. As if he sensed that the spiritual energy outside had some follow-up magic power, he did not hesitate and took out a large amount of yuan crystals. He also grabbed 2 spiritual herbs and stuffed them directly into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy became violent again. As the branches were opened one by one, he could faintly sense the star mist hidden at the end of the branch. However, there seemed to be a membrane between the star mist and the branch. Even with his sensitive spiritual perception, he was unable to fully sense the specific situation of the star mist. He understands. These star mists are the acupoints of the human body. Corresponding to each branch, there are exactly 360 numbers. As long as you break through this layer of membrane and pour the spiritual power into it, you will reach the Tongqiao realm. Every time an acupointment is opened, the spiritual power that can be stored in the body will increase. When you reach the 9th level of Tongqiao realm, the spiritual power will be twice that of Kaimai realm. It was also at this time. The last branch in his body was also opened. Now is the time. His heart tightened. When the meridians are completely opened and the spiritual energy in the body is integrated, a huge impact will be generated in an instant, and this is the best time to break into the Tongqiao realm. Miss the opportunity. It will undoubtedly be much more difficult to make a breakthrough in the future. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation. With a thought, he guided the impact force to hit a membrane. Snap. There seemed to be a slight sound coming from inside the body. The membrane cracked with a sound, and spiritual power as vast as the ocean also took the opportunity to pour into the acupointment. At this point, although the impact force is a little weaker, it is still there. Snap. Snap. He made a concerted effort and broke through 27 layers of membranes in succession before the impact force completely dissipated. However, as spiritual power continued to pour into the acupoints, the spiritual power remaining in the meridians became much thinner. Next. To break down the barriers again. You can only rely on the water-grinding skills. The Tongqiao realm is also a realm that ordinary cultivators spend more time on. In fact, ordinary people break through. The impact force could only break through 7 or 8 layers of membranes, which was the limit. However, Guhan had reached the ultimate level and his spiritual power had turned into liquid, which naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people. Call. He breathed a sigh of relief and opened his eyes. The next step of cultivation would not be something that could be accomplished overnight, and the remaining time was not enough. Aside. Asha looked at him with his big eyes. The spiritual source in her hand had been partially consumed, and her cultivation had already entered the 3rd level of qi condensation. Guhan felt somewhat relieved. Who would have thought? How could a little girl who was born a little mentally retarded have such a high talent for cultivation? Let's go. He stood up slowly. It's about time. In addition to practicing, he naturally devoted some of his mind to calculating the time. At this time, there were still 10 days before the opening of the hospital. With his speed, he could easily make it. Just about to reach out. His expression suddenly changed. A wisp of dust suddenly fell on the stone that blocked the cave entrance. Something is wrong. His heart skipped a beat. Immediately following. More and more dust fell, and even the stones began to tremble. Master. Even Asha realized that something was wrong. Walk. Without hesitation, Guhan split the entrance of the cave with one palm and rushed out with Asha. Now. It's not just caves anymore. Even the ground beneath my feet began to tremble. Ah. Suddenly. A faint roar came from the depths of the savage forest, and the voice was full of brutality and madness. This sound. It's not a monster, it's a human. Oh no. Guhan's face changed drastically. He carried Asha on his back and walked away in an instant. Although he couldn't guess who the owner of the voice was, he had a vague premonition that if he stayed any longer, there would definitely be great danger. Woo. Roar. As if to verify his guess. Behind him, countless beast roars were heard, violent, restless, and even mixed with a hint of fear. Monster riot. Boom. Boom. The earth was shaking more and more violently, and Guhan was horrified to find that those monsters were actually chasing after him. Bad luck. He cursed inwardly, and the spiritual energy in his body circulated wildly, constantly shuttling through the lush jungle. Even though he has reached the Tongqiao realm now, if he falls into the beast tide, he will basically be dead. A glance from the corner of his eye. From all directions, human figures kept flashing out from the dense forest and fleeing forward frantically. Being chased. Not only him. Roar. The roar of the beast sounded again, with more anxiety and fear in the voice. Guhan seemed to understand something. Perhaps. These monsters weren't trying to chase him at all. They seemed to be being chased as well. The reason they were running in this direction was just because they wanted to escape from the savage forest like him. And that person. He is the one who caused all this. Roar. Suddenly. Another roar was heard. This time, it's very close to everyone. Guhan subconsciously looked back. A monster over 10 feet long, covered with dark scales, stared with bloodshot eyes, knocked down countless huge trees, and kept approaching the crowd. Ah! Suddenly. A scream was heard. However, the cultivator who was at the back was hit directly by it and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Run! Run! This is a 5th-level monster, the iron-armored beast. Someone recognized the monster's identity and felt despair. Level 5. Guhan's heart sank. Judging from the size and speed of this monster, it is definitely a leader among the 5th-order monsters. If you get hit by it. If you don't escape in the first place, you will be completely trapped in the beast tide. Grit your teeth. His speed increased by another 3 points. Ah! Help! Help! Behind him, screams rang out one after another. But everyone is busy taking care of themselves, so how could they possibly help them? I don't know how much time passed. The screams gradually became less frequent. The huge team of dozens of people was now reduced to only a dozen or so, and the lowest level cultivator had reached the 6th level of Tongqiao. The rest with insufficient cultivation were either smashed to pieces by the armor or swallowed by it. Only. At this time, they were also at the end of their strength. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted, but he didn't dare to stop to take pills. He could only rely on his instinct for survival and desperately squeeze out the little spiritual energy in his body. The only one with some energy left. It's Guhan. The liquid spiritual power at the extreme state is several times thicker than that of cultivators of the same level, so it is naturally far from being exhausted. Of course. Even so. He was also breathing slightly, with sweat on his forehead, and it was obvious that he was not feeling relaxed. On the back. Asha clutched his collar tightly, his little face full of worry. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the dense forest nearby. It's a fat man. Ah. Seeing the iron-armored beast chasing after them closely, he couldn't help but howl. Why is there one here too? Complaints are complaints. His speed was not slow at all. Although he was fat, his movements were extremely agile. In just a few breaths, he had surpassed the others. His speed was only slightly slower than Guhan. His face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath, and he looked like he still had some strength left. This brother. The fat man glanced at Guhan, a flash of surprise in his eyes, and actually started to greet him. What's your name? Guhan ignored him and ran away. The fat man felt a little embarrassed and looked at Asha again. Girl, has anyone ever told you that you are pretty? Snort. Asha glared at him and turned his head away instantly. The fat man felt bored and stopped talking. Kill. Suddenly. The voice that had not been heard for a long time once again reached everyone's ears. Even though they were very far away, everyone could still feel the brutality and murderous intent in the voice. Hiss. The fat man gasped and mumbled something. No way. Is this fatty's robbery? Roar. As if stimulated by the sound, the armored beast suddenly became violent and its speed increased several times. Call. It seemed to feel that the people in front were extremely troublesome, so it swung its long tail and swept over in an instant. Puff. Puff. In a flash. Several people were hit by the giant tail, and without even a grunt, they instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Oh no. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Guhan's scalp numbed. He gritted his teeth, and the spiritual power in his body began to circulate wildly. He suddenly leaped out more than 10 feet. This leap. But he narrowly avoided the attack of the giant tail. Only. He dodged it. Fatty wasn't so lucky. Ouch. A scream. He was instantly hit by the iron-armored beast's huge tail. Bang. There was a loud bang. In front of Guhan, a round object suddenly fell and created a deep hole on the ground. Asha couldn't bear to watch any longer. Guhan didn't bother to look and just jumped over the deep pit. It was also at this time. A fat hand suddenly stretched out from the deep pit, and with a light press, a ball-like body rushed out quickly and closely followed Guhan again. Huh. Asha was a little surprised. You're not dead. Pooh. The fat man looked pale and took a moment to glance at the armored beast behind him. You want to kill Fatty? Dream on. Guhan was secretly surprised. The attack from the iron-armored beast was definitely comparable to a full-strength attack from someone in the profound spirit realm, but the fat man only suffered minor injuries. His body, why was it that it was so strong? Hey. Noticing Guhan's gaze, the fat man wanted to show off. This brother. Roar. Just as he was about to speak, the roar was heard again. It turned out that the armored beast had caught up with him again. The fat man's face turned pale, and he no longer had any intention of showing off. His round, fat face turned red from suppressing his anger. His speed actually increased a lot, surpassing Guhan in an instant. Kindness. Guhan instantly understood his intention. At this time, everyone else in the field had died, and only the three of them were left. What the fat man did was naturally to let Guhan attract the attention of the armored beast from behind. Dream. He cursed secretly and frantically activated the spiritual power in his body, seemingly unaware of the swelling and pain that kept coming from his meridians. Of course, the effect is also significant. He immediately caught up with him, leaving the fat man behind again. Hateful. The fat man stared at Guhan with an unkind look on his face. Are you the only one who runs fast? Fatty, I'm not slow either. He gritted his teeth and imitated Guhan, trying his best to increase his speed. For a while, the two seemed to be competing with each other, wavering between catching up and overtaking, and gradually they became angry. Behind. The armored beast was left further and further behind by them. Only. The two of them were already fighting fiercely at this point, so why would they care about the armored beast? Eyes met. Sparks flew. However, no one was willing to admit defeat first, and they had to compete to see who was the better. As for Asha, I just felt the wind blowing in my ears, which hurt my face, but I had no idea why the two of them were fighting so hard. I don't know how much time passed. Call. The three people's eyes lit up, and they realized that they had completely run out of the range of the savage forest. A few dozen miles more. That's where the capital of the Great Chi Kingdom is. After running for a while, the towering city was already in sight. Wait. The fat man finally couldn't hold on any longer. Fatty, I can't stand it anymore. Let Fatty take a break. Oh. Guhan's eyes were red. Do you admit defeat? If you compete with me in speed, you're not even close. Plop. They both sat on the ground. It's not that I don't want to run. I really can't run anymore. Master. Seeing Guhan gasping for breath due to exhaustion, Asha glared at the fat man fiercely. Of course. Naturally, there is no deterrent effect at all. Fart. The fat man still insisted. If it weren't for Fatty, could you have outrun me? Haha, I carried a person on my back, and you didn't run away from me, and you still have the nerve to say that. While talking, the two of them stuffed handfuls of elixirs into their mouths at the same time. After stuffing, they stared at each other again. Judging from his appearance, if he could still move, he would have pinned the other person to the ground and beat him up. After a while, it seems that he has recovered some of his skills. Hee. The fat man stood up. Brother, I see you are still a little unconvinced. Same here. Guhan looked unhappy. I think so too. You deserve a beating. Boom. Just as the two were eager to give each other a lesson they would never forget, the ground beneath their feet began to shake once again. What follows? There are also the roars of many monsters. Oh no. Guhan's expression changed drastically. Those monsters are chasing us. Walk. He ignored the fat man, carried Asha on his back and ran towards the huge city ahead. That is the capital of the Great Chi Kingdom, where there are many experts. There must be a way to resolve this threat from monsters. Fatty. A glance. Seeing that the fat man was still hanging behind him, Guhan's face turned dark. Why are you still following me? Fart. The fat man was furious. Don't flatter yourself. That's the safest place in a radius of hundreds of miles. If I don't go there, what else can I do? Ugh. I can go wherever I want. Why should I explain to you? No matter how much they quarrel. The two of them were naturally very fast. In just a moment, they arrived at the foot of the huge city that was 100 feet high. The city is blue-gray in color, with countless runes engraved on each of the 10-foot-long bricks. Driven by the yuan crystal, the city walls are covered with a faint milky white halo. On top of the city wall, Rows of city guards, wearing standard armor and holding heavy crossbows, stared intently at the ground below, ready for battle. At this time, not only Guhan and the others. As the monsters chased them, more and more people gathered under the city. There are some independent cultivators. There are people in the city. There are also people like Guhan who come from all over the place to rush to the martial arts academy. Just one look. Everyone was filled with anger. The city gate, which was several feet high and made of rare gold, was tightly closed, with no intention of letting anyone in. Boom. Boom. The monster behind him was getting closer and closer, and even people with good eyesight could see the general outline of the monster. Master. Asha's face turned pale. What shall we do? City wall. Guhan stared at the blue-gray city wall, his face darkening. If they don't open the door, we'll go up from here. The words have not been finished yet. There were already several people around who reacted quickly and rushed out directly. Far ahead. It was the fat man. Ha ha ha. This brother. The fat man turned around and looked at Guhan with a smug look on his face. I'm leaving first. If things don't change, we'll meet again if we're destined to, ah. The words were not finished. He let out a scream. The round body was directly bounced away. However, 3 meters outside the city wall, a transparent light curtain rose up at some point. The fat man was the first to hit it and was badly knocked unconscious. As for the people behind him, it was even worse. They all had broken bones and tendons and lay on the ground wailing, but they could never stand up again. Asshole! The fat man jumped up and cursed at the broken city wall. Do you want to kill Fatty? Roar! At this moment, the roar came again, only a few miles away from everyone. 4 monsters. This distance, if not in an instant, is almost there. Please, open the door. I'm from Hengyuan Chamber of Commerce, let me in. Open the door quickly. I am the son of the Lord of Wooding City. My second uncle is the instructor of the Martial Arts Academy. Everyone was very anxious. Pleading, threatening, and scolding followed one after another. Only the city gate remained motionless. Strangeness. The one who spoke was an old man with gray hair. The savage forest has been peaceful for decades, but now it has started rioting again because of this person. Who is he? Could it be? Beside him, a man in blue frowned slightly. Is there a demon beast that has transformed? Won't. The old man shook his head. The noise from a monster transforming isn't that loud. And judging by the monster's reactions, they are more terrified than submissive. This is irrational. You'll find out when you go and see. Between the two, the middle-aged man wearing heavy armor and with a dignified face said calmly, "It is our responsibility to protect the capital. Since we already know that this man is the culprit who caused the monster riot, we just need to capture him, and this farce will naturally end. What do you two think?" Good. The old man nodded. Commander Goo is right. Let's go and take a look without further delay. Can. The man in blue hesitated for a moment. If all those people down there died outside the city, I'm afraid it would be hard to explain. If you die, you die. Commander Goo had a blank expression on his face. My duty is to protect the king from being invaded by monsters. The rest has nothing to do with me. You. The man in blue was a little annoyed. All right, all right. The old man hurriedly came up to smooth things over. Mr. Feng, Commander Goo, this is also your duty, so please don't say more, it's just. He changed the subject. Among those people, some are independent cultivators, but the rest have close ties with those people in the city. If they all die, it will be bad for Commander Goo. Commander Goo was silent for a moment. Okay, then let's make an opening. Life or death depends on their luck. Below. Boom. Boom. The ground was shaking more and more violently, and many monsters gradually surrounded from all directions. Just looking at the aura on their bodies, the lowest one was at the 4th level, and the highest one was already at the 6th level. It's over, it's over. In the crowd, the fat man looked pale. Isn't the calamity that Fatty is going through a human calamity? How can dying among these monsters be considered a human calamity? Master. Asha's body was shaking and he held onto Guhan tightly. Don't be afraid. Guhan held the sword tightly in his hand, the spiritual power in his meridian surged like a tide, and the Dian sword energy was ready to be unleashed. I must not die here. Absolutely not. Look. Just when everyone was completely in despair, a voice full of surprise came. There's a hole over there. As his voice fell. Great. We are finally saved. Hurry up, it will be too late. Everyone was overjoyed. Hundreds of people immediately rushed towards the gate like crazy. Hole. Guhan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a portal several feet high appearing on the transparent barrier more than 1,000 feet away. Quick. He was delighted, and the spiritual power in his body burst out instantly, and he rushed forward. Ah. No. Save me, save me. It was also at this time. The ferocious beasts in the rear had also rushed to the city wall, and many people died on the spot due to trampling and collision. This scene. It also made everyone terrified. Whoosh. The fat man was closer to the door, but he rushed in first. Looking at Guhan's figure who was 100 feet away. He is still frightened. It's okay, Fatty, I'm lucky. Boom. Boom. The monster kept hitting the transparent restriction like crazy, shaking the city walls. Natural. Many people died in their collision. Quick. Be quick. Guhan's spiritual perception was enhanced to the extreme. He carefully kept a distance from the monster and continued to move forward. No matter in front or behind. Everyone has lost their minds and only has the instinct to survive. Get out of the way. Get out of my way. My father is the Lord of Wooding City. My second uncle is a teacher at the Martial Academy. My life is more important than yours. Let me go in first. Opposite Guhan. A young man holding a long sword, with red eyes, chopped down the people who stood in front of him one by one. Almost at the same time. He and Guhan both came to the gate. Get lost. I'll go in first. He was already bloodthirsty, and his cultivation in the 3rd level of Tongqiao completely erupted. He raised his sword and slashed towards Guhan. The two were very close. If this sword hits hard. Not to mention Guhan. Asha will definitely die. Court death. A hint of coldness flashed across Guhan's eyes, and the spiritual power that was ready to be released instantly poured into the sword. He raised the sword and fought back. Bang. A crisp sound. The sword in the young man's hand was instantly cut into 2 pieces, and a stream of Dian sword energy also penetrated into his body. Thump. He didn't even make a sound and fell to the ground dead instantly. However, it was precisely because of this moment of delay that the abnormality occurred again. A giant tail several meters long and covered with dark scales suddenly swept over, taking away the lives of a large number of cultivators along the way, and arrived in front of Guhan in the blink of an eye. Master. Asha exclaimed. Subconsciously, she was about to use the power of the Eye of Illusion. Go in first. In the moment of life and death, Guhan subconsciously grabbed Asha and threw her into the door. And at this time, the giant tail was only a few feet away from his body. Tsk tisk. Inside the barrier. The fat man smacked his lips and watched the fun. It's difficult. Next moment. Clang. A golden sound was heard. However, at the critical moment, Guhan directly blocked the sword in front of him and was hit by the giant tail. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He just felt as if his body was crushed by a huge rock, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. But it was precisely because of this huge force that he was able to cross a distance of several feet in an instant and his body smashed directly into the barrier. You're so lucky, huh? Not far away. The fat man who was watching the fun turned pale. Don't, fuck. Before he could finish his words, Guhan's body had already fallen heavily on him. Bang! The fatman was instantly carried up by him and crashed heavily into the city wall behind him. And outside the barrier, the monsters roared and fought even more violently. Boom! Boom! Loud noises continued to be heard, and the barrier began to become unstable. Quick! On top of the city wall, a captain's face changed drastically. Close that gap, otherwise this barrier can only exert 50% of its defensive power. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the open door closed instantly. In an instant, the shaking barrier was completely stabilized, and no matter how the monsters hit it, it could not be shaken at all. No. I haven't gone in yet. Please, just open it for a little while longer, just a little while longer. Outer room. Many people who didn't have time to come in kept shouting in despair. Only the captain remained unmoved. Put. He waved his hand and gave the order again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crossbow arrows several feet long and engraved with runes turned into a rain of rain, continuously falling towards the outside of the city. Roar. Although these crossbow arrows did not cause much damage to the monsters, they completely aroused their ferocity. Can't break the barrier. They immediately turned their attention to those who remained outside. Ah. You guys have such cruel hearts. Wait. I will definitely not let you go. Accompanied by curses and wails, the outside room instantly turned into a bloody Shura field. Very quickly. The barrier is no longer transparent. Instead, it was covered with a faint layer of blood. Inside the barrier. Thump. Thump. Guhan and the fatman both fell to the ground and lay motionless. Master. Asha ran over like crazy. Ahem. Guhan spat out another mouthful of blood and forced himself to sit up. No. It's okay, I won't die. Medicine. Asha quickly took out all the healing pills that Dr. Shui had sent him and stuffed them into Guhan's mouth without saying a word. It won't take that much. Guhan felt helpless. I am not seriously injured. While talking, he glanced at the blue-gray city wall with lingering fear. If you get hit, the lightest consequence is definitely serious injury. Only now. He took another look at the fatman lying on the ground weakly and secretly felt relieved. Fine. There is a meat shield. Master. Asha was still in shock and hugged him tightly. Just now. If Guhan had been a little slower, he would definitely not have survived. She couldn't imagine what the point of her continuing to live would be without Guhan. I said. Suddenly. The fatman at the side spoke, his voice full of anger and grievance. Did you do this on purpose? Oh. Guhan glanced at him. Thank you. Naturally, there was no sincerity in this thank you. Just swipe. The fatman climbed up instantly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Guhan fiercely. What do you mean? Thank you. You son of a bitch, how dare you cheat me, fatty? No thanks then. You. The fatman was shaking with anger. Give me. He stretched out his fat hand in front of Asha. Fatty, I'm injured too. No. Asha glared at him and put the pill away. Little girl. The fatman was heartbroken. Look carefully, I was injured because I was trying to save him. How could you be so ungrateful and not even give me a pill? You are so stingy. Don't want. Asha was unmoved. You were just making fun of the young master, I saw it all. The fatman wanted to cry but had no tears. Could it be, this is the retribution for just watching the fun? Quick, look. Suddenly. One of them pointed outside the barrier and spoke incoherently with excitement. Retreat, retreat. Those ferocious beasts, retreat. Outer room. Under the attack of wave after wave of crossbow arrows, the monsters gradually suffered casualties. As they were unable to break the barrier for a long time, they had no choice but to retreat. After a while. Outside, apart from the broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground, there was no trace of any monster. Squeak. The city gate that had always been closed was finally opened. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The sounds that usually make them feel sick now sound like heavenly music. Fatty. Guhan glanced around. We'll see you later. After saying that, he ignored the fat man's reaction, pulled Asha along, followed the crowd, and entered the city. Back. The fat man's face froze. I'll be back soon. I've never suffered such a loss since I was a kid. Wait, I'll get back at you. At the same time, many people also ran out of the city and looked at the bloody scene outside. Or angry. Or sad. The list goes on. Next to the body of the young man who was killed by Guhan stood a middle-aged man. And in his hand, he was holding a broken sword. Who is it? Looking at the wound that went through the young man's heart and back, the anger in his eyes almost burst out. How dare you kill my nephew? Why would the monster suddenly riot? I heard that it's because a giant demon appeared in the savage forest. Ah. Why did I hear that a rare treasure was born? No, no. One of them looked around with a mysterious look on his face. Do you know that not long ago, Commander Goo and 2 priests went to investigate deep in the savage forest, but they all returned injured? It was because a fierce man appeared there. Hiss, is this true? I heard what our shopkeeper said, so it should be very credible. Even if it's true, don't worry. Don't forget that the restrictions in our capital were bestowed by the Supreme Sect. Whether it's a monster riot or a vicious person, as long as they dare to come, we will make sure they will never come back. Let's stop worrying. That's true. On the long street, Guhan and Asha walked side by side. Having experienced the thrilling disaster outside, they naturally had no time to appreciate the prosperity of the royal capital. Master. Asha raised his head. Are we going to the martial arts academy now? Not yet. Guhan's face was still a little pale. According to his original plan, he would be able to reach the capital in 10 days while traveling and searching for elixirs. However, after the monsters rioted, he fled all the way and competed with the fat man on the way in speed. Therefore, it only took him 3 days to get here. There are still 7 days left before the hospital opens. Stay here for now. Both he and Asha have consumed too much energy in the past few days and naturally need a good rest. Made up my mind. He took Asha and walked towards an inn. Only. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the shopkeeper coming towards me with his hands clasped and an apologetic look on his face. Full. Guhan was a little surprised. Yes. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. Originally, the martial arts academy just opened, and there were already a lot more people in the capital. In addition, due to the monster riot, a large number of independent cultivators came from outside the city, so the accommodation was not enough. Guhan had no choice but to change to another one. As expected. It's full again. The 3rd one. The 4th one. I changed 8 or 9 companies in a row, and everyone's answers were surprisingly consistent. As monsters rioted, those wandering cultivators who lived nearby naturally came to the royal capital to seek refuge early. Guhan was among the last group, so it was natural that he couldn't find a place to stay. Master. Asha was a little worried. Don't we have anywhere to live? Guhan was speechless. It can't be that miserable. Do you have to sleep on the streets as soon as you arrive? Or, go and ask if the 7th prince and stewardly have returned. Little brother. Just thinking about it. Someone nearby reminded, why not go to the inner city and take a look? Inner city? Yes, that is the center of the capital. Most of the largest shops in the city are there. If you have enough yuan jing, you may be able to find a place to stay there. Thank you. Guhan asked for the route and immediately left with Asha. He naturally didn't know that right on the street, the middle-aged man holding a broken sword grabbed the collar of a casual cultivator and questioned him non-stop. Who killed that young man? I. The casual cultivator was trembling with fear. I don't know. The scene was so chaotic that I didn't see it clearly. Can you say that again? The middle-aged man exerted a little force and crushed his shoulder in an instant. Ah, spare my life. The casual cultivator felt so much pain that he begged for mercy again and again. It seems to be a teenager. Yes, there is also a little girl following him. What does he look like? I really didn't see it clearly. Waste. The middle-aged man then threw him away with a gloomy look on his face. Boy. Little girl. No matter who it is, if you dare to kill my nephew, I will tear you into pieces. Inner city. In comparison, it is naturally a lot quieter than the outer city. Rows of buildings stand on both sides, some tall and majestic, some magnificent, each with its own characteristics. And the people who haunt here. Most of them are dressed in luxurious clothes and look arrogant. Master. Asha's eyes are no longer enough. How impressive. Yes. Guhan felt a little emotional, and finally understood why there were so few independent cultivators here. Too poor. Let's go. Seeing Asha's excited expression, he smiled and directly picked the largest and most luxuriously decorated building and walked in. Kindness. In store. A man who looked like a manager frowned slightly when he saw Guhan's outfit. You too, is there something wrong? Stay in a hotel. Asha asked excitedly, you guys shouldn't be full, right? Of course not. The steward nodded, expressionless. But rooms B and C are already full, leaving only the room above room A. Are you sure you want to stay there? What do you mean? Guhan naturally heard the contempt in his words. Nothing. The steward smiled proudly, and looked at Guhan again. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he said slowly, this A-grade room has a spirit-gathering array inside, which has the effect of concentrating the mind. Practicing in it is 5 times more efficient than practicing outside. As for the fee, it is not much, only 1,000 crystals per day. Guhan's face was as gloomy as water. No matter where you go, you will encounter such unpleasant things as looking down on others. 2. The steward raised his eyelids. Have you made up your mind? Are you going to stay or not? Nonsense. Naturally, Guhan would not give him a good look. Of course I have to live. Only. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of conversation outside. Lu shimmy. It was a man who spoke, his tone full of passion. You are at the stage of breaking through, and this A-grade room is unique in the capital and is the best place for cultivation. If you combine it with the spiritual source in your hands, you will be able to completely stabilize your realm before the hospital opens. Thank you, Brother Sure. This time it was a female voice. The voice was cool and moving, mixed with a hint of joy. What kind of words are you talking about? The man was almost bewitched. Master Lu and my father are old friends. Now that my sister has come to the capital, I will naturally do my best to be a good host. Don't worry, you can stay in this room as long as you want. While talking, a man and a woman walked in hand, smiling. The male's identity is unknown. Female. It was the willow warbler. When she saw Guhan and Asha, she was stunned and her face quickly turned cold. As for Guhan, he had a look of disgust on his face. It's a bit disgusting. Mr. Lu. When he saw the man, the manager's eyes lit up, his face was full of smiles, and his attitude changed drastically. Why are you here? Just take a look. Young Master Lu replied perfunctorily, but his eyes remained on Lu Ying beside him. Is this no? A room still available? Yes. Well, get ready, Half the story. He noticed that the beauty beside him had a strange expression on her face. Sister, what's wrong with you? Do you know them? Speaking of. He glanced at Guhan indifferently, frowning slightly. No. Lu Ying took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the anger in her heart, but the man next to her almost popped his eyes out. He is also from Tianwu City. Oh. The man lost interest instantly. He was just a country bumpkin from a small place, and not as stunning as Lu Ying, so naturally he didn't even bother to look at her. Get ready. He glanced at the steward. My sister Lu wants to stay here for a while. Okay, okay. The manager's smile widened and he almost bowed. He naturally understood that this Master Lu Tong came from a distinguished family and was generous. Every time he came here, he would get a large extra benefit. In his heart, he was a true distinguished guest and a wealthy man. As for Guhan, he had completely forgotten it. Slow. He forgot. Guhan didn't forget. You did. He stared at the steward coldly. There's only one room left in this no. A room, right? Good. Facing Guhan. The steward naturally returned to his previous tone, cold and disdainful. I just said that. Guhan said seriously, I want to live here. Really? The manager had a fake smile on his face. I didn't hear you. Do you hear me now? Sorry, it's gone now. You. Asha was a little angry. We were here first. Hee hee. The steward remained unmoved. So what? Have you paid the yuan jing? No. Then this room is ownerless. I can let whoever I want live in it. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Aside. Lu Tong glanced at Guhan with disdain. Lu Shimi, your fellow countryman seems to be very ignorant of the rules. He always does. Willow Warbler had no expression on her face. I always fail to see the gap between reality and imagination, and do things beyond my ability just to attract attention. I see. Lu Tong's eyes lit up. With your looks, Sister Lu, you must have countless admirers, and this boy must be one of them. Haha, that makes sense, but... He changed the subject and glanced at Guhan again. As a person, you must know yourself. If you want to stand out and show your presence, you must first consider your identity and where you are. Our capital of the Great Qi Kingdom is not comparable to a remote place like Tianwu City. Of course. Speaking of this. He glanced at Lu Ying's expression and smiled complacently. Today I will give Sister Lu a favor. Considering that you are from the same hometown as her, I will not take your offense seriously. But you are not qualified to live in this Class A room. Get out of my sight within 3 breaths, otherwise I will be very unhappy. And the consequences of making me unhappy. Believe me, few people can bear it. First. Guhan took a deep breath. I was the first one to come here, and I was the first one to reserve this room. Second. You said I admire her. Then why don't you ask her, who was it that followed me around, calling me Brother Goo all the time, and wanted to throw himself at me? Yes. Asha quickly agreed. I saw it with my own eyes. She was very attentive to my young master. You. Lu Ying's face changed drastically. Then. When Guhan was still that high-spirited genius, she was naturally very close to Guhan and almost displayed her charm to the fullest. However, although Guhan often met her, he always kept a distance between them. This became a thorn in her heart. Every time she saw Guhan, the thorn would go deeper, making her feel so painful that she wished she was dying. This is also the reason why she targeted Guhan after seeing his cultivation recover. At this time, his true colors were exposed. She almost died of shame and anger. Sister. See the expression of the Willow Warbler. How could Lu Tong not understand that what Guhan said was the truth? Guhan's words. He, who had been courting Lu Ying all these days in an attempt to win her favor, has now become a complete laughingstock. While feeling ashamed, angry, and heartbroken, his perception of Guhan suddenly changed from disdain to jealousy, and there was even a hint of inexplicable sourness. Besides, Guhan ignored him and continued talking to himself. Whether I am qualified to live here or not, you guys don't have the final say. Guhan. Willow Warbler was so angry that she almost broke her teeth. You will definitely pay the heaviest price for your arrogance. Arrogant. Guhan smiled sarcastically. No, that's not right. It's just that you are used to bullying others. Unfortunately, I am born with a strong character and never like to be bullied. So, you picked the wrong person today. I changed my mind. Aside. Lu Tong suddenly spoke. He was burning with jealousy, his face was a little distorted, and he stared at Guhan. Today, you can't leave. This person seems to have offended Master Lu. Who is he, so bold? I don't know him, but judging by the blood on his clothes, he seems to be one of the people who just came in from outside the city today. No wonder he didn't recognize young Master Lu. TSK, this guy is so unlucky. He just saved his life outside the city, but now he has caused such a big trouble and offended young Master Lu. Haha. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to die. Everyone was pointing and talking, with a look of anticipation on their faces. Naturally, they all knew Lu Tong. This person's cultivation and talent are average. It's just that he and the current eldest prince are cousins, and with this identity, he is naturally very successful in the royal capital. Over time, he has developed a domineering and vindictive character, and those who offend him often end up in a miserable way. Except for a few people, no one dares to provoke him easily. In recent years, Guhan was the first person who dared to challenge him. Walk. Being forced like this, Guhan was naturally very angry and would not bow his head. I was going to stay anyway, why should I leave? Live. Lu Tong sneered. Manager Song. Master Lu, please give me your orders. This is quite a coincidence. My sister Lu wants to stay here, and he said he wants to stay here too, but there is only one room left in room A. What do you think we should do? You too. Manager Song rolled his eyes and glanced at Guhan. You've heard that our inn is now full. If you want to stay here, you can wait until next time. How about it? It seems like I have regained some of the scenes. The resentment in Lu Tong's heart subsided a little, and his eyes were full of provocation when he looked at Guhan. Whether you are qualified to live here or not, I have the final say. And with his character, it was simply impossible for him to let Guhan go easily. Kneel down. You just offended Sister Lu. Bow down to her and apologize. Otherwise, you will never leave the capital alive today. Hearing this, everyone instantly shifted their attention to Guhan. Do you think he will kneel? If you ask me, it's better to kneel down. At least you can save your life. Haha, young people are frivolous and competitive. This kneeling down will probably cause great damage to his spirit. Without his spirit, his future path of cultivation will probably be extremely bumpy. Sure enough, Master Lu is still the best. Under discussion. They were extremely looking forward to how Guhan would respond. Kneel down. Dignity is gone. Don't kneel. You can save your dignity, but you will lose your life. Aside. Lu Ying also stared at Guhan intently, with a hint of excitement hidden deep in her eyes. As long as Guhan kneels down, the thorn in her heart could be completely removed. Only Guhan's reaction was bound to disappoint her. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart, touched the head of Asha, who was so angry that his eyes were full of tears, with his left hand, flipped his right hand, and took out a tattered sword from the storage bag. What? Everyone was shocked. What is he going to do? No way, he would actually choose to take action. Stupid, too stupid. If this continues, there will be no room for easing the situation. This kid is really not afraid of death. They never dreamed of it. Guhan actually made such a crazy choice. You want me to kneel? Then I will take your life. Seeing Guhan like this, Lu Ying was a little disappointed, but then she felt happy again. This is not Tianwu City. And Lu Tong is not a small character like the Goo family who has no background or foundation. If you offend him, Guhan, you will die today. I told you so. Guhan ignored everyone's reactions and just looked at Lu Tong coldly. I have such a hard bone that I can't bend my knees. You. Lu Tong at this time. A look of disbelief. How dare you draw your sword against me? Do you know who I am? Have no idea. While talking, Guhan's figure flashed out quickly. Of course he could see it. Although Lu Tong's cultivation was slightly higher than his aura was weak, his foundation was not solid, and he had no combat experience at all. It was obvious that he had forced himself to reach that level by using elixirs. Deal with this kind of people. He only needs half a moment. Hiss. Everyone gasped when they saw this. This young man has such a murderous nature. Opposite. Lu Tong was stunned. He has a special status. From childhood to adulthood, very few people dare to go against his will, let alone anyone who dares to draw a sword against him. For a while, he was a little at a loss. Although the long sword is broken. But there was a cold light flashing on the tip of the sword, and the Dian sword energy was ready to be unleashed, and it would poke several holes in his body in the next moment. Bold. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly rang out. The words haven't finished yet. A figure appeared in front of Lu Tong. At the same time, a surge of spiritual power suddenly surged out, turning into a fist about a foot in size, and directly collided with Guhan's attack. It's Manager Song. Dang. 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 After all, Guhan had not recovered from his injuries yet. After he forcibly broke the fist force, he was pushed back repeatedly by the huge force. The blood in his body kept surging, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Master. Asha quickly ran over and supported him. Are you okay? Not dead. Manager Song was a little surprised. His cultivation was at the 7th level of Ju Yuan. Even though the attack just now was a bit hasty, it still condensed 50% of his cultivation, and he used the top-grade yellow-level martial arts, the mountain-shaking technique. He thought that even if Guhan didn't die, he would lose the power to resist. He never expected that the other party was only slightly injured. Only. He didn't want to delve into it further. Not to mention that he had gained a lot of benefits in his daily life, just considering Lu Tong's identity. If he died here, it would be a big trouble for him. What's more, from the very beginning, he instinctively disliked Guhan. Now. Got a chance. Naturally, he would not easily bypass Guhan. You are really tired of living. Is my Murong family's territory a place where you can act wild? Murong family. Everyone was stunned. Which Murong family? Does our Wangdu have this family? Which other Murong family could it be? It's, ahem, the one from the upper clan. Hiss. Everyone was shocked. I see. It turns out to be the Murong family. Nonsense, otherwise why do you think this inn can be opened in the most conspicuous and prosperous place in the inner city? Moreover, with Steward Song's high level of cultivation, he is more than qualified to be the chief guest of a middle-class family. Why would he stay in an inn as a small steward? No wonder, it turns out this inn has such a great background. TSK, that kid is finished. Everyone gloated over the other's misfortune. He even offended the Murong family. Young people don't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. They are going to fall flat on their faces this time. Haha, isn't it? Let's just wait and see. Not to mention that he has no background. Even if the royal family came, it would be difficult to save him today. Amidst the discussion, Lu Tong also came back to his senses, his face flushed red, his eyes full of resentment. Just that moment. He really felt the crisis of death. Manager Song. Thinking of his ugly appearance being seen by so many people, he wished he could tear Guhan into pieces. Help me capture him. I will definitely give you a generous gift to thank you. Mr. Lu is joking. Manager Song was delighted in his heart but showed no emotion on the surface. This boy ignored the rules of my Murong family and dared to commit a crime here. Today, I will definitely not let him off. Boy. He looked at Guhan with a grim expression. You brought this upon yourself, so don't blame me for attacking you. Something beyond everyone's expectations. Guhan suddenly regained his composure, and there was even a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Do you know Murong Yen? Presumptuous. Manager Song narrowed his eyes. You are not allowed to call her miss by her name. Boom. The words were not finished. He once again activated all of his 7th level Ju Yuan cultivation and swung a punch towards Guhan. In an instant, a suffocating feeling of oppression came over me. Finished. Everyone shook their heads secretly. With this punch, the young man would probably be turned into a pool of meat paste on the spot. Aside. Lu Tong's face was full of satisfaction and relief. And the willow warbler. Looking at Guhan, who was about to die, his expression was somewhat complicated, and there was even a hint of relief. Master. When the punch approached, Asha was about to block in front of Guhan. Don't move. Guhan hugged her tightly, turned his hand, and took out a dark iron plate. In a flash, the force of Manager Song's fist stopped instantly. You. When he saw the iron plate, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he ignored the backlash from forcibly restraining his cultivation, and his face turned pale. Where did you get this thing? Call. Guhan also subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. If it's an iron plate, it's useless. He had no choice but to block the attack with all his strength, and then escape with Asha again. Fortunately, Murong Yen did not lie to him. This thing is really useful. Manager Song. Lu Tong became furious when he saw him suddenly stop. Get started. Don't worry, I will send someone to deliver the generous gift to you as soon as I get back. You will definitely not lose out on any benefit. Only. Manager Song, who had been very enthusiastic towards him in the past, seemed not to have heard anything at this moment. He just stared blankly at the iron plate. Aside. Lu Ying's face was uncertain, and she had a bad premonition. Outer room. Everyone looked at each other. What on earth is this inconspicuous little iron plate? It even makes Manager Song a little afraid. No. Look at his expression. It's clearly fear. You bastard. Suddenly, a majestic voice, like the sound of a huge bell, instantly reached everyone's ears, making their heads buzz. Wait for everyone to react. There was one more person in the field. He looked middle-aged, dressed in a purple robe, with an imposing look without even being angry. His aura was obscure and difficult to discern, making it difficult to tell his depth. Palm. Meet the person coming. Manager Song bowed quickly. Boss, why are you out? Song Xing. The man had a blank expression on his face. Have you forgotten your identity? I dare not, I dare not. Just swipe. Manager Song only felt his scalp numbing, and his whole body was instantly soaked with sweat. Don't dare. The men didn't even look at him from beginning to end. Then when are you qualified to ask about the Murong family's affairs? You're subordinate. You're subordinate. Manager Song's body was shaking constantly, but he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Madness. The man continued, as a family dog of the Murong family, you want to bite the most distinguished guest of the Murong family. Tell me, what crime should you be punished for? Have mercy. With a plop. Manager Song's knees went weak and he instantly fell to the ground. Boss, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please, forgive me this time. Complete silence. It's not just Lu Tong. Even the people watching outside were stunned. Manager Song, who was so majestic and arrogant just now knelt down and begged for mercy like a dog, and didn't even dare to explain. This man. Who is it? And when did this inn have a new innkeeper? Before they could figure it out, something even more shocking happened to them. The man with unfathomable cultivation level turned all the frost and coldness on his face into a warm smile. He actually bowed to Guhan with an extremely polite and enthusiastic tone. It turns out that a distinguished guest has come to visit. I'm sorry Murong Chuan didn't come to greet you in time. I hope you won't mind. Everyone looked at him with complicated expressions. Why did this young man who was ignorant of the immensity of the world in their eyes suddenly become the distinguished guest mentioned by Murong Chuan? Could it be that? Just because of that inconspicuous piece of iron plate? On the ground. Manager Song was still kneeling there, trembling, not daring to look up. Not far away. Lu Tong's face was pale, and in addition to resentment and unwillingness, there was also a hint of imperceptible fear in his eyes. And the willow warbler. My heart has turned cold. How similar is this scene to the previous scene in front of Dr. Shue's door? She suddenly felt a little pain in her face. Senior. Seeing Murong Chuan being so polite, Guhan was a little confused. Today. It's just a small matter. Murong Chuan waved his hand, not taking what happened on the field seriously at all, but asked another question. You just mentioned the eldest lady's name. I wonder if you and she. Miss. Murong Yen. Exactly. She, cough cough. The word, sister. Guhan was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She asked us to call her sister. Fortunately, Asha helped him out in time. Elder sister. This time. It was Murong Chuan's turn to be stunned. Yes. Asha's little face was full of seriousness. Sister Murong is a very nice person, and she was very enthusiastic towards us, but she was a little too strong, and she almost beat the young master to pieces. Guhan vaguely felt that his shoulder started to hurt again. Calling each other brother and sister. Murong Chuan's eyelids twitched. The relationship between Guhan and Murong Yen was actually closer than he had imagined. No wonder she could give away this extremely precious token with special meaning within the clan. Shopkeeper Murong. Aside. Lu Tong was somewhat unwilling. Of course, he naturally kept a very humble attitude. Today's matter, Junior. Little brother. Murong Chuan simply ignored him and looked at Guhan again. I see that you seem to be seriously injured. I guess you just experienced that monster riot. You should rest and recuperate quickly to avoid any hidden dangers. Behind him. Lu Tong's face turned red instantly. Only. He didn't dare to get angry at all. Although he acted arrogantly, he was not stupid. He understood that Murong Chuan in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. Not to mention him, even if his cousin, the eldest prince, came, it would be useless. But. Asha glared at Lu Tong. Naturally, she could not forget the other party's aggressiveness just now. This person said that my young master is not qualified to live in room A. Guhan felt somewhat relieved. Asha has indeed become smarter. Not qualified. Murong Chuan sneered. Nonsense. As the most distinguished guest of the Murong family, you can stay in the Tianzi room, not to mention the small Jiazi room. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other. Room number 1. How come I've never heard of it? Yes, isn't the most expensive room here room A? I have heard that this Tianzi room is never open to the public on weekdays. It is used to entertain the most distinguished guests. The people who are qualified to live there are at least masters of the royal family's level. Royal offerings. Everyone was shocked. The power of those priests is unfathomable. They usually live in seclusion and rarely show up. They are the people with the highest status in the great Qi dynasty except for the king. After the discussion, it is silence. The young man who was young and frivolous and ignorant of the immensity of the world in their eyes had suddenly become the most distinguished guest of the Murong family. This huge sense of gap made them feel mixed emotions and very uncomfortable. You. Murong Chuan finally looked at Lu Tong. Is it Lu Tong? Shopkeeper Murong, I. No need to say more. You have offended my Murong family's distinguished guest, which is an offense to my Murong family. How about this? I will not rely on my cultivation to make things difficult for you. You kneel down and admit your fault to this little brother, and forget about today's matter. Otherwise, no one can save you today. These words. It was almost identical to the words Lu Tong had used to force Guhan. Moment. Everyone's expressions became extremely interesting. They could never have imagined that the reversal would come so quickly. The people who had previously wanted Guhan to kneel down were now in a situation where they had to kneel down to Guhan. Guhan, however, had a strange look on his face. He already understood. Any excuse for not being able to meet you is just an excuse. Murong Chuan was probably aware of the whole matter from beginning to end, but just didn't show up. If he hadn't taken out the token in time and mentioned Murong Yan's name, Murong Chuan would have simply not bothered to pay attention to such a trivial matter. Lu Tong was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. Now, his situation is exactly the same as Guhan's. He finally understood the feeling of being caught between a rock and a hard place, which was even more painful than death. Kneel or not kneel? Murong Chuan felt slightly displeased. If your delay worsens the little brother's injury, then today you won't just have to kneel down. Outer room. Everyone started discussing again. You tell me. Someone whispered, should Master Lu kneel, or... Thump. Before he could finish his words, a clear sound of someone kneeling down instantly reached everyone's ears. The man's face froze. Mr. Lu gave in too quickly. Lu Tong is not Guhan. He is not as tough as Guhan. Like to bully weak people. Must be extremely afraid of hard things. Today. How offensive. These words were almost pronounced one by one. Guhan didn't say anything, seeming to be thinking about something. He was certain that Murong Chuan was able to make the previously arrogant and domineering Lu Tong kneel down with just one sentence. This was enough to show that the strength and background of the Murong family were far beyond his imagination. Seeing that Guhan didn't even look at him, Lu Tong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes became bloodshot, and he stopped talking. He just stood up and left, not even caring about Lu Ying, the goddess in his heart. And the willow warbler. My face doesn't hurt anymore. She has no face anymore. Call. She took a deep breath, suppressed the shame and anger in her heart, and was about to leave. Etc. Guhan suddenly spoke. What? Lu Ying paused, and facing the strange looks of everyone, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Remember. Guhan's expression was serious. This is the last time. Next time, don't blame me for being rude to you. Although what happened today was just a coincidence, it would never have developed to this point if it weren't for the instigation in her words. Guhan spared her. It's just because of the little affection we had in the past. Certainly. After today, this bit of affection will be completely gone. After hearing this, the thorn in Lu Ying's heart pierced even deeper. She did not answer, but walked straight through the crowd and disappeared from everyone's sight. Master. Asha frowned. Why has Miss Lu become so annoying? Not surprising. Guhan shook his head. In fact, this is her truest side. Little brother. At this moment, Murong Chuan spoke again. This traitor is so blind that he offended our distinguished guests. I will leave it to you to decide how to deal with him. He said. Of course it was Song Xing. Have mercy. Song Xing was frightened out of his wits. Boss, I have been with you for so many years. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. Please be merciful and forgive me this time. How glorious he was before. How embarrassing it is now. Song Xing. Murong Chuan shook his head. Over the years, you have enriched yourself and done many shady things in secret, making a lot of money. I have seen it all. The reason why I didn't do anything to you is because of our friendship over the years. But today's matter is different. You must know the meaning of the token, so it's useless for you to beg me. Little brother. Song Xing suddenly looked at Guhan and begged continuously. I was blind because I didn't recognize the real man. You are a distinguished guest of the Murong family. Please tell the shopkeeper to forgive me this time. I will never dare to do that again. Senior. Guhan had no expression on his face. This is the Murong family's family affair. It is inappropriate for me, an outsider, to interfere. Oh. Murong Chuan was a little surprised. Then according to what little brother said. It's simple. Just follow the Murong family's rules. No need to ask me. I see. Murong Chuan sighed softly. Take him away, send him back to the clan, and punish him according to the clan rules. Hearing this, Song Xing looked ashen and hopeless, his body like a puddle of mud, as he was taken away by two expressionless men in black robes. What awaits him will be the Murong family's most severe punishment, I thought. Murong Chuan smiled bitterly. Little brother, you will repay evil with kindness and let him go. His original intention was actually to let Song Xing go, so he gave the right to dispose of him to Guhan. He thought that Guhan was young, and maybe after Song Xing asked him for mercy, Guhan would not be too embarrassed to spare him. However, he did not expect that Guhan would not accept it at all and directly threw the right to dispose of him back. In this way, due to the clan's rules, even if he wanted to show favoritism, it would be impossible. Repay evil with kindness. Guhan shook his head. Others may do so, but I prefer to repay grievances with justice. Repay evil with justice. Murong Chuan pondered over these 4 words and suddenly laughed. He now understood why Murong Yen looked up to Guhan. That's all. He no longer hesitated. Song Xing's fate was naturally his own fault and he couldn't blame others. It would be a bit stupid if he held a grudge against it. Outer room. When the crowd saw the show was over, they gradually dispersed. It won't be long before today's events will spread rapidly throughout the capital. Let's not talk about Guhan. Lu Tong's name is now known to everyone, including women and children. Little brother. Murong Chuan made a gesture of invitation. Come with me. This number 1 room has been vacant for several years. It seems like it was specially built to wait for you. Senior. Guhan was somewhat moved after hearing this. I wonder how much this Tianzi room costs. This. Murong Chuan was a little confused. If you just want to stay here, it's not very expensive. 10 spiritual sources a day is enough. If you want to activate other functions, it will be charged separately. Senior. Guhan suddenly interrupted him. I think room A is pretty good. Why? Do you know how many people want to live in this number 1 room? Senior. Guhan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I don't have that much money. 10 spiritual sources a day. That's at least 10,000 yuan worth of crystals. This is just the basic cost. Even if he spent all his fortune there, he wouldn't be able to live there for more than a few days. Yes, that's right. Asha quickly agreed. My young master is very poor. Murong Chuan was speechless. Little brother, you don't think that you will be charged for staying in the number 1 room, do you? Kindness. Guhan's eyes lit up. No money. Ha ha ha. Murong Chuan laughed out loud. He suddenly felt that Guhan was a very interesting person. It seems that little brother still doesn't understand how heavy the token in your hand is. Isn't that enough? Can I still eat, drink and live for free in Murong's house? Little brother. Murong Chuan suddenly talked about another thing. You should know that there are 10 countries, right? No. Guhan nodded. The world. Of course, there was not just one country, the Great Qi dynasty. The Great Jin, the Great Qin, the Great Chu, the Great Yan, the Great Wei, merged with the Great Qi dynasty and were collectively known as the 10 Kingdoms, located in the territory of the Eastern Wilderness. However, Tianwu City is too small, and Guhan has never traveled far away, so naturally he knows very little about the other 9 countries and has never met anyone from the other 9 countries. He just knew. There is a martial arts academy in each of the 10 countries. The borders of the 10 countries all border the wild forest. So. Murong Chuan smiled. Little brother, do you know that these 10 countries are actually vassal states of the Yuqing sect? Yuqing sect. A vassal state. Guhan looked slightly surprised, but not shocked. Murong Chuan watched and nodded secretly. If it were someone else of the same age, upon hearing this kind of news, not only would they be extremely shocked, but it would also take a long time to digest the information. However, Guhan remained so calm. Apart from anything else, his mental fortitude alone surpassed that of most people. For a while, he looked at Guhan with a higher opinion. In fact, how would he know? There is also a demon king living in Guhan's consciousness space. He came from outer space. In comparison, the fact that the 10 countries are vassal states of Yuqing sect is nothing. Could it be? Guhan seemed to have thought of something. The upper sect that everyone talks about is the Yuqing sect. Good. Murong Chuan smiled and said, although the Yuqing sect is very large, it has its own rules and rarely interferes with the operation of its vassal states. Therefore, the name of the sect is rarely known. That. Guhan's heart moved. This martial arts academy. The purpose of each country setting up a martial arts academy is naturally to regularly provide Yuqing sect with outstanding talents, such as, people like my little brother. I see. Guhan nodded. Murong Yen should be a disciple of Yuqing sect, right? People here are so afraid of the Murong family because of her. It's not that simple. Murong Chuan smiled. It's true that the eldest lady is a disciple of the Yuqing sect, but what these people are really afraid of is my Murong family. This is because my ancestor is one of the 3 supreme elders of the Yuqing sect. Supreme elder? Guhan suddenly realized. No wonder. How could a domineering person like Lu Tong be so scared? With such an ancestor around, the Murong family is almost equivalent to half of the Yuqing sect. Not to mention a small royal capital dignitary, even if the entire Great Qi dynasty is combined, they would never dare to provoke the Murong family. He glanced at the token in his hand. Guhan suddenly felt. This gift is a bit heavy. To be honest. Murong Chuan sighed, the token in your hand is held by my ancestor alone. Even the clan leader is not qualified to touch it. Since the establishment of the clan, my ancestor has given out 8 such tokens, and the one in your hand is the 9th one. Hold it alone. Guhan was stunned for a moment. Then why? This. Murong Chuan was a little embarrassed. In fact, the one in the eldest lady's hand, it was naturally given to her by the ancestor because he liked her so much. He didn't tell the truth. This token. But it was obtained after Murong Yen begged and coaxed her, and almost pulled out all the beard of her ancestor. If that's the case. Aside. Asha blinked his big eyes. Can we stay in this number 1 room for free? It's just a side effect. Murong Chuan's expression became serious. This token has another function. Other functions? That's right. If the owner of the token encounters difficulties, he can use the token as a guide to mobilize all the nearby Murong family members and masters to help him once. This is the greatest function of this token. This secret is unknown to the Murong family members and even the Yuqing sect. Few people know it. Take action. Guhan was stunned for a moment. Anything. Anything. Even if you want to die. Of course I'll go. Murong Chuan said in a deep voice, this is the rule set by the ancestor. All the orders of the owner of the token must be obeyed unconditionally by the Murong family, otherwise, the clan rules will be dealt with. Now little brother should understand why the ancestor only gave out. Did you get the 8-faced token? If it is entrusted to someone else, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for my Murong family. That. Guhan was silent for a moment. The remaining 8 sides. Over the years, no matter what requests the owner of the token has made, big or small, difficult or easy, I, Murong Furniture, have fulfilled them one by one according to the agreement. To this day, only this one in the hands of my little brother is left, and you are the only one in the world who can command me, the Murong family, to do something for you, including me, for example. Speaking of which. He suddenly laughed. Lu Tong has offended you. If you want me to kill his entire family, just wait here for a moment. In half a quarter of an hour, I will bring the heads of all the Lu family members to you. Destroy his entire family. Guhan's heart shuddered. Lu Tong should have some background. Aren't you afraid that they will cause trouble for you? Trouble? Murong Chuan was somewhat disdainful. Let alone a small Lu Tong, even if I kill a few people from the royal family, they still wouldn't dare to do anything to me. In words. Confidence is fully displayed. How about it? He continued to tempt, whether it's Lu Tong or anyone else, as long as there is someone in the capital who wants to harm you, you can use this token. Don't worry, except for that, ahem, no one in this capital is my opponent. You can destroy whoever you want. Guhan saw it. This is an old fox with bad intentions. The fact that this token is lost outside is always a hidden danger for the Murong family. It would be best if we could take advantage of the opportunity to let him use it in advance. Senior. He was a little wary. I think there's nothing wrong with repaying evil with kindness. After learning the weight of this token, he realized how important this gift from Murong Yen was. Nothing else to say. With this token, it was like he had an extra life, so naturally he wouldn't squander it. Murong Chuan was speechless. Repay evil with kindness. How do you have the nerve to say such things? That's all. Seeing that the temptation was fruitless, he laughed and didn't take it seriously. He just mentioned it casually. If it worked, that would be the best. If not, he would have to follow the rules of the Murong family. As for secretly using force on Guhan, he would naturally not dare to do so. Not to mention that the iron rule of the Murong family was there. If Murong Yen knew about this, she would definitely not let him off easily. Murong Yen. Thinking of this eldest lady with a somewhat strange temper, he smiled bitterly. It's all her fault. If it was another member of the tribe who dared to give the token away so casually, he would have been slapped to death by the enraged ancestor. At the same time, inside Lu's house. How can this be possible? Lu Sun looked at Lu Tong, who was standing below with an unwilling and resentful look on his face, and his face turned ashen. This is really too much. Father. Lu Tong's eyes were bloodshot. I can't swallow this. Even if you can't swallow it, you have to swallow it. Lu Sun glared at him fiercely. Do I need to tell you how powerful the Murong family is? Not to mention you and me, even the one in the royal family, wouldn't dare to offend them easily. So, let's just leave it at that. Of course it doesn't count. Lu Sun's gaze turned and fell on Lu Ying, who was standing aside with a dazed look on her face. Niece, I heard that boy is also from Tianwu City. Ah. Only then did Lu Ying react. Yes, his name is Guhan, he is. Now. He told them about Guhan's situation and experience. Turn out to be. Lu Sun's face turned cold. He's just a lucky country bumpkin. I thought he had a great background. Humph, he dared to make my son kneel down to him, he must be tired of living. Lu Tong knelt down. His face was also completely disgraced. Uncle. The willow warbler seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. But now he is. No problem. Lu Sun waved his hand. I just don't believe that he can hide in the inn for his whole life. Didn't you say that he was going to the martial arts academy as well? Unless someone from the Murong family follows him closely, otherwise, when he goes to the martial arts academy, we will have plenty of opportunities to take action. All right. Speaking of. He stood up. Don't go out these few days. Stay at home and accompany your niece. We can wait until the martial arts academy opens. By then, your cousin will also join the academy. Cousin. Lu Tong was stunned. Hasn't he already been designated as a disciple of the upper sect? Why is he still? Just leave it alone. Lu Sun shook his head. He must have his reasons for going there. With him here, it will be easy for you to deal with that kid. After saying that, he seemed to be intentionally creating a space for the two of them to be alone, so he didn't stay any longer and left directly. My sister. After Lu Sun left, Lu Tong looked at Lu Ying and stammered. What happened today, Brother, sure, you don't have to do this. Lu Ying suppressed her irritation and said softly, I remember everything you did for me, but today's accident was too sudden, and, it's not your fault. Sister. Looking at the beautiful face of the beauty. Lu Tong's eyes widened, and he subconsciously stretched out his hands to hold those snow-white hands. Brother, sure. Willow Warbler quickly dodged, feeling a little angry. Please respect yourself. Hey, hey. Lu Tong felt extremely agitated and his face flushed red. He had been completely bewitched by Lu Ying and had long forgotten about the humiliation he had suffered today. Shimmy, don't worry. He patted his chest to assure. With my cousin here, if that kid enters the martial arts academy, I can make his life a living hell. On the long street. The fat man was wandering around bored. Human robbery, human robbery. His little eyes kept looking around and he was mumbling to himself. What on earth is this robbery of my human nature, fatty? Damn it, I shouldn't have listened to the old guy in the first place. What a bullshit human robbery, nothing has happened yet, and I'm almost fed to the monster. If I had known this would happen, I would never come out even if I was beaten to death. I would just stay at home comfortably and be my young master. Isn't that great? Mumbling. Suddenly, the sound of a conversation between a master and servant was heard nearby. With your talent, you will surely shine when you enter the martial arts academy this time. Ha ha ha, of course. I have been practicing hard in Yueshan City just for this day. Huh. The fat man's eyes rolled. Martial Academy. Interesting. Since we have no idea how to deal with the robbery, how about, go and have some fun first? After saying that, he stared at the high-spirited young man not far away, narrowed his eyes into a slit, chuckled twice, and followed him quietly. This brother. You and I, fatty, are destined to be together. Really? In a spacious and bright house, Guhan's face was full of emotion. This top-grade room is expensive for a reason. Master. Asha took a breath and looked intoxicated. It's so comfortable. Inside the house. Although the concentration of spiritual energy is high, it is only 5 or 6 times that of the outside world, far less than the concentration when Guhan used Yuan Jing. However, the spiritual energy here is extremely pure, with almost no trace of impurities. Although it has little effect on him, for Asha and ordinary cultivators, it is the dream come true. What is even more commendable is, there was also a faint scent of medicine in the courtyard. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Guhan's spirit was lifted. Not only was all the fatigue accumulated from days of running around and fighting eliminated, but even the injuries left in his body were slowly repaired with the nourishment of the spiritual energy. This is a number 1 room. It turned out to be a treasure land for spiritual practice that combines cultivation, spiritual nourishment, and healing. Master. She looked excited. I feel like my cultivation is about to break through again. So soon. Guhan was a little surprised, and subconsciously touched her head, and said with a smile, Asha is indeed a genius in cultivation. It seems that I have to work harder, otherwise it would be embarrassing to be surpassed by you casually. Asha squinted his eyes in comfort. Master, when my cultivation level reaches a higher level, I will protect you. Good. Guhan's tone was somewhat complicated. The way of heaven works. Unpredictable and hard to find. The eye of truth is so extraordinary, and the bloodline is almost invincible when it grows up, but it has this fatal flaw. For Asha, I really don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Think of this. He made up his mind secretly. As soon as my injuries recover, I will go find enough elixirs to repair my soul. We must not let anything happen to her. Outside the inn. Most of the day passed. The crowd of onlookers had long since dispersed, and the long street had returned to its deserted state. At this moment, a middle-aged man, holding a broken sword and with a stern look on his face, slowly came to the front of the inn. This period of time, he interrogated several people who escaped from outside the city and finally confirmed one thing. The one who killed his nephew. It's that young boy, and he brought a little girl with him. You actually hid here. The combination of the boy and the little girl was naturally quite conspicuous. After some inquiries, he found this place easily. Of course. He was so focused on finding the murderer of his nephew that he was unaware of the commotion caused by Guhan. This guest. Seeing him walk into the inn, a tall and thin steward came up to him and bowed apologetically. Sorry, our store is full. I don't, huh? The middle-aged man was about to answer when he was suddenly stunned. Who are you? Where is Manager Song? Although he and Song Xing were not familiar with each other, they were acquaintances. This guest. The tall and thin manager naturally did not explain the hidden secret to him, but just smiled. My name is Qian Lu. From today on, I will be responsible for everything in this inn. I see. The men didn't bother to ask. I'm asking you, is there a teenager who lives here with a little girl? Boy. Little girl. A strange look flashed across Qian Lu's eyes. Have no idea. You obviously know it. The men naturally noticed his abnormality and his face darkened. Where is he? Guest. The smile on Qian Lu's face also disappeared. This is an inn. I am only responsible for welcoming guests. As for who is staying here, do I have to check everyone's identity one by one? If the guests want to get information, they have come to the wrong place. You. The man's voice choked. I want to go in and take a look. Speaking of. He will continue to move forward. Roll. Suddenly, a cold shout came. Bang. With a loud bang, the man's figure suddenly flew out. Puff. The figure has not yet landed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Murong Chuan. The men instantly understood who had attacked him. He was horrified and cursed himself for being blinded by hatred and actually wanting to use violence on Murong family's territory. Shopkeeper Murong. He didn't care about his injuries and saluted quickly. I am sorry for being rude. I hope Manager Murong will forgive me. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Yes. Yes. The man was pardoned. Thank you, Shopkeeper Murong, for your generosity. I'll leave right away, right away. After saying that, he didn't dare to delay for even a second and disappeared from Qian Lu's sight in an instant. The shopkeeper. Qian Lu was a little confused. This man seems to be looking for trouble with that little brother. Why do you let him go? It's very simple. Murong Chuan's voice was heard again. This is my Murong family's place. If someone wants to cause trouble for our guests, I will naturally take action. As for the outside world, I am not his protector. It is impossible for me to do everything for him, and it is even more impossible for me to kill every one of his enemies. Do you understand? I understand. I'll talk to him about this matter when I meet him later. It's up to him to decide. Yes. The outer city of the royal capital. In a remote corner, the fat man stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes flickering. Opposite. The young man and his servant had dull expressions, as if their souls had been bewitched. Remember. The fat man's face was full of pride. From today on, my name is Zheng, got it? The young man's expression was somewhat struggling. Your name is Zheng, what's my name? Whatever your name is. The fat man was a little impatient. Cat, dog, big fool, two fools, there are so many nice names, just pick one. Hurry up, don't waste time, give me the martial arts school certificate. The struggle on the young man's face became even more intense. Only. He didn't wake up after all. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a jade token from his storage bag. That's it. The fat man took it happily. Go away. Where? Go wherever you want. The fat man rolled his eyes. Although this great Qi dynasty is a small place in a remote corner, it is enough for you to wander around for a year or two. Remember, you are not allowed to come back until you have visited every inch of land in this country. Do you understand? Good. The master and servant nodded stiffly, and left in a daze, like zombies. Call. See the two of them leave. The fat man wiped the sweat from his forehead. I am so tired. Bah. What a bullshit human calamity. His cultivation has declined to this point, and he can barely perform a small soul-stealing spell. Martial Academy. He glanced at the jade token in his hand with some disdain. That's a nice name, but it's a pity they're just a bunch of small fry. whatever. He suddenly felt heroic. I'm here, you bunch of mediocre ants, just wait to tremble and wail, and crawl at my feet. Ha 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 ha. Time flies. In a flash, 5 days passed. In the number 1 room, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. With the nourishment of the strange spiritual energy here, not only did his injuries heal completely, but he also broke through the barriers of 4 more acupoints. Together with the previous 27, the total reached 31, and his cultivation level officially entered the 2nd level of Tongqiao realm. Too slow. He shook his head, feeling a little worried. Only 4. In fact, his cultivation speed was already far superior to others, but compared to his previous breakthrough, it was much, much slower. The concentration of spiritual energy here is still not enough for him. Naturally, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the better, while the degree of purity is of no use. Anyway, no matter how complex the spiritual energy is, as long as it enters his body, it will be completely purified by his strange meridians. Never mind. He suppressed his impatient thoughts. Haste makes waste. My foster father once said that the most important thing to avoid when practicing is being impatient. Just let nature take its course. Glanced at Asha. She was still immersed in her cultivation, her aura was stronger than before, and she was about to enter the 4th level of chi condensation. That's fast. He sighed and slowly stood up. There were less than 2 days left before the Martial Arts Academy opened, and he still had a large amount of material beast cores on him, so he naturally had to exchange them for yuan crystals first, and also buy some spiritual medicines that could replenish his soul power. The ghost doctor only had 1 pill left. He didn't dare to bet how long this pill could keep Asha alive. Everything. We have to prepare early. Think of this. He did not disturb Asha, but quietly opened the barrier of the courtyard and came out. This time, Murong Chuan did not show up. He was greeted by Qian Lu. Treasure Pavilion. He felt a little regretful when he learned that Guhan was going to sell materials. Speaking of which, this Jubao Pavilion is the premier large store in the capital. The power behind it should not be underestimated. It's a pity that my Murong family's store selling elixir materials is opened in another country. Otherwise, with your status, little brother, you would definitely be able to enjoy the greatest discount. Discount. Guhan's eyes lit up. Is it free too? Qian Lu choked for a moment and gave a dry laugh. Half price, this, ahem, everything is half price. I do not understand. Guhan's heart ached a little. It was a feeling of watching countless yuan crystals slip away from you and being powerless to do anything. Why not do this kind of profitable business? This. Qian Lu hesitated to speak. Because of certain agreements within the clan, with the treasure pavilion here, it's not easy for us to get involved in this business. Guhan's heart moved. Could it be that? Is there also Yuqing sect's involvement in Jubao Pavilion? It seems that the Murong family is not the only one in the Yuqing sect and they also have competitors. There is a chance. Think of this. He made up his mind secretly. I must visit all of Murong's shops. I am so poor. This is a great bargain, don't miss it. Little brother. Seeing Guhan was about to leave, Qian Lu seemed to have thought of something, and quickly told him about the men before, reminding him, this man seems to have bad intentions. Although he has been injured by the shopkeeper, I don't think he will give up. When you go out, you should be very careful. Thank you. Guhan's heart shuddered. I will be careful. Only. Be vigilant. He would not just stay in the inn and not go out. If the other party went too far, he would not mind inviting Murong Chuan out and teaching him a bloody lesson. Looking at Guhan's departing back, Qian Lu frowned slightly, seeming a little puzzled. How about it? Behind. Murong Chuan's voice came over. What do you think of this young man? Shopkeeper. Qian Lu bowed quickly. After taking a look at Murong Chuan's expression, he considered his words. This little brother seems ordinary. Why does he get the attention of the young lady? Nothing special. Murong Chuan remained silent. At first, I thought so too. So, the eldest lady's vision is better than ours. Treasure Pavilion. Located on the other side of the inner city, it seemed to deliberately keep a distance from the Murong family's inn. Along the way, Guhan could hear people talking everywhere. And the protagonist? It was him and Lu Tong. Of course. The main one is Lu Tong. The people in the royal capital were often bullied by him on a daily basis. When they learned that he had suffered such a great defeat, if they were not afraid of his background, they would almost cheer and applaud. Guhan became even more vigilant. Could it be that the person before was sent by Lu Tong? Stop. Just thinking about it. A middle-aged man suddenly stopped in front of him, holding a half-dead monk in his hand. Oh no. The first time I saw this person. The hairs on Guhan's body stood up instantly. This person's appearance. He was surprisingly similar to the young man who died in his hands a few days ago. Moreover, with his powerful spiritual perception, he did not even notice how this person appeared in front of him. This was enough to prove that the cultivation level of the person in front of him was much higher than his. In an instant, the young man's words that day vaguely flashed through my mind. Like, his second uncle is an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy. Could it be, this is the person in front of me? Who are you? Thinking of this, he remained calm on the surface, but was secretly on guard. Why are you stopping me? See clearly. The middle-aged man glanced at the monk in his hand. Is it him? Previously, after receiving Murong Chuan's warning, he naturally didn't dare to cause trouble in the inn again. However, he was unwilling to let go of the revenge for his nephew's murder, so he captured a wandering cultivator and guarded him not far from the inn. Once Guhan came out, he would be able to recognize him accurately. Yes. The casual cultivator had already been tortured by him to the point of being on the verge of death. It's him. Okay. The man grinned, threw him out and stared at Guhan. You dare to kill my nephew, you are so brave. What nephew? Guhan's sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger. I don't understand what you're saying. How dare you quibble? Boom. After confirming that it was correct, the man didn't give Guhan any chance to speak. His aura rose steadily and he slapped Guhan directly. The level of cultivation far exceeds the Juyuan realm. Pay my nephew's life. Right now. Outer city, on the long street. The fat man looked around and kept complaining. What a lousy martial arts academy. Do we have to choose a date to open the hospital? You made me wait for several days. You are so brave. Wait, once I have survived the human catastrophe and recovered my cultivation, the first thing I will do is tear down this broken place. Walking. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Something happened. What's wrong? Instructor Yu from the Martial Academy seems to be chasing a young man ahead. Hiss. Instructor Yu. He is a great master in the Lingxian realm. Who has offended him? Why don't you go and take a look and find out? Yes, let's go. Huh. The fat man, who was originally listless, brightened up his eyes and instantly became energetic when he heard the discussions. Is there something exciting to see? That's great. Fatty, I just like to join in the fun. While talking, he ran at a speed that was totally inconsistent with his stature, leaving everyone far behind, and ran towards the source of the bustle. Dead. Nonsense, what kind of cultivation is Master Yu? He must be dead. Now. Many people were attracted by the commotion here. Although they were intimidated by the instructor's ferocity and did not dare to get close, it did not stop them from standing in the distance to watch the excitement. I think I know this person. No. Who? He's the one who made Master Lulu's face. It's actually him. Where does this person come from? How dare he be so bold? He first offended Master Lu, and now he has offended Instructor Yu. Huh. He's not dead. I don't know who shouted. Everyone instantly turned their eyes to Guhan. Ahem. Not far away. Guhan leaned on his sword and stood up shakily. Although he was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable, his eyes were frighteningly bright. Be good. Everyone was no longer calm. He's really not dead. Master Yu is a great master in the Lingxian realm, but he didn't kill him with just one palm strike. This young man is incredible. What a pity. Some people feel regretful. No matter how talented he is, he will definitely not be able to withstand Instructor Yu's second palm strike. Be careful with your words. Instructor Yu is still here. Looking at Instructor Yu's expressionless face, the discussion suddenly became much quieter. You know. Instructor Yu had a blank expression on his face as he slowly approached Guhan. The young man you killed was the only male in my Yu family. Do you know how much my brother and I spent and how much effort we put into training him? You killed him, you must pay with your life. Have no idea. Guhan wiped the blood off his face. If he kills me, I will kill him. Are you stupid enough not to understand such a simple truth? Good. Teacher, you nodded. Today, you have to die here. Die. Guhan took a deep breath and slowly raised the sword in his hand. Then, let's fight to the death today. Well. Everyone felt somewhat complicated. Nothing else to say. This young man was not afraid of death and had the courage to fight to the death. This alone was more than 95% of the people. What a pity. Then I'll grant your wish. Instructor, you did not hesitate. The spiritual energy in his body surged wildly, and a layer of faint spiritual light condensed on the surface of his body. Kindness. Suddenly, Guhan seemed to have seen something and his expression lit up with joy. Shopkeeper Murong, you're here? Oh no. Upon hearing the name, Instructor Yu's heart skipped a beat, his spiritual energy stagnated, and he subconsciously looked back. Mirongquin. The pressure on him is really too great. Only. There is nothing behind me, where is the figure? When looking back, Guhan on the opposite side had already fled far away from here. His speed was so fast that he didn't look like a seriously injured and dying person at all. Everyone looked at each other, a little dumbfounded. It turns out. Ran away. Isn't he seriously injured and dying? Why are you still so lively? Moreover, we promised to regard death as our home and not to retreat until we fight to the death. This young man. Not a particular person. Run. Yu Jiaoshi looked gloomy. Today, you will die. The words have not yet finished. He moved and immediately chased after him. Long street. Guhan's speed reached the extreme, almost turning into an afterimage. Although his internal organs were severely damaged by Yu Jiaoshi's palm and most of his bones were broken, his strange meridians were not affected at all. This is why his cultivation remained at its peak. Of course. Such desperate mobilization of spiritual power also further aggravated the injuries in his internal organs. While running. While vomiting blood. This is his current state. Behind. Professor Yu's figure was approaching quickly. Guhan's heart became furious and his speed became a little faster again. Direction. It's a city gate. As for the inn, he can't go back at all. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but as soon as Yu Jiaoshi appeared, he completely blocked his way back to the inn. Fine. He was a little lucky. Asha was not brought out. Otherwise, today will definitely be a dead end. Yo. Suddenly. A voice came from the front. Brother, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Why are you so miserable? Kindness. Glancing in the direction of the voice, Guhan instantly spotted the extremely eye-catching fat man in the crowd in front of him, who looked gloating. It's you. It's me, Fatty. The fat man crossed his arms, looking very relieved. I never thought that you would have this day. Ha ha ha, justice is really coming to you, retribution is inevitable. Let's see how you can still be so arrogant in front of me. Fatty. Guhan suddenly roared. What happened that day has been exposed. Run. The sound is so loud. The news spread across half the street in an instant, and naturally, it also reached the ears of the teacher who was not far away. Fuck. Although I don't understand what's going on. But the fat man suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Really? Instructor Yu's murderous gaze instantly fell on him. You also had a hand in killing my nephew. I. The fat man's face turned pale and he quickly explained. Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't even know your nephew. Fatty. Guhan's voice came again. Don't explain. Run for your life. He has found out everything. We fought that day and someone saw us. Hear this. The fat man's heart sank completely. He wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he want to just watch the fun? Why did he want to provoke this black-hearted guy? Now. Finished. Since you have a part 2. Instructor Yu stared at the fat man. Then you go die too. Just swipe. The people who were originally watching the fun were afraid of getting themselves into trouble, so they dispersed instantly, leaving only the fat man alone. You. The fat man was still trying to explain. You don't really believe it, do you? It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Fuck you. The fat man went berserk instantly. You have a pig brain. You believe everything he says. If he says Fatty and I are you and I, why don't you believe it? Boom. Respond to him. It was a palm strike from Instructor Yu with all his strength. Damn it. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, the fat man gritted his teeth, and his spiritual power circulated wildly, and a layer of faint golden light covered his body. Fatty, I'm going to fight you, ah. Half the story. He let out a scream and flew away in an instant. I don't know if it's because he's too fat. It's because of that layer of golden light. When landing, his body actually bounced twice. Gurgle. There was no need to wait for the instructor to take action again. He bounced up instantly, as if nothing had happened, and rushed out, following closely behind Guhan. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Not dead again. How is that possible? Everyone secretly watched Teacher Yu's reaction. Could it be that his Lingxian realm must be fake? Aside. Teacher Yu's expression became increasingly ugly. With his level of cultivation, if he used all his strength, he could beat a cultivator in the Tongqiao realm into a pool of meat paste. But now. A Guhan. A fat man. Not only did they not die, they also ran faster than each other. Although it had something to do with the injury he suffered at the hands of Murong Chuan a few days ago, he still could not accept this result. Total loss of face. Revenge for the murder of nephew. No matter which one it was, the murderous intent in his heart surged. No hesitation. His figure flashed repeatedly and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, leaving only a sentence full of murderous intent. Today, none of you can escape. Right now. Outside the city gate. I'm back. Looking at the familiar city wall in front of him, the seventh prince's tone was a little excited. I, Jiang Feng, am back. When leaving the city, he was suffering from an extreme cold and didn't have much time left. He was extremely depressed, which was why he left the royal capital and went to Tianwu City. When entering the city, he has already officially started practicing, and not only has he made rapid progress, he also possesses a special physique that everyone envies. His future prospects are limitless. Under huge contrast. Even with his personality, he couldn't avoid some inappropriate behavior. Your Highness. Beside. Manager Li also had a smile on his face. He watched Jiang Feng grow up. Over the past 20 years, Jiang Feng was not only depressed, but also rarely smiled. How could he be as happy and relaxed as he is today? Given time, Your Highness will surely become the best of the younger generation in Qi. The first one. Jiang Feng laughed. With him here, how can I be the number one? Besides, don't we have Brother Goo? For the first time ever, Manager Li did not refute. The fact that Guhan could easily pull out a heavenly-level technique was enough to show how great his luck and fortune were, far beyond anyone's imagination. Moreover, it was because of Guhan that Jiang Feng could be so high-spirited and vigorous today, and naturally, Manager Li's hostility and resentment towards him were greatly reduced. Speaking of which, Jiang Feng was a little worried. Brother Goo left before us. I'm afraid he happened to be caught up in the monster riot. I don't know if he is okay. Don't worry, Your Highness. Manager Li thought about it. That little, Master Goo is resourceful and powerful, so naturally he won't be in any danger. In fact, what he wanted to say was that he was shameless, black-hearted, despicable and treacherous. I'm just afraid that Jiang Feng will be angry. I changed my mind temporarily. That's right. Jiang Feng laughed. I overthink it. Brother Goo is very well informed in his actions and is far superior to people of his age. How could he be in any danger? Your Highness. Suddenly, Manager Li seemed to have seen something, and his expression suddenly became extremely interesting. I seem to have seen him. His cultivation was far superior to Jiang Feng's, so he could naturally detect any abnormalities in the distance. Who? Jiang Feng was stunned. Brother Goo. Isn't this such a coincidence? It's him. Ha ha ha, it's actually Brother Goo. Strange, what is he doing here? Is he going to leave the city? Manager Li's mouth twitched twice. He is being hunted down. He was the fat guy who was severely cheated by Guhan and suffered an unexpected disaster. Son of a bitch. Same as Guhan. While spitting out blood, he ran as fast as he could, and at the same time, shouted in a loud voice. You're so guilty. What a loss. Guhan's voice came from afar. Who told you to laugh at me? I. The fat man was so angry that the flesh on his face trembled. There are so many people watching, why would you choose Fatty? Nonsense. Guhan naturally tricked him to death. We did that together, so we can't implicate others. You. The fat man's defense was broken instantly. I've implicated your uncle. You're a piece of shit, a bastard, a piece of shit. In a desperate situation. He spoke more than 10 words in a row, without any repetition. Save your energy. Guhan kindly reminded him. Run faster. He's catching up. The fat man stopped talking. He had already realized that Instructor Yu was only a few feet away from him. Asshole. Seeing the two of them jumping around and even arguing and swearing at each other, Instructor Yu was almost furious. The murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into reality. He naturally understood. I met two weirdos today. Guhan. Although his cultivation level is low, his spiritual power is far stronger than that of other cultivators at the same level. And the fat man. Although his appearance is unremarkable, his physical defense is terrifyingly strong. Die. Think of this. He stopped hesitating and gathered all his skills into his right palm, then slapped the fat man's back. Today. We must not let these two leave. Damn it. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, the fat man knew that it would be difficult to dodge this palm, so he gritted his teeth and simply stopped. Brother. His eyes were red and he roared at the top of his lungs, actually confronting Instructor Yu. Go quickly, I'll stop him for you. Kindness. Hear this. Guhan's heart skipped a beat and his pace slowed down. Bring it on. The fat man's body was shining with golden light, and he rushed forward with a roar. The man was killed by Fatty's brother. I'll take it for him. Come to me if you have anything. Bang. A loud bang. Instructor Yu used all his strength to strike the fat man's chest firmly with his palm. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The fat man didn't even shout a word. He flew dozens of feet away in an instant, fell to the ground, rolled twice, and didn't move anymore. Look at the appearance. It's already a dangerous situation. Fatty. Guhan's expression was complicated, and an indescribable feeling of guilt surged in his heart. Could it be that? Did he really get himself killed? Previously, the reason why he dragged the fat man along was naturally because he was being laughed at and was a little angry. Moreover, he had witnessed the fat man's extremely strong defensive ability with his own eyes. He was a natural meat shield, and it was perfect for him to slightly hinder the instructor. But at this moment, it seemed that the fat man was really tricked by himself. He felt extremely regretful. This time, seeing that he was a little dazed, Instructor Yu jumped up and down a few times and blocked his way again. Where are you running to? Guhan understood. This time, there is no way to escape. I'm sorry. Fatty. Not far away. The fat man's face was pale and he didn't move. It was obvious that he couldn't hear what Guhan said. Boy. Teacher Yu approached slowly. Now that things have come to this, do you regret it? Unfortunately, it's too late. I told you. Guhan held the sword horizontally, the spiritual power in his body ready to be unleashed. If he wants to kill me, I will kill him. You, too. This time, he was ready to fight to the death. Hard-mouthed. Instructor Yu took a sudden step forward, his aura rising steadily. Send you back to the west. Just as he was about to take action, something strange happened. Dozens of feet away, the fat man, who had already become a corpse, suddenly bounced up again, and whoosh, ran away again. Teacher Yu was stunned. Guhan was also stunned. Shit. Now. He couldn't help but swear. Fatty, you're not dead. Nonsense. The fat man ran farther and farther away, with a somewhat smug tone in his voice. Who am I, Fatty? How can I die in such a small place? There are so many people who want to kill Fatty, but he is not qualified enough. You bastard. This sentence. It was said to Guhan. How dare you trick me? You've messed up. I'm waiting to see how you die, ha 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 ha. Laughing. He had already disappeared. Damn. Being teased by the fat man like this, Instructor Yu completely exploded. You all deserve to die. Boom. While talking, his cultivation at the 6th level of Lingxian completely erupted, and the momentum alone was enough to make Guhan retreat repeatedly. Kill you first. Kill him again. None of you can escape. Guhan did not say anything. The spiritual power in his body suddenly surged out and condensed into a 3-inch sword light on the broken tip of the sword. This time, he doesn't hate fat people anymore. On the contrary. Seeing that the fat man was not dead, he was relieved. Want to kill me, then, huh? Suddenly, he seemed to have seen something and his expression was a little surprised. Manager Lee, you're back. Bullshit. Instructor Yu grinned grimly, with great power in his palm, and instantly appeared in front of Guhan. Boy, do you think I'll be fooled? Bang. In a flash, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and blocked Instructor Yu's attack. The two palms intersect. Instructor Yu retreated more than 10 feet in an instant. An extremely feminine spiritual power continued to surge in his body, directly affecting his previous injuries. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Hee hee. A somewhat sharp voice came over. You say our family is shit, then who are you? Lee. Butler. Instructor Yu stared at the hunched figure in front of him. Is it really you? Why, we just left not long ago, and you don't recognize us. This kid. Instructor Yu gave Guhan a gloomy look. What's the relationship with you? Just you. Do you have the qualifications to question our family? You. Teacher Yu suppressed the anger in his heart. Do you know that he and I have a blood feud? Then do you know that this brother Goo is my savior? Suddenly, another voice came. The 7th Prince, Jiang Feng. Broken. Teacher Yu's heart sank suddenly. Although he didn't know why Guhan became the 7th Prince's savior, he knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to kill Guhan today. Not to mention that Manager Lee's cultivation level is much higher than his. His identity as the 7th prince alone made him quite fearful. Even if you have a terminal illness, it is not taken seriously at all. But he still has royal blood flowing in his veins, and his status cannot be shaken by a martial arts academy instructor. How? Manager Lee was somewhat dissatisfied. You are not polite when you see His Highness. Yes. Even though he was unwilling, instructor, you still clasped his fist. Meet your highness. Sudden. He found something wrong. Jiang Feng at this moment is very different from what he was a few months ago. Not only did the dead air between his brows disappear, as if he had been reborn, but there were also faint fluctuations of spiritual energy throughout his body. The 7th prince. He actually has some cultivation to teach. Jiang Feng had no expression on his face and glanced at him indifferently. This brother Goo saved my life. If you insist on attacking him, you will be attacking me. You should understand the consequences. Teacher Yu was startled. He didn't expect that Jiang Feng had blocked his retreat. As a result, unless he didn't want to live, he would have to think twice before taking action against Guhan again. How? Manager Lee sneered. Are you deaf? His Highness is talking to you. Yes. You'd better learn your lesson and don't have any evil thoughts, otherwise, we will kill you. Even if I'm furious. But he didn't dare to get angry when teaching. Otherwise, it would give Manager Lee a reason to take action. Get out of here. Get out of here. Stop being an eyesore here. Goodbye. Teacher Yu looked at Guhan deeply, and left without stopping. Guhan naturally understood. He and instructor Yu have a deep hatred for each other, and neither side will give up easily. This matter is far from over. Brother Goo. Seeing that he was covered in blood, Jiang Feng was a little worried. Are you okay? Fine. Guhan shook his head. It's just a minor injury, it won't kill anyone. Fortunately. Jiang Feng was still frightened. If Manager Lee and I hadn't just happened to come back, something terrible would have happened today. Butler Lee. Guhan clasped his fists. Thanks for your help. TSK Tisk. Manager Lee was in a good mood. It's not easy to hear you say thank you. Really? Guhan chuckled. Then I won't thank you. Speaking of which. Seeing the two of them bickering again, Jiang Feng secretly felt a headache and hurried to smooth things over. Why is that silly girl not here? She's at the inn. She didn't come out with me. Where's your friend? Friend? Guhan was stunned. What friends? It seems he is a fat man. A quiet street corner. The fat man's face turned pale and he staggered forward. Where was the cool look he had just now? Hiss, it hurts so much. Wait. Fatty, I will remember you. I will avenge this slap sooner or later. Ouch. Son of a bitch. Thinking of Guhan, the culprit, he became furious. Every time I see you, nothing good happens. It was okay last time, but this time it's even worse. If I didn't have some hidden cards, I would have been killed by you today, huh? Half the story. His face changed drastically. No way. The old guy said so. He seemed to have thought of something and kept muttering to himself. Human calamity, human calamity. It is caused by humans, and there is no chance of survival. Could it be? This bastard is my human robbery, fatty. This. After hearing Guhan's story, Jiang Feng was speechless. I don't know why. He suddenly felt some sympathy for the fat man he had never met. Being tricked into death like this, yet still being able to survive, this life, is truly extraordinary. If it were him, he would have died 8 times already. Aside. Manager Lee was secretly alert. Why do I suddenly feel that? His Highness's situation has become more dangerous. No, no. After I go back, I will tell His Highness to stay away from this guy, otherwise, he might kill him one day. Let's not talk about him. Guhan shook his head and suddenly asked, was that person the instructor of the martial arts academy? Good. Jiang Feng nodded. His name is Yu Hua, one of the instructors in the martial arts academy. His cultivation is at the 6th level of the profound spirit realm. Among all the instructors, his strength is considered to be above average. Brother Goo, why did you clash with him, causing him to disregard everything and chase you down in the street? Actually. Guhan narrowed his eyes. This is the first time I've met him. He roughly told the two of them about his recent experiences. Of course, he was vague about the secret of the token and just passed it over in one sentence. It was not that he did not trust them, but if the secret was exposed, it would be a huge trouble for him and the Murong family. Monster riot. Lu Tong. Murong family. Yu Hua. The two were stunned. They could never have imagined that Guhan had experienced so much in just 1 month of not seeing each other. Exciting level. It's unheard of. The two of them instantly felt that the fat man's life was far less important than Guhan's. That man's name is Yu Hua. After a while, Manager Li seemed to have just digested this information, and said quietly, he is indeed a martial arts academy instructor, and I have heard from others that the Yu Hua family is not very prosperous. You killed his nephew outside the city that day, no wonder he wanted to hunt you down. Actually. Jiang Feng sighed. The martial academy is the foundation of our great Qi, and it has its own rules. He is just an instructor, and he dare not do anything blatantly. Besides, after entering the martial academy, as long as Brother Goo is with me, nothing will happen. Manager Li was horrified when he heard this. Your Highness. Think twice. Following this guy is like jumping into a fire pit. Are you going to? Guhan was a little surprised. Your cultivation has opened your meridians. Good. Jiang Feng nodded. Brother Goo's technique is very compatible with me. Coupled with the cold energy accumulated over the years, my progress in cultivation is naturally faster. Speaking of which. He looked a little gloomy. It was my mother's wish before she died that I could go to the martial arts academy to train and become a disciple of the upper sect. Unfortunately, now that I have the chance, she can't see it. Your Highness. Manager Li hurried to comfort him. You now have a special physique, and you have a heavenly level skill. Your future is limitless, and you will be valued by the royal family. If the princess knows about this, she will be at ease. Pay attention to. Jiang Feng laughed at himself. How can they take me seriously when my big brother is here? Your eldest brother? Guhan was a little curious. Who is he? He. Mention this big brother. Jiang Feng's expression became a little complicated. He was born with a fire spirit body. He was accepted as a disciple by a senior from the upper sect several years ago. He is known as the best of the younger generation of Da Qi. The first one. Guhan raised his eyebrows. I just don't know if I have any real skills. Whether or not you have real skills is another matter. Manager Li couldn't help it. Do you know that this eldest prince has another identity? Identity. Guhan was stunned. What is your identity? The Lu Tong who kneeled before you is the eldest prince's cousin. Cousin. Guhan frowned. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. It turns out he has a powerful backer. But, our little grudge won't alarm the eldest prince, right? Manager Li was speechless. In front of everyone, they all kneel down to you. This grudge is not small. Don't you have any idea? Tisk. Thinking of this, he said with a slight mockery, that Lu Ying is really not a good person. Even so, your highness still. Ahem. Jiang Feng blushed. Don't talk nonsense, I just admire it, I admire it. Aside. Manager Li and Guhan looked at each other and surprisingly, they had the same opinion. Pooh. Inside the martial arts academy. Because the hospital has not yet opened, it seems particularly deserted. On a Bluestone Avenue, a hunchbacked, elderly servant was sweeping up the fallen leaves on the ground. Get lost. Suddenly. A cold shout came, which scared him. "Teacher Yu." When he saw the visitor, he saluted quickly. "You are back." Yuhua didn't even look at him and just walked past. Well. The old man was not angry. He continued to sweep the fallen leaves while talking to himself. Narrow-minded. Full of resentment. You won't go far on this path of cultivation. Far away. Yuhua naturally didn't hear these words. Now. All he thought about was how to deal with Guhan. Brother Yu. At this moment. Someone called him. Well, how did it go? Don't mention it. Yuhua looked gloomy. Just when I was about to take action, the seventh prince interrupted the situation. The visitor's surname was Jiang, and he was also an instructor at the martial arts academy. He had a good relationship with Jiang, so Jiang naturally did not hide anything and told him the general story. Seventh prince. Instructor Jiang frowned slightly. If he protects us, it will be difficult for Brother Yu to take action again. This vengeance. Yuhua gnashed his teeth in hatred. I must report it. Actually. I have an idea. What can we do? Why not go and meet the eldest prince? Yuhua was very disappointed. The eldest prince is such a powerful person, it's hard to say whether he will meet me or not. Even if he does, why would he go against his own brothers just because of an outsider like me? Brother. Instructor Jiang laughed. The imperial family is the most ruthless. In the royal family, is there any brotherhood to speak of? If there is, why, except for the seventh prince, did the rest of them go to the border and never return to the capital? Besides, Brother Yu has been busy outside these days, and I'm afraid he doesn't know that the eldest prince is coming to the martial arts academy. What? Yuhua was a little confused. Hasn't he already been selected as a disciple of the upper sect? What is he doing in the martial arts academy? I heard. Instructor Jiang looked around and lowered his voice. The eldest prince wants to completely control the martial arts academy before entering the upper sect. This is most likely what the upper sect leader wants. You mean? Good. Instructor Jiang nodded. Now is the perfect opportunity to join him. As long as we cooperate well and help him take charge of the martial arts academy. Brother Yu, when that time comes, if you want to take revenge again, how will the seventh prince dare to stop you? Okay. Yuhua's eyes became brighter and brighter as he listened. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Jiang. I will go to visit the Crown Prince right away. Inner City. Center. A magnificent and unique building stands here. It is the residence of the eldest Prince Jiang Hong. In the hall. Cousin. Lu Tong looked aggrieved and unwilling. Since I was a child, I have never lost such a big person. You must avenge me. Nu. The one who spoke was a young man sitting at the top. The eldest prince, Jiang Hong. He had red hair and red eyebrows, and an extraordinary appearance. There was a fiery aura flowing around him, which raised the temperature in the hall a lot. After the martial arts academy opens, I will teach him a lesson. Thank you, cousin. Thank you, cousin. Lu Tong was overjoyed. Your Highness. Beside Lu Tong. Lu Ying bowed slightly and said meaningfully, Guhan has the support of the Murong family, so will this move. No problem. Treat Willow Warbler. Jiang Hong was obviously much more enthusiastic. It's no wonder that he is like this. With Lu Ying's appearance, more than 90% of men would be moved when they see her. He, naturally, is no exception. In the Murong family, he is an honored guest. Outside the Murong family, he is nothing. Besides, with my master here, I think the Murong family will give me some face. In words. He didn't take Guhan seriously. Miss Lu. He stared at the Willow Warbler, not hiding his admiration and amazement. I wonder if you are interested in going to Shangzong. Shangzong. Lu Ying was stunned for a moment, and her voice trembled with excitement. I have a chance to go. Although her aptitude can be considered good, it is far inferior to that of geniuses like Jiang Hong. Relying on Lu Yuan to enter the martial academy is already her limit. If she wants to join the Yuqing sect, it is not impossible at all, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Of course. Seeing her heart beat, Jiang Hong laughed. If it is an ordinary way, the hope is naturally very slim, but Miss Lu, don't forget that my mentor is in the upper sect. As long as he asks, it won't be a big deal to accept one more disciple. Your Highness. Lu Ying's face turned slightly red and she lost her composure in an instant. If I can become a member of the upper sect, I. Lu Tong was beside him. In the end, she still had some dignity to save and didn't say the rest. But Lu Tong is not stupid. He understands. From this moment on, the beautiful woman beside him could no longer be his. For a while. He felt very jealous, but due to Jiang Hong's power, he could only suppress the bitterness in his heart and dared not show it at all. Good. Jiang Hong was naturally extremely satisfied. In that case, then. Your Highness. At this moment, a servant came to the hall. The Martial Arts Academy instructors, Yu Hua and Jiang Yi, request to see you. Them. Jiang Hong, who was feeling a little unhappy because his interest was disturbed, suddenly burst into laughter. Never mind, they have already received the message. That's fine, let them in. Inside the inn, Qian Lu was a little absent-minded. Yu Hua's pursuit of Guhan caused a huge commotion, so he naturally wanted to know what the outcome was. Just thinking about it. A figure walked in from outside. This guest. He subconsciously wanted to greet him. You, Little brother, is that you? Are you okay? Before. Guhan's body was covered in dried blood, and although his injuries were serious, they were far from fatal. Qian Lu was secretly shocked. Previously, I really underestimated him. Fine. Guhan shook his head. It's a pity that something went wrong and I didn't make it to the treasure pavilion. Qian Lu was speechless. That's not the point. Shouldn't what you want to talk about now be the matter of being hunted? Why are you so calm? What does it mean? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Murong Chuan. Senior. Guhan clasped his fists. Thanks for the reminder today. This thank you. Sincerely. If it weren't for Qian Lu's warning, and if Murong Chuan hadn't seriously injured Yu Hua a few days ago, he might not have survived until Manager Li took action today. I thought. Murong Chuan smiled. You'll blame me. Won't. Guhan shook his head. I have only met you once, you are not obligated to help me. Besides, you have already helped me a lot. My adoptive father once said that as a person, you should not be greedy for too much. Oh. Murong Chuan raised his eyebrows. Your godfather is quite a character. He is dead. What a pity. Murong Chuan shook his head and asked, how is it? This person hates you very much. Do you need me to help? Free. Of course I have to use a token. That's fine. Guhan shook his head decisively. I think I can still hold on. Besides, using your strength to kill a martial arts academy instructor is a loss no matter how you think about it. Aside. Qian Lu was stunned when he heard this. How can a matter of life and death be treated as business? My life is almost gone. Who cares whether he makes a loss or not? Okay then. Murong Chuan could naturally see that Guhan had some hidden cards, but he didn't expose them. If you need me, you can always come to me. Senior. Guhan thought about it. Come to think of it, I really have something to ask of you. What is it? If I'm not here, I hope you can take care of her more. What happened today made him alert. It's easier in the royal capital. If he left the city, he would never dare to take Asha with him. This girl. Murong Chuan was a little curious. Is it important to you? More important than life. Murong Chuan was rarely silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Don't worry, as long as this girl is in the inn, even if I, the King of Heaven, come, I will not dare to touch her hair. This is my personal promise, no token is needed. Thank you, Senior. Guhan bowed solemnly. I'll remember this favor. That's thoughtful. Murong Chuan didn't care either. At this moment, he naturally didn't know how important Guhan's favor would be in the future. In the royal capital, people on the streets were talking about the chase. Of course, only a few people know the final result, and the rest can only rely on conjecture. The boy was beaten into a pulp by Instructor Yu. His death was horrible. Bullshit. He's not dead at all. That fat guy took the blame. Instructor Yu couldn't catch up with him. He escaped into the savage forest. Is that so? Ahem. I was far away that day, so I guess I saw it wrong. The one who was beaten into a pulp should be the fat guy. Such discussions could be heard everywhere, and they seemed to be sweeping across the capital. However, as another explosive piece of news came out, everyone's discussion about Guhan came to an abrupt end. That one hasn't appeared for a long time. Born with a fire spirit body. The #1 genius in Da Qi. The eldest Prince Jiang Hong is coming to the Martial Arts Academy. Master. In the #1 room, Asha looked at Guhan, who was slowly getting up, his little face full of worry. Your injury. Don't worry. Guhan sighed. I already felt a little regretful for telling her what happened the day before. Nothing serious. Although his injuries were not fatal, they were not light. Even though the Tianziho room was a holy place for healing, it would be difficult for him to recover completely within one day. Master. Asha plucked up his courage. Martial Academy, can't I not go? Ah, silly. Guhan laughed. When cultivating, the most important thing to avoid is being timid. The only way is to face challenges head-on. How can you retreat when faced with difficulties? But don't worry, with the 7th Prince and Li the Chief Steward here, that person won't dare to do anything to me. You can practice here with peace of mind. She looked a little lonely. Guhan patted her head and comforted her softly, when I come back in a few days, I'll take you to eat chicken legs. Don't want. But for the first time ever, Asha lost interest in chicken legs. I just want the young master to be well. Good. Guhan nodded. I promise. Don't lie. Well, I won't lie. Seeing Guhan leaving again, Asha looked dazed, as if he had lost his soul. Master. After a while. She suddenly clenched her fists. I must help you. As she spoke, 2 barely visible rays of light flashed in her eyes again. Da Qi Martial Academy. The institute opens every 5 years and enrolls only the elites of the younger generation. Except for a few lucky ones who were picked up by the upper sect, the rest were absorbed by the great Qi dynasty. Some joined the court. Some went to the army. At the very least, you can become the lord of a small border town like Lu Yuan, and enjoy unlimited glory and freedom from constraints. For this reason, for those young people who want to join a higher sect, or want to hone themselves, or want an opportunity to make a fortune, the Martial Arts Academy is a place they cannot avoid. Only. The rules of the Martial Arts Academy are strict. Except for those with special backgrounds, the rest of the people who want to get in naturally have to rely on their real abilities. Now, the originally quiet Martial Arts Academy became extremely lively. 100 or 200 young people from various cities gathered together, in groups of 3 or 5, or alone, making this Martial Arts Academy with a history of more than 100 years look full of vitality. Good. Okay. Not far away. The hunchbacked, old-looking errand boy was leaning on a broom, looking at so many young talents with a smile on his face. The wrinkles on his face were squeezed together, like a blooming chrysanthemum. They are the future of our great Qi. Of course. A choreman like him. There were many people in the Martial Arts Academy, and no one cared about the mumblings of this dying old man. Outside the Martial Arts Academy, those who came to watch the fun crowded the Bluestone Avenue, which was several meters wide, until no one could get through. Envy, jealousy, and yearning in the eyes. The list goes on. However, no one dared to actually go in and take a look. The Martial Arts Academy has its own rules. Anyone who enters without permission and is not a student of the Martial Academy will be severely punished. When Guhan arrived here, what you see is a scene of huge crowds of people. He was speechless and squeezed in with gritted teeth. Let me in. Almost at the same time, an all too familiar voice reached his ears. It's the Fat Man. Unlike Guhan, he didn't care about anything and relied on his extremely strong physique to charge forward, knocking down the people around him. Fatty, what are you doing? Push, push, push. What are you pushing for? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Fatty, I'm warning you. If you piss me off, don't blame me for being rude to you. His actions. Naturally, this caused everyone to curse. Hee hee. The Fat Man naturally didn't buy it, and with his bloated body, he pushed his way to the front of the crowd with a heroic and confident attitude. Then he spotted Guhan not far away. Fatty. Guhan greeted him. We meet again. It's you. The Fat Man's face froze. You are not dead. Nonsense. Guhan's face darkened. Can you speak human language? You. The Fat Man asked cautiously, are you coming to the Martial Arts Academy too? Of course. Guhan showed the jade token in his hand. By the way, Fatty, you ran really fast that day. You almost killed me. How dare you mention that? Speaking of this. The Fat Man flew into a rage and exploded instantly. You bastard, cough cough. Forget it, I won't bother with you anymore. Half the story. He seemed to have thought of something and swallowed the rest of his words. Immediately following, he seemed to be deliberately avoiding Guhan. After verifying the jade token with the guard, he hurried into the Martial Arts Academy. Huh. Guhan frowned slightly. This fat guy, has he changed his temper? Based on his understanding of the Fat Man, this is a person who would never suffer any loss. In the past, he would probably have quarreled with him for a long time. How could he just give in like he did today? Never mind. He didn't think much about it. After handing the jade token to the guard for verification, he walked into the Martial Arts Academy under the envious gazes of the people behind him. Brother Goo. Just came in. I heard a warm greeting. Brother Jiang. Guhan greeted him with a smile. Speaking of which, Jiang Feng is his only friend in the royal capital, or even in Dachi. Where is Manager Li? Jiang Feng's expression suddenly became strange. Ahem. I didn't let him come over. Thinking of what Manager Li had repeatedly told him to stay away from Guhan before he left, he shook his head secretly. Manager Li. Worry too much. What bad intentions could Brother Goo have? What's wrong with you? No, nothing, Brother Goo. Jiang Feng quickly changed the subject. When you choose your instructor later, which one are you going to choose? Choose a teacher. Guhan was a little surprised. He had limited knowledge of the Martial Arts Academy, and after arriving in the royal capital, he first met Lu Tong and then Yu Hua, so naturally he had no time to inquire about the rules of the Martial Arts Academy. Good. Jiang Feng explained patiently. This is the rule established by our great ancestor. The students of the Martial Arts Academy are the future of our great Qi, so naturally we should give them more power to choose. Of course, every instructor also has the right to refuse. Students choose instructors, and instructors will naturally choose students. I see. Guhan suddenly realized. You say. He suddenly laughed. What if I choose to teach? Brother Goo. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. You are not serious. Rest assured. Guhan patted his shoulder. I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter which teacher you choose. In fact, he had no interest in the secret techniques and martial arts of the Martial Arts Academy. The only thing that attracted him was the generous treatment of the students and the opportunity to compete with the geniuses of the martial arts academies of the 10 countries. Far away. In a remote corner. Looking at Guhan and the other person who were chatting and laughing, the fat man's expression became gloomy. He is already 50% sure. Guhan is his disaster. Human calamity. It starts with people. Mysterious and unfathomable. This person may be an enemy, a friend, or more likely a completely unrelated person. What to do? His mind raced. Stay away from him and never see him again. No, no. In this case, there is no point in overcoming the human calamity, and if one cannot overcome the human calamity, all the cultivation one has gained will never come back. Be his opponent. I'm afraid there's a great possibility that I'll die in his hands. Be his friend. But, even if I have thick skin and strong flesh, I can't stand this bastard who keeps trying to trick me to death. For a while. He sighed and was extremely conflicted. Little fatty. At this moment. An old voice came from the side. It was the old errand boy. He held the broom and stared at the fat man with a kind face and a smile, and the words he said were even more thought-provoking. Don't be self-deprecating. Don't worry about other people's opinions. Remember, anyone's ridicule will only be a driving force for your growth. The fat man's mouth twitched constantly. Old man, what do you mean? Then. The old man glanced at the fat man and sighed. I'm also fat, so. Shut up. The fat man finally reacted and his face trembled with anger. Which eye of yours saw that fatty was inferior to me? Do I need you to teach me how to behave? Go and sweep your floor. Also, I am called plump, not fat. You know nothing. After saying. He glared at the old servant and left angrily. Well. The old man kept shaking his head. The world is going downhill, people's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. Young people nowadays really have no manners at all. Quiet. When everyone was discussing heatedly, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. Very small at first. But when it reached everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder, causing pain in their eardrums. Everyone's heart trembled, and they instantly became quiet. A moment later. Dozens of figures appeared in front of everyone from far away. Although they did not deliberately display their own cultivation, the invisible power from them alone brought a great sense of oppression to everyone. The aura of the three people in the front is the most terrifying. These three. Jiang Feng explained quietly to Guhan. They are all vice presidents of the Martial Academy. The one in the armor in the middle is Commander Zhou of the City Guard. He is a strict person and is trusted by my father. The one on the left is Elder Wu, whose strength is unfathomable. The one on the right is Senior Feng, whose origins are somewhat mysterious. These two are both serving as servants of the royal family. Guhan naturally didn't know. These three people. It was those three people who appeared outside the city when the monsters were rioting. Vice Dean. He was a little confused. Then, where is the Dean? The Dean of the Martial Arts Academy is none other than my great Qi ancestor, who is also my great-grandfather. Jiang Feng had a look of admiration on his face. It's just that he was invincible in the 10 Kingdoms decades ago. In order to seek a breakthrough, he simply traveled around the world and has not returned yet. Speaking of which, I grew up listening to the legends about him, but I have never seen him in person. Speaking of this. His expression was full of regret. Guhan didn't feel much. Invincible. Undefeated. What are you blowing? There is a demon king living in my head. Even though he is not a good-for-nothing, he doesn't claim to be invincible all the time. Speaking of which. I haven't visited him for a long time. Kindness. Just thinking about it. Guhan suddenly felt a sharp gaze falling on him. Look up. But he found that Yu Hua was staring at him, with murderous intent in his eyes not concealed at all. Those ones. Guhan's expression also turned cold. He should be the instructor of the Martial Arts Academy. Good. Jiang Feng did not have Guhan's spiritual perception, so he naturally did not notice these abnormalities and continued to introduce them with great interest. There are 10 instructors in the martial arts academy. Yu Hua, the 7th level of Lingxian. Jiang Yi, the 5th level of Lingxian. Chen Fang, 7th level of Lingxian realm. Han Fu. When talking about one of them, Jiang Feng's eyes were a little hot. He is at the 9th level of the profound spirit realm and is the one with the highest level of cultivation among all the teachers. Over the years, he has been chosen by the most students. However, his requirements are too high and he only looks at talent when selecting people. There are very few people who can stay with him. Of course, with your talent and strength, Brother Goo, I think he will be happy to accept you. As for this one. When he introduced the last person, his expression suddenly became strange. Different from those people like Yu Hua. This teacher, however, had a face full of sorrow and was standing far at the back, looking out of place compared to the other teachers. Brother Goo. He suddenly swallowed his saliva and solemnly urged, "Later, you can choose anyone, but don't choose him." What's wrong? Guhan naturally noticed the strange behavior of the teacher and became a little curious. Why does he look like that? Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. Today, there is a good chance that no one would choose him. Why? His cultivation is very low. The 3rd level of Lingxian is the lowest among the 10 teachers. That shouldn't be the case. Guhan shook his head. Even if his cultivation is low, guiding cultivation is not just about the level of cultivation. It's impossible. Brother Goo. Jiang Feng hesitated to speak. Did you know that he actually has a nickname? Nickname. Unlucky Star. Suddenly. Along with an old voice, a broom with its bristles worn out appeared in front of the two. Who is coming? It goes without saying. Kindness. Guhan was stunned. Where did this old man come from? This person's name is Mei Yun. The old man was full of emotion as he introduced himself. I came to the martial arts academy as an instructor 15 years ago. When I first came, 26 people chose me. When the 5-year term was up, 7 died, 10 were disabled, and the remaining 9 were also mediocre throughout their lives, and were not worthy of being called a martial arts academy student at all. Guhan was speechless. Plum luck. Who in the world would come up with such a crappy name? So, what happened next? Later. The old man shook his head. Come to think of it, this guy's name has the word luck in it, but he's actually not lucky at all. Guhan curled his lips. It's true that the name brings luck, but don't you look at the person's last name. 10 years ago, there were fewer students who chose him, but there were still 9. However, this time, they didn't even wait until the 5-year period was up. During a training session in the savage forest, all 9 of them were killed by monsters. No one survived. 5 years ago. The old man kept shaking his head. There were only 3 people who chose him. This time, nothing unexpected happened. These 3 people also lived successfully for 5 years. However, when their time was up, these 3 people all went crazy. Crazy. Guhan was stunned. How can this be a jinx? This person is clearly doomed to fail. Brother Goo. Jiang Feng looked helpless. Now you know why I didn't let you choose him. I think so. Guhan was deeply moved. He should change his name. No, he should even change his last name. Isn't it? The old man looked approving. Because of this incident, not only was he ostracized in the martial arts academy, but his reputation as a jinx spread throughout the 10 nations, and he even received attention from people in the upper sect. This is truly unique. Guhan was speechless again. It seems that even if you are so unlucky, you can still become famous. Of course. The old man glanced at Jiang Feng and changed the subject. This idea of luck is illusory, and you should not be completely superstitious about it. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Therefore, it is not important which teacher you choose. What is important is to have the undefeated belief to fight against the sky, the earth, and people. Otherwise, even if you are extremely talented, the road ahead will be bumpy and you may not be able to achieve anything great. A few words. Jiang Feng blushed. Old man. He saluted quickly. I'm grateful for your advice. I was enlightened by your words today. I was too stubborn before. Not bad, not bad. The old man smiled so hard that all the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together. This young man is teachable. Seeing that Jiang Feng was fooled, Guhan couldn't help it. Old man, who are you? Hee hee. The old man waved his hands, looking very pleased with himself. I can't say I'm a saint. I've just been sweeping the floor in the martial arts academy for 30 years. 30 years. Jiang Feng stood in awe. Guhan was very puzzled. Sweeping the floor for 30 years, isn't that still a sweeper? What is there to be proud of? Far away. The vice presidents, led by Commander Goo, did not speak. They just watched everyone whispering with expressionless faces, as if they were waiting for something. Here it comes. Suddenly, Commander Goo narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. As his voice fell, the crowd outside the martial arts academy who were watching the excitement suddenly became agitated. Quick! Get out of the way! The eldest prince is coming, get out of my way! Oh my God! The last time I saw the eldest prince was a few years ago. This time I am finally lucky enough to see him again. Hiss! The eldest prince's fire spirit body must have reached perfection. I can feel the fiery power from a distance of 100 feet. Under discussion. However, everyone consciously made way for the other side. In the Qi. Especially in the royal capital. The eldest prince Jiang Hong is the undisputed genius in everyone's mind. Brother. Jiang Feng was a little stunned. Hasn't he already been accepted as a disciple by the upper sect? Why does he still need to come to the martial arts academy? Your eldest brother? Guhan suddenly realized. No wonder there is such a big show and so many people are waiting for him. Brother Goo. Jiang Feng was a little worried. Although Big Brother may not be coming for you on purpose, you should still be careful. Really? Guhan's tone was slightly mocking. He is a great prince, he won't condescend to deal with a nobody like me, right? You don't know him. Jiang Feng's expression was somewhat complicated. Big Brother is extremely talented and has a strong character. Since he was a child, few people dare to go against his will. See his expression. Guhan shook his head secretly and patted him. You don't have to. No need to do that. He hasn't finished speaking yet. But he was suddenly interrupted by an old man beside him. Young people. He shook his head. Although his fire spirit body is very powerful, it does not mean that you are necessarily worse than him. He has gone further than you now, but the future is uncertain. He cannot always leave you behind. Everything depends on you. Old man. Jiang Feng was shocked and muttered to himself. I still have a chance. Hee hee. The old man glanced at Guhan. What do you think? Guhan couldn't help but roll his eyes. What the hell am I talking about? You've finished talking. Do you like preaching to others so much? Please continue. He smiled stiffly. I'm listening. The old man did not speak any more. He looked at Jiang Feng for a few times, and a hint of admiration flashed in his cloudy eyes. It was also at this time. In the envious and admiring eyes of the outside crowd. 3 figures walked into the martial arts academy. Headed by. Of course it's Jiang Hong. The man and woman beside him were Lu Ying and Lu Tong. For a while, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Nothing else. Jiang Hong and Lu Ying are really too eye-catching. A man of noble status and born with unusual appearance. A charming and beautiful woman. As for Lu Tong, it seems extremely ordinary. However, he didn't have the mind to think about these things at the moment. His eyes kept moving around as if he was looking for something. There are not many people in the martial arts academy. Naturally, he found Guhan easily. Sneered. He strode over. Brother Goo. Jiang Feng's heart sank. He's coming. As they were talking, Lu Tong had already arrived in front of the two of them. Seventh Prince. He glanced at Jiang Feng, and there was no respect in his words. I didn't expect you to come to the martial arts academy as well. Lu Tong. Jiang Feng took a deep breath. Your Highness. Lu Tong didn't give him any face at all. I hope you won't interfere in the feud between him and me. Otherwise, haha. Seeing him so rude, Jiang Feng clenched his fists instantly. We meet again. Lu Tong stared at Guhan. Surprise. It's not a surprise. Guhan naturally wouldn't be scared by him. It's just a little gross. Snort. Lu Tong's face suddenly darkened. I still remember the humiliation I suffered that day clearly. Just remember it. Guhan had no expression on his face. It's a lesson for you. A trace of resentment flashed in Lu Tong's eyes. You can keep your mouth shut. We'll see later. Lu Tong. At this moment, a faint voice came over. It was the eldest Prince Jiang Hong who spoke. Return. Yes. Lu Tong naturally did not dare to go against his wishes. This is the martial academy, not the Murong family. I wonder who else can protect you. After saying, he returned to Jiang Hong again. This little bastard. The old man just shook his head as he watched. It's hopeless. Old man. Guhan instigated. You've been sweeping the floor here for 30 years, so you should have some connections. Since this bastard is beyond help, why don't you mobilize your connections and eradicate this scourge once and for all? I think many people will be grateful to you. This one. The old man laughed awkwardly and ran away with the broom. Ahem, say it again, say it again. Brother Goo. Jiang Feng's face didn't look very good. Lu Tong is a vicious and mean person. Now that my eldest brother is here, I'm afraid. Let's wait and see. Guhan naturally understood that given the relationship between Lu Tong and Jiang Hong, his future days in the martial arts academy would definitely not be easy. Subconsciously, he touched the storage bag at his waist. At worst, just ask Murong Chuan for help. Now. Jiang Hong and the other two had already gone to the front and stood together with the vice presidents and instructors. In front of him. Naturally, no one dared to question his identity. Even Commander Zhou showed a smile for the first time. Lu Tong and Yuhuan naturally got together. The two of them kept whispering, glancing at Guhan from time to time. A moment later, Commander Zhou spoke slowly. How is it? Behind him. A teacher smiled and said, except for the 13 people who died in the monster riot that day, the remaining 135 students from various cities are all here. Good. Commander Zhou nodded and glanced at the group of excited young people. You all know the rules. I won't say any more. Time is limited. Let's get started. Everyone understood. This is the time to start choosing a teacher. Almost unanimously. Fully 1/3 of the people stood in front of Han Fu in an instant. The rest of the people didn't want to, but they thought that their qualifications were limited and they wouldn't be able to catch Han Fu's eye, so they simply didn't bother and chose other teachers. For a while. In front of a group of teachers. There were more or less people standing there. Except Mei Yun. Guhan is a special case, and no one understands his situation, but the others know his background very well. Joke. Who dares to choose him? Doesn't that mean you think your life is too long? Now. The sadness on Mei Yun's face became even more intense. If he fails to recruit any students this year, he will no longer have the face to stay as a teacher. Brother Goo. Jiang Feng suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Let's go choose Instructor Han. As a prince, he could naturally choose any teacher he wanted without being rejected. Taking Guhan with him was naturally purely for his own good. Seventh brother. At this moment, a voice came from far away. but it was Jiang Hong. How? He stared at Jiang Feng with a gentle tone. You didn't even say hello when you saw Big Brother. I'm so lucky. Seventh brother. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Then, isn't that the seventh prince? For a moment, many people felt very regretful. If they had known his identity earlier, they would have gone over to him earlier and established friendship with him. Only those who came from the royal capital and knew the inside story shook their heads secretly. Do you really think that the princes are friendly and respectful to each other? That's totally wrong. Brother. Jiang Feng clasped his fists. I just came back and haven't had time to greet you. No problem. Jiang Hong waved his hand. I heard that your cold poison disease has been cured. And you have officially started practicing. Thanks to Mr. Shui. Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Good. Jiang Hong nodded. If I have the chance, I will definitely thank him handsomely. He has already left the Qi. I see. Jiang Hong didn't care either. But since you have achieved cultivation, it is right for you to come to the martial academy. You must know that in the path of cultivation, the most taboo is to go astray. Since you have just started to cultivate, you naturally need the guidance of a famous teacher. Guhan frowned when he heard this. There is something fishy about Jiang Hong's words, and he is definitely not a good person. Really? Why not? Jiang Hong's smile grew even wider. How about I, as your elder brother, help you choose a tutor? Brother. Jiang Feng was stunned for a moment. This. In my opinion. Jiang Hong ignored him. His eyes looked around and fell directly on Mei Yun. Teacher Mei is great. What? Everyone was shocked. Mei, Teacher Mei. That jinx. Is the eldest prince joking? This. Now. The only one who was happy was Mei Yun. How does this make? He could hardly hold back his laughter. The seventh prince is worth a fortune. Alas, I, Mei, am not worthy of such a gift, nor do I have the confidence to teach him well. Everyone secretly despised him. Have some idea in mind. Is this something that can be taught easily or not? This is a question of whether you can survive intact. Well. Far away. The old errand boy, leaning on his broom, shook his head as he listened. Brothers killing each other, a bunch of bastards. Brother. Jiang Feng's face turned red instantly. Why? He understands. With Jiang Hong's prestige, since he has designated Mei Yun, no matter what the other 9 instructors think in their hearts, they will definitely give him face on the surface. In other words, Jiang Feng. There is no choice anymore. Seventh brother. The smile on Jiang Hong's face gradually faded. I heard that you made some shady friends this time. With your status, how could you do something that would damage the dignity of the royal family? This is not good, very bad. Everyone was confused. But Guhan understood. It turns out, Jiang Hong's real target is himself. Brother. Jiang Feng naturally understood, and said anxiously, Brother Goo, he is not. Seventh brother. Jiang Hong's tone became heavier and he interrupted him directly. If you can correct your mistakes, I will give you a chance. Apart from Instructor Mei, you can choose any of the remaining 9 instructors, including the 3 vice deans. What? Everyone was shocked. But more than that, it's heartthrob. Vice dean. In the past, there has never been a precedent of selecting students. If I could get their professorship, it would be a great honor. Hearing this, the 2 priests, Wu and Feng, frowned slightly. Commander Zhou, however, had a blank expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Kindness. Mei Yun was stunned for a moment and his face turned bitter again. No. The 7th prince agreed to let me teach him, how could he change his mind? Brother Jiang. Guhan was silent for a moment. He naturally understood that for Jiang Feng, this was not simply a matter of choosing which instructor to teach. If he offended Jiang Hong, his future life would certainly not be easy. Besides, the 3 vice presidents. For Jiang Feng, who had just started practicing, the temptation was really great. You don't have to. Instructor May. What I didn't expect was. Jiang Feng did not hesitate at all. He took a deep breath and bowed to Mei Run. I'm sorry to trouble you in the future. Huh. Mei Yun was overjoyed. This matter is full of twists and turns. Fortunately, the result was still good. Oops. He hurried over from a distance and helped Jiang Feng up. You are too kind. Your Highness the 7th Prince, you are too kind. Don't worry, I, Mei Yun, swear to heaven that I will never hide anything from your Highness and will teach you everything I know. Everyone was sucking their teeth. Teach me everything you know. One has to be destined to learn it. Brother Jiang. It would be a lie for Guhan to say he wasn't touched. That's thoughtful. Brother Goo. After making the choice, Jiang Feng felt relieved and smiled. You saved my life. If I betray you again, I'd be no different from an animal. Besides, we're friends, aren't we? Friend. Guhan also laughed. Yes, we are friends. Instructor Mei. While talking, he suddenly clasped his fists and bowed to Mei Run. What? Mei Yun was stunned, somewhat unable to believe it. You also. In the future, I hope that Instructor Mei will give me more guidance. This. Mei Yun was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. What a pleasant surprise. Ha ha ha, hurry up, there's no need for so many formalities between you and me, there's no need at all. He is so polite. Naturally, I was worried that Guhan would suddenly change his mind. I don't know if it's an illusion or what. Hearing his hearty laughter, Guhan suddenly felt as if he was covered by a layer of haze. Okay. Far away. Jiang Hong had a blank expression on his face. He said 3 good words in a row, then turned his gaze away and never looked at the 2 of them again. As for Lu Tong and Yu Hua, the joy in his eyes could not be suppressed. Seeking death. You can't blame others. And at this moment, the selection of teaching is also coming to an end. Of course, Han Fu couldn't accept everyone, so he just selected the 9 with the highest cultivation and the best talents, and then gently closed his eyes. As for other teachings, there were at most 20 people standing around him, and at least a dozen. Except for Mei Yun. He looked at Jiang Feng on the left and Guhan on the right, his face full of satisfaction. That's it. As a human being, you can't be too greedy. In that case, Commander Zhou spoke slowly. Then, etc. Suddenly, the Wu priest pointed to the corner in the distance. Here's another one. Kindness. Everyone was stunned and looked back, only to find a fat man standing in the distance, looking absent-minded and distracted. Huh. Being stared at by so many people, the fat man instantly came to his senses. What's wrong? Little one. Wu Gongfeng was a good-tempered person and did not get angry. He explained the situation to him. Choose someone. The fat man was stunned for a moment. And then, he discovered Guhan standing next to Instructor Mei. Never mind. Been thinking about it for so long. He seemed to have finally made a decision. This bastard is shameless and has a black heart. We must never be his enemy. To be on the safe side, it's better to stay by his side and observe for a while. Then, in the strange gazes of the crowd, he came directly to Mei Yun and said nonchalantly, "You are also a teacher, right? Fatty chooses you." Mei Yun was stunned. Hiss. Everyone gasped. This fat guy is not afraid of death. Fatty. Guhan explained the fat man's identity to Jiang Feng, and his face was full of emotion. You have a really good eye. Nonsense. The fat man didn't understand what was going on and was a little annoyed. My taste is always impeccable. I say, do you agree or not? Just give me an answer. I agree. I agree. Mei Yun was almost overwhelmed by happiness. Let's make it clear first, don't go back on your word. That can't be possible. The fat man waved his hand. Fatty, keep my word and I will do what I say. Okay, it's a deal. Mei Yun's mouth was almost crooked with laughter. He glanced at the other instructors and became tough for the first time in his life. Who said that I can only have bad luck? Stand up. Etc. The fat man suddenly realized something was wrong. You call it bad luck? Young people. Mei Yun pretended to be displeased. I, Mei Yun, am your teacher after all. How can you call me by my first name? After saying. He seemed worried that the fat man would be unhappy, so he quickly tried to remedy the situation. Of course, if you want, you can call me Brother Mei. It's over. The fat man blinked and stood there in a daze. Although he didn't know much about Mei Yun, just hearing the name made him feel disappointed. Really? Nothing good ever happens when you're with that bastard. You just said that. Mei Yun continued to chatter on and on. You can't regret it. The fat man wanted to cry but had no tears. Aside. Jiang Feng looked at him curiously. Is this the lucky fat guy? I don't know either. He looked at Mei Yun again. Can this teacher Mei's bad luck be dispelled? All right. Commander Zhou spoke again, interrupting everyone's whispers. Now that the admission ceremony is over, then. Etc. Suddenly. Jiang Hong, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Your Highness. Commander Zhou was not angry at all even though he was interrupted. What do you want? I think so. Jiang Hong glanced at the crowd. This is a bit too boring. Boring. Good. Jiang Hong smiled. The rule of the martial arts academy is that the strong are respected. Now that the martial arts academy is opening, these people are all the elites of our great Qi. Why not take this opportunity to let them compete with each other, so that you teachers can select the best from them and train them carefully? In the future, in the competition with the other 9 countries, we can also gain a slight advantage. This. Wu Gongxing frowned. In half a month, the Martial Arts Academy will hold trials. It seems unnecessary to compete at this time. Good. Feng Gongxing nodded. And there is no such precedent in my Martial Arts Academy. That's all right. Commander Zhou shook his head. Your Highness, what you said makes sense. Although our Martial Arts Academy has a lot of resources, they are not for good-for-nothings. Naturally, whoever has the bigger fist will be given priority. What do you think? The teachers naturally agreed readily. They also want to know the quality of the young people under their command. See, everyone agreed. The 2 priests, Wu and Feng, looked unhappy, but they did not object any more. Your Highness. Commander Zhou asked again. I don't know how to compete. Simple. Jiang Hong said calmly, the 10 instructors will naturally be divided into 10 groups. Their subordinates will challenge each other, and the one who wins the most games will naturally be the first. Just swipe. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to Instructor Mei. Even a blind man can see it. This is intentional targeting. Of course. Jiang Hong continued, for a competition, there must be a prize. The person who wins the most matches can choose any low-grade Xian-level martial arts technique from the armory. I will also give you a top-grade spiritual weapon as a gift. Are you satisfied? A top-grade spiritual weapon. Worth at least tens of thousands of crystals. And the lower-grade Xian-level skills are also among the best in the Great Qi dynasty. For a while. The eyes of the crowd, who were already eager to try, suddenly became hot. Your Highness. Unlike everyone else who was excited, Mei Yun had a bitter face. This is a bit unfair. I had finally managed to get 3 people together. They are all treasures. If I get injured or disabled, I will be heartbroken. Instructor Mei. Jiang Hong glanced at him. How can a cultivator be afraid? If they don't even dare to compete, why do they come to the Martial Arts Academy? It's better for them to leave as soon as possible to avoid bringing shame to our great chi. Instructor Mei was speechless for a moment. Huh. The fat man couldn't hold it anymore. He was already full of resentment, and when he saw Jiang Hong targeting him in this way, he opened fire with full force. Who is this red-haired guy? Moment. Complete silence. Red hair. Fatty. Guhan said leisurely, "Be careful with your words, he is the eldest prince, born with a fire spirit body, very powerful." Sharp. The fat man pretended to be surprised. Who said that? I don't know, maybe he said it himself. TSK, would you say you are awesome? I can't, can you? I certainly wouldn't. That. The fat man deliberately glanced at Jiang Hong. Who would go around the world shouting that they are great? At this moment, Guhan and the fat man seemed to have a tacit understanding. They looked at each other and blurted out, "Bitch." What a guts. He looked at Guhan and the fat man singing the same tune, his face full of emotion. It's been so many years since I last saw such a courageous young man. Sigh, it reminds me of my youth. Now. Everyone stared at the two with wide eyes. Them. Were you just scolding the eldest prince? Right. Just scolding. Where do they get such courage? You. Lu Tong pointed at Guhan and the fat man tremblingly. How dare you insult my cousin? Huh. The fat man is naturally a person who wants to make people angry to death. Who is this? I didn't see it clearly. Guhan shook his head. It seems, a dog, right? No wonder. The fat man suddenly understood. The dog is just taking advantage of the power of the person he controls. I was wondering why he was barking so loudly. Aside. Jiang Feng was completely stunned. And Mei Yun blinked, somewhat unresponsive. These two. Are you sure you're not here to take your life? Take it down. Lu Tong was so angry that his face turned pale. Someone. Capture them both. I want them dead. No, I want them to be unable to live or die. You bastard. Suddenly. A loud shout was heard, and a figure instantly appeared in front of the two of them. Yu Hua. He really wanted to kill Guhan and the fat man, and now that he had the chance, he naturally would not miss it. Insulting His Highness. He didn't hesitate at all and took action directly. Capital offense. Boom. While talking, he waved his hand, and an extremely powerful spiritual power instantly pressed towards the two of them. Teacher Yu. Mei Yun was horrified. Let's talk it over, don't use force. Although these two guys are a bit brave. It's still my own baby. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood in front of Guhan and the other men, blocking Yu Hua's attack. Only. His cultivation was lower than Yu Hua's, so he naturally found it a bit strenuous and retreated several steps. Mei Yun. Yu Hua's face darkened. How dare you shield them? Mei Yun secretly groaned. It's over. Something big is going to happen. Damn it. The fat man stared at Yu Hua with a bad look on his face. This is the second time. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Say less. Mei Yun almost knelt down in front of the fat man and looked at Commander Zhou and the other two for help. 3 vice presidents, please look. Insulting His Highness. Commander Zhou had a blank expression on his face. Logically speaking, he should be executed. The specific decision will be made by Your Highness. Abuse. The fat man sneered. He can deliberately target us, and we can only endure it. Can't we even curse him to vent our anger just because he is the eldest prince? What kind of bullshit is this? And the Martial Arts Academy respects the strong TSK, not necessarily. It should be based on status and background. Fatty. Guhan pretended to be displeased. What nonsense are you talking about? Ouch. The fat man cooperated perfectly. I'm sorry, Fatty. I'm a straightforward person and I accidentally told the truth. Far away. Being insulted and squeezed like this. Ordinary people can't stand it, let alone someone with such a proud personality like Jiang Hong. Commander Zhou. He looked at the two of them deeply. Take them down. Not busy, not busy. Suddenly, Wu Gongsheng, who had remained silent, spoke. In my opinion, this matter is not that serious. The two little guys have been wronged, and it is normal for them to complain a few words out of anger. Your Highness does not need to take it too seriously. Good. Feng Gongsheng nodded. In this way, it is inevitable that one will lose his composure. Jiang Hong's face turned pale in an instant. He had naturally noticed a long time ago that the two priests, Wu and Feng, were extremely disgusted with his coming to the martial arts academy. Rather than saying that they spoke out to defend Guhan and the fat men, it would be more accurate to say that they were intentionally trying to make things difficult for him. Old thing. He cursed inwardly but didn't get angry. These two have been in the martial arts academy for many years and have many supporters. If he ignores their opinions, it will be extremely disadvantageous for him to completely control the martial arts academy. Master's important matters are the most important. These two guys. I'll deal with them slowly later. Whatever. Think of this. He took a deep breath. Since the two seniors said so, I can't be too stingy. Let's forget about this matter for now. Next. He glanced at Commander Zhou. I'll leave the competition to you. Good. Since Jiang Hong did not pursue the matter, Commander Zhou naturally did not mention it again. Next, the competition officially begins. Beside Jiang Hong, Willow Warbler bit her lip. He escaped again. Guhan, how come you are so lucky and have such great fortune? Snort. See the result. Yuhua looked at the two of them unwillingly and left. Pooh. The fat man spat fiercely. I'll kill you sooner or later. Good idea. Guhan's eyes lit up. You too. Seeing how audacious the two were, Mei Yun's heart, which had just been relieved, became anxious again. He looked pitiful and said, keep a low profile, can you please? I beg you. Brother Mei. The fat man patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I am the most low-key person. Right. Guhan also looked serious. I never like to cause trouble. Aside. Jiang Feng fell into deep thought. Maybe, what Manager Li said is right. Your Highness. Returning to Jiang Hong's side, Yuhua whispered, these two. No problem. Jiang Hong said calmly, since he said that the Martial Arts Academy respects strength, then I will see how capable they are. Your Highness. At this moment. Among the students around Yuhua, a woman with an indignant look on her face stood up. I'm going to teach that fat guy a lesson. She was born in the royal capital, so she naturally admired Jiang Hong very much. Seeing him being insulted, she was almost furious. Moreover, her cultivation level is at the 3rd level of Tongqiao, and she is one of the best among more than 100 people. Naturally, she would not take an ordinary fat man seriously. Don't be reckless. Yuhua frowned deeply. The strength of these two. Fatty. Before he could finish his words, the woman had already rushed out. Get out of here. Teacher Yu, rest assured. Lu Tong, however, was not sure about the depth of Guhan and the fat man, so he smiled and consoled them. No matter how powerful these two are, how powerful can they be? Are they more powerful than my cousin? Besides, there are so many students in the martial arts academy, even if they attack one by one, they will be dragged to death. I hope so. Yuhua sighed, obviously still a little worried. Now. As the first person to go into battle, the woman became the focus of the whole audience. Although her appearance was far from being as stunning as Lu Ying's, it was still above average, and her strong body showed off her beautiful figure, so naturally she attracted a lot of enthusiastic glances. Remember. Far away. Mei Yun was holding the fat man and giving him instructions. They will definitely use round-robin battles to consume your cultivation. You must not force yourself to hold on. If you feel exhausted, just admit defeat. It is better to lose face than to get hurt. All right, all right. The fat man broke free impatiently. Is Fatty going to lose? What a joke. Speaking of. He walked straight to the woman, put his hands behind his back, and said calmly, "Little girl, you are no match for me. Besides, I am the most sympathetic to women. You should retreat quickly and let someone else come up. Otherwise, if you get hurt by me, then—" Fat pig. The woman was furious. What are you talking about? If you don't dare to fight, then kneel down and kowtow to His Highness to apologize. You. The fat man's eyes suddenly narrowed. What did you call me? The woman sneered. You are just a fat pig. Brush. The words were not finished. She only felt a flash before her eyes, and a burly figure appeared in front of her. Everyone was startled. At that moment just now, they didn't even catch the fat man's movements. Bang. The fat man stretched out his big hand, grabbed the woman's neck and lifted her up. From childhood to adulthood. He looked grim. I hate these 3 words the most. As he spoke, he raised his big hands and slapped the woman in the face left and right. Far away. That's it. The old servant had a look of disdain on his face. And you still say you don't feel inferior. Bang. Bang. There was silence in the room, but the sound of the slap could be clearly heard. Everyone looked weird. Is this what you call being gentle and considerate to women? Are you confusing the words, cruelly destroying a flower, and tenderly loving and gentle to a woman? In the strange gazes of the crowd, the fat man slapped the man dozens of times before he finally stopped. Go look in the mirror. Looking at his masterpiece, he was quite satisfied. Which of us is more like a pig? Nest, nest. The woman stammered but couldn't utter a single word. It's not that I don't want to say it. There is no way to say it. Her face was 3 times bigger than before and almost swollen like a pig's head. How could she utter a complete sentence? Catch everyone's attention. She rolled her eyes and fainted instantly. It doesn't hurt. I'm angry. Ugly. The fat man then threw her down, clapped his hands in disgust, and turned back to the stunned Mei Yun. For a while, all the women in the field touched their faces subconsciously. This fat guy. Next time you see him, stay as far away from him as possible. Even Commander Goo and his 3 vice-directors couldn't help but take a second look at the fat man. Fatty. Guhan was also dumbfounded. You are kind and gentle to women. Yes. The fat man said as if it was a matter of course. Do you think she can survive 2 slaps from me and still be alive? Amazing. Guhan gave a thumbs up. Really? Yuhua looked at the woman who was carried back with a gloomy expression. This fat guy. It's definitely not an easy task. Cousin. Lu Tong glanced at Jiang Hong. Now, what should I do? Change someone else. Jiang Hong's expression showed no emotion. His eyes turned and fell on Jiang Feng. Teach my useless brother a lesson first. As for that fat guy, I will deal with him myself later. Good. Yuhua naturally understood what he meant. He stretched out his hand and called another person over, whispering a few words to him. I see. The man nodded, looking excited, and without hesitation, he went straight down and saluted Jiang Feng from a distance. 7th Prince, please teach me. Hearing this, the 2 priests, Wu and Feng, looked at each other and frowned. It's just blatant bullying. Good. When Jiang Feng rejected Jiang Hong before, he had already prepared himself to be targeted by him. Now seeing the men challenging him, he was not surprised. He took a deep breath and was about to step forward. Your Highness. Mei Yun is in a hurry. Or, admit defeat. Your strength. The person opposite is at the 4th level of Tongqiao realm. Although Jiang Feng has an extremely cold body and is assisted by a heavenly level technique, his training time is too short and he has only reached the 2nd level of Kai Mai. The gap in strength. At a glance. Never mind. Jiang Feng was silent for a moment and shook his head. If Big Brother wants to deal with me, he has many ways to do it. Even if I escape this time, I can't escape the next time. Etc. Guhan suddenly stopped him. Don't go, I'll go. Brother Goo. Jiang Feng felt helpless. He doesn't dare to hurt me. Hee hee. The fat man sneered. He doesn't dare to hurt you. It might bring shame on you. Very shameful. TSK, this red-haired guy is very sinister. So. Guhan's eyes narrowed. This was a sign of his anger. I'll play with him. Don't be reckless. Mei Yun was shocked when he heard this. You just said that you don't like to cause trouble. Yes. Guhan remained noncommittal. But now, he is the one who provokes me. While talking, he rose up and landed in front of the men in an instant. Who are you? The men felt slightly displeased. I'm clearly challenging His Majesty the Seventh Prince, you. Brush. A bright light flashed by. A tattered long sword was pointed at his forehead. The man was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't even see clearly how the man in front of him drew his sword. You are useless. Guhan had no expression on his face. Send someone who can fight. You. The faint tingling sensation between his eyebrows made the men terrified. What on earth are you? Same words. Guhan moved his sword slightly forward. In an instant, a trickle of blood flowed down. I don't want to repeat it a second time. I give up. The man's face turned pale. He quickly said that he gave up and retreated back to Instructor Yu. Facing Guhan, he simply couldn't muster the courage to fight. Between the fields. Silence again. Anyone who can come to the martial arts academy is naturally not a fool, let alone stupid. They could see that Guhan's sword was very fast, so fast that they couldn't catch it at all, and Guhan's strength was also very strong, so strong that they had no confidence of defeating him at all. Now. The instructors looked at Mei Yun with something strange in their eyes. This unlucky guy has found a treasure. And there are two of them. Mei Yun was both happy and worried. The good news is that these two precious babies are actually two treasures. What worries me is that within 3 days, these two fearless guys will poke a hole in the sky of the martial arts academy. This sword. The fat man stared at the sword in Guhan's hand, thoughtfully. Interesting. Good. Mei Yun deeply agreed with this. Such a broken sword actually has such great power in his hands. If he is given a divine weapon, his strength will definitely reach a new level. The fat man rolled his eyes. It would be fine if the name wasn't nice, but the strength is weak, and not only is it weak, but the vision is also terrible. How? In the field. Guhan glanced at the crowd. No one who can fight. No one answered. Far away. Jiang Hong and his group looked terribly gloomy, and Lu Ying's pretty face turned slightly pale as she looked at Guhan, who had overwhelmed a group of elites. That once. No. Guhan is now far more powerful and unpredictable than before. I'll go. Beside Han Fu. A young man looked unhappy. He's too arrogant. Among the students in the martial arts academy, he had the highest level of cultivation, reaching the 7th level of Tongqiao, so Han Fu took a liking to him at first sight and kept him by his side. No need to go. Han Fu, who had been quite optimistic about him, shook his head at this moment. You are no match for him. What? The young man was shocked. Is he really that powerful? Good. A hint of regret flashed across Han Fu's eyes. This boy is a very capable person. I was wrong about him before. Then I want to try it too. The young man did not give up. When practicing, you must never be afraid. Even if I lose the battle with him, I have nothing to say. Good. Han Fu looked at him again. It's great that you have the courage. Be careful later. Yes. The young man saluted, leaped, and instantly stood in front of Guhan. He Zhong, please give me some advice. Kindness. Everyone instantly perked up. Apart from the eldest prince, Hezhong is the one with the highest cultivation among them. If he cannot defeat Guhan, then no one can be Guhan's opponent. You. Guhan frowned slightly. You're not the one I'm looking for, and you're not my opponent. Arrogant. Hezhong shouted angrily, and with a flick of his hand, he instantly took out a steel knife 4 feet away. With the surge of spiritual power in his body, the blade was covered with a layer of khaki light, and he chopped directly towards Guhan. Why bother? Guhan shook his head and raised his sword to meet the enemy. In a flash, the swords separate as soon as they touch. The two figures crossed each other in an instant. Hezhong held the knife in the same position as before. He glanced at the 3-inch wound on his chest with a dim look in his eyes. Lose. You're pretty good. Guhan had no grudge against him, so naturally he wouldn't say anything bad to him. Instead, he gave a very fair evaluation. But I'm stronger. It's just that it's okay. Hezhong's eyes were dim. He bowed to Guhan and returned to Han Fu. How? Han Fu asked. Terribly strong. He can be said to be invincible in the same realm. He spared you. I know. Hezhong smiled bitterly. He is a respectable man. Oops. In the distance, the fat man was stroking his double chin with a look of regret on his face. If I had known this would be such a glamorous thing, Fatty would have gone there by himself. Mei Yun was in tears. Fat Grandpa. Please stop for a moment. Don't do anything weird to me again. Now. Seeing Hezhong defeated, the fantasy in everyone's heart was instantly shattered. This person. Too strong. Is there anyone among the younger generation who can rival him? Subconsciously, everyone turned their eyes to Jiang Hong. Perhaps, only the pride of Da Qi, the eldest prince who was born with a fire spirit body, could curb his arrogance. You. Not far away. Lu Tong suddenly looked at someone and said, Go. Wear him down. I don't believe that no matter how powerful he is, he will eventually run out of energy. This person is one of the students selected by Yu Hua, and his cultivation has reached the 4th level of Tongqiao. The man was a little hesitant, but when he saw Lu Tong's vicious look, he gritted his teeth. Yes. No. Who would have thought? Guhan, however, directly targeted Lu Tong. My time is precious, and I don't want to waste it on useless people. How about this, come over here, and let's have a fight. Lu Tong's face turned red. In terms of true strength, he is not even as good as the woman who fought before, so how could he dare to fight against Guhan? How? Guhan raised his eyebrows. Are you scared? It seems that you are also useless. Lu Tong was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to die. It seemed as if he had returned to the day when he knelt down to Guhan. Total loss of face. Life is worse than death. Good. Seeing so many people looking at me, I couldn't bring myself to say the words of surrender. I give up the defeat. It was Jiang Hong who spoke. Cousin, I give up. Jiang Hong said calmly, you have no chance of winning against him, and he will definitely not let you go easily. He could see that. Everything Guhan did was to vent Jiang Feng's anger. If Lu Tong faced him, it would definitely not be a simple failure. I give up. Lu Tong seemed to have used up all his strength to say this. He understands. Starting today, he lost all his dignity and face. Useless. Guhan didn't even look at him, but instead met Jiang Hong's gaze and suddenly laughed. How about you come? You want to fight me? Why, you don't dare. Good. Jiang Hong stepped out, his red hair fluttering in the wind, and wisps of faint mist-like spiritual power lingering around him. Moment. The temperature in the field rises rapidly. Hiss. He actually dared to fight the eldest prince. The eldest prince was chosen by the clan as a disciple. No one in the younger generation of Da Qi can rival him. This kid is too crazy. You tell me. One person stared at the fiery red spiritual power surrounding Jiang Hong. What is the current level of cultivation of the eldest prince? I can't see through it. Nonsense, if you can see through it, wouldn't you be more powerful than the eldest prince? Even though he knew that Guhan was very powerful, even though he knew that He Zhong, who was at the 7th level of Tongqiao, was defeated by him. But still no one is optimistic about him. He was born with a body of fire spirit, and there is only one such person in the whole Qi. Who can compare to him? Brother Goo. Even Jiang Feng was a little worried. Don't worry. The fat man glanced at him and said nonchalantly, if he can't even deal with this red-haired guy, he might as well just die. Now. Commander Zhou and the other two were all thinking their own thoughts. They remained silent, but their eyes never left the two of them. In the field. Guhan's challenge. This was exactly what Jiang Hong wanted. Even for him, the stronger Guhan is, the better. In this way, by defeating Guhan, he will be able to take advantage of the situation to leave an impression of invincibility in everyone's mind, which will naturally be of great help to his control of the martial academy. I won't hold back. He stared at Guhan coldly. Life and death are your own responsibility. So much nonsense. Guhan swung his sword and pointed it at him from a distance. Come, let me see how good you are as the number 1 genius of Qi. As you wish. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the fiery red spiritual energy around Jiang Hong suddenly became several times denser. The temperature between the fields. It instantly rose to a level that ordinary people couldn't bear. With full force. Jiang Hong's cultivation level was also clearly perceived by everyone. The 9th level of enlightenment. Die. Brush. When the battle started, Jiang Hong didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand and instantly took out a dark red spear. He stepped forward and stabbed towards Guhan with the spear. Now. However, it was the first time that Guhan witnessed the wonders of his special physique. The magical power that came from his blood almost doubled Jiang Hong's strength. The two sides were still 10 feet apart. But under the scorching heat, Guhan's hair had already curled up slightly. Fire spirit body. He no longer hid his own cultivation, and his spiritual power exploded instantly. It's the fire spirit body that's being attacked. Boom. In an instant. A powerful aura that was no less powerful than Jiang Hong rose from Guhan. The spiritual energy all over the body is clear and transparent, with a sharp meaning. Next moment. The two figures collided with each other in an instant, causing an invisible air wave. Those who were close to them were forced to retreat in an instant. Center of the battlefield. The two colors of spiritual power collided with each other continuously, as if both wanted to completely suppress the other. At the same time. Outside the martial arts academy. Although the onlookers could not see the scene in the courtyard, the loud noise was clearly heard by them. Why is there such a big noise? Could it be that the students are learning from each other? Bullshit. Which student is so powerful? It must be the teachers who took action. Everyone was talking about it, wishing they could rush in and find out what was going on. Only. Seeing the 2 rows of expressionless guards at the door, they could only suppress the impulse in their hearts. Get out of the way. Suddenly there was an angry shout from the distance. A figure with extremely fast figures rushed into the crowd, dispersed them instantly, and came directly to the gate of the martial arts academy. Stop. The guard went straight forward to intercept. Martial academy is a restricted area, no trespassing is allowed. Get lost. The man looked a little anxious. He waved his hand and an unparalleled force of energy instantly spread out, knocking the guard to the ground. Those who dare to stop the Morong family are tired of living. The words haven't finished yet. He broke into the martial arts academy in an instant. Boom. 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 Inside the martial arts academy. The collision of Guhan and Jiang Hong's spiritual power became stronger and stronger. Just the obvious. Even with the bonus of the fire spirit body, Jiang Hong's spiritual power still gradually fell into a disadvantage. Impossible. Everyone was shocked. With the bonus of the fire spirit body, Jiang Hong's aura and spiritual power are almost comparable to the 5th or 6th level of Zhu Yuan. How could such spiritual power be inferior to that of the opponent? Something's wrong. Wu Gongfeng obviously also realized that something was wrong. He is clearly only at the 2nd level of Tongqiao realm. How can his spiritual power be so strong? Good. Feng Gongfeng seemed to have noticed something. This kid is just an ordinary person. It is impossible for such a strong spiritual power to appear in him. Unless... Commander Zhou did not continue speaking. But the three of them obviously had the answer in their hearts. Hee. Far away. In the corner, the old servant looked at Guhan's figure in the field, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper. Extreme realm. The young are to be feared. I never thought. Seeing Guhan's powerful strength, the fat man suddenly realized. This bastard actually reached the ultimate state. No wonder he can compete with me, the fat man now. TSK, in such a remote place, he can still achieve such an achievement. He is considered a talent. Fat, brother. Jiang Feng pretended not to hear the fat man scolding Guhan and was a little curious. May I ask, what is the ultimate state? Yes. Aside. Mei Yun also had a look of curiosity. What is the extreme? Hee. The fat man stood with his hands behind his back, looking majestic and unyielding. This ultimate state is not really a big secret. Of course, you two have average vision and limited knowledge, so it's normal for you not to know about it. Listen carefully, the so-called ultimate state. Finally. He didn't forget to say a few insults to Guhan. Looking at the strength of his spiritual power, he has obviously reached the pinnacle of the Qi condensation stage. However, he can only show off his power in this small place. Of course, it is more than enough to deal with that half-baked fire spirit body. An explanation. Hearing this, the two of them were very excited. I didn't expect that. Mei Yun smiled bitterly. It's just the peak of the Qi condensation stage, but it's already so dangerous. What's going on after that? This isn't right. Half the story. He suddenly reacted and stared at the fat man suspiciously. I just saw your jade token. You must be Hijing from Fandingcheng, right? How? He really wanted to say it. Are you the teacher or am I the teacher? How do you know more than me? No need to make a fuss. The fat guy made it up. I have an ancient book at home that records many strange stories. I read it from it. Fat brother. Jiang Feng became interested. Can you lend it to me for a look? No more. The fat man spread his hands. I was bored a few years ago, so I started a fire. Jiang Feng. Now. The battle in the field has reached a fever pitch. Boom. Boom. The collision of spiritual power continued. In front of the violent spiritual power, the hard bluestone ground seemed to be made of paper and shattered in an instant. The figures of the two had long been covered by the endless smoke and dust. Except for the three teachers Zhou, no one else could see clearly. I didn't expect. In the smoke. You actually have this kind of strength. It seems. Guhan's tone was slightly mocking. Your fire spirit body is useless. Now. He unleashed all of his cultivation, forcing Jiang Hong's fiery red spiritual power to retreat step by step, leaving him with almost no power to resist. Only. Under the terrible heat, he also had many burns on his body. Snort. Only at this point did Jiang Hong realize how powerful Guhan was, and his level of attention to him increased by several levels. Useless. You won't say that later. Roar. The words fell. A roar filled with rage suddenly came out from his body. Along with the roar, Jiang Hong's fiery red spiritual power seemed to have undergone a change, as if it had life, and instantly climbed towards the spear in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a creature that was half a meter long and had a somewhat blurry shape appeared in front of Guhan. That is. A fire dragon. Die. With the bonus of the fire dragon's power, Jiang Hong's momentum suddenly soared. He turned his spear and directly broke through the suppression of Guhan's spiritual power. On the tip of the spear, the fire dragon's eyes were red, and the strong burning intent almost flowed out. It opened its mouth wide and bit towards Guhan's throat. What on earth is this roar? Why do I feel the temperature is getting higher? This is His Highness's trump card. One person seemed to know something about the inside story, and his eyes were full of excitement. Your Highness was born with a body of fire spirit. The senior from the upper sect specially found a top-grade Xian-level technique for him, called the Fire Dragon Technique. I never thought I would be lucky enough to see it with my own eyes today. Fire Dragon Technique. Wow, look at this momentum, who can resist it? Everyone was talking non-stop, their eyes fixed straight ahead. The eldest prince has revealed all his cards. This person will definitely fail. What to do? Another place. Wu Gongxing obviously felt Jiang Hong's murderous intention and was a little worried. This little guy has reached the ultimate state of cultivation. He is also a rare genius. With him, in this battle between the 10 martial arts academies, we in Dachi will have a lot more opportunities. Such a talent must not be allowed to get into trouble. Well said. Feng Gongfeng also had a desire to find talent. If he loses later, we'll save his life. What is this? The words were not finished. His face changed drastically. He had already concentrated his spiritual thoughts, so he could naturally capture the sharp aura that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This. It seems to be sword energy. Broken. Commander Zhou's normally calm face suddenly showed a ripple. Your Highness is in danger. As he spoke, he had already flashed away. Roar. The fire dragon roared again, only a few feet away from Guhan. In an instant, Guhan's hair and clothes spontaneously caught fire. It's all fancy. But he didn't care at all. He used all his strength to activate his cultivation and instantly immersed himself in the sword. It's still useless. Brush. The words fell. He swung his sword and chopped down at the fire dragon. 5 bright lights suddenly flashed. Dian sword energy. Puff. The sword energy intertwined and intertwined, how sharp. In just a moment, the majestic fire dragon was dispersed and flew towards Jiang Hong's eyebrows. Impossible. Jiang Hong's face turned pale, he couldn't believe it. At the same time, a sense of death crisis suddenly surged into my heart. Want. Dead? At the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, stretched out his big hand, took the light directly in his hand, and squeezed it hard. That's enough. A majestic voice reached everyone's ears. The competition ends here. It's Commander Zhou. He swept his sleeves, and the smoke and dust in the sky all dissipated. Guhan and Jiang Feng appeared in front of everyone again. It's over. Everyone was confused. So, who wins? Nonsense, can't you use your eyes? That guy's hair and clothes were on fire. He's in such a mess, how can he win? That's right. Your Highness is so strong, how could he lose? Listen to everyone's discussion. Jiang Feng was very worried and ran over quickly. Brother Goo, are you okay? Don't worry about it. The fat man walked over leisurely. You should ask that red-haired guy if he's okay. He still has the body of a fire spirit. A genius of his generation. That's it. Speaking of. He glanced at Guhan again. If I, Fatty, had done it myself, I wouldn't have gotten into such a mess. Fatty. Guhan shook the sword in his hand. Do you have time to show me how to do it? Ahem. The fat man's expression changed slightly. Your sword is quite good. Let me take a look at it. Get lost. Guhan ignored him and looked at Jiang Hong, who was looking confused. Are you convinced? With a click. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Could it be that the result of this competition is not what I imagined? That's enough. Commander Goo frowned slightly. This matter ends here. From now on, there is no need to compete again. No more competition. Guhan was not surprised either. Then the promised reward. Someone will take you to the armory to choose later. Good. Guhan laughed. Although he looked down upon the lower-grade Xian-level martial arts, he could certainly get a lot of yuan crystals in exchange if he sold it. That's right. He seemed to have thought of something. That top-grade spiritual weapon you promised, you won't default on it, right? He understood that he would not have the chance to kill Jiang Hong in public, and he did not worry about Commander Goo taking action. Of course. For the benefits you deserve. He still cares a lot. Won't. Jiang Hong opened his mouth with difficulty and forced out 2 words. Finished. See this situation. Everyone knew that the invincible crown prince in their minds had lost. Such a clean loss. Such a clean loss. It even required Commander Goo to take action personally to save his last bit of face. For a while, everyone was dejected, with mixed feelings. It seemed that Guhan's sword strike not only defeated Jiang Hong, but also destroyed the faith in their hearts. Cousin. Far away. Lu Tong muttered to himself with a look of disbelief on his face. Sister, didn't you say that he didn't have any background? Why did my cousin lose to him? The willow warbler remained silent. As for the bitterness in her heart, only she herself can understand it. This child. Don't let it stay. Aside. Yu Hua had a blank expression on his face, but he couldn't conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. All right. Seeing that everyone's morale was low, Commander Goo frowned. This matter, huh? Who is so bold as to trespass into my martial arts academy? Half the story. His face turned cold and he suddenly looked into the distance. The next moment, a very fast force came from far away and appeared in front of everyone. Who are you? Commander Goo was about to shout, it's so big. Shopkeeper Murong asked me to come. A sentence. He blocked Commander Zhou's next words. What about money? When he saw the person coming, Guhan's heart skipped a beat. Why are you here? Little brother. Qian Lu looked anxious. That silly girl, something happened. What? Guhan, who was always calm in the face of any difficulties, suddenly had a changed expression and even his voice began to tremble. Forget it. I'll go back and take a look. The words haven't finished yet. The others had already run a long way away. Seeing this, Qian Lu also followed directly, but he was too lazy to even look at the other people in the field. Tsk tisk. The fat man curled his lips. Who is this person? He speaks so arrogantly. Be careful with your words. Mei Yun was startled and quickly grabbed him and explained in a low voice. Murong family. The fat man was even more disdainful. When it comes to background, Fatty is not afraid of anyone. Aside. Jiang Feng, however, frowned. What happened to that silly girl? Your Highness. Commander Goo looked at Jiang Hong who seemed dazed. You. I'm going to find Uncle Du. Jiang Hong suddenly spoke, a look of deep unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Du. The commander was stunned for a moment. A few days ago, Master Uncle secretly rushed to the capital. What? Elder Du came to the capital. Why? The capital is just a small place to him. This is arranged by the master. Jiang Hong shook his head. It's inconvenient to tell you the details. After I leave the martial academy, I will ask him for the elixir and try my best to break through the Juyuan realm. The martial academy trial in half a month. I want to personally avenge this humiliation. Lost to Guhan. He had lost most of his reputation and self-esteem, and it was now much more difficult for him to control the martial arts academy. The only solution. Only by competing with Guhan again in front of everyone, defeating him head-on, or even killing him, can he regain the face he lost today. Commander Goo hesitated to speak. At this moment, no one noticed that his palm, which had received Guhan's sword energy, had already turned into a bloody mess. He is the only one who knows best how strong Guhan, who has reached the pinnacle, really is. He. Not optimistic about Jiang Hong. Far away. See Jiang Hong, who was devastated. The two priests, Wu and Feng, looked at each other and were overjoyed. Defeat the great prince. Possess the extreme. His sword skills are even better. Such talents are not only Mei Yun's treasures, but also the treasures of the Wu Yuan. This boy has a bright future. That's right. It's a blessing for our martial arts academy to have him here. Haha, maybe, he has a chance to fight against that monster from Dachu. Yes, there is a great chance. But, isn't it a bit hasty to put him with Mei Yun? Speaking of this, the two of them felt a pang in their hearts, and suddenly they had the idea of violating the rules of the martial arts academy and snatching Guhan from Mei Yun. After all, this Jinx's reputation is too loud. If he kills such a rare genius, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Now. At the corner of the martial arts academy. Hee. Finished watching the excitement. The old servant picked up the broom again and continued to sweep the fallen leaves on the ground. Little guy, that's interesting. What a pity, you are not the one I need. Room number 1. Murong Chuan looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back, lost in thought. Strange. So weird. At this moment. The restriction outside fluctuated for a moment, but Guhan, who was on his way without stopping, finally returned. Ah, silly. See the scene in front of you. His heart immediately sank. Something happened. On the soft couch. Asha was sleeping soundly, but judging from her trembling eyelashes, there was obviously something wrong with her at the moment. Little brother. Seeing Guhan returning, Murong Chuan sighed. There's something wrong with this little girl. Her soul power seems. This is a soul-deficient disease. Guhan helped Asha up, took out the last pill, and carefully put it into her mouth. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he saw the pain on her face ease. You need to replenish your soul power from time to time. Kindness. When he saw the golden pill, Murong Chuan's pupils shrank and he rarely lost his composure. This medicine. This was made by the ghost doctor himself. Guhan didn't hide it from him either. It was given by Senior Shui that day. Shui Mao. Murong Chuan was stunned. You know him. Is this Senior Shui's name? Yes, I have met him several times. This medicine. Murong Chuan's expression looked a little strange. I think I know how it came about. Senior knows. Then. Murong Chuan said with emotion, when the ancestor was out, he accidentally fell into a desperate situation. He escaped after a narrow escape. He also brought back a strange elixir from there. The greatest function of that elixir is to replenish the soul of the cultivator. The ancestor regarded it as a treasure and secretly stored it in the clan treasury. He never let anyone take a look at it, but... Ghost Doctor. Guhan's heart moved. Did he get this elixir? Good. Murong Chuan smiled bitterly. The elixir in my hand, I think, was made by the ghost doctor using that magical herb. But... Guhan was a little confused. Didn't Senior Murong treat him as his treasure? Why would he give him to the ghost doctor? Of course I'm not willing to do that. Murong Chuan said helplessly, but the ghost doctor threatened me with the token. No matter how distressed I was unwilling to break my promise, so I had to give him the elixir. What? Guhan was stunned. Token. Yes, the one in the ghost doctor's hand is the 8th token. Speaking of which, after that incident, the ancestor suffered a great loss and never gave out any tokens again. The one in your hand is purely an accident. Guhan remained silent. Things in the world are so coincidental. Listen to what the ancestor said. Murong Chuan glanced at him. That spiritual medicine is rare in the world, and the pill made from it is even more effective. Look at the magic of this pill. If someone in the divine realm takes one, he will be able to break through several small realms in a row, saving countless years of hard work. The value of this pill can no longer be simply measured in yuan jing. I didn't expect that he would be willing to give you such a precious pill. It seems that Shui Mao has a special relationship with you. Until now. Only then did Guhan truly understand how much Dr. Shui's kindness meant to him. Senior. Burying this gratitude deep in his heart, he turned and asked, I wonder if the Murong family still has such a magical medicine. No more. Murong Chuan shook his head. Spiritual medicine that can nourish the soul is already rare and hard to find. If it weren't for chance, how could an ordinary person easily come across it? Guhan still didn't give up. Then do you know, Senior, that there is a way to temporarily seal a person's soul and prevent the loss of soul power? Seal. Murong Chuan was stunned. Can the soul be sealed? This is really unheard of. Not to mention me, even my ancestor may not understand it. Even though I vaguely guessed the result. But Guhan was still a little disappointed. He had roughly deduced that although the ghost doctor's elixir could stabilize Asha's soul, its effectiveness would only last for 3 months at most. Now, the last pill is gone. 3 months later. Her life is in danger. Could it be? He glanced at the sleeping Asha and felt heartbroken. Is there no other way? Perhaps. Murong Chuan seemed to have thought of something and hesitated for a moment. There is another way, we can try it. What can we do? Guhan seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. A few days ago. Murong Chuan said slowly, the monsters in the savage forest were rioting, and the pavilion master of Jubao Pavilion took advantage of the monsters' movement to find a luoyo fruit in the lair of a 7th-level monster. Falling ghost fruit. Guhan naturally understood. Murong Chuan would not bring up this matter for no reason. Could it be? Good. Murong Chuan nodded. This luoyo fruit naturally has the effect of benefiting the soul. Although it is far inferior to the one that the ancestor brought back that year, it is also a rare and precious elixir. It can play a role on this little girl. That guy is really lucky. Senior. Guhan naturally heard the deeper meaning in his words. You and him. He. Murong sneered. I don't have any major grudges against him, we just don't like each other. This pavilion master is not a decent person. Even so. Guhan was silent for a moment. I still have to go. Do you need me to come forward? No need, Senior. Guhan shook his head. I will figure out a way to deal with this myself. He knew very well that there was a rift between Murong Chuan and the pavilion master. If he were to step in, besides making things difficult for him, other unexpected events would inevitably arise. Yourself. Murong Chuan raised his eyebrows. The value of the luoyo fruit is extremely high. I see. Whatever. Guhan seemed prepared. Murong Chuan didn't say any more, and finally said, be prepared, if you want to get the luoyo fruit from him, the price you pay may be far beyond your imagination. Guhan glanced at Asha with a gentle expression. I'll pay any price. After saying that, he bowed to Murong Chuan and left in a hurry without any delay. If he went too late and the spiritual fruit fell into someone else's hands, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Go check it out. See Guhan leave. Murong Chuan's eyes flashed and he suddenly gave an order. What on earth happened in the martial arts academy today? Yes. Someone responded secretly. Guhan was in a mess, and Murong Chuan naturally saw it. It seems. He looked into the distance, and sighed, the day when I take action is not far away. Old monster, after decades, I wonder how much strength you have left. What? The 7th Prince's mansion. Manager Li nearly jumped up, shocking the few maids in the mansion. Your Highness. You are not kidding, are you? Butler Li. Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. When did I ever joke with you? It's over. Manager Li's face turned pale and he sat down on the chair. It's over, it's over. Princess. Speaking of. He burst into tears. This old slave, can't even protect your only child. I am such a waste, I said. Beside Jiang Feng. The fat man had a weird look on his face. Isn't your prince fine? Not even a hair is missing. Why are you crying? You know nothing. Manager Li glared at him fiercely. You have no idea how powerful that unlucky Mei Yun is. If my prince follows him, it's over. Your Highness, I will go to the martial arts academy right now. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will find you a new instructor. It's useless. Jiang Feng sighed. With my elder brother here, I am destined to choose Mei as my instructor. A trace of despair flashed in Li Zongguan's eyes, and he said sternly, he has already, do we still have to kill him? Butler Li. Jiang Feng was stunned. What do you mean? Nothing. Li Zongguan knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he quickly made amends. What I meant is that the eldest prince has gone too far. You don't know him yet. Jiang Feng shook his head. If I hadn't been suffering from a terminal illness, I would have been driven to the border by him like my other brothers. How could I have had the chance to stay in the capital? Your Highness. Manager Li hesitated to speak. I've told you to keep your distance from him. Why didn't you listen? Butler Li. Jiang Feng's face darkened. If that's the case, don't say it again. Brother Goo has done me a great favor. If I draw a line between myself and him, wouldn't I be worse than an animal? Besides, even if there's no Brother Goo, my eldest brother may not tolerate me. Tisk. The fat man looked emotional. It seems that the red-haired guy is really a piece of shit. He even wants to harm his own brother. If this kind of person were in Fatty's family, he would have been slapped to death long ago. Looking at the outgoing fat man who followed Jiang Feng back, Manager Li was full of contempt. No knowledge. How can your small family compare with the royal family? Butler Li. As if he felt his words were a bit harsh, Jiang Feng softened his tone. I know what you mean, but now that it's done, we can only accept it. As for Instructor Mei, well, let's leave it to fate. It took a long time. The fat man was a little confused. You seem to be very afraid of Mei Yun. He is an ordinary man, timid and cowardly. Apart from his unlucky name, there is nothing special about him, right? Fat, Brother Hizhang, you don't know something. Jiang Feng sighed. The story of Mei Yun was told again. What? After hearing this, the fat man jumped up. It's over. The next moment, his face turned pale, just like Manager Li just now. It's over. I, Fatty, am doomed to fail. It seems like he is intentionally comparing himself with others. Jubao Pavilion is even more magnificent than the Murong family's inn, and has 5 floors. In the lobby on the first floor, it is extremely lively. The constant coming and going of monks of all kinds also highlights the booming business of Jubao Pavilion. Before coming, Guhan had already found time to change his clothes, otherwise, given his previous miserable appearance, he might have encountered trouble again. Now, except for the luoyo fruit, he didn't want anything unexpected to happen. This guest, seeing Guhan coming in, a middle-aged man came up to greet them warmly. My name is Fan Chi, and I am the manager of Jubao Pavilion. If you have any needs, please feel free to tell me. Whether it is magic weapons, elixirs, or some rare treasures that even a king can hardly see, my Jubao Pavilion has everything. Guhan glanced at him. The cultivation of Tongqiao realm. It seems that, although the Jubao Pavilion also has the power of the Yiqing sect behind it, it is obviously weaker than the Murong family. I'm looking for Chen Ping. Shaked his head. Guhan turned a blind eye to his enthusiasm. I heard that he is also the manager here. Chen Ping. Seeing that the business was gone, Fan Chi's politeness disappeared in an instant and he pointed lazily towards the corner. Well, go by yourself. By the way, Chen Ping is no longer the manager. I looked in the direction he pointed. Guhan's brows frowned instantly. In the corner, Chen Ping had a dejected look on his face, and in front of him were piles of strangely shaped stones, some the size of a fist, some more than a person's height. Only. Most of the people in the pavilion come here for elixirs and magical weapons. For those strange stones. But he didn't even look at it. Brother Goo. Chen Ping was naturally surprised to see Guhan. You're here. As he spoke, he hurriedly stood up from the pile of stones, came to Guhan excitedly, and asked enthusiastically, "When did you arrive in the capital? Where is that little girl? Why didn't she come with you? How was your trip to the martial arts academy today? Which instructor did you choose?" A series of greetings. Guhan felt warm in his heart. Brother Chen. He pointed to the stone pestle beside him. What is this? I just heard him say that you are no longer the manager. This. Chen Ping smiled bitterly. Alas, it's really hard to put it into words. I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself, little brother. How? Guhan was a little surprised. Didn't you bring back Senior Shue's elixir? Logically, you should be rewarded. Why were you stripped of your position as manager and are left guarding a pile of broken stones? Little brother. Chen Ping was startled and whispered, "Be careful with your words. Don't mention the name of Dr. Shui in Jubao Pavilion now." Why? Guhan frowned even more. Come with me. Chen Ping pulled Guhan and came to the corner. He looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one noticed them. This matter started 3 days ago. Turn out to be. Chen Ping returned to Jubao Pavilion that day and brought back Dr. Shue's elixir. Naturally, it was a great achievement and he received many rewards. He was even promoted to the position of head, and he was the talk of the town for a while. But the good times didn't last long. 3 days ago. A person with a mysterious identity suddenly came to Jubao Pavilion. When he learned that it was Chen Ping who purchased the elixir from Dr. Shui, he removed Chen Ping from his position without saying a word and demoted him to an ordinary errand boy. Mysterious man. Guhan's heart shuddered. This person seems to be very hostile to Dr. Shui. Could he be his enemy? Can. Why have I never heard Manager Li and the others mention it? Little brother. Chen Ping sighed. It's my bad luck to encounter this kind of thing, but I'm a little sorry for you. I promised you to raise the price of those things by 20%, but now it seems. I'm afraid I can't fulfill it. No problem. Naturally, Guhan would not argue with him over such a trivial matter. I didn't come here to buy materials this time. And you? Falling ghost fruit. What? Chen Ping was startled and subconsciously glanced at Fan Qi in the distance. When the pavilion master got this thing, he didn't make it public. I only found out about it after I was promoted to the position of chief. How did you know about it, little brother? Don't ask, bro. Guhan shook his head. This thing is very useful to me. I need to buy it. Do you have any idea? This. Chen Ping hesitated for a moment. I'll take you there. Speaking of. He took Guhan and went directly to the 3rd floor. Compare the 1st floor lobby. The items sold here are of much higher value, so it seems a bit deserted and very few people come here. Master Wei arrived in front of a quiet room. Chen Ping said respectfully, I have something to ask you. Chen Ping. In the quiet room, a dissatisfied voice was heard. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that you don't need to come see me until you've sold all those black stones? Master. Chen Ping glanced at Guhan and gritted his teeth. I have a friend who wants to buy Luoyo fruit. What? An exclamation. The next moment, the door of the quiet room opened instantly, and a tall, thin man with a gloomy face appeared in front of the two. Chen Ping. He didn't even look at Guhan, but stared at Chen Ping with a cold look. You are so brave. The pavilion master has repeatedly instructed us not to reveal any information about this thing, and you. It has nothing to do with him. Guhan pulled Chen Ping aside. I learned it from somewhere else. Oh. Manager Wei glanced at Guhan and suddenly sneered. I don't care where you got this information from, just go back quickly, I won't sell this thing. Guhan didn't move. How? Wei Zhushir's face turned cold. Didn't you hear what I said? Although my Jubao Pavilion is a place for business, and we believe that harmony brings wealth, if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. While talking, the cultivation level of the third level of Ju Yuan was fully displayed. Only. Naturally, this level of cultivation would have no effect on Guhan at all. Little brother. Chen Ping ran over quickly. Why don't we take a long-term view on this matter? Make an offer. Guhan spoke again, showing no intention of leaving at all. What? Manager Wei narrowed his eyes. I say, make an offer. Guhan met his eyes and said seriously, I have a use for this thing. Just give me an offer. Pills, crystals, magic weapons. As long as you can name it, I will find it for you no matter what. This concerns Asha's life. He is determined to get this Luoyo fruit. You. Seeing Guhan so serious. Instead, Wei Zhushir was a little hesitant. Really want to buy it? Of course I'll buy it. Wait. After hesitating for a while, he didn't say no. Guhan's sincerity is so great. It was enough that even as the person in charge, he could not make a decision on his own. After saying this coldly, he turned and left. Little brother. Chen Ping sighed. You shouldn't say that. You don't know that this Wei boss has. Oh. You're going to suffer a great loss. Thanks for the reminder, brother. Guhan understood. He spoke directly, which naturally gave Jubao Pavilion the opportunity to raise the price. Only. If he hadn't said that, he would have been kicked out and would have had no chance of buying the Luoyo fruit. The 5th floor of Jubao Pavilion. Looking down from here, you can almost see half of the inner city. It is naturally a great place for viewing. Only. Since the establishment of Jubao Pavilion, this floor has never been open to the public, but has become a place for Pavilion Master Tianheng to meet guests. Now. He stood next to an old man in a black robe, quite respectful. Mr. Du, are you satisfied with this thing? Good. The driver was an old man. He is also the uncle master that Jiang Hong mentioned. Duting from Yuqing sect. He was skinny and small, wearing a black robe, and there was a faint flash of green light between his eyes. This Luoyo fruit is extremely hard to find. I didn't expect you to be able to snatch it away when the monster was rioting. You are quite smart. I will remember this achievement for you first. I will reward you when you accomplish your great task. In front of him, there was a fruit in a beautifully shaped wooden box. The fruit had a strange shape, with a ghost face on it, and was surrounded by black mist, which looked quite creepy. Thank you, Mr. Du. Tianheng bowed quickly. I will definitely do my best to complete your instructions, but now that you have appeared in Jubao Pavilion, I am afraid, it won't be long before Murong Chuan will guess the secret of my Jubao Pavilion. On the surface, the backer of Jubao Pavilion is an elder in Yuqing sect. But in fact, Duting's senior brother, who is also Jiang Hong's master, is the real controller of Jubao Pavilion. No problem. Duting sneered twice. If he wants to know, then let him know. With my nephew in charge of the Martial Academy and me in charge of the Treasure Pavilion, the Great Qi dynasty will only obey my brother from now on. Murong Chuan alone can't cause any trouble. Mr. Du is right. Tianheng smiled and said, with the eldest prince's talent and status, it will be easy for him to control the Martial Arts Academy. Today is the opening day of the Martial Arts Academy, I'm sure he will give everyone a surprise. Good. Duting laughed strangely twice. My senior brother's vision in recruiting disciples is really good. My nephew is a rare talent. By the way, he seemed to have thought of something. What's the situation with those 3 shops? Don't worry, Mr. Du. Tianheng hurriedly said, they killed my Jubao Pavilion's manager on the way, which was already in the wrong. In addition, with your reputation, Mr. Du, they naturally agreed to merge into my Jubao Pavilion. Good. Duting nodded. Next, speed up the pace. And that steward, find a chance to deal with him. With me here, why would you need Shui Mao's elixir? Yes. Haha, Shui Mao. Du Ting looked out the window and sneered. I've heard of your reputation a long time ago. A disciple of the ghost doctor. With unparalleled alchemy skills. I'd like to compete with you to see which one is better, your elixir or my poison pill. What a pity. Tianheng felt a little regretful. Then Shui Mao went out with the seventh prince, but he has not returned. I don't know why. He understands. If Du Ting defeated Divine Dr. Shui in public and stepped on him to ascend to the top, it would undoubtedly be a huge boost to the reputation of Jubao Pavilion. Not back yet. Du Ting sneered. Then I'll wait for him here. Just saying. The voice of Wei Zhushi from outside suddenly came. Pavilion Master. What are you doing here? Tianheng's face darkened. Didn't I tell you not to let anyone disturb us? Pavilion Master. Wei Zhushi was a little regretful about reporting the matter, but since it had come to this, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, there's someone outside, he wants to buy that Luoyo fruit. Falling ghost fruit. Tianheng frowned. Who wants to buy it? The fifth floor of Jubao Pavilion was set up with a restriction to block divine sense detection in order to prevent certain special guests from revealing their identities. Therefore, even though he and Du Ting had extremely high cultivation and already had divine sense, they were unable to detect the situation on the third floor. Yes. Director Wei explained the situation. How can this be possible? Tianheng's face turned cold. How dare a lowly cultivator in the Tongqiao realm speak so arrogantly and want to buy my Luoyo fruit? Get him out. Pavilion Master. Master Wei was trembling. He said. He repeated Guhan's words again. Get him out. Tianheng waved his hands impatiently. I already have this. Wait. Aside. Du Ting suddenly spoke. He said any price. Yes. In that case. Du Ting suddenly laughed. What's the harm in giving this thing to him? Mr. Du. Tianheng was stunned. But. No problem. Du Ting glanced at the Luoyo fruit and said meaningfully, if he really wants to buy it and can afford the price, then just give it to him. A small cultivator in the Tongqiao realm can't make any big waves. This thing will only be kept with him for a few days, do you understand? Hi. Tianheng suddenly realized and started to flatter him. Mr. Du, that's great. Tell him. Du Ting was somewhat pleased with himself. This Luoyo fruit can only be exchanged, not sold. If you want it, unless you can take out a mysterious weapon or a martial art above the earth level, otherwise, don't even think about it. Yes, yes. Outer room. Manager Wei nodded repeatedly. Although he was not clear about Du Ting's true identity, he knew in his heart that someone who could make his own pavilion master so respectful must be of great importance. Don't worry, senior. I will definitely get it done. That's right. Tianheng spoke again. That Qinping, you should find a way to deal with him. Mr. Du doesn't like him very much. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The third floor of Jubao Pavilion. Little brother. Looking at Guhan with his eyes slightly closed, Qinping couldn't help it anymore. With your current cultivation level, even if the Luoyo fruit is extremely valuable, you can't use it for the time being, so why bother? Alas, there are some things in this treasure pavilion that I cannot tell you, but you must be extremely careful. Brother. He looked very worried. Guhan was somewhat touched. This is a real good guy. You've become a chorus yourself, how can you still have time to care about me? Qinping was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, it's not a bad job to be a chores. It will save you from being hated by others and give you some free time. Besides, selling black stones is also a job. Mysterious stone. Guhan then remembered. There was a pile of stones in front of Qinping before. Could it be that? Is there any secret here? Hee hee. But before he could ask, footsteps were heard from upstairs. It was Master Wei coming down. You guys are free. Kindness. Guhan's heart moved. This attitude of Wei Zhushi naturally explained some situations. Congratulations. Manager Wei smiled and bowed to Guhan. My dear little brother, our pavilion master has agreed that this luoyo fruit can be sold. Just talking about it. But he didn't take the things out. Go ahead. Guhan naturally understood what he meant. What's the price? Little brother is really smart. Manager Wei stared at Guhan and said slowly, a mysterious weapon, or a magical skill above the earth rank. If you can't produce it, then, please go back. What? Aside. Chen Ping couldn't help but scream. How? Director Wei frowned. Chen Ping, do you have any objections? Master, this. Chen Ping looked at Guhan and gritted his teeth and said, isn't this too expensive? Different from Guhan. As the manager of Jubao Pavilion for many years, he naturally had a rough estimate of the value of the luoyo fruit. This thing. Worth up to 1 million yuan in crystal. Regardless of whether it is the mysterious weapon mentioned by Wei Zhushi, or the earth-level skills and magical powers, their value is 10 times higher than that of this luoyo fruit. These two things. Even if you search the entire Great Qi dynasty, you will never find it. Master. Chen Ping smiled bitterly. This little brother really wants to buy the luoyo fruit. Our Jubao Pavilion has always valued trust and integrity, so we should also show some sincerity. Chen Ping. Manager Wei's face darkened. You are a traitor. Are you still a member of my Jubao Pavilion? This is the decision made by the pavilion master, how can you question it? He clearly forced me to buy the luoyo fruit, I didn't force him. Haha, he just said that he would pay any price, so now you want to regret it. Speaking of. He glanced at Guhan with a slightly mocking tone. If you really can't take anything out, that's easy. Why don't you just buy one of the mysterious stones below and open it? Maybe with luck, you can get a treasure out of it. This. Chen Ping looked bitter. Those mysterious stones, the probability of finding treasures is less than 1 in 10,000. This. Hee hee. Manager Wei looked impatient. Since you can't afford it and don't want to open the mysterious stone, then get out of here as soon as possible. Wei's time is not for you to use for entertainment. Before coming, Guhan knew that it would not be easy to obtain the luoyo fruit today. Regardless of the previous price increase by Jubao Pavilion, or the extremely bad attitude of Chief Wei now. All was within his expectations. Therefore, he did not seem to be very angry, but instead became a little interested in the pile of stones. Brother Chen, can you find treasures in that pile of broken rocks? Broken stone. Chief Wei sneered. It seems that you don't even know what a mysterious stone is. How dare you come to buy the luoyo fruit with such an ignorant mind? Little brother. Chen Ping explained in a low voice. Black stone. It looks like an ordinary stone, but it actually has a mystery. Beneath that ordinary appearance, there are all kinds of strange and bizarre things hidden inside the black stone. Pills, magic weapons, skills, almost all kinds of things are there, but the layer of stone coating on the surface of the black stone is extremely special, and can almost block all means of observation by cultivators. Unless it is completely cut open, no matter how high your cultivation level is, it is impossible to know what is inside. In the early days, gambling on stones was popular everywhere. Although this black stone is buried deep underground, associated with mineral veins, is rare and hard to find, and is extremely expensive, it still cannot stop the enthusiasm of the monks. But, gradually, there are fewer and fewer people gambling on stones. Not to mention that most of these mysterious stones are empty, even if something can be opened, it will be washed away by time. The pills have long lost their effectiveness. The magic weapon has long lost its spirituality. The skills were even more incomplete, with only a few words remaining. Certainly. It's not like no one has come up with good things. To pay such a huge price to gamble on a probability of less than 1 in 10,000, how could an ordinary cultivator afford it, unless he was a wealthy person who used the chance to amuse himself. Therefore, this black stone was once snatched up by everyone, but now no one cares about it. Who buys? Who is the fool? Listen to his explanation. Guhan's heart moved. It can block almost all means of visiting, then. All right. Just thinking about it. Wei's impatient voice came again. Since you can't take it out, and you don't have the courage to open the black stone, then get out of here. Speaking of. He turned and walked into the quiet room without looking at Guhan again. Etc. Guhan called him again. What are you doing? Manager Wei's face darkened. Do you really think that Wei is an easygoing person? Who said I won't buy it? Leave quickly, Can you afford it? I can afford it. Guhan looked calm. I'll come back in half a day. That won't do. Manager Wei shook his head repeatedly. What if you don't come back? Not to mention wasting half a day of my time, I won't be able to explain to the pavilion master either. Guhan saw it. This Master Wei is deliberately making things difficult. This thing is for you. Only. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to care about anything. He took out a purple flower bud the size of a fist from his storage bag and threw it into the hands of Master Wei. If I don't come in half a day, this thing will be yours. Amethyst vine. Manager Wei's eyes lit up. TSK, I didn't expect that little brother actually had such a good thing. Is it ready? Guhan looked at him quietly. Yes, of course. Master Wei was overjoyed. He took the purple crystal vine in his hand and played with it non-stop, with greed in his eyes not concealed at all. Amethyst vine. Quite rare. It was worth about 20,000 crystals, which was a considerable fortune even for a high-ranking official like him in Jubao Pavilion. Well. Aside. Chen Ping sighed secretly. Even if this deal goes through, it's likely that the amethyst vine will never return to Guhan's hands. Okay then. Got a reply. Guhan no longer hesitated and turned around and left. I'll be back in half a day. Hearing this, Chen Ping hurriedly followed. Hee. Looking at the two people's backs as they left, Master Wei suddenly laughed. I will gladly accept this purple crystal vine. He didn't believe it at all. How could Guhan, a mere cultivator at the Tongqiao realm, produce a mysterious weapon or a technique above the earth level? Not to mention Guhan, even the pavilion master couldn't do it. Outer room. Brother Chen. Guhan bowed to Chen Ping. Thank you for what you did today. I'll remember this favor. Don't say that. Chen Ping felt a little embarrassed. Today, I was of no help at all. Guhan shook his head. To him, Chen Ping's kindness was more precious and valuable than the fact that he had accomplished this. Little brother. Chen Ping hesitated to speak. You seem a little irrational today. He doesn't understand. How did Guhan, who was so petty that he even looked at a yuan crystal, become the victim who is at the mercy of others today? Brother. Guhan didn't explain either. See you in half a day. After saying that, he bowed to Chen Ping, turned and left. Out of the treasure pavilion. However, he did not return to the inn, but went directly to the outer city, found a secluded corner where no one was, and stopped. Master Wei guessed correctly. Guhan is a pauper. No matter if it is a mysterious weapon. He doesn't have any earth-level skills. Only. He doesn't, but someone else does. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and his consciousness instantly sank to the deepest part. There. There is a treasure that belongs to him alone. Damn it. Just arrived in front of the sword prison. Guhan heard this all too familiar curse. I miss it a little. A little bit intimate. He was just about to say hello, but the shadow's next words made his face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. Why isn't this little bastard dead yet? He sneered, and with a thought, a sword energy flashed from the sword prison in an instant, piercing the demon lord's body. Who? The Demon King was furious. Which bastard, ahem, boy, you're here. It turned out to be Guhan. He felt a little guilty. What I just said, could he have heard it? I must have heard it. Otherwise he wouldn't have acted without reason. Bah, this little bastard is still as insidious and cunning as ever. Speak. Guhan looked at him coldly. Why don't you say anything? Boy. The shadow couldn't help it. I am living in such a dark place. I am more depressed than a prisoner. Can't I just scold you to vent my anger? As a cultivator, you should be more open-minded. How can you make further progress if you keep fussing over these trivial matters? A few words. Said it with confidence. Even Guhan had some doubts. Yes or no? Am I really too petty? Go ahead. While Guhan didn't react, he put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "What is the reason for you to come to me this time?" Guhan felt something was wrong. But at the moment he was thinking about the luoyo fruit and had no intention of arguing with the black shadow. Kung Fu. He looked at the shadow carefully. I need a technique. How? The shadow sneered. You have another friend? No. Guhan shook his head. This time it's Asha. That little girl. As for Asha, Black Shadow naturally wanted to take her as his apprentice, and he couldn't help but feel a little impatient when he heard this. Something happened to her. Kindness. Guhan told him about Asha's story. I need a technique to exchange for the luoyo fruit. I told you. Upon hearing that Asha could only hold on for another 3 months, Black Shadow was furious. Let me go, and I will find a way to save her. Boy, if something happens to the Eye of Delusion, a bloodline so powerful that defies heaven, you will be a great sinner. So. Guhan repeated it again. Give me the technique, and I'll figure out the rest myself. You. The shadow's tone choked. He understands. This is Guhan's bottom line. Everything else can be discussed except this one. I don't have any earth-level skills. He was filled with resentment. I have already said that I only collect the best. The lowest is heavenly grade. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, forget it. You're lying. Guhan narrowed his eyes. The earth-level skills are easy to deal with. Heavenly level. As long as he takes it out, not to mention the Jubao Pavilion, even the people from the Yuqing sect will never let him go. You want to hurt me? That can't be helped. The Black Shadow spread his hands. Earth-level skills, a piece of rubbish. Just one glance at it will pollute my eyes. What is my identity? Do you know? The words were not finished. More than 10 sword energies flashed out from the sword prison in an instant, locking him firmly. Did you know? The Dark Shadow seemed unaware and his tone remained firm. The group of demon soldiers under my command back then practiced a low-grade earth-level magical power, the blood spirit art. It was rubbish and not up to standard. Of course, if you insist, ahem, I can give it to you. After saying. He and Guhan stared at each other for a moment. Son of a bitch. Despicable bones. They both cursed in their hearts at the same time. A moment later. The Black Shadow surrendered his magical powers without hesitation, and Guhan also put away his sword energy. Both sides. A semblance of harmony was restored once again. Damn it. After Guhan left, the Black Shadow gnashed his teeth in hatred. This little bastard, he looks so young, why is he so cunning? Wait. When you are cornered. I'll see if you will let me out. Half a day's work was over in a flash. The first floor of Jubao Pavilion. In front of the pile of black stones, Chen Ping was a little absent-minded, looking outside from time to time. Opposite. It was Master Wei who was sitting on a horse with a golden sword, holding a bowl of spiritual tea in his hand. He was also waiting for Guhan. He was very curious whether this young cultivator who was only at the Tongqiao realm could bring back a mysterious weapon or a ground-level technique. Glancing at Chen Ping. He sneered secretly. Your life is almost gone, and you still have the mind to care about others. Wait till this is over. It's time to take your life. Hee hee. Seeing that the time was up, he put down the spiritual tea in his hand and slowly stood up. Really? Or maybe I overestimated that boy. However, since I have a purple crystal vine in my account, it's not a wasted wait. Little brother. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Chenping's surprised shout from behind him. Guhan is back. Little brother. He greeted me warmly. It seems that you are a trustworthy person. I have offended you before. I hope you will not take it as an offense. In words. There was no mention of the amethyst vine. Obviously. He had no intention of paying it back. Thing. Guhan raised the jade talisman in his hand. I brought it. This jade talisman was specially made and has a wide range of uses. It can record skills, magical powers, images. Before Guhan came back, he went to find one specially. Well. Manager Wei's face lit up with joy, and he was about to reach out to take it. I didn't expect you, little brother. Where's what I want? Guhan retracted his hand. Wait a moment, little brother. The smile on Wei's face widened. I will report to the pavilion master. The 5th floor of Jubao Pavilion. Now. Tianheng was the only one left here. Duteng had long disappeared. Lose. Different from the pride I felt half a day ago. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, his face full of disbelief. How could the eldest prince lose? Who is the man who defeated him? Previously. Not long after Guhan left, news from the Martial Arts Academy came over. The eldest prince. He actually lost to an unknown person in the competition. The moment he heard the news, Duteng was shocked and angry, but he no longer cared about the Luoyao fruit. He hurriedly gave a few instructions and left directly to the eldest prince's residence. Jiang Hong lost. He wasn't the only one who lost. It also has a huge impact on the plan of his senior brother. Well. Thinking of this, Tianheng sighed secretly. I hope Mr. Du can find a way to save the situation. Just thinking about it. The voice of Wei Zhushi came from outside again. Pavilion Master. That kid is back. What? Tianheng was stunned and overjoyed. With such a high price offered, he and Duteng actually had no hope at all. They just had nothing to do and decided to take a gamble on the slim probability. Don't talk about him. That's what Duteng is about. A mysterious weapon, or a ground-level magical skill, is also extremely precious. Think of this. He asked quickly. Where's the stuff? It's still in his hands. He said he would give it to me only after I see the Luoyao fruit. What is he holding? I don't know either, but it looks like it's either a technique or a magical power. Okay. The gloom in Tianheng's heart was immediately swept away and he was overjoyed. Give him the stuff. Earth-level skills and magical powers are extremely rare even in the Yuqing sect. Although he was the master of Jubao Pavilion, he had never come into contact with things of this level. Inferior in comparison. The Luoyao fruit seemed unimportant. Pavilion Master. Wei Zhushi was about to speak but stopped. After giving him the things. Follow him. Tianheng's face turned cold. Find out his background. I don't believe he is just an unknown person who can show his earth-level skills and magical powers. Of course, if he really has no background, a young cultivator in the Tongqiao realm, you know what to do. Now. Of course, he didn't know Guhan's true identity yet. Yes. Master Wei responded. Then. Chen Ping. Although he works diligently, if Mr. Du wants him to die, he must die. Tianheng understood it in his heart. Duteng particularly hated Dr. Xue, and Chen Ping's action of taking back Dr. Xue's elixir that day happened to violate his taboo, so naturally he had no chance of survival. In the hall. Chen Ping was extremely surprised to see that Guhan actually brought the things back. Only. Since it concerned Guhan's secret, he didn't ask any more questions. Not long. Manager Wei came down again, sent Chenping away, led Guhan into a quiet room, and then took out the wooden box containing the luoyo fruit. The first sight of the fruit, Guhan actually felt a little dizzy. He was not surprised but happy. This fruit must be useful to Asha. After confirmation, he also happily handed over the jade talisman and waited for the master of Jubao Pavilion to check it. Although this blood spirit art is only of the lower earth grade, it is simple and brutal. It burns the body's essence, energy, and blood at the cost of doubling combat power within half a quarter of an hour. It follows the proper path of magic, and the rubbish magical power mentioned by the Black Shadow is, in Guhan's opinion, a very rare life-saving skill. Double the improvement. Except for the Dian Sword Sutra, which he was unable to comprehend for the time being. The blood spirit technique is the most powerful magical power he has ever seen. Sorry for the long wait, little brother. Just thinking about it. Manager Wei returned to the quiet room again and gently pushed the wooden box in front of Guhan. The pavilion master is very satisfied. This luoyo fruit is yours. Guhan didn't hesitate either. He put it away immediately. What else? The matter was settled, but Guhan did not leave. Instead, he reached out to him. Where's my amethyst ivy? What? Director Wei's face froze. Little brother, you are being a little unfair, aren't you? In order to let you buy this luoyo fruit, I ran around and even said a lot of good things to the pavilion master. Shouldn't I earn some hard-earned money? You said something nice. Guhan glanced at him. I don't believe it. Got the luoyo fruit. Naturally, he would not allow Master Wei to control him anymore. Hee. Master Wei had no intention of taking the things out. To tell you the truth, I, Wei, have never given back anything that has come into my hands. This purple crystal vine is my cut from this transaction. If you have any objections, you can go to the pavilion master. However, I, Wei, will not know what the consequences will be. That won't work. Guhan refused to give in. This purple crystal vine is very valuable. I'm losing a lot if I give it to you for nothing. Chief Wei was speechless. How precious is the earth-level magical power, but you gave it to me without blinking an eye. This purple crystal vine is only worth a few tens of thousands of crystals, and you see it in my eyes. How about this? Guhan's tone changed. I don't want the purple crystal vine anymore. How about I take something from the treasure pavilion as compensation? What the hell? Chief Wei looked alert. Mysterious stone. Guhan did not hide his purpose. That thing, I'm quite interested. Mysterious stone. Manager Wei breathed a sigh of relief instantly. Those black stones have been piled there for many years, and none of them have been sold. To Jubao Pavilion, they are the most worthless things. If he had not been hoping for a chance and hoping to meet one or two suckers, he would have almost moved those things into the warehouse and never seen the light of day again. Good vision, little brother. He praised it endlessly on the surface. The mysterious stone contains endless mysteries. If any treasure is found, it will be much more valuable than the purple crystal vine. But I felt contempt in my heart. Country bum. Still want to open the baby? You will never be able to make anything even if you drive for 8 lifetimes. Outer room. In front of Chenping. A cultivator was holding a fist-sized black stone, turning it over and over, his face full of struggle and hesitation. How much is this black stone? Chenping was delighted. Could it be that this black stone is finally going to be sold? Guessed. He looked at the other person's face and said carefully, the piece you took is priced at 10,000. Bang. The words were not finished. The monk threw the black stone down. 10,000. Why don't you just go and rob? Guessed. Chenping was a little anxious. If you really want it, 20% off, no, 30% off is also fine. You should think about it again. Well. I saw that person walking further and further away. He sighed. As expected, no one wanted to buy this black stone. I want this one. just thinking about it. An all too familiar voice brought him back to reality. Little brother. When he saw Guhan, his face lit up with joy. It's done. It's done. Guhan nodded, holding a piece of black stone in his hand and looking at it carefully. Just looked at it for a long time. He didn't see any clues either. Little brother. Behind. Manager Wei came over. The black stone you took is worth 30,000, and that purple crystal vine is worth at most 20,000 crystals. How? Guhan glanced at him. How about you return the amethyst vine to me? Hee hee. Manager Wei gave a dry laugh. Never mind, take this mysterious stone. I'll consider it a friend of yours. Aside. Chen Ping heard it clearly. Really? He sighed secretly. Given Master Wei's personality, there was no way that the amethyst vine could be returned once it fell into his hands. Brother. Guhan put away the black stone and had no intention of staying any longer. He bowed to Chen Ping. Thank you for today. See you another day. After saying that, he didn't even look at Master Wei and left. Hee hee. Manager Wei stared at Guhan's back, his eyes flashing. Chen Ping. Ah. Boss. Do you know this guy? This little brother Goo is from Tianwu City. Thanks to him, I was able to meet Shui, ahem, not only that, he also saved my life. Dr. Shui. Master Wei's heart moved. It turns out, it's related to Dr. Shui. No wonder he can use an Earth-level magical power. It's a pity that Dr. Shui is not in the royal capital now. Then you are out of luck. With a secret sneer, he followed him out. Oh no. Chen Ping's heart skipped a beat. Naturally, he knew very well the style of doing things at Jubao Pavilion and the personality of Chief Wei. Little brother, there is danger. Think of this. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and followed. On the long street. Guhan's speed was neither fast nor slow. But the direction was not towards the inn, but outside the city. With his powerful spiritual perception, which far surpassed that of a cultivator in the Juyuan realm, it was natural for him to easily discover Master Wei, who was hanging far behind him. Greedy. He could probably guess what the other person was thinking. He sneered secretly. He continued to walk out of the city, fully playing the role of a qualified prey. Just when we arrived at the city gate, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side and blocked his way. It was Chen Ping. Little brother. Along this way. Because he was afraid that he would not have enough time, he used all his strength to activate his cultivation and finally found Guhan before Master Wei. Brother Chen. Guhan was a little surprised. Why are you here? Master Wei may do something bad to you. You. Guhan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. You are so tired just to tell me this news. Chen Ping nodded. Little brother, you must be careful. Brother. Guhan looked behind him and suddenly sighed. Do you know that Chief Wei has discovered you? Ah. Chen Ping's face turned pale. He. Regret it. A little bit. Let's go. Guhan smiled and patted his shoulder. Go. Chen Ping had a sad face. Where are you going? Outside the city. Guhan felt helpless. Brother, you really don't think that someone can take the purple crystal vine from me for nothing, do you? That's 20,000 yuan of crystals. Chen Ping was confused. He had no idea what Guhan was thinking. This is a matter of life and death. Not to mention 20,000, even if it's 200,000 yuan crystal, does it still matter? Just don't give him time to think about it. Guhan had already grabbed his shoulders, suddenly increased his speed, and came directly out of the city. A moment later. Chief Wei also rushed over with a gloomy face. Chen Ping. You are a traitor. Tip off. Great, I'll deal with you too, so I don't have to look for another chance. Uncle Master. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hong said, this incident was all caused by me. I was too useless, so I was defeated by him, and also, delayed Master's important matter. Nephew. Du Ting's eyes were dim. Do you know how much you lost by losing this time? Uncle Master, what do you mean? These years. Du Ting glanced at him. Senior brother has been secretly working for you to get into Qingyun Pavilion. Before I came, this matter had already been figured out, and that person has already agreed to give you a chance to test yourself. What? Jiang Hong was shocked. Uncle Master, are you telling the truth? In an emotional state. He couldn't even speak clearly. Qingyun Pavilion. That mysterious organization that includes all the talented disciples of Yuqing sect, I actually have a chance to join. Pity. Du Ting changed the subject. You are not doing your job well. With your basic strength, apart from that monster from the Chu, no one in the 10 Kingdoms Martial Academy dares to say that they can beat you. But now, you have lost to an unknown person. If he also has a special physique, it would be fine, but he is just an ordinary body. Haha, this matter of Qingyun Pavilion is difficult. Jiang Hong's face turned red and white, and he was speechless. Now. He actually felt a little regretful. Why did he accept Guhan's challenge that day and miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Mr. Du. Although I don't know where Qingyun Pavilion is. But seeing Jiang Hong's embarrassment, Yu Hua quickly stood up to show his loyalty. Your Highness can't be blamed entirely for this. That boy is definitely not simple. I have fought with him before. His spiritual power is so strong that I have never seen it before in my life. Even ordinary people in the 5th or 6th level of Zhu Yuan are probably no match for him. Moreover, his relationship with the Murong family seems to be unusual. The Murong family? Du Ting sneered. I don't care about his relationship with the Murong family. I don't care about his strength. What I care about is what to do with my brother's plan. Uncle Master. Aside. Jiang Hong gritted his teeth. Give me another chance. Please give me some elixirs, Uncle Master. I will definitely break into the Zhu Yuan realm soon. When the time comes, I will definitely avenge my previous shame and complete Master's plan. I can give you the pills. Du Ting had no expression on his face. But what if you lose again? Even if you win, you've already lost to him once before. People will have a preconceived impression of you and their impression of you will be much worse than before. How can you successfully control the martial arts academy? A few words. Jiang Hong was so excited that his face turned red. Mr. Du. Yu Hua stood up again. Actually, I have an idea that you can try. Oh. Du Ting glanced at him. Tell me about it. Yes. Yu Hua suppressed the excitement in his heart. His Highness was defeated this time, and his prestige has been greatly damaged, but he has you and the senior in the upper sect behind him. As long as you show up in front of everyone and use a little trick, not to mention the students and teachers, even the 2 vice-deans Wu and Feng will not dare to make any tricks again. Seeing Du Ting listening intently, he continued. When your Highness breaks through again and completely defeats that brat, or even kills him, you will be able to restore most of your reputation. By then, with your support, it will be easy for him to take charge of the martial arts academy. It won't take any effort at all. Du Ting looked him over again. What's your name? Yu Hua. Good. Du Ting was quite satisfied. You are very good. You are a talented person. When my brother's plan is completed, it will be your great achievement. Thank you, Mr. Du. Thank you, Mr. Du. Yu Hua was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Aside. Jiang Yi and Qin Fang were so jealous that their eyes almost turned red. It caught the eye of Mr. Du. The future is limitless. This matter. Du Ting slowly stood up and glanced at Jiang Hong. You go and make the arrangements. I don't care about the process. I just want to see the results. Yes. Jiang Hong saluted quickly. Uncle Master, rest assured, leave this matter to me. It has only been a few days since the monster riot, and the city outside, which was bustling with people coming and going in the past, now seems a little deserted. What if a monster comes? Wouldn't leaving the city be tantamount to seeking death? Where did it go? More than 10 miles away from the city gate, Chief Wei stopped with a gloomy look on his face. I clearly saw them coming here. Hateful. He was somewhat unwilling. The benefits that were obtained are gone. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Who? Manager Wei was startled and looked around, only to see Guhan and Qinping walking out from the forest not far away. Is it you? He was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. So he was hiding there. Beside Guhan. Qinping was worried. He didn't understand. Guhan could obviously get rid of Master Wei, so why did he have to wait here? Little brother. He lowered his voice. Master Wei is a master of the 3rd level of Ju Yuan. I know. Guhan looked strange. Does this have anything to do with me getting back the amethyst vine? Qinping was stunned. How could it not matter? Although you are also in the Tongqiao realm now, compared with Master Wei, you are more than one major realm behind. What can you use to get the purple crystal vine back? Do you want your life? Master Wei. Guhan ignored him and greeted him calmly. We meet again so soon. Hee hee. Master Wei had a fake smile on his face. Don't play dumb with me. You should know what I'm here for. Falling ghost fruit. Good, take it out. I do not understand. Guhan sighed. I have already paid you 10 times the price, why are you still so greedy? You think it's not enough to earn so much, and you have to do it to the extreme. Blame it on. Chief Wei laughed grimly. You can only blame yourself for not being strong enough and showing off your treasure in public. Master. Qinping quickly stood up. This matter. Qinping. Director Wei's face turned cold. You are such a traitor, you actually dared to leak information. You are really an ungrateful person. It seems that the pavilion master was right to ask me to get rid of you. What? Qinping's face turned pale. Get rid of me. Why? I worked diligently in Jubao Pavilion. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. Want answers? Master Wei suddenly jumped up and slapped the two of them. I'll tell you in my next life. The distance is more than 10 feet. Qinping already felt a strong wind blowing on his face. Stand away. Aside. A murderous look flashed across Guhan's eyes, and he pushed Qinping away. He swung the sword in his hand, and all his cultivation burst out. In an instant, an extremely heavy, majestic and upright spiritual pressure fell within Qinping's perception. This. He turned pale and muttered to himself. So strong. He could see that Guhan was now much stronger than when they met in the savage forest. The two sides were separate. It's only been more than a month. Oh no. Opposite. Manager Wei naturally noticed Guhan's abnormality and his heart skipped a beat. Why? This kid clearly looks like he has just entered the Tongqiao realm, but the spiritual power in his body is so strong that it is outrageous. Careless. No wonder he is so calm. It turns out, he has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Only. At this moment, the two sides were only a few feet apart. Even if he figured it out, he had no chance of escaping. Die. The crisis of death looms in my heart. He gritted his teeth and took out a long sword from the storage ring on his hand. I want. The words were not finished. Several bright lights flashed in an instant. He suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and the circulation of spiritual energy in his body stopped instantly. His body went limp and he fell to his knees. That. Looking at the transparent hole on the chest. He looked incredulous. What is that? Want answers. Bang. A long sword was placed on his shoulder. I'll tell you in my next life. However, it was Guhan who returned his words exactly as they were spoken. No. looking at Guhan with an expressionless face. A strong desire to survive suddenly surged in Master Wei's heart. Don't kill me. Where's my amethyst ivy? Give. While talking, he hurriedly took off the storage ring on his hand and handed it to Guhan. Please spare my life. I have accumulated a small amount of money over the years. If you let me go, I will give you everything. Storage ring. Guhan took it. Compared to storage bags, storage rings have more space and are more convenient to carry, but they are also much more valuable. The most common ones cost more than 10,000 yuan crystals. It seems that you have plundered quite a lot of money. Inside the storage ring, there are more than 300,000 yuan crystals alone. In addition, there are many precious spiritual medicinal materials, and the purple crystal vine is also among them. Wei Zhushi kept begging. It's all yours, can you let me go? I'm asking you. Guhan didn't answer. Whose idea was it to come and kill me? Pavilion Master. Wei Zhushi naturally pushed all the responsibility onto Tianheng. It's him. Oh, and there's also Mr. Du. To survive. Naturally, he told everything he knew. Mr. Du. Far away. Chen Ping's face suddenly turned pale. So, he wanted to kill me. Now. He felt a little scared. If he was afraid today and didn't catch up, he would be facing a miserable end. And now. Although he took a great risk to find Guhan to tip off, he also saved his own life by accident. One sip, one peck. Everything has cause and effect. This matter. Guhan narrowed his eyes. It's not over yet. Chief Wei looked pale. I have told you everything I know. The Pavilion Master asked me to do all these things. They have nothing to do with me. Please, let me go. My business. Guhan glanced at him. Keep it secret for now. Yes. Chief Wei was very happy. I understand. I'll keep it a secret for now. No, I'll keep it a secret forever. Good. Brush. A flash of sword light passed by, and the head fell to the ground. There was still a hint of joy in his eyes. Not far away. See this scene. Chen Ping vaguely felt that Guhan in front of him was a little strange and a little scary. Brother. Guhan didn't even look at the corpse. He returned to Chen Ping and returned to his previous expression. As usual, you won't get any of the spoils. Speaking of. He raised the storage ring in his hand. Chen Ping smiled bitterly. I really can never figure out what this little brother is thinking. Let's go. Guhan urged. Where? Chen Ping looked bitter. Treasure Pavilion, I can't go back anymore. Where are you going? Guhan found it somewhat amusing. Of course, I'm going to find you a better job. Not to mention that Chen Ping helped him several times. Just because Chen Ping was implicated because of his relationship with Dr. Shui, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. The story of Dr. Shui. It's his business. Guhan naturally didn't know. During the time he was out of town, all the students, teachers, and 3 vice-deans of the Martial Academy, everyone received an invitation. Signed. It was Jiang Hong. No wonder. Listening to the statement of the men in black below, Murong Chuan suddenly realized. There seems to be some fire left in his body. I think he must have fought with Jiang Hong. I was careless and didn't think of this. That's amazing. He was filled with emotion. He is only at the 2nd level of Tongqiao realm, but he can defeat the fire spirit body at the 9th level of Tongqiao realm. He must have some extraordinary qualities. The young lady's vision is really beyond my reach. Haha, I am getting more and more curious about this little brother. How would he know? Murong Yen gave Guhan the token simply because she liked him. It has little to do with vision. One more thing. Below. The man in black suddenly hesitated. Explain. Murong Chuan waved his hand. Could he possibly demolish the martial arts academy? That is not the case. The man in black paused. It's just, he chose Mei Yun as his instructor. What? Murong Chuan, who had been calm at first, suddenly lost his composure. Mei Yun. How could he? The words were not finished. His expression changed, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in an instant. In the hall. Looking at Murong Chuan, who suddenly appeared, Guhan was a little curious. This senior. Why that expression? I've been here for several days, but I've never seen him lose his composure like this. Senior. He cupped his hands. Thank you so much for this time. Did you get the stuff? Got it. Guhan raised the storage ring in his hand. So soon? Murong Chuan was a little curious. I've never seen this man so happy before. How much did you pay? 10 times. 10 times. Murong Chuan became even more curious. He knew very well the value of the luoyo fruit. Considering that Guhan was so stingy in his daily life that he would even ask if a hotel stay was free, where could he get so many yuan crystals? Besides, this luoyo fruit may not be purchased even with yuan jing. Only. Since Guhan didn't say anything, he naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. That's right. Guhan seemed to have thought of something and pulled Qinping from behind to the front. Senior, would you mind doing me a small favor? A little favor. Murong Chuan was stunned and looked at Qinping a few times, somewhat confused. Who is he? Qinping was completely confused. To be exact, after Guhan told him about the Murong family, he became confused. He has been in the royal capital for many years. Naturally, I understand the horror of the Murong family. The royal family has to stand aside in front of him. Turn out to be. Brother Goo is actually a distinguished guest of the Murong family. Turn out to be. The person who made Lu Tong kneel down, which was widely rumored a few days ago, turned out to be Brother Goo. Turn out to be. How can this be possible? Just thinking about it. An angry shout suddenly brought him back to reality. After listening to Guhan's story, Murong Chuan sneered repeatedly. I originally thought that he was just an indecent person, but I didn't expect that he would be so greedy and have no bottom line. Even 10 times the price couldn't stop his appetite. How about that? He looked at Guhan. Do you want me to help you kill him? Guhan was speechless. I'm the one being hunted, how come, you look even angrier than me? Senior, the token. I don't want to use it for the time being. That's all. Murong Chuan was a little disappointed. Of course, most of the indignation he showed just now was just an act. Disdain is true. Anger is fake. Your name is Qinping. Seeing that Guhan didn't take the bait, he turned his gaze and fell on Qinping. Yes. Face the legendary manager Murong. Qinping could hardly speak clearly. Yes, I am Qinping. Good. Murong Chuan laughed. I've heard about your story. It's good, really good. You are loyal, righteous, and responsible. TSK, Tianheng must have been blind to miss such a talent like you. I. Qinping was at a loss. It was the first time that he was praised as a talented person. And the person who praised him was the mysterious manager Murong in front of him. That's good. Murong Chuan thought for a moment and said with a smile, Mayan is not short of manpower, but the medicine shop in Dian is still short of a manager. Go with Qian Lu first and let him explain the rules to you. I will send a message to that clan brother later, and you can go to take up the post tomorrow. Qinping was confused again. The principal and the principal. The status is naturally different. The position of the head of the Murong family is definitely much more valuable than the Jubao Pavilion. I'm afraid that there are many people who would cry, shout, and kneel, but would never have the slightest chance to take on the position. Such a great thing actually happened to me. Brother. Guhan patted his shoulder. Do you think this position of leader is not important enough? No. Chen Ping was terrified. It's high, too high. Thank you, little brother, and thank you, shopkeeper Murong. He understands. All these dreamlike things before his eyes were fought for by Guhan. His gratitude towards Guhan was simply beyond words. Hee. Seeing Chen Ping with a look of ecstasy on his face, Qian Lu led him away. Murong Chuan felt a little emotional. You are a warm-hearted person. This guy is an honest man. Guhan smiled. An honest person shouldn't be bullied like this, right, senior? Good. Senior. Guhan thought about it. Actually, you are an upright person. You have never threatened me with the token. This is very respectable. No need to flatter. Murong Chuan smiled and said, I am just following the clan rules. Besides, I am not a petty person. I will help you with this kind of small favor. However, if you really want me to help you, you still have to use the token. Old fox. Little fox. The two looked at each other and smiled. But at the same time, he gave the other party a very fair evaluation. Senior. Guhan cupped his hands. I'll go check on Asha. She should be waking up soon. That's right. Murong Chuan's expression became a little weird. Did you choose Mei Yun as your instructor? This. Guhan gritted his teeth. Yes. Haha, take care. Guhan. Room number 1. Asha was sleeping soundly, with a drop of crystal saliva at the corner of her mouth, making her look a little naive. Guhan gently touched her head. The unhappiness and gloom in my heart were instantly swept away. As if sensing Guhan's breath. Asha's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he woke up slowly. Master. The first time she saw Guhan, she hugged him and refused to let go. What's wrong? Guhan noticed her abnormality. Master. Asha buried his little head in Guhan's arms. I was dreaming again. Dream? Guhan's heart sank. This is the third time she has mentioned this. The first 2 times. He didn't really care. But this time, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly. The Shadow's previous words flashed through his mind. If the bloodline of the Eye of Illusion Breaking reaches its peak, one can see through the past and the future and understand all causes and effects. Could it be that, what Asha saw was just a glimpse of the future? Ah, silly. He suppressed his uneasiness. What did you dream about? So many people. Asha raised his little face and murmured, so many people were chasing after the young master. I was very angry, so I glared at them fiercely, and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, the young master was gone. Guhan remained silent. This dream was more detailed than the previous 2. He had no way of deciding whether this was just Asha's dream or a glimpse of the future. Master. Asha hugged me tighter. I don't want to leave you. Silly girl. Guhan took a deep breath. That was just a dream, don't take it seriously. I can assure you that we will never separate. Kindness. Silly girl. Dreams are also good. The future anyway. I will never let you leave me in this life. Even if the dream is true, even if you really leave me, I will travel to every corner of the world, to find you and bring you back. Are you hungry? Think of this. His mood gradually calmed down. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Good. Asha also became a little interested. Master, I want to eat, Half the story. Her delicate brows suddenly frowned and she stared at Guhan motionlessly. Master, why do you have a layer of black energy on you? Dark air. Guhan was stunned. How is that possible? I have never. Halfway through. He couldn't continue. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the uncomfortable feeling he had when he chose Mei Yun as his instructor. No way. His face suddenly turned pale. This legend of a jinx, can't it be true? Ah, silly. He forced a smile and said, "You, look again, are you seeing things?" "No." Asha's little face was full of seriousness. "It's just a layer of black air, but it's quite light, and it doesn't seem to have much effect on the young master." "Call." Guhan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. "Not much impact." That's good, that's good." Originally, he was thinking of getting the Luoyo fruit, then going back to the martial arts academy to have a chat with Instructor Mei and get his reward at the same time. But now, "I'd never go there even if you kill me. The farther away from this unlucky star, the better." "Huh." Asha has made another discovery. "Master, you also have a storage ring." "This." Guhan's heart moved. "Asha, look, is there anything in here?" "Speaking of." He took out the fist-sized black stone. Asha took a look. "There's a black thing, and I don't know what it is." Hesitated for a moment. Guhan exerted a little force on his hands and crushed the black stone into pieces. After removing the stone coat, a thumb-sized, dull piece of iron fell into his hand. It looked like it was a missing part of a magic weapon. He glanced at Asha, who looked a little confused again. He felt a little emotional. This time, I might make a fortune. When he held Asha's little hand and was about to take her out to hunt for treasure, Qian Lu's voice suddenly came from outside. "Little brother. The seventh prince has come. I wonder." Jiang Feng. Guhan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "Let him in." Speaking of. He then opened the restrictions outside. "Brother Goo." The first person to come in was Jiang Feng. He looked worried. "You left suddenly before, but what happened?" "Tsk tisk." The second person to come in was the fat man. He glanced around and curled his lips. "That's it." Snort. The third one to come in. It was Manager Li, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was angry. Along the way, he argued with the fat man but was defeated repeatedly, so he was naturally very angry. He hadn't thought of it at all. The fat man's mouth is much more vicious than Guhan's. What was said was even more difficult to handle. "Huh." Before Guhan could speak. But Asha noticed something was wrong. "Master." She quietly pulled Guhan. "There seems to be a dark aura around the seventh prince as well." Guhan was speechless. "I've been with Mei Yun for so long, how could I not have one?" "Oh. See the fat man." Asha suddenly opened his eyes wide. "He has it too. It seems, more than you and the seventh prince." "But." She looked at Manager Li. "He doesn't have any on him, his face is just darker." Hearing this, Manager Li's face turned even darker. Several of them have some cultivation experience. Even though Asha spoke in a low voice, they still heard every word he said. "Little girl." The fat man lost his composure instantly, his face turned pale, and he forced a smile. "What are you talking about? What's the point of talking about black energy or not? Stop it." "No." Asha shook his head, seriousness written all over his little face. "I feel like you're dying. Little ant." The fat man finally couldn't hold it anymore. He was already deeply distressed by the robbery, and after hearing what Asha said, he almost cried. "I beg you, please say a few nice words." "Brother Goo." Jiang Feng also felt that something was wrong. "Silly girl, what does that mean?" "Nothing." Guhan naturally would not expose Asha's secret. Asha just woke up and hasn't recovered yet. Don't take her words seriously. Ahem, by the way. Speaking of this. He looked a little odd. "Let's stay away from Instructor Mei from now on." With a click. Several people's hearts skipped a beat. Wrong. The fat man was very smart and naturally noticed that there was something else behind Guhan's words. You can't hide it from Fatty. She must know something, ask her to speak clearly. Oh. Asha is not good at lying. I just saw it wrong. There is no black energy on you, and you don't have to die." The fat man almost collapsed. After Asha said this, he became even more panicked. Aside. Manager Lee felt very relieved when he saw this. "Pooh. You deserve it, fat guy." Brother Goo. Seeing that Guhan was unwilling to say more, Jiang Feng naturally didn't ask more questions. "If you need help, just ask." "Good." Manager Lee nodded. "As long as you make a request, we will help you do it even if it means risking our lives." "That's thoughtful." Guhan was somewhat touched. "But since you can't help with this matter, I won't drag you into it." Although Guhan didn't say it explicitly. But they also understand. Asha's illness has come back again. Although they didn't know what the soul deficiency disease was, not only was Dr. Shui helpless, even Guhan, who easily cured Jiang Feng's extreme cold disease, was helpless. They understood that this disease was more difficult to treat than they had imagined. Now, only the fat man still refused to give up. Chasing after Guhan, he asked what Asha meant. Guhan ignored him too. Taking Asha with him and Jiang Feng as guides, they toured the capital city in detail. Inner city. On the long street. Asha held a chicken leg in his left hand and another in his right hand. He was so happy that his eyes curved into crescents. Certainly. She was most happy. Or Guhan stuffed her storage ring full of chicken legs. Behind a few people. Of course, there is also the fat man who has been worn out by Guhan and has lost his temper. "Both of you," he said weakly, "have you had enough of walking around? It's just such a shabby place, what's there to see? Let's go." Seeing Asha having a great time, Guhan also remembered the important matter. "It's time to go treasure hunting." Treasure hunting. The fat man's mouth twitched, but he tried hard not to get angry. "There's a damn baby here. Did I ask you to follow me?" The fat man fell silent. Tolerate. However, Jiang Feng and Manager Lee were very interested in Guhan's so-called treasure hunt. Going around in circles. Guhan brought a few people to a shop. Treasure pavilion. "Ha. Meet Guhan." Fanchi hurried over to meet him. "My dear guest, you are back again." Previously, he had seen with his own eyes that even Chief Wei had shown up, and he knew that Guhan must have done a big deal with Jibao Pavilion. Now that he saw him coming back, and Qinping was not there, he naturally perked up his energy to welcome this hidden distinguished guest. "Don't mind me." Guhan pointed at Jiang Feng. "Just greet him. Seventh Prince. And there is Steward Li." Only then did Fanchi notice the two of them, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Turn out to be. There are not one distinguished guests, but three. As for the fat man, he automatically ignored him. "Ah, silly." Guhan pointed to the pile of black stones in the corner that no one cared about. "Look, is there any treasure?" "Some." Asha looked at it for a few seconds and quietly pointed to a piece of black stone that was the size of a human head. "There seems to be a treasure in there." "Real." Guhan was delighted. He originally wanted to take Asha to have a look, but he didn't hold out much hope. After all, the chance of getting good things from the black stone was too small. The worst that could happen was that he would just visit all the shops in the royal capital. Just didn't expect it. What a pleasant surprise. Still in the treasure pavilion. Thinking of the greed and cruelty of the pavilion master, he sneered secretly. "This time, I have to make you bleed heavily." Not far away. Seeing Guhan and Asha staring at the pile of black stones, Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. No way. Really? What he worried about finally happened. This mysterious stone. Guhan called out to Fan Chi. "How many yuan jing do you want?" In an instant, the originally bustling hall suddenly became silent. Everyone looked weird. No way. This guy doesn't want to. Even the fat man couldn't bear to look at it. This is also called treasure hunting. Brother Goo. Jiang Feng came over quickly. The treasure hunt you mentioned, isn't it? Gambling on stones. Gambling on stones. Guhan was stunned. This name is quite appropriate. Don't worry, I'm just playing around. Now. The happiest. None other than Fan Chi. In his eyes, Guhan is no longer a distinguished guest, but a complete sucker. Guest. The enthusiasm on his face intensified. This piece of black stone is priced at 50,000. Guhan turned and left. Ha. Fan Chi was anxious. Customer. If you really want it, the price can be negotiated. 20% off. No, 30% off, 30% off. Anxious tone. Exactly the same as the previous Chinping. I really missed the chance to take advantage of Guhan. I don't know how long I will have to wait before I can sell another piece of black stone. What about this one? Guhan stopped and pointed at the black stone that was more than 1 meter tall. This piece. Fan Chi glanced at him cautiously. 300,000. Finished. Jiang Feng felt a chill in his heart. Is this called playing? This is obviously too much. Let's talk first. Manager Li curled his lips. We have so many polycrystalline crystals at home. He is telling the truth. In order to prolong Jiang Feng's life over the years, he had searched almost all the precious elixirs in the royal capital. The little resources distributed by the royal family had long been consumed. Even this was the result of the frequent assistance from Dr. Shui. As for Jiang Feng, he is also an absolute pauper. Fatty. Don't look at me. He spread his hands. I never bring Yuan Jing with me when I go out. That thing is too tacky. Pooh. Everyone looked disdainful. Brother Goo. Jiang Feng swallowed. Would you reconsider it? Consider. Guhan nodded. It's something to think about. After saying that, he stopped talking and seemed to be lost in thought. Aside. Jiang Feng looked nervous. Fan Chi looked expectant. And the people who were watching looked like they were watching a big show. I've made up my mind. A moment later. Guhan spoke again. $2 together, 50% off, do you want to sell it? Jiang Feng's heart was completely chilled. Due to his status, everyone wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Only the mocking look in their eyes revealed their thoughts. How can this be considered a sucker? This is the biggest fool in the Tianzi category. Guessed. Fan Chi was a little embarrassed. This. Forget about selling it. Guhan grabbed Asha and was about to leave. Sell, sell, sell. Fan Chi was very anxious. Sell it to your customer. 50% off is 50% off. Actually. He was already smiling from ear to ear. These black stones were originally purchased at a very low price, and have been piled here for many years. It can be said that they have become completely abandoned and useless. Let alone a 50% discount, even a 10% discount would still be a sure win for Jubao Pavilion. Sell these 2 pieces of black stones. His contribution points can go straight to first place. Seeing Guhan take out so many multi-crystals from the storage ring, Jiang Feng's heart was bleeding. He felt sad for Guhan. Brother Jiang. Guhan patted his shoulder. Don't worry, once I get the treasure, I can earn 10 times the money back. Jiang Feng and Manager Li were speechless. Baby. It's almost like losing all your money. They simply couldn't understand why Guhan, who seemed quite wise on weekdays, would be confused over such a small matter. Ah. On the contrary, the fat man had a look of suspicion on his face. This bastard is so insidious and cunning, how could he do something that loses money? Could it be that he can really see what's inside the mysterious stone? How is this possible? Now. The news of Guhan's gambling on stones spread like wildfire, instantly attracting a large number of people to watch. The Jubao Pavilion was packed with people inside and outside, making it almost impossible to get in or out. There is no other reason. So curious. How many years? There has never been such a stupid sucker in the royal capital, so of course I have to take a good look. Snort. I felt like everyone was looking at me like a fool. Asha was somewhat dissatisfied. Young master will definitely find a treasure. Puff. I don't know who it is. The first one couldn't help but burst out laughing instantly. Immediately following, there was a burst of laughter. At this moment, Jiang Feng's identity could no longer intimidate them, and all kinds of discussions were heard. Baby. Then I have to open my eyes and take a good look. Not bad, not bad. If this little brother can find a magic weapon, we will make a fortune. Magic weapon. In my opinion, it must be at least a heaven-level technique. It's conservative, it's conservative. With this little brother's ability, wouldn't it be possible to get a grain of ancient immortal gold? Hearing the ridicule of the crowd, Jiang Feng and Manager Li's expressions became increasingly ugly. What are you laughing at? Manager Li couldn't help it, and looked at everyone grimly. Does this have anything to do with you? If you dare to laugh again, I'll beat you to death. Moment. No one dared to laugh anymore. But the mockery in his eyes became even stronger. At this moment, an old man in a white robe walked down from upstairs. It turned out to be another person in charge of Jubao Pavilion, whose surname was Ma. Ma is in charge. Fan Chi hurried over to meet him. Manager Ma waved his hand and looked at Guhan with a smile. My dear guest, we have a rule in Jubao Pavilion that once you buy this black stone, it cannot be returned or exchanged. Of course, he saw Manager Li and Jiang Feng there. Afraid that Guhan would go back on his word. I came here specifically to support Fan Chi. Yes, yes, yes. Fan Chi nodded quickly. I won't retreat, and I can't retreat. Retreat. Guhan looked at the two of them strangely. You wish that. Master Ma was relieved. Do you want to open it now, or take it back? Open. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Guhan did not get angry, and said calmly, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Puff. There was another burst of laughter. Confirmed. This guy is absolutely a fool. Well. Jiang Feng looked worried. That's all. Just think of this as a lesson learned by Brother Goo. After he suffers a loss, he will know how deep the water is in this world. Hee hee. Guhan ignored them. He took the black stone the size of a human head in his hand and examined it carefully. As his spiritual power circulated, the stone coating on the black stone kept falling down. In the blink of an eye, the black stone has become the size of a fist. Everyone stared. Although they knew that Guhan could not reveal anything, he successfully aroused the curiosity in their hearts. The black stone continued to get smaller. A touch of bright white also appeared in everyone's eyes. He actually prescribed an elixir. What is that? No way, is there really something? Stop dawdling and drive quickly. There's no such thing as torturous as you. Now. Everyone was too busy laughing at Guhan to care about it anymore. They all held their breath and stared at Guhan's right hand without blinking. Snap. A soft sound. The last layer of stone also broke. And in Guhan's hand, a 3-inch-long jade bottle suddenly appeared. Only. Except for a small part of the jade bottle that still retains its original color, the rest of it is mottled and it is almost impossible to see its complete appearance. Cut. One person was a little disdainful. I thought it was something else, it turns out to be a waste pill. Bah. You just keep us in suspense and whet our appetite. There is something there, but it's a pity that it's completely useless. It turns out that nothing good can be found in this mysterious stone. Under discussion. Disdain returned to everyone's faces again. Just subconsciously, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Just opened a bottle of useless pills. Jiang Feng shook his head secretly. It's not that no one has opened this kind of jade bottle before, but without exception, after countless years of baptism, the medicinal power of the elixir inside has long since dissipated, and it has become a waste elixir with no value at all. Ignored everyone. Guhan took the jade bottle and looked at it. Kindness. Are there any words? Suddenly. However, he discovered that there seemed to be a word faintly engraved on the bottom of the jade bottle. Only. Under the invasion of time. The handwriting has long become blurred, with only a very small part left. Watched for a long time. Guhansai figured it out from the remaining pen strokes. It's a small word. He frowned. Small. Small what? Now. Seeing Guhan's expression, the boss ma almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Still too young. Guessed. He deliberately comforted her, you don't have to be like this. When it comes to gambling on stones, there are always gains and losses. It's normal. Although this waste pill is useless, it is also quite valuable for collection. It can be worth a few yuan crystals. Yes, guessed. Fan Chi also came over. Don't be discouraged. There's a bigger piece here. Do you want to open that too? Open. Must open. Yes. There must be something in the big one. Ha ha ha, maybe there's still a bottle of waste pills. For a while. There was an endless stream of mocking remarks. The fat man curled his lips when he heard this. Alas, how embarrassing. Waste pill. Guhan glanced at everyone and sneered. Which eye of yours saw the waste pill? He's anxious. He's anxious. Then why don't you open it and take a look? That's right, once you open it, you'll be completely disappointed. The crowd started to make a noise again. Okay. Guhan nodded, expressionless. Then I'll blind your dog eyes. Speaking of. He directly opened the mouth of the jade bottle. In an instant, a wisp of refreshing fragrance wafted out. It smells so good. What's that smell? My cultivation bottleneck seems to have loosened. For a while. Everyone had forgotten everything and was immersed in this strange fragrance. Beside Guhan. Jiang Feng and Manager Li looked incredulous. No way. Did something actually come out? This medicine. Aside. The fat man's eyes turned red. Good stuff, good stuff. While talking. His body shook and he squeezed directly in front of Guhan. Come on, show it to me, fatty. Guhan did not doubt him and poured the pill into his hand and held it in front of him. The pill in front of him was dark in color, having long lost its spiritual power. However, there was a rice grain-sized area on the top that was milky white and still retained some medicinal power. And the aroma. It's from here. What a good thing. The fat guy's saliva was almost flowing out. Fatty, let me taste it for you first. While talking. He actually opened his mouth wide and bit towards Guhan's hand. Fuck. Guhan was shocked. Fatty, you are born in the year of the dog. Let me have a taste. The fat man was so shameless at this moment that he begged desperately, just one bite, just one bite. Get lost. Guhan's face darkened. I beat you up. Now. Everyone gradually reacted. It's blooming. He actually found something. Moreover, it seems to be a magical elixir from ancient times. This guy. What kind of shit luck did I have? Envious. Envy. Greedy. Everyone stared at the pill intently, various emotions intertwined together, and it was hard to describe what they felt in their hearts. Now. Master Ma and Fan Chi were dumbfounded. They regret it so much. If a pill like this were placed in Jubao Pavilion, it would be the pavilion's treasure. But now. It was actually sold by myself. 50% off. Fan Chi seemed to be crying and laughing, muttering to himself. 50% off, 50% off. Brush. At this moment. A figure suddenly appeared on the scene. But it was Tianheng who was attracted by the fragrance on the 5th floor. Pavilion Master. Master Ma bowed quickly. He looked bitter. What did you just say? It seems to mean, can't return. Useless stuff. After glancing at the somewhat foolish Fan Chi with disgust, Tian Heng's eyes instantly fell on the pill. His heart. It hurts too. He is well informed and naturally understands. Although most of the medicinal power of this pill has dissipated and only 1/10 remains, it is still a rare treasure. Even Du Tang and Dr. Xue. It is absolutely impossible to refine such a pill. This medicine. He suddenly looked at Guhan. Show me. There was already a hint of greed in his tone. He is determined to get this pill. Look. Guhan retracted his hand. That's not necessary. What did you say? A cold light flashed in Tian Heng's eyes. Seeing his reaction, everyone knew that the value of this pill was probably even greater than they imagined. Master Tian. Beside Guhan, Manager Li said sinisterly, the things belong to others. It is up to them to decide whether to show them to you or not. You are forcing them to do this. Good. Jiang Feng also spoke. The things belong to Brother Goo, so he has the final say on how to deal with them. Tian Heng's expression was uncertain. On the one hand, he was a little concerned about Jiang Feng's identity. On the other hand, as the master of Jubao Pavilion, if he snatched the pill in public, the reputation of Jubao Pavilion would be completely ruined. Only. How could he be willing to let go just like that? Now. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Only the fat one. Still pestering Guhan and chattering non-stop. I don't want to eat it anymore, just let me lick it, just one bite. Fatty. Guhan got goosebumps all over his body. Aren't you disgusting? Even Jiang Feng. I also subconsciously moved a little further away from the fat man. It's almost gone. The fat man had a sad face. The medicinal power of this pill has been lost. Don't you see that, you bastard? If you don't take it now, it will be too damn late. What? Guhan was shocked. With a quick glance, he found that the milky white area above the pill had shrunk a little compared to before. Quick! Tian Heng lost his composure instantly. Give it to me now. I have a way to save it. For you. Guhan sneered. Why? If there's no way to preserve it, I'll just eat it. Speaking of. He pinched his hand and split the pill into 2 halves. Yes, yes, yes. The fat man was overjoyed. Eat it quickly, eat it quickly. If you're late, it won't work much. Don't worry, after eating half of your pill, Fatty will definitely remember this favor. Half the story. The smile on his face suddenly froze. Ah, silly. Guhan ignored him and handed the pill to Asha's lips. Come, eat it, this is good stuff. Oh. Asha took the pill obediently. Immediately following. With the fat man's grief-stricken expression, he threw the other half directly into his mouth. Have eaten. Did he really eat it? Everyone was heartbroken. If this elixir, which is hard to find in the world, had been left to some alchemy master, perhaps its formula could be deduced from it. But now, he actually swallowed it alive. What a waste of resources. Gurgle. The sound of the fat man swallowing his saliva was clearly heard by everyone. What's that smell? He looked at Guhan eagerly. Guhan thought about it. It's a bit bitter. The fat man was stunned for a moment. Son of a bitch. The next moment, he suddenly went berserk. Fatty, I'm going to fight you. Asshole. Asshole. At this moment. An angry voice also reached everyone's ears. But it was Tian Heng who was so angry that his face turned blue. He had long regarded the pill as his own, and he had already thought of various countermeasures, including coercion, inducement, and secret snatching. Anyway, there was always a way to get the pill back. But now. Guhan doesn't play by the rules at all. Just take the medicine. You. He pointed at Guhan. Do you know how important this elixir is to our Jubao Pavilion? Treasure Pavilion. Guhan suddenly laughed. This medicine is mine. It has nothing to do with your Jubao pavilion. Belch. The words were not finished. Something strange happened. Asha, who was standing by, suddenly burped. Then, a faint golden flame spurted out of her mouth and instantly spread throughout her body. Master. She was a little panicked. Ah, silly. Guhan was shocked. You. He had just said half of his words when golden flames appeared on his body, and the situation was exactly the same as Asha's. Immediately following, an extremely turbulent spiritual energy suddenly surged into the body, gathering with the original spiritual power in the spiritual vein, and rushed towards the appointment barriers one by one. In just a moment, more than 10 barriers have been broken through. Compared with the improvement of his cultivation, the growth rate of his soul power is much faster. In the envious eyes of everyone, the transformation of the two has been quietly completed. Call. Guhan exhaled lightly and opened his eyes. With the nourishment of the elixir, his cultivation has already reached the peak of the 3rd level of Tongqiao, and he is only 2 acupoints away from the 4th level. Kindness. Everyone looked at it in confusion. That's it. No more. They could naturally sense that Guhan